Borja was completely shocked. Otherwise, why would he pretend to be inscrutable? Ludovic sneered. He knows better than anyone that he is about to die. If he revealed his weakness, all dignity and prestige would be gone. He would be nothing. Borja inhaled sharply. If this is the case, the sacred city. The Bible says, I am the Lord thy God, thou shalt not have any gods before me. But the most laughable thing about the sacred city is that all glory and power is placed on one man. Borja, our ancestors have gone through so many hardships to create this, but it is only enjoyed by one man. Are you truly content for him to take all this to the so-called heaven? Stop your naivety, Borja. Do you really believe that His Majesty gave you all this? No, we did. We have been maintaining the world all these years, maintaining the stability between the countries. Do not bow before a body waiting to rot on the holy throne. It is time to take back what is ours. In the silence, Borja swallowed dryly. After a long time, he managed, does my father know? The day he joined us, he understood everything. Ludovic walked out of the shadows and placed a hand on his shoulder. Borja, the ecclesiastical order was born for this. You will become one of us. I understand. Borja nodded. His expression changing, he finally made his decision. I will take care of it. 10 minutes later, the adjournment ended. However, Borja was 5 minutes late. He arrived belatedly for the first time to show his power, but there was a vague bad premonition. When he hurried to his seat, his expression had become solemn and stern. The trial begins now. Borja pounded the gavel. Everyone stared at him in the silence. The trial began now, but how would it begin again? No one knew what to say. Even Bastian looked confused. Aldrich asked, Your Honor, must this meaningless trial continue? The case is not yet clear and there is no conclusion. The trial has not ended. Borja was expressionless. Continue according to procedure. This is not your first day in court. Must I teach you what to do? Aldrich frowned. Your Honor, I believe the case is already completely clear. We can already make a conclusion. He demanded, Are you overlooking Father Bishop's testimony? It was silent enough to hear a pin drop. Under everyone's eyes, Borja finally said, The witness's testimony still awaits verification. We cannot come to a conclusion based on one man's testimony. He paused and said indifferently, Because the witness is involved in the case, he cannot be seen as a pure witness. At the same time, he has not been registered as a tainted witness. Therefore, before his testimony can be verified, his testimony will not be used by the court. Aldrich's face darkened. Register as a tainted witness? What a joke. If he had taken a stack of forms through the 7 ministries half a month ago to register a tainted witness, he would have given his best card to the ecclesiastical order and Michelle's testimony would rot in his stomach. His testimony still needed to be verified? How would it be verified? Through what process would it be verified? How long would it take? Who would still remember this weeks later? The court was obviously pushing Michelle's death to the side. When it cooled down, it would be swept into the paperwork. After the short period, Michelle's final sacrifice would dissipate soundlessly. It would become a story to laugh at, only remembered by a few people. Aldrich clenched his fist. He glared at Borja, veins bulging in his arm. The worst-case scenario had come true. If Borja wished to keep his image of justice, the Holy Throne had now completely become biased toward the prosecutor's side under the ecclesiastical order's influence. Whatever evidence Aldrich prepared now would be useful. After the referee of a game was bribed, the winner and loser would be determined already. And this was not a game where both sides could work hard. This was the court where the judge made all the decisions. Aldrich had no way of requesting to change the judge either. If the sacred court made the decision, appeals would be of no use. Appeal? Appeal to whom? The sacred court was the highest point of the world of law. It was second only to the Pope, but would the Pope help Ye Qingxuan? It was impossible. Objection. Aldrich roared. Michel's test. Objection invalid, Borja interrupted coldly. Mr. Aldrich, I have already warned you 3 times to not yell in the courtroom. Come, someone take him away. Expressionless guards walked forward and dragged him away. Ridiculous. Aldrich struggled and yelled. Where is the law? Where is the discipline? Borja, you will be nailed to the wall of shame. For eternity. The door slammed shut. Silence. Borja pounded his gavel. The trial will continue. Suspect Ye Qingxuan, if you require defense, the court will find a new attorney for you. Maxwell was livid. He had not expected for Borja to ignore justice so blatantly and force Aldrich away. Ye Qingxuan remained silent. When he looked up at Borja, his eyes had changed. They were cold. Maxwell put a hand to his forehead. He really had a headache now. Even worse things would probably happen. The trial continued. Bastian wiped away his sweat. He regained confidence and determination. Your Honor, we would like to offer new evidence. During the Auschwitz War, Ye Qingxuan. He was cut off by a voice behind him. It was Ye Qingxuan. Your Honor. He looked up and sighed. There is no need for all the effort. Let's all conserve our energy. Suspect, please watch your language. Borja furrowed his brows. It is not time for you to speak. Are you worried I'll reenact what happened at the city gates? Ye Qingxuan asked back. He chuckled. Don't worry. This is the courtroom and I am the suspect. The judge is the highest authority. There's nothing to be worried about. Look, I'm still chained up nicely. He raised a hand and shook the handcuffs. The chains grated with sharp jangles. In the silence, the sounds were jarring. Staring into Borja's eyes, he said, actually, I had already been prepared to confess. I had accepted that I will hang from the gallows. However, the prerequisite is that it will be due to a just trial. Not a joke like now. A low murmur rose and Borja pounded the gavel. Ye Qingxuan, please watch your language. This is your last warning. But Ye Qingxuan did not stop. I am very sad. There is none of the justice or truth I want here. I should have understood this the moment you made Miller come. But I did not realize until Michel died that this place does not have what I want. So, I've changed my decision. Ye Qingxuan. Borja roared. Do you not know what awe and respect are? I'm sorry, Your Honor. I came to the north all the way from the south to the sacred city. I did not come here for the disgusting things that only look glorious. Staring at him, Ye Qingxuan enunciated, continue the trial, Your Honor. You can bring all of my friends here and make them accuse me. But I hope you understand that I will never surrender. For every bit of pain they feel, I will give it back thousandfold. Presumptuous. Borja screamed. Ye Qingxuan, this is the sacred court. How dare you spout blasphemy? The suspect is disturbing the court order. Someone come and give him the silent treatment. The gavel fell. A guard rushed over and pushed Ye Qingxuan down. A hand hit his throat, causing his vision to go black. He could barely breathe. Then heavy chains wrapped around his neck, he could barely stand up straight. The chains tightened until he only had the space to breathe. Ye Qingxuan coughed violently, but his voice was locked up. He could only breathe in silence. Mr. Borja, isn't this too cruel? Maxwell rose and uttered, no offense, but your actions make me doubt your neutral stance. If you are unhappy with my stance, you can report to the Amnesty Ministry, Borja said coldly. But in the sacred court, the judge's position is undeniable. This is another warning to the representatives of Anglo. You have broken enough rules today. The furious blade was forced back down. Livid, Maxwell sat down silently. Mr. Who placed a hand onto his shoulder. Calm down. He sighed. There may be another chance. Maxwell looked down and did not reply. Bastian looked coldly at Ye Qingxuan's pathetic state. His eyes filled with mockery. He opened his mouth to speak, but then there was a commotion outside the door. Amid heavy footsteps, a man in a black robe and an odd lacquered crown broke in. His face was milky white and hairless like a little girl, but his eyes were pure black. He pushed the guards away and strode in. He said in his high-pitched voice, "Look at you all. How dare you stop me, the eunuch?" Under everyone's shocked gazes, dozens of guards dressed in black and armed with swords entered behind him. They just broke into the sacred court like that. The sudden change stunned everyone. That man looked around. However, there were too many people and he could not see clearly. He called, "Where is the Duke? Which one is Duke Yi?" No one replied in the silence. Confused, the man's eyes fell onto the jury and brightened. "Mr. Hu, I've been looking for you. I came here at noon and searched for you. I'm sorry. Something happened." Mr. Hu's expression grew awkward. He cleared his throat and walked over. "Eunuch Xiao, why did you bring so many people here? This is the sacred city. The Majesty did not allow you to come make a mess. Mr. Hu, you must help me." Eunuch Xiao grabbed his sleeves, almost shedding tears. Chapter 425, What to Do? "Mr. Hu, you must help me." Eunuch Xiao grabbed his sleeves, almost shedding tears. "It is hard for me too. Not only did I travel to this place without stopping for half a month, I can't even understand these barbarians' language. I can't find the person you're looking for, and the embassy said that you were here, so I rushed over without even a sip of water. And look, these dogs blocked me outside. I said that I came with our emperor's orders, but he just wouldn't listen. I've never been so wronged like this. It's fine if I have to stand out in the sun for a few days, but if I fail the Majesty, it would be horrible." "Oh, right. Why are you here? Where is the Duke? My eyes are failing me. Can you please show me?" Mr. Hu's expression was extremely awkward. Under Eunuch Xiao's highly anticipating eyes, he pointed at Ye Qingxuan. Overjoyed, the eunuch rushed over and bowed. "Duke, well met." Ye Qingxuan was silent. He was speechless and also could not say anything. After not hearing a reply, the eunuch looked up in confusion and squinted. "Ah, what are you wearing?" Before he could finish, he saw the chains clearly and his face paled. "You barbarians! What is this? How dare you? Hurry and unchain the Duke. If this was in the East, all of you would be exiled. Order in the court." Borja pounded the gavel. "Mr. Hu, what is this? This is the sacred court. Intruding the court is one thing. Yelling without any rules is another. Do Easterners not understand manners? Wait, this is a misunderstanding." A priest drenched in sweat who had been chasing the eunuch finally ran in. He stopped the guards and spoke to Eunuch Xiao in basic Eastern language. The eunuch nodded in annoyance. "Fine. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Since this is the court, then I'll follow the court's rules." He waved at his men. "Dismissed." Then his expression turned ugly. He pointed at Ye Qingxuan's chains. "These must be taken off. Now. This is a serious political case. Mr. Translator, tell that guy pounding the hammer up there that if he can't give a proper explanation, the Aurora Empire will view it as humiliation from the sacred city. Manners, does he understand? The priest responsible for interpreting froze. He glanced at Ye Qingxuan and his face turned green when he saw the chains. Running over to Borja, he murmured something. Borja furrowed his brows and loudly said, "I don't care who this Easterner is. This is the sacred court and I am the judge. I make the decisions. What is that barbarian saying?" The eunuch was confused and looked to Mr. Hu. The man was helpless. He said that he's judging the trial. He's the biggest. Preposterous. Eunuch Zhao's face changed. He walked over to the podium, got onto his toes, and yelled at Borja, "The trial? Ha? You're qualified?" Mr. Hu buried his face and wished he could disappear. What is he saying? Confused, Borja looked at the eunuch who was yelling with spittle flying. He's insulting you. Don't mind that. I'll explain later, but please get rid of the chains. The interpreter wiped at his sweat. Otherwise, it really will become a diplomatic problem. Borja was stunned. His face darkened. This is my courtroom. I don't have to listen to others. If he wants to interfere, then give me the Pope's order. Otherwise, I won't listen. The interpreter's face darkened as well. His job meant being yelled at from both sides. Since Borja refused to listen, he would not hold back anymore. He awkwardly returned and told the eunuch, "Judge Borja is judging the case now and refuses to retract his order." How dare he? The eunuch was furious. He pointed at Borja, roaring, "What right do you have to judge him? Do you think that you're the minister of the cabinet? Why don't you barbarians understand the rules? Even if he has committed a crime, he should be prosecuted by us. Who do you think you are?" The interpreter rolled his eyes. He skipped the insults and just said, "According to the Second Amendment, the sacred city should not interfere with a country's matters. According to the law, nobles should be judged by their own ruler. Ye Qingxuan's identity is sensitive. Judge Borja, please consider your decision carefully." Now, the confused Borja finally felt something was wrong. There was a hint of fear, but he could not back out now. He could only keep going. As far as I know, the suspect is a musician without a nationality. There is no identity that the sacred city recognizes. The law is inapplicable to him. No. After hearing the interpretation, Eunuch Zhao chuckled. Ye Qingxuan is the heir of the Ye dragon bloodline. He was born with the status of a duke. How can he be judged like a nobody? Thankfully, I hurried over quickly. If anything happened to you, would you be able to take responsibility? Under everyone's eyes, he took out a rosewood box and opened it. He took out a yellow scroll and unfurled it, revealing the stamp left by aether. It was the national seal of the Eastern Aurora Empire. The unique alchemy mark was impossible to forge. Before coming, my emperor wrote this personally. He glared at Borja and stated, "The Ye family has inherited the dragon bloodline for thousands of years and is hereditary nobility. Today, Ye Qingxuan of the Ye family is of age. He is now given the title of Marquis Chanyu with 6,000 fiefs." The silence was deathly. Everyone stared at Ye Qingxuan in shock. Even Ye Qingxuan could not wrap his mind around this. Ye Qingxuan, Marquis Chanyu, 6,000 serfs. How did he suddenly become a duke? This had been arranged at birth? Marquis Chanyu? Why did this name sound so weird? Was it a joke? It did not seem like a random title thought up by the country either, and was an official title recognized by the sacred city. What? Eunuch Zhao held the scroll and smiled without speaking. When the 9 dragon bloodlines transformed music theory as something inheritable centuries ago, Deva's blood began existing in the world. Those born with it were noble. The 9 dragon bloodlines were the general term for the 9 noble families with Deva's blood. As the sole survivor of the Ye family, Ye Qingxuan had not felt it, but he became the heir at birth. When Ye Qingxuan officially became the family leader, he could become a duke. He would be at the same level as the other kings and second only to the emperor. When the Dark Age ended and the Golden Era arrived, after the countless changes and wars, there were only 2 emperors other than the Pope, who ruled the sacred city, who were recognized by all countries. One was the Eastern Emperor. The position rotated through 9 dragon bloodlines. The other was the Asgardian Emperor, but the position had been empty for 60 years. Other than those, the rules of Anglo and Burgundy called themselves emperor, but they were not recognized by the other countries. At most, they were archdukes. This meant that, if Ye Qingxuan went to the east and was tested by the dragon bloodline path, he would become a duke. His status would immediately rise. Other than the Pope, the Eastern Emperor, and the Asgardian Emperor, which did not exist, he would not have to care about anyone else. When he finally understood this, he was a bit shocked. Ye Qingxuan looked up at the eunuch and coughed awkwardly. Sir, of age is 20, right? He asked quietly. I'm only 18. Duke, you must have remembered incorrectly, the man replied with a smile. The birth dates of the members of the dragon bloodline are all recorded carefully. There aren't any mistakes. Ye Qingxuan could only remain silent. Not only was he suddenly a duke, he also gained 2 years. This entire thing felt weird, but if he could give the sacred court a taste of their own medicine, Ye Qingxuan definitely would not correct them. After the church verified the scroll, Zhao sneered at Borja. Please tell your decision. Even if the Marquis Chang Yu of Aurora committed anything, it should be decided by our emperor. The sacred city isn't qualified. Borja's face darkened and he did not reply. Within a few minutes, notifications from the various ministries arrived. The cardinals had sent a command as well. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs even expressed that if Borja could not take care of this well, he would have to shoulder all responsibility. Now, his actions of throwing away all pretense of justice and leaning toward the prosecutors looked like a joke. Not only did he destroy his image, he had to endure the mocking eyes too. If people heard of this, the amnesty ministry would not let him remain as the judge anymore. Of course, he could continue insisting that Ye Qingxuan's identity was unclear and refused to let him go. But if this became a foreign affair crisis, all the countries would probably support Aurora. At that time, if someone decided to use this chance to revise the Third Amendment, he would have to pay for it as the initiator. The lightest punishment would be being exiled to the Dark World or spend the rest of his life in the Judgment Tower. Or someone may nicely give him a cup of poison. But now, what could he do? What to do? What to do? Chapter 426, Troublesome Duke. Just as Borja was sweating and spacing out, Ludovic's voice sounded in his ears. After hearing it, Borja's expression changed drastically. After a long while, he opened his mouth and rasped out, due to Ye Qingxuan's status, this case will be handed to the Aurora Empire in accordance to the Third Amendment. The gavel pounded. He rose with a defeated expression and left quickly without looking back. The spectators seemed to be stunned by this explosive news and had not processed it all yet. When they finally did, they looked at Ye Qingxuan strangely. What was with this guy? In their eyes, Ye Qingxuan looked like bad luck in human shape. Wherever he went, there were problems. Whoever he met would run into trouble. When he arrived at Avalon, there was a political earthquake. When he arrived at Auschwitz, it was invaded by a natural catastrophe. The Ministry of Information lost all dignity before he even arrived at the sacred city. Now, the sacred court was affected as well. The ones that met him and had better luck would lose their reputation and image. The unfortunate ones would die or completely disappear. The human-shaped natural catastrophe that the Easterners spoke of was probably him. Hearing the discussions, Ye Qingxuan's expression grew troubled. He even heard a bishop tell the men beside him, "Be careful in the future. Don't interact with this guy, you hear me?" Ye Qingxuan wanted to die. Now, Maxwell's expression was troubled as well. Thankfully, he had experienced worse things. This was sudden, but he could still bear it. Looking at the awkwardly standing Mr. Hu, he said, "I can't believe that you were not just comforting me earlier." "To be honest, I'm not so sure about this either." Mr. Hu sighed. "I just reported Ye Qingxuan's situation to the emperor. I hope Anglo won't think that I'm butting in. Anglo can't change Ye Qingxuan's identity. He is Deva's blood, after all," Maxwell said. "As an official of Anglo, I hope we won't have anything to do with Aurora, but from a personal level, I think it's a good thing." "Thank you for understanding." Mr. Hu smiled and bowed slightly. "And you." Maxwell nodded. "I still have a question that I hope Mr. Hu will clarify for me though." "Yes, Dot." Looking at him, Maxwell enunciated slowly, "How will Aurora judge this case?" "Marquis Yi." Eunuch Zhao pulled Ye Qingxuan to the side and told him, "The Majesty has another order for you." "Oh." Ye Qingxuan nodded. However, Zhao's face was completely serious and did not seem to be going to open his mouth. Suddenly understanding, Ye Qingxuan nodded. I need to kowtow, right?" "The Majesty said to follow your customs," Zhao said. "Do as you would to your king." Ye Qingxuan lowered onto one knee and lowered his head. Eunuch Zhao nodded and pulled out a palm-sized box. As the gears cranked, the springs trembled and the sounds converged until it finally became the cool voice of a woman. "Ye Qingxuan, I know about your situation," the voice from the box said indifferently. "Because you are young and ignorant, and seeing as this is your first offense, I shall take 400 serfs and that will be all. The world may be interesting, but home is where you should be. As a member of the Yi family, you cannot always be wandering through the countries. Come back after 2 years. You must inherit what belongs to the Yi family. That is all." The voice stopped. "That's it?" Ye Qingxuan asked, looking up. Eunuch Zhao nodded. "That's it." "What now?" "What now?" "Now you can do as you wish, Marquis." Zhao shrugged. "I must return to report to the Majesty. Would you like to come with?" Can I not?" "Oh, look at you. Would I force you?" Chuckling, Zhao handed him a piece of jade. "This is your proof. Do not lose it. I will stay in the embassy tonight. If you change your mind, come find me at any time." He really seemed to have just come to act as the good guy. After bowing, he left. When Ye Qingxuan finally processed everything, the eunuch was already gone. Then he heard Mr. Hu's voice behind him. "Can we talk?" He nodded. Behind the sacred court, there was a quiet courtyard. Ye Qingxuan walked through the greenery with the scholar dressed in white. "I still haven't thanked you, Mr. Hu," Ye Qingxuan said. "You must have done a lot for me. I just hope you won't mind me butting in. To be honest, I didn't think it would turn into this." Mr. Hu scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. "Even if I didn't do anything, you would have been fine. Today was only the first trial. Maxwell has many cards hidden even deeper. I haven't met him many times, but I think that the man probably still has things that no one knows about." Ye Qingxuan chuckled but did not reply. "In a few days, I will return. After all, I came to the West in the beginning with the mission to find Yi Lanzhao." Mr. Hu sighed. "After all these years, I couldn't find him but found his son. I should go back now. I'm sure many people were unhappy that I was wandering around outside." As he spoke, he pulled out a thick notebook. "These are the music scores that I have been collecting for you. Jiu Shao Huan Pei is a very good instrument. Do not let it down. Ye Qingxuan accepted the sheets. He did not know what to say and just felt emotional all of a sudden. All this time, he had learned much from Mr. Hu. His advice had helped Ye Qingxuan break through the barrier of knowledge. He had even helped collect the rare Eastern music scores. The notebook was thick and almost all were handwritten. Mr. Hu probably had started preparing this long ago. When are you leaving? Ye Qingxuan asked. I'll see you off. No need. You are a marquis now. It would not be right. Mr. Hu shook his head. If the East hears of it, those people will probably be able to write books of complaints. It's the thought that counts. Marquis? Ye Qingxuan chuckled dryly. To be honest, I can't accept the fact that I'm suddenly nobility. The name Marquis Changyu sounds weird too. Like the Earl of Glamorgan, it sounds uncomfortable. Mr. Hu smiled. Wear the hat proudly and pull the gird long. The clean and dirty mix and only a pure nature will not become tainted, he said. You must understand what the majesty means. Ye Qingxuan's mind was blank. What does she mean? Blanching, Mr. Hu's expression grew awkward. He finally realized that this kid had grown up in the West and did not understand classical Eastern language. This is a quote from an ancient essay, Mr. Hu explained. It basically means that to wear a tall crown and long accessories. Even if spices are mixed with mud, the purity would not decay. Hearing this, Ye Qingxuan was still a bit confused. So the Majesty wants me to be a good person? Something like that. Mr. Hu said meaningfully, you must be a good person, but who's good person, Ye Qingxuan was still confused. You must have heard about the East, Mr. Hu said nonchalantly. As the Majesty matured, the people have been calling for the regent to return. The Majesty and the regent seem amiable, but they are actually clashing dangerously. Even the children's folk songs sing, the emperor is tyrannical, there is Bai Hang. Support the country, distinguish between clean and tainted. Bai Hong has the urge to revolt. If not for the title, righteousness, and that some officials still wish to protect the true leader, he probably would have assassinated the Majesty long ago. There are only 6 families left of the 9 dragon bloodlines. 3 have pledged allegiance to the Bai family now. If not for now understanding Bai Hang's plans, they probably would have prepared the necessary procedures. Mr. Hu paused and studied Ye Qingxuan. Do you understand how troublesome your position is now? Ye Qingxuan asked, the Majesty wishes for me to support her? Mr. Hu nodded. Even if the Yi family is just an empty shell, there are still countless people who know the name. As long as you're willing to return, you can revive the family no matter what. You can just lie there and make babies for the rest of your life. To be honest, I'm anticipating the life of just whiling my days away. Ye Qingxuan chuckled dryly. But I think Bai Hong must hate me now. You just realized? Ever since your news traveled to the east, you became something to get rid of. Mr. Hu shook his head. And in his eyes, you are not just the heir of the Yi family. Ha? Ye Qingxuan did not understand. I don't know if telling you now is too early or not, but I can only say that Bai Heng's identity is not just a rebel. In a few years, I think he may. Here, Mr. Hu stopped. He started again, hesitated, and finally smiled wryly. Never mind. Speaking of these unsure things can only add more frustration. After a long silence, Ye Qingxuan asked, so you don't wish for me to return? I don't know. Mr. Hu shook his head and sighed softly. After being out here for so long, I sometimes think that the East is just a huge quagmire. Young men like you have nothing to do with it and should live freely. But sometimes, I also think that other places aren't any better. Look, the entire world is like an overcooked haggis soup. You can't block the smell even when you hold your nose. So whether you return or not is up to you. Chapter 427, Problem. After ending the conversation, Mr. Hu left. Lost in thought, Ye Qingxuan was somehow brought to a restaurant. A full-course meal was placed before him and he was sitting there with utensils. He stared blankly and his expression was dazed as if he was pondering the deepest secrets of the universe. Who am I? Where am I? Where am I going? Ye Qingxuan usually never thought about questions that had no answer. However, he was now stuck in this ditch and it was hard to climb out. Ye Qingxuan instantly became lost. He did not even know that he had used too much black pepper and did not taste anything different. Is it really okay to give him hot peppers as black pepper? Abraham looked at Bai Xi. Bai Xi glanced at Ye Qingxuan and shrugged. It's not like he can tell. Hey, Professor, eat more. Look, the caviar is pretty good. No wonder this is the best restaurant in Sacred City. Abraham was speechless. Looking at Ye Qingxuan's glazed eyes, he felt uncertain. Is he too happy? For these cases, the most effective is to slap him. Bai Xi urged Abraham mischievously. I heard that that's how they cure Eastern musicians who are too happy from getting into the tacklock department. Really? Abraham's eyes brightened. He raised his shiny metallic arm and waved it before finally sighing. I can't control my strength. What if I hurt him? Let me. Professor, look. Bai Xi volunteered herself and moved up. Her hand slammed down, ready to slap happily. Ye Qingxuan was still in a daze. But when the hand was at his face, his hand came up and blocked Bai Xi. The girl froze. Ye Qingxuan had snapped out of his daze too and looked at her in confusion. Why are you hitting me? I was worried you were too happy. Bai Xi smiled caringly. Cousin, listen to me. You'll be fine after I hit you. Come on. Wait. Seeing that she did not give up yet, Ye Qingxuan jumped up in fright. Put your fork down. You almost stabbed me. PSH Bai Xi pouted and put down the fork between her fingers. You have worked too hard these past few days and have not rested. You'll be fine after sleeping. Assured, Abraham said gently, let's go home earlier after eating. Ye Qingxuan shook his head. I'm alright but... Oh, right, cousin. Bai Xi suddenly uttered as she moved closer, curious. I heard that a bunch of things happened in court. We were listening to live streams outside but it wasn't enough. You're a duke now? Ye Qingxuan's expression grew uncomfortable. It's a long story. I'll tell you later but now. Cousin. I just thought of something else. Bai Xi batted her eyes, looking completely innocent and curious. Are you going back to the east now? Ye Qingxuan fell silent. After a long while, he shook his head. I'm not sure yet. If you're sure or not is one thing. If you want to go back or not is another. It seemed that she was going to get to the bottom of things. Just tell the truth. After thinking for a bit, Ye Qingxuan said honestly, not really but kind of. What? Bai Xi was confused. Is that a riddle? I never wanted to go back. I thought my white hair is strange but I thought Easterners were all like this. I didn't know about Deva's blood or the 9 dragon bloodlines. I never thought that the East was my home so I never thought about going there. Organizing his words, Ye Qingxuan explained, it's different now. I feel like I should go back once and clear some things up, so I'm still hesitating. Oh. Bai Xi nodded, seeming to understand but not really. Don't overthink. Even if I go to the east, I'll still come back. Ye Qingxuan smiled and ruffled Bai Xi's hair. He looked at Abraham and said, but now. Cousin, try this. Bai Xi suddenly picked up a lamb chop and tossed it onto Ye Qingxuan's plate. It's fresh and juicy. It's great. Ye Qingxuan stared at the juicy meat. He looked up, saying, "But I want." "Don't talk while you eat. That's an ancient proverb. Hurry up and eat." Bai Xi tossed another grilled shrimp onto his plate. "Hurry and eat. You need to eat to have strength to talk." Wordless, Ye Qingxuan lowered his eyes. His plate had a big shrimp that Bai Xi had broke, and a sad-looking steak. He looked up. Abraham looked awkward while Bai Xi was serious. He put down his fork. "Professor, are you trying to keep something from me?" he asked seriously. Abraham started coughing, but Bai Xi got before him and nodded forcefully. Yeah, she paused and put on a surprised look. "I requested to graduate early and passed the test. How is it? Are you surprised?" "Really?" Ye Qingxuan froze and then smiled. "You passed the test even though you cut class every day? Did you cheat?" No. Bai Xi shook her head and patted her chest seriously. "I'm a genius. Cousin, you gotta believe me." "Oh." Ye Qingxuan nodded and glanced at Abraham. "Professor, are you okay?" Abraham nodded and smiled stiffly. "Just how I always am." "Then here's the problem." Ye Qingxuan's smile faded. He looked at them and asked, "Where is Charles?" Abraham and Bai Xi fell silent. One looked down at the plate while the other whistled and looked up at the ceiling. "How come I haven't seen Charles this whole time?" Ye Qingxuan asked. "He couldn't have been locked up just for spitting. Plus, even if he was, he should be out already, right? Why don't you want me to ask about him?" "Professor, what happened?" Bai Xi jumped out again, forcing a mischievous smile onto her face. "Cousin, actually Charles." Slap! Ye Qingxuan suddenly slammed a palm down on the table. The plates shook and the loud sound echoed through the restaurant. Everyone looked over in confusion. Bai Xi's smile stiffened as well. Ye Qingxuan looked at her, his eyes hardening. "Bai Xi, if you still lie to me, don't call me cousin again. Tell me, what happened to Charles?" Bai Xi stopped talking. She looked at him with reddening eyes. A glossy film covered her eyes and she bit her lips. "Yezi, don't be angry." Abraham pulled Bai Xi away and said gently, "I told her to keep it from you." Ye Qingxuan fell silent. His expressions battled until it became apologetic. "Sorry, my emotions are out of control." He lowered his eyes. "It's my fault." "But what happened to Charles?" "Professor, why was he locked up in the Judgment Tower? How come he wasn't even let out for breaks? I looked for him everywhere but no one had even heard of him. What happened?" "Let me tell you," said a familiar voice behind him. Ye Qingxuan turned around and saw Wolf Flute in a black coat. It had been a while. The man seemed to not have slept or shaven in a few days. He looked bedraggled and there were dark circles under his eyes. "You look like sh*T. Yeah." Wolf Flute chuckled dryly. "It's not their fault for not telling. The matter involves many things and the silent authority had them sign a non-disclosure agreement. They must keep it secret. Plus, you were still in prison at that time and could not help." "The silent authority?" Ye Qingxuan froze. "What does Charles have to do with them?" Chapter 428, Forbidden Technology. The Silent Authority. This secret violent institution was created by the various countries and the church. It was formed by elite musicians from every field to protect the stability of human society. It was organized by the three kings. They were protected by the countries and could go anywhere. They were basically a spy organization, and the most troublesome one at that. They were responsible for maintaining the world's stability and peace, eradicate cults, capture dark musicians, and even arrest musicians who broke the rules. All registered musicians must cooperate with them fully when needed or even make sacrifices at times. Most of the time, they would not appear in public for secrecy. Even in the sacred city, they just rented a storefront and have 3 secretaries visible. Most members were secret and had double identities or more. People would not know their true roles until death. However, from what Ye Qingxuan knew, the first musician that he had met, Wolf Flute, was one of them. His position was not low either. Charles's matter is a long story. Wolf Flute sat down, his expression troubled. Before he could speak, a server came over and poured a cup of coffee for him. Seeing it, his face turned green and he pushed it away. Sorry, I've been staying up for too many nights. Now I want to throw up when I smell coffee. He paused and looked around. Want to go drink with me? I know a good place around here. It's clean, quiet, and has good wine. Okay. Ye Qingxuan nodded without hesitation. Wolf Flute nodded. Someone will come pick you up later. After Wolf Flute left, Ye Qingxuan calmed down and realized he made the most fatal mistake. He had somehow gotten the courage to yell at Bai Xi. He begged and pleaded, but Bai Xi still ignored him. Helpless, Ye Qingxuan looked toward Abraham. Professor, help. How come other teachers only need to teach but I have to take care of children? Shaking his head, Abraham reached out and helped Bai Xi wipe her tears. Then he waved at Ye Qingxuan to leave. Saved, Ye Qingxuan scurried out. As soon as he left, the pitiful Bai Xi raised her head. Her complexion looked bad. Why did that B** leave? I'm so pissed. She angrily took Ye Qingxuan's plate and hacked at the steak and lobster. He dared to yell at me. Yell. At me. I cried and he still ran. So I can't call him cousin? So what? I don't care. Abraham looked up to the sky and sighed. These kids used to be so nice and cute, but after they grew up, they all became so troublesome. This world was too hard to understand. 10 minutes later, Ye Qingxuan got off a carriage. Under the cold and wet fog, he pushed open a door and saw Wolf Flute. And his expression grew strange. This is the place you said is good? Wolf Flute cocked his head. Is it not good? A dim light was lit in the empty and old warehouse. Wolf Flute sat on a ragged sofa, clutching a box of snacks. There were many bottles of beer beside him. Clothes were strewn on the ground and there was a weird smell. This was basically the home of a street urchin. Ye Qingxuan sighed. How can you describe it as clean, quiet, and with good wine? While munching on snacks, Wolf Flute put a finger to his lips and hushed Ye Qingxuan. If you don't like this place, people will be unhappy. Ye Qingxuan felt an eerie breeze behind him. Getting goosebumps, he spun around but could only see a fleeting shadow. Under the dim light, there were various shadows projected onto the wall. He could sense faint breaths in the air. They were wolves. Somehow, he had fallen into a pack of wolves. This is my home. Wolf Flute gestured for Ye Qingxuan to sit anywhere. You're a scepter already, right? Even if you're not a saint, you're still a powerful man. Why must you live in a place like this? Wolf Flute sighed. It's hard to find a place in the sacred city where I can let them out. Don't be so picky. Just get some beer and I'll eat something first. Chuckling dryly, Ye Qingxuan picked up a dusty glass. He glanced at the dirty bucket of beer in the distance and put his glass down. After a bit, Wolf Flute had finally finished eating. He drank half a glass of beer in one breath. Sighing, he sprawled onto the sofa. I can finally rest now. I was so busy these past 2 days that I couldn't even go to your first trial. Didn't think you'd come out so quickly. Should I call your Marquis now? Ye Qingxuan rolled his eyes. Can we get to the point? Fine. Wolf Flute straightened. He sat for a bit as if organizing his thoughts. Then he let it drop. Newton disappeared. Ha! Ye Qingxuan froze. Newton? The one from the Anglo Royal Research Institute? Would I care about any Newtons other than him? Wolf Flute sighed. Even more troublesome, before he disappeared, people reported him for being involved in forbidden research, but... Forbidden research? He's not a dark musician. Would he be researching on human bodies? Why do you think that only dark musicians do forbidden research? Wolf Flute rolled his eyes. Have you forgotten about the steam crisis a century ago? Ye Qingxuan fell silent. A century ago, when Anglo's queen was still Victoria, the arts had developed rapidly. Technology had made great innovations as well. The steam engine was seen as the technology that represented the future's hope. Because of it, coal had become a hot item. But when thousands of steam engines operated at the same time, it led to disruptions in the ether and created horrible consequences. That was when humanity realized that it was a dead end. The losses that resulted could not be calculated. The ether eruptions in the borders due to the steam engines had become a terrifying legend. The machine led to hell. The Grim Reaper would climb out of the engine along with the steam according to the various myths. The steam engine was still a painful sore for all mechanics and engineers. As someone who had studied mechanics before, Ye Qingxuan understood this. Forbidden technologies always had temporary benefits but would definitely bring terrible consequences. For example, decades ago, choir musicians mutated some bacteria from the dark world and invented a cure for people to regenerate limbs. However, they did not expect that there would be strong side effects and sudden changes. After it combined with rabies, it became a new mutation. Within a night, the entire city became wild zombies. The silent authority burned the entire city down and killed all those who were infected. More than 10 cities were involved, including 100,000 people, and it took half a year. They poured thousands of tons of sulfur onto the land, and even now, nothing could grow there. Another example was when a modification scholar created an elemental separation impact channel dozens of kilometers long for super heavy elements. A fortune was spent, but the end result was a giant bomb that destroyed half of the mountain outside the school. After 3 years, the poisonous dust still hovered above, polluting the water. 6 cities were evacuated. Countless people became infected with a strange disease and were tormented to death. All forbidden technology was dangerous and untouchable. However, from what Ye Qingxuan knew about those fervent researchers, once it was related to their goal, they would not care if it was legal or not. Otherwise, why would there be so many dark musicians? After pondering, Ye Qingxuan asked, "Did Mr. Newton study the legendary intelligent machinery that goes against humanity?" "You're overthinking." Wolf Flute glanced at him. "But the thing he did isn't any better. All these years, he scammed Anglo of all this money to secretly research man-made musicians. That's impossible." Ye Qingxuan shook his head resolutely. "Anglo's research in the human body is only average and Newton is a grandmaster in mechanics. Crossover research like this is difficult and not worth it." Wolf Flute chuckled dryly. He drank half a bottle of beer inside. "Who told you that the musician must be human?" Ye Qingxuan froze. "Get it now?" Wolf Flute found a moldy pack of tobacco from under the sofa. He tore it apart and lit it. Inhaling deeply, he rasped out, he wanted to create machines that can replace musicians. According to the clues we received, he almost succeeded. This is good. There's nothing bad about it. Man-made musicians are musicians too. Machines can become even better. However, this will completely destroy the structure of human society. A total shuffling of the cards? With the looming threat of natural catastrophes, no one can bear it. Can you imagine how many wars will happen because of this? How much blood will be shed? Newton knew that no one would allow him to continue researching, so he did it secretly. When we discovered it, it was already too late. He just suddenly, mysteriously, Wolf Flute inhaled and blew the smoke away. He just disappeared. It suddenly dawned on Ye Qingxuan. Charles was involved because of this? You think too lowly of your senior. Wolf Flute's expression grew strange, as if he had just woken up and realized he had F***ed up. Ye Qingxuan, he's the main designer. Chapter 429, 100 Ways to F***ck Yourself Up. Ye Qingxuan, he's the main planner. The moment Wolf Flute finished, Ye Qingxuan's expression grew as troubled as his. Are you joking? He asked instinctively. Wolf Flute looked at him seriously, giving him a headache. He thought that maybe Wolf Flute was telling the truth. Charles was annoying, horrible, and unreliable, but his skills. It made Ye Qingxuan angry, but Charles was definitely a one-of-a-kind genius. Yeah, a bit more talented than Ye Qingxuan too. If Charles could become a musician, he would probably already be a world-famous grandmaster. Therefore, Ye Qingxuan did not find it strange that this matter had something to do with Charles. Before joining the Royal Research Institute, he had messed around and created so many things in the basement. He had even used trash to create a suit of armor. Now that he had Newton as an accomplice, it was not strange that he could make even bigger messes. However, even so, Ye Qingxuan had truly underestimated Charles's abilities if he had made such a world-changing thing within a few months. Ye Qingxuan shook his head bitterly and sighed. Okay, that's probably something he could do. Your senior is a genius. Wolf Flute patted his shoulder. According to our investigation, he doesn't only have a deep understanding of mechanics and music theory. Newton solved the problem with the mechanical principle, and he solved the obstacle to communicating with ether. We don't know where he found a bunch of music note experiment records and other data related to music theory. That is why we suspect there is someone else hidden, the true background controller. This person is obviously a grandmaster who could supply them with music records and data. Machines cannot sense ether, yet he found a stable structure within the changing music theory and simplified the bulky music notes, creating a new structure. He was able to use non-ether sensing machines to stimulate the ether using standard music and create the needed effect. According to our research, there are only a few grandmasters who can reach that level, and none had gone to Anglo. I have flipped through all the archives and researched the people he had interacted with, but other than dark circles under my eyes, I've found nothing. Really? Ye Qingxuan's expression did not change, albeit becoming a bit stiffer. Wow, so weird. I don't get it. He managed to force out a confused expression, but there were thousands of alpacas running across his mind, back and forth. F***ck. F** King Charles. You F***ked me up. Ye Qingxuan suddenly wiped away the sweat on his forehead. If he had guessed correctly, the mysterious background guy that Wolf Flute was trying to find was him. Who else would spend so much time figuring out those techniques? Where else could Charles find all that data? No wonder Charles kept asking him questions on music theory after he left Anglo. Charles had dragged him to the basement for so many tests and experiments too. At that time, he had thought Charles had rekindled his interest in music theory and gave him everything without even thinking. He even gave dozens of extra notebooks, as well as the classicism records from Hermes. No matter how strong Ye Qingxuan was mentally, he could not take the weight of all the alpacas in his mind now. No wonder Charles had been so enthusiastic and warm during that period. He had even treated Ye Qingxuan to dinner many times. Ye Qingxuan had felt flattered, but now he knew why. He was totally F***ked. Wanting to cry, he looked away. A beer would be nice now. However, the most important thing was to get Charles out first. What if he couldn't stand the torture and dragged Ye Qingxuan in? If I remember correctly, Charles can get bail, right? Ye Qingxuan asked. If he got involved in forbidden technology without realizing it, and he signed the related vow, he can return to society under the country's surveillance. This is hard, but I'm willing to help him. If that's the case, it could work. Wolf Flute sighed. But the problem is that that's not the only crime he committed. Ha! Ye Qingxuan blanched. The alpacas started galloping again. There was something else? What else did Charles do? You know, Anglo forbade Newton to continue researching musician robots. He was unable to do related work at the Royal Research Institute and would receive no funding. However, research is something that needs an endless amount of money. Wolf Flute smoked. So who gave him the money and supplies needed? He betrayed the nation? It dawned on Ye Qingxuan. Did he sell this technology to another country? Not just that. Wolf Flute's face darkened. The ones who supplied him were the revolutionaries that always wanted to overthrow the sacred city and nations. Well, F***CK. It's over. Goodbye, senior. I'll take care of the professor. I hope there aren't revolutionaries in heaven. Hearing this, Ye Qingxuan rose and walked toward the door. Wolf Flute was confused. Where are you going? I'm going to write a declaration that I'm breaking all ties with Charles. Ye Qingxuan turned around and said seriously. Tell the silent authority to rest assured. This man has nothing to do with us in the future. No, wait. Wolf Flute blocked him reflexively. It's not that bad yet. There's still some hope. Oh? Ye Qingxuan stopped. His lips curled into a mischievous smile. Wolf Flute realized that he had misspoken and his face grew awkward. Ye Qingxuan sighed. We're old friends. Can you get rid of the superfluous talk? He sat back down on the sofa and looked at Wolf Flute. What is going on? The revolutionaries were a mysterious organization that arose in the New World colony in the Dark World 20 years ago. Okay, they were not that mysterious but were far removed from the average person. Their leader was Gaius, the Angloian official from decades ago who once frequented the sacred city and had been the hottest figure of all the nations, but was now the top traitor of humanity. This Romulan had united pirates, tribesmen, and homeless people. Commanding his loyal military, he took over the authority of the New World colony. After receiving technology and heavy industry from the Chainsaw Fraternity, they established a unique dominion in the Barren Land. This was the only organization in the entire human world who dared to go against the sacred city and destroy all unfair authority. All these years, they did everything and sacrificed everything they could to damage the sacred city's plans and missions. Kidnapping, assassins, damage, poisoning. The records of the crimes they committed and disasters they caused could fill half a library. The countries in the sacred city always went by the tit-for-tat strategy. Anyone connected to the revolutionaries would be executed after being captured. No exceptions. No matter their status or backstories. This was a line that anyone who wanted a quiet life would never touch. Thinking of this, Ye Qingxuan could not help but moan from his bed. Senior, it seems like you're totally dead this time, but... It was 1 a.m. now. He had already left Wolf Flute 2 hours ago. After returning to the embassy, he tossed and turned on his bed. It was his first day out of jail and he already had insomnia. Thinking back to Wolf Flute's words, he felt a chill. Newton and the revolutionaries had some sort of agreement and received supplies in return. The one responsible for getting the supplies was Charles. No way. Ye Qingxuan had retorted. Charles doesn't have common sense, but he wouldn't be stupid enough to interact with the revolutionaries. I know he's innocent. Wolf Flute had sighed. Look at him. I'll believe you if you say he runs nude through the women's bathhouse. But to say that he's brave enough to deal with the revolutionaries. Then what's going on, To be honest, he did not know he was dealing with the revolutionaries from start to finish. He thought they were rich merchants from India and wanted to fund a new project. He treated them warmly and called them his brothers. When we followed evidence to arrest him in the sacred city, he didn't even know what was going on. He thought we were arresting him for spitting on the ground. Spitting, oh my God. Wolf Flute had buried his face in his hands. When he said that, the guy in charge almost turned green. How could he turn the silent authority into city guards? That's how he is. Just beat him up if you don't like it. Ye Qingxuan sighed. He's not insensitive though. If you tell him how severe this is, he'll cooperate with you. Would you like me to talk to him? If you can have some mercy and imprison him for life, we can definitely find a way to reduce his sentence. I know he is innocent and he's been cooperative. Wolf Flute nodded and his features turned troubled. That's why we gave him a chance to redeem his sins. Thinking of this, Ye Qingxuan was heartbroken. He rose and pulled out the hardest liquor in Maxwell's cabinet and drank it all. After finishing, he fell onto the bed and tossed and turned. Finally, all his complicated feelings could only turn into a sigh. Senior, you really F***ed up this time. Chapter 430, Frustration Increases. Charles has been enlisted by the Silent Authority now and is doing a secret mission. At that time, Wolf Flute had pulled out a document with a vow. He placed it before Ye Qingxuan with a pen he had clearly prepared. If you want to hear more, sign this and join us. It finally dawned on Ye Qingxuan. You just wanted to drag me in? Wolf Flute shrugged. Even if I didn't, you'd try to join in, right? Instead of having you mess around, I'd rather get you in officially. Ye Qingxuan scanned the paper and signed his name. When he printed his music theory, the contract's secret music theory seeped into his body as well, forming a contract. Welcome. Wolf Flute pushed a cup of beer over. He did not mind that Ye Qingxuan was still unmoving. Smiling, he downed his own cup. He wiped his lips and said straightforwardly, 4 months ago, we secretly captured the deputy commander of the revolutionaries, Constantine. He's locked in the Judgment Tower, but sadly, we found nothing. According to our spies' information, the revolutionaries have moved a large amount of elite power to the sacred city. They're planning something big after the winter festival. We must know clearly what they're planning. Otherwise, we don't know how many people will die. Spy? In an instant, Ye Qingxuan understand what the Silent Authority was planning and frowned. You want Charles to get in? Stop joking. Does he look like a spy? Yeah, if even you don't believe it, who'll suspect him? Wolf Flute's expression was strange. We locked him in the top level of the Judgment Tower. Our planted agent told us that a few days later, there'll be a prison break. Before that, he must receive Constantine's trust, escape with him, and enter the core of the revolutionaries. And then he'll blow his cover and get cut into dozens of pieces. His feet and hands will get mailed to you and the head'll be given to us for sentimental value? Ye Qingxuan asked coldly. Charles isn't suitable for being a spy at all. He probably won't even be able to move past the first step. I told him the consequences and he agreed. Yeah, because if he doesn't, he'll be sent to the gallows. Ye Qingxuan raised his voice. Who wouldn't agree? You'd die anyway. At first I volunteered you. Rather than defending himself, Wolf Flute muttered, I thought you'd get out of the trial then. After everything's over, you could just disappear and change your identity, but I didn't expect that you could come out without my help. Ye Qingxuan fell silent. If you're angry, then just blame me. For some things, I have no other choice. Wolf Flute smoked and said, I promise, he'll return safely. Believe me, Ye Qingxuan. Have I lied to you before? You'll be in this too. If you think it's dangerous, you can stop this mission at any time. I'll take care of all the responsibilities. He snuffed his cigarette. The conversation was over. Thinking of all this, Ye Qingxuan also remembered something Maxwell had said. You always have to do dirty things for the things you care for, really? he murmured with his eyes open. The moonlight outside the window illuminated his face. No one replied in the silence. He sighed and climbed up from the bed. It was 2 in the morning. In his days, he seemed to have dreamed about many things, but he could not remember anything when he opened his eyes. Tossing and turning for so long, he did not feel any sleep coming. He could not sleep, could not get drunk, could not eat, could not laugh. Everything horrible seemed to happen within these few days. They all came to live with him and refused to leave. He was frustrated. He washed his face and took out another bottle of liquor that looked expensive. He placed it under his elbow and found the book Mr. Who had given him. If he could not sleep, then he would have to find something to do. Casually, he flipped to the first score. Liang Xiaoyin? Ye Qingxuan laughed at himself. He opened the bottle with his teeth and downed half a bottle. He didn't know what the music was, but he would just try it. Calling out Jiu Xiaohuan Pei, the instrument strings appeared in thin air and crisscrossed. The sound of cracking indus resounded in the still night sky. The music was like chimes, but also the roaring of a dragon. "I've let you down all this time," Ye Qingxuan murmured. He held the music sheets with one hand and ran his other hand down the instrument strings. Disordered notes fell from his fingers. As he deciphered the music score, the music theory overlapped and scattered in the air. It slowly solidified, and soon, the moonlight was filled with a gentle melody. It was so serene. As the music theory came into shape, Ye Qingxuan felt the heaven ladder within him start turning. The vast music score was established inside him, filling his limbs and creating a complex yet detailed system. Finally, it connected with Liang Xiaoyin. The two used Jiu Xiaohuan Pei as a bridge to become one. The quiet heaven ladder took in the new music score without any hesitation, as if it was rain after a long drought. Heaven ladder strengthened considerably. The chaotic music theory within him had somehow become more coherent than ever. Ye Qingxuan was stunned. This was the heaven ladder? It crossed over the 7 schools and operated uniquely. It was originally used to unify all types of music theory under it. All music theory could find a place here. This was the special skill of the Yi family. This way leads to the heaven. It suddenly dawned on Ye Qingxuan. That's what it means? The Yi ancestors had used music theory that crossed the material and ether world to create Jiu Xiaohuan Pei. They also added in the heaven ladder that could unify all types of music theory. It was just so they could have an unshakable foundation. As long as they had the heaven ladder, the Yi descendants could add whatever music theory they wanted to create their own way to the heavens. But no one expected that, down the line, someone like Ye Qingxuan, who had never learned Eastern music theory, would appear. He had never thought of the deeper meaning. He had been using a diamond as a hammer. He didn't know how to use it to its full potential. If Mr. Who had not given him this music score, allowing heaven ladder to lengthen, Ye Qingxuan would still be clueless. "I really embarrassed myself," Ye Qingxuan buried his face and sighed. But when he processed everything, he glanced at the music score weirdly. Liang Xiaoyin was not overly amazing, but it was still a standard official music score. Representing dazzling moonlight and a beautiful dream at night, it was a perfect mind score. Its influence range was wide and should be extremely difficult. How did he learn it? Just by drinking liquor, flipping through the book, and playing casually? His features twisted. "Mr. Hu, did you give me some children's songs to joke with me?" Taking a few more gulps, he opened to another score. "The Phoenix Flies, Searching for the Other in the World." It was Searching for Phoenix. This should be the introductory music score for the Eastern School of Summoning. It allowed bird-like phantom beasts to have the aura of a phoenix. If he delved deep enough, he might even be able to summon the kingly aura of a phoenix ruling the world. Summoning score? Never learned this before. Gripping his chin, he thought for a bit and then shook his head. Whatever. Let's just learn it. Putting down his liquor, he placed his hands on the instrument. He deciphered the complex music theory in his heart, but his mind was still drunk. He had no clue what he was doing. In the beginning, he stumbled over the notes. Things became smoother in the middle until finally, a clear sound spread. Under Ye Qingxuan's control, the music theory seemed to come to life. It came out of the ether and transformed into a blurry apparition that flowed under the moonlight. Finally, the blurry bird perched on the instrument and fused into heaven ladder. It trembled and extended. The countless music theories shook and a new melody was created. I learned it just like that? Ye Qingxuan was stunned. A little unsure, he opened another bottle to calm himself down. After resting a bit, he flipped to another score. The fallen leaves come and go. The perched crows startle, it was autumn wind. The instrument sounds once again. Under the gloomy melody, silhouettes of crows startle inside the thin moonlight. They pace under the light. An autumn scene appeared. Reminiscing, oh the long memory, short nostalgia, oh the endless pain. This was autumn wind. He learned it so quickly. Ye Qingxuan gulped down more liquor in shock. It seems pretty easy? Again. South wind blows. In an instant, a spring breeze blew from the soil. Vitality resounded within the melody and spread. The music seemed to transform into the south wind and blow in all directions. Thus, everything began growing. Heaven ladder extended again. It rose happily, taking in the scattered music theory continuously. It was taking shape instantly. This works? Ye Qingxuan scratched his head and flipped the page. Continue. Ye Qingxuan. The room had become a mess. Everything seemed to have left the material world. Under the music, everything was blurry and inside the melody. At times, a sun would rise and everything would renew. Sometimes, it would be an endless night with the moon in the sky and a cool breeze blowing. Other times, wind and thunder raged furiously. The heaven ladder continued growing. Within the melody, a faint rhythm emerged. It was like a pulsing heart. Ye Qingxuan continued. Listening to the spring on the stone, God's words, man and stork. The singing of a bubbling creek came from all directions, transforming into a flood and thundering river. It flowed over the stone and things were reborn. It became solemn and grave, old and crude. As if meeting with a god, it was ancient yet vigorous. Finally, it turned and there seemed to be an old man with a sword and white storks dancing. The man and stork emerged within Ye Qingxuan and joined the heaven ladder. It trembled. Countless music theories broke apart at once, then rejoined under an invisible power. Finally, the vast music theory of Philosopher's Stone was enveloped as well, becoming one. The majestic vitality spread from his limbs. All his wounds healed instantly. Fresh blood began flowing through him like a flood. There seemed to be a river inside his body. Under the rumbling of the flood, a heavy and low heartbeat sounded. A whirlpool appeared in the ether sea. Countless ether was sucked in by them sick. Silver rays of light flowed into the instrument strings and collected within his body. They operated with the complex music theory. Under the guidance of the ether, the vast music score finally started turning and showed its true nature. Ye Qingxuan realized that he was unstoppable. Finishing the bottle, he started flipping through all the pages. Moon of Mount Guan, Dragon Roar in the Sea, Changmen Complaint, Hualin Chao, Wind and Cloud. The instruments sounded once again. Sparse notes scattered. The bright moon illuminated Mount Guan and wind raged. Sea tides crashed and the dragon roared without end. The moon hung in the night, illuminating those inside Changmen. Ye Qingxuan was lost in his own world. His eyes scanned the music scores and he strummed Ye Qingxuan. Ether rose in waves and spread out. Finally, the melody spilled like mercury into all directions. The crisscross strings covered the entire embassy, extending with the scattering moonlight. Within the light and melody, a faint heartbeat sounded. Under the unclear rhythm, the entire embassy became wispy. Countless apparitions rose under the moonlight. It was as if everything had become removed from reality and entered a hallucination. Moonlight shone down. The line between illusion and reality blurred. Everything in his dream was before his eyes now. In the end, all the scenes were woven into a vast and beautiful dream by the melody. Reversed dreams appeared, a moon hung in the sky, the sun shone radiantly, rivers flowed, the land stretched to the horizon, dragons roared. So annoying. Bai Xi was startled awake from her dream. She tossed her pillow in anger. Who the F***ck is playing music at midnight? Furious, she climbed out of bed but discovered that her room had somehow changed. The Western-styled furniture had become somber Eastern decorations. White curtains fell from the large room. 2 lines of firelight illuminated the room. The pearls on the walls reflected with the light, creating an elegant and luxurious scene. Stunned, her eyes quickly turned cold. She clenched a fist. Faraway bells rang under her fingertips. Zhaodang flashed past and destroyed the realistic dreamscape. Everything blurred and broke. She put on a jacket and slippers and walked out. She was annoyed. Her mood was already bad from dreaming of all that. Seeing it when she woke up really pissed her off. Cracking her knuckles, she was ready to find that annoying guy and have a good talk. But when she pushed open the door and followed the music, she found Maxwell and Abraham sitting in the hallway and smoking. Principal? She frowned and said without hesitation, "What are you all planning now?" "What can I do?" Maxwell smoked and said lightly, "It's your messed up cousin. The day he got released, he became a marquis, signed an agreement with the silent authority, drank all my wine, and leveled up." His heart of sound resonated with the ether sea. Disturbing reality, he saw into the dreamscape. Maxwell stared at the large moon outside the window and murmured, "He's at the disturbance level now, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 431 to 440. Chapter 431, I am sincere. Wow, look. The moonlight is so pretty. At the top level of the Judgment Tower, under the silent moonlight, someone studied the moon outside the bars and sighed as if intoxicated by it. Behind him, everyone was silent. They buried their faces in their hands. However, the young man seemed to not sense anything. Turning around, he said with anticipation, "The night is beautiful. How about I perform for all of you to add to the mood?" Someone's expression changed drastically. "Don't. Charles, wait. Oh, Charles began singing happily, drunk from his own voice. The beauty of the sacred city, a day in June. Spring rain falls like wine, the willows like smoke come thousands of miles. If we're fated, can't even hold your hand. If we're not 10 years of going through the obstacles, 100 years to share the same home. The horrible voice passed through the railings and echoed in everyone's ears. It kept repeating, "Oh, if there are thousands of years, oh, of destiny we'll be together. Oh, if there are thousands of years, of destiny we'll be together. La la la, la la la." The prisoners could not help but cover their faces and look everywhere for earplugs. Finally, the closest victim, his cellmate, a man covered in hair, could not take it anymore. He snapped a toothbrush in half and pointed it to his own throat. "Charles, shut up." Gritting his teeth, he was determined. "Otherwise, I'll hurt myself and make you get locked up by yourself." "No, don't." "If you don't like it, I can sing another song," Charles said dejectedly. "I used to be a prodigy musician. Do you know what the triangle is? It's really cool. Don't believe me? Let me show you. Just shut up. Let me sleep and stop bothering me." The man roared. The prisoners in the neighboring cell made noises of agreement. They all yelled at the voice that was pushing them to the brink of insanity. Hearing those hateful words, Charles's eyes clouded. He suddenly looked depressed and pitiful. Fluttering his lashes, he looked at his cellmate in anticipation. "Don't you feel touched and see me in a new light after hearing it? That's what's supposed to happen. Is it because I sang badly? Give me another chance. I'll..." "Listen, Charles." The cellmate pressed down on his shoulders and used all his patience to say, "I know you feel that the future is dark and hopeless after you were arrested, and that's why you're doing everything to join the revolutionaries. But no offense, we don't take people like you, even if we're outside." Charles froze. In disbelief, he moved in close and pointed at his face. "Look at me. I have potential. Won't you consider it?" The man's features twisted and looked away determinedly. His decision was resolute. "Nah, you can't be like this." Charles was shaken. "I got in because of you guys. What will I do if you won't protect me? And that bald guy next door keeps looking at my butt when we go out. I'm so scared. Bullsh*T. The man roared. "That bald guy is my cousin. He's had a lazy eye for 5 years. Charles started feeling awkward. "Don't get angry. We can discuss this. Why don't you consider it again?" The man's expression was livid. He cracked his knuckles, unable to bear it anymore. As soon as he raised his fist, Charles collapsed onto the ground like a limp noodle. He grabbed the man's leg, tears and snot streaming down his face. "Brother, please just accept me. I really want to be a revolutionary. I'm loyal and sincere." The prisoners had never seen someone so shameless as to admitting defeat even before fighting. They suddenly felt disgusted, as if they had stepped onto gum. Their expressions twisted as they swore and cursed. Finally, an old voice sounded in the cell across from them. "Go to sleep." In the darkness untouched by the moonlight, the old man leaning against the wall sighed. "It's late." With that, everyone fell into silence. Even the furious muscular man shut his mouth obediently and went back to bed, no longer speaking. In the awkward silence, only the weak Charles did not understand what had happened. He looked around in confusion, but everyone ignored him. After a long while, he climbed up helplessly and sighed in frustration. Being a spy was harder than he thought. But just as he decided to sleep, the old man's hoarse voice sounded behind him. "Your name?" "Huh?" Surprised, Charles turned around. In the cell across from him, the old man had risen at some point. He walked into the moonlight and stood before the bars, looking at the confused young man. He was very old. With a head of white hair, he looked like an old scholar rather than a commanding figure. His emerald eyes looked like a carving by an artist when they looked at someone. After being weathered by time, merely the rough edges were able to instill awe. It was Constantine. "Your name?" Constantine repeated patiently. Charles." "Charles?" Constantine pondered and slowly nodded. "A good name. I heard you are an Anglo-Indian musician?" "That's right. I'm from the history department of the Royal Academy of Music. I'm really impressive, let me tell you. I graduated with the highest grade in the past 10 years. Charles instantly started bragging. After all, he was the only one to graduate from the history department in the past 10 years. It counted as breaking a record. "I see." Constantine nodded, seeming to ponder something. "Go to sleep. Talk with me tomorrow." "Huh?" Charles froze but quickly cheered. Okay. What would you like to talk about? Should I prepare for it?" Constantine smiled and turned around to return to his bed. Charles gaped for a long while. Not receiving a reply, he went back to his bed in confusion. No matter what, his spy plan was about to succeed. The next morning, it was colder than before as the winter progressed. Water vapor froze, creating beautiful ice flowers on the steel walls of the sacred city. The people wore thick wool clothing, looking fat and swollen. Mr. Hu was the same. He added a thick cloak and stood rubbing his hands in the cold wind. People passed before him in front of the sacred city train station. He stood on the steps outside the crowd and gazed into the distance. Beside him, the worried eunuch Zhao pressed quietly, "Mr. Hu, let's go. The one in charge has urged me many times. If you don't leave now, you'll miss the afternoon ship. Wait a bit more." Mr. Hu chuckled softly. Just a bit more. Soon, quick footsteps sounded. A young man in black walked through the frost. His white hair tumbled down his shoulders with a metallic shine. "Sorry, I'm late." Ye Qingxuan looked apologetic. "Something happened last night and I slept too late." Mr. Hu nodded. Seeing Ye Qingxuan's empty hands, he realized, "You don't plan on returning?" "Yes." Ye Qingxuan nodded. "I won't go back for now. There are still many people I care about here. I have to make sure they're safe." Mr. Hu fell silent. He studied the young man before him. After a long pause, he patted Ye Qingxuan's shoulder. "It's all right. It's good that you've made your decision. I won't force you. These things can't be forced." A bell rang again. It was 9 o'clock. "Time to go. If I still don't go, they'll come hurry me again." Mr. Hu glanced at the station behind him and looked away. "It's great that you can come see me off." "Safe travels," Ye Qingxuan said. Mr. Hu smiled. He took a few steps back and bowed in farewell. His cloak fluttered in the wind like a stork's wings. "I do not know when we will meet again." He gazed at the young man with affection. "Please take care." Ye Qingxuan nodded. He stood and watched as Mr. Hu turned and disappeared in the crowd. After a long while, he sighed sadly. "Take care, sir." The train station was packed. Mr. Hu looked back, unwilling to leave. He could still see the young man standing in place and could not help but feel sad. Perhaps he was getting old. When he had traveled hundreds of thousands of miles with his teacher as a young man, he was not as weak as now, fearing farewells. But then his steps halted. His senses told him that something was coming. It was as if the entire world had silenced and everyone's movements slowed. Under his blazing golden eyes, he could see even the smallest speck of dust. He looked up and studied every face that passed him. Finally, he looked to the front. There was a traveler snaking through the crowd. He seemed to have come from far away but did not have any belongings. He only had a ragged robe. His hair was messy and unruly. Sensing Mr. Hu's eyes, he looked over. After a second of thought, he smiled. His features were plain but Mr. Hu's eyes changed. They burned hotter and seemed to condense into tangible murderous intent. Every pore on his body was trembling with the thirst to fight and kill. For some reason, he wanted to put in his all and throw away all caution to fight with this man he had never seen before. Under his black robes, his fists clenched. His muscles pulled taut as he tried to push down his urge. For the first time in his life, he wanted to kill someone without any reason. The traveler did not seem to realize. He just smiled and brushed past. Mr. Hu instantly sank into a daze. But in his daze, his gold eyes finally broke through the disguise. He saw a figure with 100 hands and 1,000 eyes extend from the body, covering the sky. Instantly, the earth shook and the atrium broke. Fire covered the world. Mr. Hu froze in place. Sweat rolled down his body and his face paled. After a long, long time, he started walking again. He finally saw the confused eunuch Zhao. Mr. Who, what happened? He asked. Are you sick? Please don't scare me. No need to worry. Mr. Who smiled wryly. Perhaps this is fate? He looked back at the large city. Perhaps fate truly existed, weaving all their lives, cruelly placing the young man in the center of all storms and vortexes. Ye Qingxuan, take care. There are no longer safe places. At the same time, a bedraggled traveler grabbed the quiet young man standing before the station. Sorry. In broken language, he asked, excuse me, this place, go, how? Chapter 432, Create Legend. Asking for directions? Ye Qingxuan took the piece of paper in his hand. It seemed to be the name card of an antique shop. It was rumpled as if it was once immersed in water and dried again. It still had a faint dark red color. I'm sorry. I'm not familiar with this place. He thought for a moment and returned the business card. Sorry. The traveler smiled, thanked him politely, and turned away. Ye Qingxuan froze for a long time. Looking at the man's back, he felt that something was wrong but he couldn't tell. Oh, you're here. Behind him, Wolf Flute patted him on the shoulder. Ye Qingxuan turned around. Arching an eyebrow, Wolf Flute looked impressed. The uniform of the silent authority looks better on you than me. Ye Qingxuan glanced at him, not at all politely. If you're willing to lose the fat on your stomach, you'll look nice too. Ahaha, life is so wonderful. Why should we lose the hard-earned weight? Wolf Flute held a hot breakfast in his hands and gave him some as well. Get on the bus. We'll talk on the way. The door closed and the carriage started. Wolf Flute dropped the curtains and started gorging. Ye Qingxuan looked at the breakfast next to him but had no appetite. He sighed and pushed the breakfast next to Wolf Flute. Where to next? The Ministry of Sacrament, he mumbled. He swallowed his mouthful of sandwich and drank all of his coffee. He wiped his mouth. There's no need to worry about Charles. I'll take you to see something good. What thing? Wolf Flute smiled and patted the invisible wolf beside him. To witness a scepter. 6 days ago, Samuel, the veteran of the school of choir, returned from the ether world. While pioneering in a secret place, he realized that he had broken through the difficulties that had troubled him. Thus, he was determined to prepare to advance toward the scepter level. After accumulating for so many years, he was prepared to go off from his strong points and build up the legendary elements of the upper ranks. He hoped that he would be awarded a saint's name after created his scepter. If he could succeed, he would immediately become a saint of the world. This is a major event that the Ministry of the Sacrament has been preparing for. 2 schools have done everything for the sublimation ceremony. Many grandmasters have come in the past 2 days. It seems that Master Samuel is prepared to either succeed or die at. Wolf Flute explained in the carriage, to put an end to the influence of the abyss, the silent authority also needs to guarantee the purity of the sanctuary. Most people have been busy these past 2 days. I decided to let you open your eyes. Create a scepter? Ye Qingxuan fell into contemplation. The scepter had always been a dream that every musician dreamed of, to inscribe one's consciousness into the ether world for eternity, project into the originator, and gain its power. There were only a dozen or so people in the world who could reach this level. There were even fewer who could become a saint. It could almost be said that reaching this realm was rising above human limits, reaching the level of immortality. Even if the human body was corrupted, the will could be released from the ether and become the Holy Spirit. Unfortunately, it was too difficult to break through this barrier. With so many musicians in Anglo, only 2 or 3 could be called scepters. Of them, only one was a saint, Mr. Haydn, who had entered Avalon's shadow. The master of the School of Royalty, André, began to work behind closed doors a few years ago. Even with massive support, he had yet to find any chance. Thinking of this, he could not help but squint and glance at someone gorging around. They were all scepters, but how come he did not have the demeanor a grandmaster should have? Regardless, it was a rare opportunity to witness a master's achievement. Soon, the carriage arrived. Through the heavily guarded turnpikes, the carriage stopped outside the gate. "Get off here. The carriage can't pass through the rest." After wiping his mouth, Wolf Flute returned to his gentlemanly appearance if one overlooked his coffee stains and handed the 2 documents to the guard. The Central Church, 2 people, the Silent Authority. The Silent Authority? The guards looked again and again, mainly at Ye Qingxuan. He had probably never seen such eye-catching white hair from the members of the Silent Authority. Soon, he waved them off. These 2 days, most of the masters who have come to visit have arrived. They all want to seek inspiration from Samuel's breakthrough. This is a rare musician congregation. Therefore, to prevent people with ulterior motives from mixing in, the alert has also been raised. Wolf Flute led the way and said to Ye Qingxuan, "You should show your face more for these occasions. It'll be good for the future. I don't really like going out in public like this." Ye Qingxuan smiled wryly. "If I could, I'd still prefer to stay in the library alone." Wolf Flute smiled and did not speak. He led Ye Qingxuan up the steps and they finally walked into the central church from the side entrance. The Holy Resurrection Church was one of the most famous churches in the sacred city. It was not open to the public and was instead the venue for musicians' activities. The musician union had its headquarters here. The clerk was usually a priest of the sacred city. Half of them were from different places and had come to study. Coinciding with the sacrament of Samuel's promotion, it suddenly became busier. Wolf Flute brought Ye Qingxuan past the musician responsible for maintaining order. After meeting the ones necessary, he took Ye Qingxuan straight to the center of the church. This was where Samuel's breakthrough would take place tomorrow. The musicians' union and the sacred city have already begun to prepare. Dozens of alchemists hired have already entered the stadium and began to make arrangements for the alchemy needed tomorrow. The 2 supporting schools behind Samuel and his own family had almost bankrupted themselves for the precious materials and practically turned it into a treasure gallery. Ye Qingxuan did not dare to activate his ether sensing for fear of being shaken by the etheric waves that would follow. In the huge central sanctuary, many musicians have already entered the stadium in advance. The young musicians from all the schools stared at the alchemy matrix on the ground and perceived the trajectory and structure of the music theory. They were so eager and excited. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Tomorrow, Master Samuel would break through here and be promoted to the scepter level. This alchemist matrix was of utmost importance. It combined the profound musical principles of the 2 schools, the core movements, and the hard work of Samuel. There was no reservation. For any musician, it was a rare learning opportunity and experience. The effect was second only to experiencing the changes in ether and music theory tomorrow. At this moment, the earth was engraved with notes and movements, in which the secret mercury flowed like the blood transporting the ether, turning it into a whole. And this matrix contained the prototype of the scepter that Samuel had created for himself. Once Samuel was promoted, he would be able to open up his territory in the ether world and create a new path. There would be a new musician progression. Just like the Phoenix is descendant of Anglo's school of royalty, the alchemist of the school of modifications, the starry-eye musicians of the school of revelations, the silent musicians of the school of abstinence, and so on. These were paths carved by the scepter musicians. Naturally, they could also allow later generations to walk down too. No one knew how many stuck musicians would rush over and enter this path to transform themselves into the advanced level he had created. If one did not know how to do it, one could take the path of Samuel and upgrade step by step. There were also geniuses who could follow the path opened by the teacher and reach a realm that the teacher had never reached. Of course, a scepter could also pull a whole school into the dark world. Each scepter was the core of a school. For hundreds of years, the powerful ones who became scepters often opened up their own school of thought. That was why there were so many factions within the 7 major schools. But Ye Qingxuan did not care about Samuel's advancement. He had already done the advanced preparation for the Dreamweaver. Now that the integration of his music theory was complete, there would be no worries after he healed. As long as he built a dream that belonged only to him, he would be able to advance to success and have a great future. He would no longer have to gamble his future like others. What's more, even if he wanted to follow the scepter, wasn't there one right next to him? Thinking of this, Ye Qingxuan could not help but glance at the yawning wolf flute next to him. He did not look like a scepter at all. You are the disciple of the king of Bak. Doesn't it matter? He quietly looked away and looked intently at the alchemy matrix. He was more interested in the legend that Samuel had created. Combining the symphony of predestination with legends, sublimating as a scepter, and opening up one's territory in the ether world, one would become a scepter-level musician. Although it was difficult to create a symphony of predestination, there were still many musicians in the world. However, it was not easy to sublimate the scepter. The most difficult thing was to create the legend that best suited you. There were all kinds of legends in this world. There were reliable sources, but there were many whimsical ones as well. There were unreliable ancient myths and of course modern ghost stories. Most of them were strange talks created by awkward novelists. Of course, there were also miracles created by musicians. Creating a legend meant turning distant legends into reality, distorting rules and regulations, and creating miracles. For example, the most famous deed was how the first king of Red was resurrected 7 days after dying under the witness of 6 disciples. This laid the majesty and sanctity of the sacred city for hundreds of years since then. It contained the elements of life, death, rebirth, and the existence of God. With this scepter as the core, all kings of Red created a sacred city in the ether world, a shining territory of mankind, expelling the darkness, and fighting off demons with the holy light. Creating legends, avatars, become legends, and even myths. Starting from the limitations of material and human beings, one became the creator of rules. This was the most honorable aspect of a scepter musician. Even scepter musicians had rankings. Among them were powerful men like Paganini who became dark followers but were still unbeaten. There were also those who had toiled for decades but still could not become a Holy Spirit. The difference lies in the legend created. The elements contained are different, and the ability and effect of the scepter are naturally different. Chapter 433, The Theory of Elements. The elements contained are different, and the ability and effect of the scepter are naturally different. Wolf Flute explained, for example, if the legendary elements are created by the elements of God's punishment, then the scepter will be biased toward punishment. If the Sunnah and redemption are the elements, then it will favor salvation. The school of modifications likes to create and destroy. The school of revelations tends to be knowledgeable and insightful. The schools have different focuses and of course, the elements are also divided. The element decides the quality of the scepter. The reason why the sacred city is powerful is that the Holy Scripture contains many elements. The division is clear and the effect is obvious. More importantly, there are many believers so there's no need to spread the belief. Therefore, the difficulty of this advanced level will be much lower. Throughout history, so many musicians became advanced scepters with the Scripture's legend. Even the first 12 saints were inspired by the Holy Scriptures to create their own gospel. Ye Qingxuan looked at the mammoth matrix in front of him. After a long time, he nodded. It seems that Samuel is also looking for his elements from the Holy Scriptures? Yes. Wolf Flute nodded. He looked to the core of the matrix, that large and complex chanting movement, and sighed. Blood race. This is the legend that Samuel wants to create. The chapter of sinners from the Holy Scripture contains the middle elements of blood, inheritance, and so on. The upper element, life, is the core. He modeled the life form of the moon spirit, designed a new race, and prepared to turn the legend into reality. If he succeeds, he will become the first blood race of history, the ancestor of the blood musicians. As long as one receives his blood as a medium, later musicians can be transformed into blood musicians like him. Here, Ye Qingxuan immediately looked to Wolf Flute with curious eyes. "What about you?" he asked. "What is your legendary element?" "Me? I just winged it." Wolf Flute scratched his head slightly. "My legendary element is nothing but a wolf from the beast branch. It can kind of count as a phantom beast, but it can only be a lower element. It's the lowest kind of the scepters. It's easy to accomplish, but it's hard to advance." Wolf Flute did not seem to mind and just patted Ye Qingxuan's shoulder. "I'm clear about myself. I just managed to become a scepter, and all that matters is that I can have a livelihood. Don't worry about me. Speaking of, do you want to consider my advancement? Wild wolf musician. Sounds very powerful." Ye Qingxuan recollected his wretched gaze and did not speak. As the old saying went, "I'm here anyway." Since he had come and it was such a rare opportunity, he should at least look carefully. However, when he looked at the matrix for a long time, he could not help but frown. "This Samuel is a pedigree?" Ye Qingxuan asked. "Yes." Wolf Flute nodded. "Mr. Samuel is a famous pureblood noble. Have you heard of him?" Ye Qingxuan said lightly, "I can tell." "Oh?" Wolf Flute raised his brow. "I know you're from the School of Revelations, but this is such a large alchemy matrix. You've already finished interpreting it in a few short minutes? The interpreting method is best at finding the core of the music theory as quickly as possible. You can ignore the details. What's more," Ye Qingxuan paused and made a weird face, "I also know a little alchemy." As he spoke, he walked around the alchemy matrix. Alchemy, however, must follow 4 stages: activity, formation, creation, and outflow. These are the 4 forms of ether, and it is also the process of material being born from the originator and being endowed with form. As above it, as under it, so is the beginning of all things. Using this rule, you can understand the operating principle of the matrix. He paused and pointed to the area in front of him. "You see, here, the source's initial blood represents the blood after Samuel combined the legendary elements. Then using it as a medium, the one receiving the blood can follow the ritual and turn himself into a blood musician with this advanced unique expertise and ability. Let's call it second generation for now. The second generation musicians can also pass on their blood to other musicians and create the third generation. The relationships in this school are based off of familial inheritance. It will certainly be united with the family's situation to ensure the centripetal force of the school's members." "It sounds good," Wolf Flute agreed. "Maybe Samuel does not want his students to compete as brutally as the other colleges. It's like Deva's blood. Everyone sits together and shares it like a family. Is that possible?" Ye Qingxuan laughed and looked queer. "Wolf Flute, there is indeed no competition in this system. There is only unilateral plunder. Moreover, Deva's blood passes down music theory. It's not the disciplines or vows of the school of abstinence." He looked down and gazed at the alchemy matrix. Among the matrix, the intricate music theory that was engraved under the blood notes was the irresistible contract formed by the strict school of abstinence. Once implanted, there was no room for the return. This was a poison apple. It looked delicious but was a different story after entering the stomach. "The superior's control over the younger generation is absolute," Ye Qingxuan murmured. "All the power and music theory of the blood musicians are placed in the initial blood of their inheritance. Whether or not they have power depends only on the thought of the superior. The person who likes this style of reign is a tyrant. I am afraid that, compared to the ether, the Samuel Master is more thirsty for power." Wolf Flute looked at him with a weird look and patted him on the shoulder. Behind Ye Qingxuan, a slight cough began. "What are you guys saying?" Someone slowly came forward. The middle-aged man didn't look old, but his hair was gray and he walked with a slight limp. He held a crutch in his hand. Wolf Flute straightened and then bowed. "Mr. Handel." Ye Qingxuan froze and looked at the man who had seemingly aged prematurely. His expression was odd and serious. He quickly saluted him. "Handel." There was only one person who was qualified to call this name in the sacred city. This was the pinnacle of all musicians in the world. One of the 12 saints was given the name of Handel. This musician was already 94 years old, but he still seemed to be middle-aged. He was full of energy and looked majestic with stern eyes. Few people knew that this saint who lived in abbots was one of the actual controllers of the silent authority and was hated by dark musicians all over the world. Handel scanned Ye Qingxuan with a look of indifference and looked to Wolf Flute. "He is Ye Qingxuan?" Wolf Flute nodded, but Handel frowned. "Sure enough. Contemptuous, and more annoying than the rumors." Ye Qingxuan froze. He looked up in shock and opened his mouth to speak. "Hey, Mr. Handel, scaring the youngsters again?" A hand reached out and stopped Handel's shoulder. The hand was greasy from food, but it was well maintained, white and plump. There was a ring of gold and amber on the index finger. 2 snakes entangled into a black symbol. It was Hermes. "Don't scare my kid. Young people need encouragement." Hermes patted him on the shoulder. As he spoke, he pulled Ye Qingxuan to the side. "I need to talk to him. Please do what you need. He's working for you now, so don't give him a hard time." Confused, Ye Qingxuan was dragged by Hermes to the second floor of the church. He did not process everything until he sat down on the lounge across from Hermes, who had started eating his second breakfast now. "Do you want some?" Hermes generously raised a bottle of red wine. "The welfare of the Holy Resurrection Church is good. Even the communion of red wine is a rare good product." "No thanks." Ye Qingxuan leaned back a bit. "Boss, please eat slowly." "How did you piss off Handel?" Hermes asked while eating. "That guy holds grudges. Is it because you eliminated his nephew in the Romulan trial? Or because you said bad things about his junior, Samuel? Or is it because Handel's unclear connection with the ecclesiastical order and the chainsaw fraternity?" Ye Qingxuan was speechless. He thought, if you say everything, what's left for me to say? "Boss, why are you in the sacred city?" he asked. "I'm vacationing here. There are still some industries that need to be taken care of. If you don't have a job anymore, you can come work in my shop." Hermes took out a business card. The greasy card looked familiar, but Ye Qingxuan had no interest in the antique shop. He just stuffed it in his pocket. "Oh, right." Hermes hit his forehead. "I heard you've resonated. I can't believe someone so dull could break the barrier of knowledge. And now you're already at the disturbance level? Oh, I haven't given you a gift yet." Ye Qingxuan was silent. "What do you want?" Hermes wiped his mouth and said with a flamboyant flair. "Everything is okay. Soon it will be the winter festival. It's time for the boss to give you year-end benefits." Ye Qingxuan was silent. "Oh, what if I give you more pocket watches?" Hermes fluttered his lashes. "Then next year, you can say that you bought it last year." "Boss," Ye Qingxuan interrupted him with lowered eyes and low voice, "I want to know what exactly happened in Romulus." Hermes stopped smiling. He straightened, put down his red wine, and examined Ye Qingxuan. After a long time, he could not help but sigh. Young people's curiosity is really strong and enviable. Ye Qingxuan looked at him and said nothing, waiting for a reply. After a long silence, Hermes shook his head awkwardly. Just see it as I owed Romulus a sum of money and sent you to help me repay my debt. Thank you for doing so much for me. Ye Qingxuan shook his head. This is not what I want. I know. Hermes patted him on the shoulder. Come by if you have time. I will compensate you. Remember to come as soon as possible. If you're late, you may be too late. Does Bai Xi know that you're here? Ye Qingxuan asked. She doesn't know yet. Maybe she thinks I'm sunbathing at some beach. Hermes smiled and looked at him. You know already? Avalon is only so big. A girl with white hair is very conspicuous. What's more, Bai Xi is not that smart and can't disguise herself well. Ye Qingxuan lowered his eyes. I didn't talk to her after I came out. When I wanted to talk to her, she started ignoring me. How has she been doing recently? She has grown up, Ye Qingxuan. Hermes shook his head. Girls mature early and she is already strong. Even if no one protects her, she can live well, so you can be rest assured. Maybe. Ye Qingxuan sighed and looked up at Hermes. There is a question I've always wanted to ask. Boss, who are you? Chapter 434, Ask for Advice? Who am I? Who knows? Hermes lay on the couch and whistled. Some people think I'm the shelter for homeless travelers and some think I'm the traitor of Avalon. I am the originator of the steam scourge and I am an unattainable pinnacle for artists. Some regard me as a monster while others worship me. Many people call me the sage, saying that I am in charge of 1/3 of the world's truth. I like this title, although the other 2/3 are in the hands of a B***TCH and a loser. I am a watch shop owner, the Anglo 2nd Department's external brainpower, and the 6th Department's confidential consultant. I am a private doctor who has been dismissed by Her Majesty, and I am also the owner of an antique shop in Sacred City. If you want to know about my life, I can give you a set of 6 autobiographies of 2,400 pages. If you want to know my nature, it's just what you've seen already. Ye Qingxuan, what do you want to ask? In your opinion, what is the sensational secret of a fat man like me? Ye Qingxuan remained silent for a long time with no more words. Soon he got up. Well, I should go. See you then. Hermes carefully fastened the napkin and waved goodbye. Be careful. There have been a lot of people watching you recently. Eh? Ye Qingxuan stopped at the doorway and turned back with a puzzled look. You are famous now. Hermes smiled strangely, exclaiming with exaggerated tone, Ye Qingxuan, everyone from North Asgard to India knows you. Ye Qingxuan was speechless. Do you know how others speak of you? Hermes enumerated with his greasy fingers. You are a madman, a lunatic, an executioner, a rare genius, a monster who broke through the resonance level within 6 months, a rising star amongst the musicians. No one can be your rival in resonance. You are only second to the masters. Ye Qingxuan froze. Isn't it too exaggerated? Only second to the masters? No matter from what aspect, these comments had been exaggerated. This was not to praise him anymore but to push him into the fire. No exaggeration. Hermes waved. I have been around for so many years. It's my first time meeting somebody as troublesome as you. Think about it. How many people fell from the ranks because of you? Ye Qingxuan mused and counted his fingers. Then he found that 10 fingers were not enough, and he also found that there were too many people for him to recall. It seemed that there were quite a few people destroyed by him. Ever since he prepared to go back to Avalon, practically none of the musicians who met him had good endings. Aha, that's really awkward. Seeing his embarrassed expression, Hermes gloated. Whether you admit it or not, the people who want to challenge you could line up from the city gate to the central plaza. Moreover, it's said that this noon, Maxwell set off with the sword in the stone to return to Anglo, so the number of the people seems to have multiplied. I thought you knew that, but you appeared in the central church in such a high-profile way. It's like there is a sign written "Challenge me" on your head. He paused meaningfully here, looking at Ye Qingxuan as if he was looking at a good stepping stone. Little Yezi, the storm has not come yet. Don't get yourself into trouble so soon. Ye Qingxuan had nothing to say. He pushed through the door in a complex mood. Outside the door, several musicians at the end of the corridor heard the sound and looked over. After seeing his white hair, they were stunned at first, but their eyes lit up immediately. Ye Qingxuan also looked at them oddly. No way. Isn't it too fast? Ye Qingxuan? Soon, a handsome young man ranked out of the crowd, speaking in a polite tone. I'm Donatro from the Esposito family, a member of the Gregory choir in the sacred city. May I have the pleasure to consult with you? Ye Qingxuan was silent. He turned back and looked at Wolf Flute in the distance, who was ready to watch the show with a cup of hot coffee in his hand. Wolf Flute shrugged helplessly, telling him that he could not help. I suggest you better hurry. Wolf Flute turned and looked out of the window. In the distance, people gradually converged in the central church. Musicians rushed to the second floor one by one. He could not help whistling. Oh, everyone has turned out. Even the pandas in the sacred city zoo don't get this treatment. Ye Qingxuan's expression grew serious. There he is. I found him. There was a noisy sound under the stairs, and soon musicians rushed up to the floor one after another. The voices were heard before they even appeared. Mr. Yi, I'm Zinaldo, the concertmaster of Jackdaw School, coming for advice. Mr. Yi, I'm Will, the concertmaster of Seclusion School, coming to learn from you. Where's Ye Qingxuan? A bold voice shouted. Rafter from Goodman School comes to challenge you. If you are a man, don't run. Mr. Yi, I'm Cyril, a professor from Trinity College. I have several questions about interpretation that I hope you can enlighten for with. I'm representative of Rock Institute. Concertmaster. The Caucasian Ice Wind School. The Golden Sparrow Music Division. Groups of musicians rushed up and jammed the entire corridor. With shortness of breath and redness of eyes, they were like a group of animals in heat, staring at Ye Qingxuan as if he was a walking stepping stone or a ticket to fame. Of course, their excuses were also diverse. Some came for asking an advice, some wanted to have a consultation, some wanted to challenge him. Someone even came to avenge someone that Ye Qingxuan could not remember. They came with modesty or arrogance, confidence, or a mysterious smile. Ye Qingxuan silently looked at the surging heads before him. Those unfamiliar faces were filled with fighting spirit, which was simply inexplicable to him. He frowned and his eyes grew cold. Wait! As he prepared to speak, the young man who came first in the crowd, Donatro, stood up and blocked the crowd. He called, Gentlemen, I know that you all want to see Mr. Yi, but there are so many people. I'm afraid Mr. Yi is too busy to treat us all. We can't let others say that the sacred city doesn't know manners. He paused and said, Why don't we pick up a few representatives and ask Mr. Yi about music theory? Let's do best of 3 rounds. I suppose Master Yi won't refuse our sincere kindness. Yes. I agree. In a blink of an eye, those musicians were convinced. There was not even the slightest sign of the intense enthusiasm from before. Even Ye Qingxuan also sighed with relief. *LL no. He seemed to be at an advantage if the group of people went through preliminary rounds. However, he knew that this was planned from their clumsy acting. He had not even agreed to a duel yet. These **stards wanted to defeat him with numbers. Ye Qingxuan's expression darkened. Looking back to Wolf Flute, he said straightforwardly, Are all the musicians of the sacred city like this? Some of them. Wolf Flute blew his hot coffee, squinted at the group of guys, and said, This group of people is not well off locally. They came to the sacred city to get an advanced education so that they can fake their resume. Most of them have enough money but lack skills. They always gather together, seeming majestic, but in fact, the truly powerful musicians would just ignore them. They have no sense of existence, so that they have to attack the politics of the sacred city or the big families every day. With the identity of musician, they become fearless. They always gather to cause trouble, but people who do not like them have no idea how to deal with them. He paused with a strange smile. Hey, little Yezi, someone doesn't like you. They might want to teach you some lessons. Why? Because you are more famous than they are. Wolf Flute said confidently, isn't this enough? Ye Qingxuan was wordless. This was enough. He was the real thorn in the flesh to those who had been longing for fame and fortune for many years and those without any achievements. One never knew what kind of birds would live in big woods. Similarly, all kinds of people lived in this world. Hearing Wolf Flute's voice, Dinatro's eyes immediately darkened. But soon, he returned to the previous humble enthusiasm with a smile. He was emboldened. Now the situation had been settled. Witnessed and forced by so many people, Ye Qingxuan had to jump into this trap. Ye Qingxuan did not have to fight. But after tonight, the entire sacred city would know that he had run because of fear. If he fought, the results would only be worse since they were prepared. If he won, he was a bully. If he lost, he would naturally lose his fame. Even if they just held on for a few minutes and then gave up early, then they could boast that Ye Qingxuan was nothing big and they had a draw with him. Even if Ye Qingxuan tried to explain in the future, the truth would no longer be important with so many gossiping mouths and rumors. Everyone liked to watch something like the gifted musician's defeat at the sacred city. Facing the challenges of the elites, the genius who was hailed in the past dared not to fight but flee. It was exposed that Ye Qingxuan was actually overhyped. No matter how he defended himself, he would become a total clown. As long as the public opinion was unanimous, there would definitely be countless people to insult him and worsen the situation. Within half a month, his reputation would be down in the gutter. Ye Qingxuan quickly understood this all. He even predicted their various arrangements and means. The plan was really easy and well thought out. It was as perfect as heaven. However, things like that did not exist in this world. He looked up and asked softly, "You have reached an agreement?" Seeming to have not sensed his mockery, Dinatro's smile was still warm and humble. "What do you think, Master Yi?" Ye Qingxuan smiled. The smile was particularly disturbing. Everyone who was familiar with this ** knew that every time he smiled like that, someone was going to meet his misfortune. Under everyone's gaze, he stepped forward and looked down on Dinatro. He raised a finger and pointed to his face. "Do you know who I am?" In the silence, everyone was stunned. They looked at each other in confusion, not knowing what Ye Qingxuan meant. Ye Qingxuan? Anglo sword bearer. Gifted musician. The man second only to the masters? Listening to their noisy and confused voices, Ye Qingxuan became satisfied as if he was enjoying the praise. It felt so good to him. When the voices stopped, he nodded and looked at Dinatro. What else? What else? What else was there? Dinatro's eyes darkened. He quickly thought about what Ye Qingxuan meant. Suddenly, it felt as if he was struck by lightning. In an instant, his face changed. Because Ye Qingxuan slowly raised a jade tablet before him. The jade tablet was of extremely rare quality and carved with fine and solemn patterns. The engraving contained unique etheric fluctuations and was stamped with the unique emblem of the Aurora royalty. It was created Ministry of Rites and it was the only one in the world. I can enter the temple without taking off my shoes or my sword. People should call me my title but not name. I'm Marquis Ye Qingxuan. Ye Qingxuan stooped to look at Dinatro's face, smiling as if looking at kindergartners. Do you have a title? Dinatro's face was livid. He clenched his teeth with speaking. They had predicted all possible results but forgot this one. Ye Qingxuan was not just a brilliant musician which sounded great but actually meant nothing. He was the Marquis verified by the sacred city, the representative of the blood of glory, the future Archduke. He was the superior with all the honor and majesty in the world. This ***starred was now a Marquis who would not be accused of bullying, adultery, plunder or arson. He didn't have to pay attention to the so-called challenges and did not have to care about hurtful rumors. He had the whole sacred city, no, all the nobles in the world, behind him. If they dared to play any tricks, make up any rumors, or gossip, the amnesty department would never let them go. In a dead silence, Ye Qingxuan walked around Dinatro. He reached out, pointing to the faces in the crowd. Do you have a title? You? And you? Forget it. With that penniless look, I know you don't. You, and you. Finally, in the silence, someone made a sound. I do. Oh? Ye Qingxuan smiled. What title, ? The young man's face twitched, and after a long time, he squeezed the answer from his teeth. Viscount. Ye Qingxuan snorted and said nothing. He just huffed in disdain, mocking them. No more? Dinatro was livid as he looked at Ye Qingxuan. You. Crack. Before he finished his words, Ye Qingxuan slapped him. He was so fast, the strength was cruel, and the intention was quite vicious. One slap made Dinatro go blind. All of the people sank into a daze. Such an attack should have activated Dinatro's shield and ricocheted. But when he slapped down, his hit had contained music theory. Before the shield was unfolded, it was completely disintegrated. Even the alchemy ring was cracked. This shield was a completely joke to Ye Qingxuan. It was no thicker than a piece of paper. You, Ye Qingxuan, you. Dinatro staggered back, holding his face blankly and feeling the hot pain. He finally understood what had just happened. His eyes became furious, his expression twisted. His face was red with anger. Ignoring this, Ye Qingxuan just flicked his finger and lightly said, You did not know my status before, so you were innocent. But now, you have to learn to use the honorific. Pay attention to your identity, young man. Ye Qingxuan emphasized the last two words. His mockery was quite palpable. Before they could speak, Ye Qingxuan waved his sleeve. I'm tired. Let's call it a day. He stood with his hands behind his back. It is rare for you to come and wait to see me, the Marquis. To be mindful of your sincerity, I will not dispute your offense. He paused, looking at those furious faces. He smiled cheerfully and said word by word, You may kneel and leave now. In the silence, he played with the jade tablet. The jade tablet was warm and gentle but looked like flashing lights, stinging people's eyes. In the silence, the Viscount was the first to bow down to him. Then, everyone bowed their head. People with no title knelt on one knee while the other nobles looked respectful, daring not to reveal the slightest dissatisfaction or irritability. Seeing them lower themselves obediently, Ye Qingxuan could not help laughing. He kicked the guy before him to the side and crossed the crowd as if he was crossing a thoroughfare, relaxed and unrestrained. In the crowd, Dinatro, kneeling with humiliation, clenched his fists. His eyes were bloodshot. Today should have been his day to fame. He had spent so much effort and money in exchange for the opportunity. He didn't expect it could come to this state. While passing by him, Ye Qingxuan seemed to stop a little. The voice of scorn sounded in Dinatro's ear. Come for advice? Ye Qingxuan smiled. Do you qualify? Chapter 435, Morning Call. Night fell gradually after dusk. A beautiful voice echoed through the cells of the Judgment Tower. Oh, hit a horse, hit a hose, hit a horse. Someone sat in bed and sang lovingly at the bare wall, 21 horses, 31 horses, 41 horses, 101 horses, but still not as good as hit a horse. The entire prison was immersed in this cheerful song. All criminals felt the beauty and hope of life. Repenting their sins, they could not help but shed tears, moaning in pain with their heads down. "Charles, I'm going to kill you tomorrow." "Shut up. Stop singing. Guards. Where are the guards? I'll confess. Make him stop." Finally, even Constantine could not stand it. He coughed awkwardly and cut off his singing. If he did not do anything now, the B*** would be killed tomorrow. "You seem happy, Charles." "Ah, is there good news?" "Today's Sunday, Mr. Constantine." "Did you forget?" Charles said animatedly. "We get grilled meat." "Huh?" Constantine was still troubled. "Just that?" Charles froze. "Is grilled meat not good?" Constantine shook his head helplessly. "Stop singing. I've had indigestion these past 2 days. You might need to take my portion." "Really? I'd love to help eat it for you." Charles was ecstatic. "Sir, you must take care of your health as you age. Should I ask the guard for fried chicken to help nourish you?" Constantine really wanted to roll his eyes. Finally, he shook his head and stopped speaking. Seeing him like this, Charles could not help but sigh. "Mr. Constantine, I know you're an important figure and look down on grilled meat, but we're in the judgment tower now. We'll either live here for free for the rest of our lives or we'll get dragged to the gallows and there won't be a tomorrow. Life is hard, so don't treat yourself badly. Grilled meat is great. Why don't you like it?" Constantine shook his head. "Charles, you are satisfied from meat because there is no sun in your heart." "Sun?" Charles chuckled. "The sun has already set. It's still there. You just can't see it." Constantine looked up and out the window behind Charles's back, staring at the black sky. "As long as you stand high enough and close your eyes, you can still hear the deafening sound in the long night. The sound of the sun's operation echoes through the vacuum, changing in the atmosphere. It lifts the tides of ether, pouring down endless light and heat, pushing the world. It is there, waiting for you to find it. When you have a true sun in your heart, you will not be pained by dust or cheered by the mirage before your eyes. You will look further into the distance." There was a long silence. Charles gaped at him. After a while, he felt that he needed to give a reaction, so he nodded as if suddenly enlightened. "Oh." Constantine mused for a while and could not help but laugh at himself. He waved his hand. "I said something hard to understand. Don't mind it. It's almost dinner. Go eat grilled meat. After saying all this, I want to eat some more too." Okay. As the bell for dinner rang, Charles rose and waited excitedly for the cell door to open. But after a long while, no one came. It was silent. There was the sound water dripping. Viscous liquid dripped from the unmaintained ceiling. Charles felt something wet on his neck and looked up in confusion. Reaching out, a drop of red liquid fell onto his palm. Something screeched. "Not again," Charles murmured. His vision went black and all energy left his body. He held onto the railing and practically collapsed. Bending over, he vomited. King again, he listened as drip drops sounded around him. When he looked back, the entire room was dyed blood red. The carcasses clung to the blood and grinned at him. Some hung from the ceiling beams, their legs kicking happily. Others lay in bed, blood flowing from their slit wrists into a trickling stream. The cell door had opened without him realizing. At the door, a rotting skeleton looked down at him. It seemed to be Constantine. "Charles, time for dinner." He reached out to pull him up, but the hand weathered in the air, turning to dust. The skeleton crumbled and existed no more. Bodies were scattered in the hallway. They seemed to have died during a dramatic change. The souls seemed to still be frozen in the air. Horrible screams echoed one after another. Chaotic scenes appeared and disappeared endlessly. Sometimes, they were strict guard pacing the hall. Sometimes, they were countless furious prisoners. Other times, they were prisoners being strangled to death in their cell, their features twisted. But mostly, this place was empty, still as death. Faint figures moved through the halls. They were of all genders and ages. They could not sense each other but were enveloped in this dazing hallucination. Fake, all fake. The broken shadows seemed to sense his distress and started laughing mockingly at him. Charles cradled his head and tried to plug his ears. But when he raised his head, he saw a pair of eyes in the chaotic scenery. There seemed to be looking at him quietly from the lowest level of the cruel scenes, deeply buried under his memories, in a forgotten corner. Her face was far away and blurry, but the red hair was right before his eyes. The color was like burning ashes. It was as beautiful as a curse. "Mom," Charles froze, staring at the figure. "Why, are you here?" The figure stared back. After a long while, she turned and left. "Don't leave." Charles stumbled forward and chased after her. He ran through the corpses, trying to stop her. "Don't go." In a daze, he seemed to touch the wisp of her hair for a moment. But then the figure disappeared. Everything collapsed and fell into the abyss. The darkness swallowed everything. After who knew how long, Charles shot up with a scream. He stared at the sunlight in confusion. The noon sun shone radiantly into the cell. It fell on his face, chasing away all hallucinations. It seemed that nothing had happened. Charles looked around in confusion. Nothing had changed, but he had fallen asleep without realizing. "You awake?" Hearing his yelp, his cellmate looked over. "You really sleep whenever you want and can't even be woken up. If the doctor didn't say that you were sleeping, I'd think you were dead." Charles smiled awkwardly. He didn't know how to reply. In silence, he looked down at his clenched right hand. Between his fingers was a strand of hair. It was dark red like burning ashes. Soon, he was startled by a loud noise. The ground shook and the clouds in the sky broke apart. An invisible wind swept from far away, whistling toward them. Charles looked out the window in shock. Amidst the cacophony, a beam of red light shot up into the sky. It dyed the sky red as if blood was bubbling. "No way." "Again?" he murmured. But he quickly realized that this was not a hallucination. Everyone else was surprised as well. An alarm went off in the prison. "What is that?" He looked curiously at the red beam of light. Across from him, Constantine looked up and his eyes grew mocking. "Probably, the new morning call that the sacred city created." Chapter 436, Projection of the Originator. 2 hours ago, martial law began in the Central Church of the Holy Resurrection Church. "It should be starting soon, right?" The silent musician smoking outside looked toward the central church. Under the grating of iron, the steel walls opened slowly. Gears spun and opened. Layers of machinery unfurled, extending toward the sky. It was like a giant rising and reaching out. After the rail machine finished preheating, hot steam ran through the copper tubes with the low whistle of raging wind. The stops adjusted and 6 layers of keyboards opened. 2,400 pipes pierced through the wall and into the sky, spitting out air, preparing a heart-stopping sound. The next moment, the hymn began. The sacred choir began to sing in unison. The hymn spread through the air. Under the joint effort of 6 musicians, the organ burst with music as if it wanted to drag the solemn music to heaven. Scalding steam suffused the air, creating colorful rays of light. Inside the central church, it was silent save for the solemn melody. All the spectators were sitting in their seats, staring intently at the vast array. Ye Qingxuan stood in the aisle of the last row and squinted. A ray of light fell from the ceiling, falling onto Samuel's body. He was sitting within the alchemy array. He allowed the hot copper nails to pierce into his bones one by one and connect with his veins. Blood flowed from the thin nails and into the mercury, spreading quickly. He had become one with the alchemy array. Something seemed to come out of the old man's body. It followed the countless lines and flowed into the alchemy array. It connected with the central church, binding Samuel to the entire Holy Resurrection Church. Now, the church had become his body. It helped him bear the immense pressure. Samuel took in a deep breath and opened his eyes. Behind him, the 6 musicians beside the large organ had been forced back by the pressure. The 6-layered organ shook. Under Samuel's control, it roared deafeningly. Chaotic ether flooded out into all directions. However, under the music theory's restriction, the ether converged. It crashed in every inch of the air, evolving toward the final point. The vast array expanded, absorbing the ether flood. The symphony of predestination rose slowly within it. It should be insubstantial, but now, the symphony was tangible. Countless music notes flowed within. Intervals formed, the music theory was constructed until, finally, it transformed into an immense and dazzling 3-dimensional music score. It was like a cruel melody echoing through the dark church in the long night. The eerie melody, devoid of any gentleness or pity, resounded. It called for the ether, distorted the temperament, and tore reality apart. Thus, a gaping hole opened above the vast array. The non-existent ether sea became real and flowed through. The ether sea had appeared. Ye Qingxuan held his breath instinctively. His eyes widened, greedily sensing the aura that was spreading. His interpretation method operated at top speed. It's starting, dot. Boom. Under the rising organ melody, the symphony of predestination shook. The eerie melody resounded, changing the ether sea. Samuel was falling toward the depths of the ether sea, the lowest level. Finally, the boiling silver light disappeared suddenly. It was as if an invisible wall had been shattered. He had entered the ether world. That moment, everyone sat straighter involuntarily and looked forward, studying the territory around Samuel. It was the ether world that only existed in theories and philosophy. It was an indescribable territory of miracles. Some scholars believed that it was the lowest level of the ether world, the foundation of the world. Everything was built upon it. Others believed that this was the truest appearance of the material world. However, it was beyond a man's eyes and sensory organs. Just as one could not describe colors that one could not see, they could only use ether to get a glimpse of an observation. The priest said that this was the final resting place, creating a sea of souls. Explorers strongly believed that it was the source of all mysteries and that the truth was hidden within it. Countless musicians were willing to sacrifice everything to see what it looked like. Now, Samuel had finally destroyed the wall that stood between the material and ether world, opening a new territory that belonged to himself. All was blank here, it awaited Samuel's creation. To those who did not understand music theory, it was empty here. Nothing had happened. However, to musicians, everything was different. Everyone observed something different through their different music theory and sound of hearts. Some saw the original darkness of the universe. The vast starry sky grew out of the darkness and shot out. Others saw elements changing dramatically. Earth, wind, fire, and wind boiled in a giant cauldron. But through the emptiness, Ye Qingxuan saw the faraway cemetery. It was the lost scepter of the Ye family inside the ether world. Guided by Jiu Pei, he once again saw the insubstantial world. Then, the emptiness opened up. In the emptiness, different music theories created elements. The first was blood. A strand of blood floated out of Samuel's body. Under the melody and music theory's expression, the existence of the original blood was carved into the ether world. Next, the solemn music theory entered and an endless music score opened. The grandmasters present let out sharp gasps. No one had ever completed the first step so successfully. It was clear that Samuel had put all his blood, sweat, and tears into the original blood. Next, the music score opened up. The inheritance element followed. Using the original blood as foundation, the music theory was inherited, opening up the future path. Everything operated smoothly until countless music scores converged. Before dumbfounded stares, the upper element that represented life converged successfully in the wild ether waves. The old Samuel changed instantly. It was as if time had turned back. His graying hair turned black, his wrinkles faded, and his muddled eyes sharpened. Instantly, the ailing musician at the seat no longer existed. Instead, he was a coldly handsome and young noble. His lips were red as blood and his eyes had a magnetic pull. The symphony of predestination was at its climax. Under the glorious melody, the legend of the blood tribe was completed. It was fully written into the ether world. As Samuel transformed into the first blood musician of history, the scepter's solidification reached the most critical point. Within the ether world's blurry projection, something huge appeared. In a daze, Ye Qingxuan seemed to see a giant vortex. The black thing seemed to come from the deepest part of the world, pulling everything into it. But in the next moment, he saw a blazing sun. It was radiant and seemed to radiate with endless light and heat. The two contradicting feelings combined into two sides of the same object that kept changing. The spectators all felt a sharp attack to their sanity. It was as if a thought was constantly being overwritten and their heads would crack apart. Ye Qingxuan paled considerably. Capillaries emerged in his eyes. Wolf Flute reached out to his shoulder. Wolf howls sounded in Ye Qingxuan's mind suddenly. The illusory beastly nature entered his consciousness, forcing him to stop observing. "Don't look," Wolf Flute murmured. "That's the projection of the origination. If you're not at the level, looking at it is more harm than good." Snapping out of it, Ye Qingxuan breathed heavily with sweat rolling down his back. Even if he did not look with his eyes, he could sense the large projection descend from the depths of the ether world. It converged here and melded into the element. Finally, the majestic symphony of predestination evolved into the beautiful crystallization of the legend. The music theory collapsed and the entire music score solidified. It looked like a red ruby with a beautiful sheen. It was Samuel's scepter. The crystallization was complete. Everyone let out relieved sighs and murmured praises. Starting today, there would be a new scepter in the sacred city and there would most likely be a new saint in the world. What name and instrument would be given to him? Just as everyone was deep in thought, a horrible scream sounded. Within the alchemy array, the bloody mercury bubbled, evaporated, and rose. Under the layers of tubes, Samuel screamed. His blood seemed to be boiling. Blue veins emerged under his pale skin, making him seem ugly and monstrous. Boom! 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 Under a series of loud booms, the copper nails popped out of his body. Hot bloody vapor suffused the air with a rotting odor. The scepter had melded into his body, but it seemed that Samuel was being stabbed by countless swords. He struggled and twisted in pain. Extremely thick blood light shot from his body, transforming into a beam of scarlet light. It pierced the ceiling and shot into the sky. When Ye Qingxuan snapped out of his shocked daze, he felt a chilling freeze. Even he could see that the music theories on the newly created scepter were struggling. It was as if strong acid and base were poured into the same beaker. They fought each other, about to break apart. There's a problem. Chapter 437, Look at the Sun. Samuel roared painfully and his entire body squirmed. The uncontrolled music theory spread, sweeping from Samuel's surroundings to other places. The blood-red scepter melded into his body, changing his blood and flesh. He swelled without warning and withered. Countless tumors spontaneously grew out of his body and then rotted away instantly, leaving behind gaping sores. They healed under his vibrant vitality before starting a new round of torment. He seemed to have become a blight farm. The abnormal flesh continuously appeared and disappeared, his body changed drastically. During this, Samuel curled in his seat, screaming with his mouth wide open. Sharp canine teeth sprouted from his gums. The worst expected scenario did not happen, the scepter did not collapse before completion. However, no one had expected that the music theory would go crazy at the end. It was as if Samuel was controlling his scepter to self-destruct. Nothing like this had ever happened before. Samuel could not control his own scepter? No, the scepter was rejecting him. The moment it went into his body, it clashed with his music theory. It instantly destroyed his music theory. His symphony of predestination collapsed quickly as it tried desperately to escape from his body. The scepter shook. No matter how Samuel tried to control it, it upended him again and again like a wild horse. His own scepter was fighting against him? Unbelievable. All observing grandmasters snapped out of their shock. They rose and wove their music theory. Disordered music thundered and cast toward Samuel. The organ in the central church changed quickly. It began playing a hymn again. Layers of territories wove together to seal Samuel in. Rays of light fell and tied Samuel up. They seeped in bit by bit. All music theory in their path was stopped forcefully. This was the reason why so many grandmasters came to watch and why the ritual was inside the Holy Resurrection Church. If the sublimation failed, the grandmasters and saints would work together to force the wild music theory down and soften the damage. However, under the grandmaster's shackles, Samuel's scepter kept shaking. It tore at the restrictions, wanting to break free. Every struggle caused much of Samuel's blood to evaporate, hurting him even more. Inside the alchemy array, he had become a frail old man. All his white hair had fallen out. The scepter was sapping his vitality. Impossible, he reached out, digging into his chest, and grasping the crystallized scepter. He yelled, "There shouldn't be any impurities." The scepter shook and cracked. He screamed. His entire body swelled and his skin cracked. Huge bat wings sprouted behind his back. Ghastly white bones were covered in bloody cartilage. They shook in pain. Ye Qingxuan gaped at the scene. The scepter was controlling Samuel? It seemed to have come to life and was absorbing the master's life. It ate at his flesh to turn him into what suited it best. It was like an ill-fitting shoe forcing the foot to grow. There's a problem. Amidst the chaos, Ye Qingxuan reached out. Moonlight perception threads shot from his hands. They snaked past the music score, through the shell of the alchemy array, and connected to the core. The wild music theory was there. Ye Qingxuan's interpretation method spun quickly, deciphering the array's operation principle. The large array contained hundreds of music scores and divided into 4 regions. It would be almost impossible to completely analyze it. However, Ye Qingxuan did not need to look at all the details. He skipped past them and went straight to the main theme. No matter what part it was, he only looked for the abnormal section. As the scepter lost control, the alchemy array would definitely be affected. It was possible to find it by seeing it as a black hound in a flock of sheep. In an instant, he had deconstructed the first layer, the outer music note portion. Next, he deconstructed the music theory operation and construction portion. And then he deconstructed the elemental construction portion. Finally, Ye Qingxuan found the problem in the activity portion. It was the original blood. The elemental foundation of the scepter had revolted. Amongst the red elements, something that was definitely not Samuel's was growing rapidly, sucking at his vitality, and forcing the scepter to change. It was as if a dying snake woke up in the arms of a farmer and bit him, injecting poison. It dawned on Ye Qingxuan. Many problems could arise during a scepter's sublimation. However, the core element could not contain anyone else's aura. Unless the original blood was not Samuel's product. Thinking of this, Ye Qingxuan's gaze turned pitiful. Samuel was more than 90 years old now and had been stuck as a grandmaster for so many years. The euphemism was that he had accumulated a thick foundation. In other words, he had made no progress in all those years. A grandmaster was a high position too, but there were hundreds of them. Who would care about Samuel, especially in the sacred city? This was only a frustration for other musicians. However, Samuel was extremely thirsty for power and strength. Seeing the seat of a saint so close and yet so far, it was more painful than being in purgatory. And even someone like Wolf Flute could become a scepter. Why couldn't he? The worst feeling in the world was that a priest could touch a nun's *SS when you couldn't. This logic was bad, but Samuel, obsessed for his entire life, could not tell the difference anymore. Therefore, he chose to take a risk. He would create the original blood even if he needed to use an outer object. Ye Qingxuan blanked for a moment. Then he became determined. Pushing Wolf Flute down, he grabbed a black dagger from his boot. He stepped inside and jumped past the restraining music score, going right to the array. "Yezi, what are you doing?" Wolf Flute was aghast. "The array is overworking. It'll explode if you disrupt it." Before he finished, Ye Qingxuan spun the dagger around and stabbed down. Boom! 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 The expected explosion did not happen. Instead, there was a string of gloomy pops. Then the bloody mercury evaporated. Ye Qingxuan covered his face. Hot winds swept by him. Under the dagger, the element that represented the original blood quickly fell apart. About to burst, the music theory now collapsed like a snake without bones. The array collapsed. Then the Grandmaster's restraining music score descended from the sky and completely sealed the scepter's strength. The only sound in the dead silence was Samuel's screams. Drenched in sweat, Ye Qingxuan tossed the broken dagger away and walked out of the array. Wolf Flute moved up and patted his shoulder. He looked pleased and not at all worried. "I knew you'd have a solution. You took the spotlight again." Ye Qingxuan smiled and collapsed onto his chair. Merely deciphering the entire array had taken all his energy. He felt as if he would black out soon. The central church had become a mess. The silent authority quickly maintained order. Wolf Flute had a choir musician come check on Ye Qingxuan. Realizing that he had just used up his energy, he was given a blanket and a cup of coffee. Then the musician left to take care of someone more important, Samuel. Countless choir musicians worked together and saved Samuel's life. However, he was now a bag of bones and on his last breath. His entire body was white like a bloodless mummy. He was barely conscious and barely breathing. After the emergency treatment, he was lifted onto a stretcher to be taken to the hospital. However, when the sunlight from the broken ceiling fell onto him, the unconscious man opened his eyes. An inhuman scream ripped from his throat. Sunlight fell onto his body and burned him to crisp as if was melted iron. Getting strength from somewhere, he shot up. Crawling at an unbelievable speed, he escaped into the shadows. He screamed, "Thirsty! Water! Give me water!" The voice was as sharp as steel wires. While everyone was still shocked, Samuel shot up and pounced on a young musician. His sharp canines tore apart the young man's throat. He drank to his fill. With a crisp pop, the blood flowed into Samuel's body. He quickly recovered and became strong yet ugly. His entire body was still pale white and hairless. He looked like a ghoul. "He has mutated," someone murmured. Countless silent musicians pounced. Wolf Flute sighed and patted Ye Qingxuan's shoulder. Let's go. There's nothing for us anymore. Did Samuel fall? Ye Qingxuan asked quietly. Possibly. Wolf Flute lit a cigarette and muttered, Look at him. Does he still look like a human? His best-case scenario would be working in the underground palace of the Judgment Tower for the rest of his life. Ye Qingxuan was confused. The Judgment Tower has an underground palace? Probably not. Wolf Flute shook his head. Everyone says there isn't one, so I guess there isn't. Ye Qingxuan understood what he meant. Stop spacing out. It's time for us to work. Wolf Flute turned and walked toward the carriage outside the door. We've waited for so long. There should be an effect now. Just as he finished, a second boom sounded. Ye Qingxuan looked back. In the distance, a plume of black smoke rose from the Judgment Tower, creating a big hole. The Judgment Tower was littered with corpses. Charles gaped at the bodies outside the cell. The sight was familiar, as if he had seen it before, perhaps in his hallucination or in real life. They were the guards of the tower. Though they were sometimes mean, they were mostly nice. 2 of them had recently gotten married and had kids. When Charles tried to get close to them, they would give him some cigarettes. Now, they were all dead. The things he had hallucinated were now real. He sank into a daze, completely forgetting his true reason for being here. Something exploded and the steel door fell apart. Constantine walked out of the cell and stood in the puddle of blood outside the door. He opened his arms, letting the rescuers to put a black robe onto him. Wake up, Charles. Constantine studied the shocked Charles and reached out. Let's go. I'll take you to see the sun. Chapter 438, A Silk-Embroidered Shoe. When Ye Qingxuan's carriage arrived, the Judgment Tower was already split into 2. The fire had been extinguished. Smoke rolled out in plumes and scattered in the strong wind. One half of the tower had crushed the surrounding walls as it crashed into a department building. It was like a sword that had sliced the building into 2. The Knights Templar had arrived and isolated the place. In order to prevent riots, the church even sent out a gospel armor squad. The 16 hung in the air. Their swords were already dyed red. The unrest was squashed before it could start, but when Ye Qingxuan saw the scene, he still gasped. The revolutionaries could make such a mess? What's going on? Wolf Flute looked to the panicking prison warden. Under scrutiny, the warden's face was extremely pale. He stuttered but could not speak. Even if it was not his fault, he would probably be fired after this disaster. A member of the silent authority in black uniforms walked over and murmured something to Wolf Flute that made his face darken. Those F***ers. He clenched his jaw. They hijacked the new aircraft we were testing and crashed into the Judgment Tower. Thankfully this is a martial law area, so there aren't any civilians. Otherwise. Silent, Ye Qingxuan looked toward the city. If those guys had crashed there. Thinking of the consequences, Ye Qingxuan could not help but gasp. Soon, a warped black ship was taken out of the rubble. Under a roaring melody, the iron plane, dozens of meters long and 16 tons heavy, hung in the air. It was unrecognizable. What about casualties? 44 died, the investigator replied. As for the wounded, they're everywhere. Most prisoners had been transferred to the other 2 prisons. Some tried to take advantage and escape. More than 30 have died. Here, he looked up at the gospel armor in the air. The blood on the sword had not dried yet. After a long silence, Ye Qingxuan looked to Wolf Flute. Is this worth it? He asked. Was it really worth it to clear out of the revolutionaries if there were so many sacrifices made in the beginning? Even if we didn't investigate, they would still do this. Wild green light flashed past Wolf Flute's eyes. Those asterisk holes are so brave, they created such big news. Ye Qingxuan held onto the cracks and stepped onto the broken tower. He gazed at the tower in the distance through the still dissipating smoke. To be honest, he did not care about the sacred city. He was worried about something else. Soon, Wolf Flute tossed a pass into his arms and they went past the rings of guards to the Judgment Tower. The more they moved up, the worse the sight. When they reached the location of the crack, the stairs were covered by dried blood. Stepping on it, they could feel the nauseous stickiness. There were 7 bodies not buried by the fallen walls. They had frozen from the icy wind and even their blood had frozen. A silent musician squatted by a body and touched the wound. It was a quick killer. His throat was slit in an instant and the killer was someone he did not suspect. He did not know what happened up until his death. A mole? Perhaps. The silent musician nodded. We also can't exclude the possibility of an illusion. Ye Qingxuan stood beside the broken door and looked inside the crude cell. This had been Charles's cell. Now it was a pile of rubble. He bent down and picked up some scraps of paper from the cracked bed. They were doodles that Charles had drawn when he was bored. They were ugly and casual, without any value. Someone stopped him. That's evidence. You can't take it. Ye Qingxuan did not move and just looked up. Wolf Flute blocked the man. It's not anything important. Just let him take it. After hesitating, the man nodded. Ye Qingxuan carefully put them in his notebook. The silent musician beside them opened his eyes. I finished reading the ether, but there is too much white noise. They've brought interference equipment and covered the records. Wolf Flute waved. Play whatever you can find. Soon, the cello played and ether converged. A projection replayed. In the chaotic and unclear video, they could only see a few blurry figures. Bits and pieces flashed by. They could make out a group rush in and start killing. Constantine walked out of a cell and put on black clothing. Finally, he reached out and said something to someone. As if sensing eyes from the future, a figure in the corner suddenly looked up. The face was blurry, but the pair of purple eyes was unnerving. Practically nothing was left behind. Wolf Flute sighed. How did they leave? Don't tell me that we don't even know how those mother-curs left. There's worse news. The musician with white gloves handed over a shoe. The size 40 shoe was old-fashioned and ugly. The Amnesty Ministry's mark was printed on it. This was given to all prisoners for the winter, but it was not warm at all. The prisoners had to add layers of tissues to make it comfortable. Stunned, Wolf Flute took the shoe. Using a dagger, he lifted the sole. A thumb-sized metal piece fell out from the slit. It landed on the ground with a chilling clink. Wolf Flute fell silent. It was Charles's shoe. The silent authority had put a tracker in Charles's shoe so they could locate him in the future. However, rather than being with Charles, it was here now. Every second counted in a prison break. How could he have time to change his shoes? Or did he only change one? If the shoe was found out, then what about Charles? It might not be as bad as you think. Ye Qingxuan took the shoe. Rather than being angry or panicking, his eyes were deathly calm. After a long while, he said, there's only one shoe. He may have thrown it here purposely. Huh? Wolf Flute furrowed his brow. Why would he do that? Maybe to send a signal. Ye Qingxuan fell into deep thought. Maybe he discovered something and to tell us, he could only take, he trailed off. Soon, he looked up at Wolf Flute. Search through the ruins. Check if there's a corpse with only one shoe. 10 minutes later, the fallen wall was flipped over, revealing the crushed body under it. Its left foot was bare. Ye Qingxuan reached out and measured the foot with his hand. It was a perfect size 40. As expected, Ye Qingxuan murmured, his expression darkening. His guess had come true. Charles had voluntarily took off his shoes because he realized that if he kept it, he would blow his cover. Ye Qingxuan looked back at Wolf Flute. There are two possibilities. His voice sounded directly in Wolf Flute's mind. There was a Revelations musician within the rescuers. He wiped all records and found the medium inside the shoe, so Charles was forced to throw it away. And the other possibility? The other is worse. Ye Qingxuan said coldly, Charles had to change his shoes to save himself. Maybe the revolutionaries already knew that the spy's shoes are suspicious. Which means, the silent authority has a mole. Wolf Flute fell silent, his face darkening. We're not sure if there's a mole yet. For now, we must find where Charles is. Otherwise, the mission will just be a joke. Ye Qingxuan asked, does the silent authority only have that plan? There are others. Wolf Flute nodded. Before he entered prison, I personally injected Charles with a tracking drug just in case. Within a few months, he will have some endocrine problems. He'll have more sweat that remains for longer. As long as he's still in the sacred city, my wolves will be able to find him. But it'll take time. After a long silence, Ye Qingxuan nodded slowly. That's all we can do now. Hopefully, nothing will happen to Charles. No one had expected that the spy mission would be in trouble from the start. With all contact and traces gone, they could only wait passively. From that day on, Charles and the revolutionaries disappeared off the face of the planet. Chapter 439, Preparation. In the chilly and narrow room, a single ghastly light illuminated a face covered in stubble. Name, someone in the dark asked. The middle-aged man sighed. Andre Wilson. Gender. Andre's face twitched. He unwillingly answered, male. Oh. The man in the dark nodded and said mockingly, I can see that. Age? Andre lost his patience. Can you ask something meaningful? Good, it's nice to see you go straight to the point. The man flipped through the records and said casually, oh, you're married. I heard that you're close with another woman. Are you cheating? Andre froze. His expression darkened. Ye Qingxuan. Don't cross the line. Who are you trying to scare? You, of course. A pale hand reached out of the darkness. It held a stamped and signed permit right before Andre's face. Look at this clearly. You're going through the internal investigation of the silent authority. I ask and you answer. Otherwise I'll send you to the judgment tower right now. Andre roared, do you dare? The hand froze. After a long while, he retracted the permit. Ye Qingxuan sighed, seemingly powerless. Andre could not help but want to smile. However, before he could do it, the hand reached out again and grabbed his hair, slamming him to the table. Bam! Andre's vision went black. He struggled instinctively, but then a dagger buried into the table right by his face. It twanged. A pale face was reflected in the blade. He seemed to not have slept in a long time. His bloodshot eyes had pure black pupils. They were chilling as they looked at someone. You're right, Ye Qingxuan said. I do. You. Andre opened his mouth on instinct, but the blade was tilted, stopping his mouth. My best friend, my senior, the man who wanted me to host his wedding in the future, was forced to be a spy by King useless holes. Because of one of you, he has disappeared for 6 days without any news. And you pieces of sh*t who just sit in your office with the air conditioning and read the news dare doubt my right to interrogate you? The voice was chilly like a blade. The fingers pressing down Andre's head were icy without any warmth. Ye Qingxuan stared at the reflection in the blade. Looking at the trembling eyes, he uttered, "Andre Wilson, I am now an examiner authorized by the Papal Chamber to be in charge of everything related to the leak. I ask and you answer. Otherwise, I'll give you a 30-year break and a trip to the Judgment Tower, understood?" This B***** was telling the truth. The eyes told Andre that the man had gone crazy, but everything was true. The idiots at the Papal Chamber had given this crazy man a sword to placate him. Now he held the sword, ready to hack at anyone. Who would be the first victim? Now, bitterness emerged in Andre's heart. He regretted it bitterly. If he knew this would happen, why did he piss this man off to save his dignity? Everyone knew that this guy had beheaded Colt before so many people, and all the evidence was there. But then he was let go without any punishment. Now, he had a high status. Even if he killed Andre, would Andre be able to run to the amnesty ministry to complain? I think you understand now. Seeing his expression change, Ye Qingxuan smirked. You should have been like this earlier. Good, now let's start over. Alright, you know what happens if you lie to me, right? Clenching his jaw, Andre closed his eyes. 30 minutes later, Andre walked out soullessly with blank eyes. He was instantly surrounded by his colleagues who had been waiting. They clamored, asking about the situation. Some patted his shoulder with pity, obviously guessing what had happened. Andre held a cup of hot coffee. He did not snap out of it until a long while later. He sighed as if waking from a dream and did not say anything. If he was knowledgeable about Eastern culture, he would definitely tearfully recite, "The past is unbearable." Sadly, he probably did not even know any Western sonnets. His lips trembled for a long time before he finally ended in silence. Being with that white-haired shoal for 30 minutes, every bit of him had been investigated. Ye Qingxuan had asked about everything since his childhood, even his sexuality. His family, lovers, previous wife, kids, and even bank account were now recorded in that guy's notebook with simple sentences. Andre shivered. He subconsciously grabbed the man closest to him. Don't let him keep fooling around. Otherwise, Mr. Wolf Flute, where is Mr. Wolf Flute? Everyone exchanged glances. With bitter expressions, they all fell silent. The air was filled with a rotting scent. The door of the copper door opened with difficulty. Metal grated. The smell of dust poured out. In the dimness, Wolf Flute held his nose, a lantern in his other hand, and walked down the small path. The lantern illuminated 2 towering bookshelves on each side filled with ancient scrolls. Even the path was filled with books and scrolls from who knew where. Only his footsteps echoed in the vast underground square. It was so quiet that even his breathing was loud. This was like a large archive, but there was no light. It was a mass of dead silence in the darkness. Even insects could not survive in a place as cold and quiet as this. This was one of the silent authorities' institutions in the sacred city. It belonged to the Department of Sacred Weapons, Taboo Book Archive. In the beginning, books regarding forbidden music theory and scores were kept here. Later, musicians expanded it and turned it into an immense library. Music theories, scores, and technologies from every school, every branch, and every dark musician were copied before being destroyed and kept here just in case. Hundreds of years had passed. No one knew how many things were actually kept here. Tens of thousands of scrolls? Hundreds of thousands? Millions? This was not a library anymore. It was a cemetery for books. Once they arrived here, they would never see daylight again. It was like burying books into coffins. Like people, books would gradually die as they sat in the dark, collecting dust, their text fading. Maybe this was why it smelled like death here. Covering his mouth, Wolf Flute finally found a dusty table. He pressed the bell lightly. The crisp sound spread in the darkness. After a long while, a horse behind him said, "You Wolf Kid again?" Wolf Flute turned around and saw the dwarf. Only 1/3 of an average man's height, the dwarf sat on a wheelchair. His face was covered in wrinkles and moss. Vitiligo covered his eyes. He seemed like a spirit that lived in this vast cemetery. He had been here for too long. He even seemed to have melded into the wheelchair. The chair was rusted but moved soundlessly like a wraith in the darkness. Seeing his annoyance, Wolf Flute felt a little unsettled. No one would be happy if he was disturbed every few days. Squeezing out a smile, Wolf Flute took out a list. "Mr. Librarian, I'm here to borrow some books." "Thanks." The dwarf glanced at it and tossed it to the side. "Wolf Flute, we're the only ones here, so stop pretending. These books aren't for you, right?" Wolf Flute awkwardly stuttered out, "My friend is a supernumerary member. This isn't breaking the rules." "Oh? Your friend seems special." The dwarf nodded nonchalantly. Half a grandmaster. Seems to have a bright future." "Yeah, huh?" Wolf Flute gaped in shock. "Half a grandmaster? Are you sure? That's why I hate you guys. Aren't you tired of pretending?" The dwarf glanced at him and slapped a few papers onto the counter. "Look at the books you've borrowed these past days." "Look." Wolf Flute obeyed, but he was still confused. Annoyed, the dwarf explained, "Over 6 days, you borrowed 17 forbidden scores from different fields and schools and more than 30 books on music theory. There's also techniques in music theory of dark musicians. Nothing is related. 2 days ago, your friend was still reading elementary books like Shallow Exploration of the School of Modifications from the 4 Changes in Alchemy. Now, he's already jumped to professional and uncommon topics like ether simulation of fission elements. There are also outlines of other schools like the Sacred Beastly Nature and the Path of the Church. A beginner musician would not worry over these complex fields. There is no organization to it and he's learning everything. It would ruin his future unless... Unless? Unless what? The dwarf stopped, but Wolf Flute finally understood. Embarrassed at himself, he said, "Unless he's already at the peak of the distortion level and has entered the completion stage, right?" During the completion stage, a distortion musician would have reached the peak of his own school. Before writing his Symphony of Predestination and becoming a grandmaster, he had to go through this stage. Even a grandmaster who specialized in only one school would have to learn the basic music theory of the other 6 schools and combine them with his own music score. This way, he could receive more inspiration and thoughts, completing his own system. One needed to have all 7 schools of music theory to create a Symphony of Predestination. It was the stage of completing oneself and was aptly named. "Correct." The dwarf nodded. "Then what's with your friend?" Wolf Flute's expression was complex. He only resonated half a month ago. To be honest, even he doesn't know what level he's at now. Resonance? The dwarf's white eyes widened. Then what's he looking at all that for? Suicide? Wolf Flute looked away and said lightly, "He said that he wants to compose, so he's reading some books in preparation." Chapter 440, Investigation. It was another chilly and narrow room. There was also a single ghastly light and a cold voice in the darkness. Name, Charles, male, 19 years old, unmarried, loved before and didn't regret it, save the mother not the baby, not a Virgo, salty, don't want a card, under the light. The young man with messy hair could not stop talking once he opened his mouth until a hand slammed onto the table angrily. Answer what I ask. Stop saying that useless sh*t. Okay. Charles grinned. I was afraid you'd get bored. Probably not. The voice in the darkness was mocking. I heard that you want to join us, but from what we know, you're not even an official musician. But I've had high education. Charles said earnestly. I graduated from the Anglo-Indian Royal Academy of Music. Full marks. Broke the history department record. And I'm multi-talented. I can sing, dance, draw, write, and do you want to hear me sing? Slam! A hand slamming onto the table cut him off. The man in the darkness huffed. Ask and answer. Don't tell me unrelated things. Okay. Charles nodded and sat straight like a little kid at school. You used to work in the technical department of the Royal Research Institute. From what I know, you were the personal assistant of Grandmaster Newton. What were you responsible for? Slam! Someone hit the table again. It was Charles. The man in the darkness was shocked as Charles pressed onto the table in fury. You don't understand. That old thing isn't a human. He's inhuman. Charles pointed at himself. Look at me. I graduated from a sacred Ivy League. Ever since I started working for the old *Shoal, I just help him order delivery food, buy wine, buy hoses, write reports, get reimbursements, and wipe his *SS. And that guy just goes around playing without taking me with. Isn't he an *Shoal? I get pissed whenever I think of him. Sir, Charles kept rambling on for 5 minutes before the examiner realized and forced him to shut up. Affected by Charles, he felt like his brain power was decreasing as well. He sat dazed for a long while before continuing. You're a first-class engineer registered with the Sacred City? Yeah. Charles nodded like a chicken pecking at corn. His expression was pure. I actually bought the fake certificate from outside the school. It's only $80 for one and there's a picture too. Sir, would you like one too? Shut up. 15 minutes later, Charles returned to his room and collapsed onto his dirty bed. He started picking at his toes. It had been 7 whole days. Ever since he woke up, he had been laying here. He had no clue how he got here or where here even was. For 7 days, someone would come and bring him 3 meals per day. He would eat and sleep, sleep and eat. He had to report if he needed to go to the bathroom. Other than the people who escaped from prison with him, he had not seen any of the other revolutionaries. It was completely like being in jail. He even had the same roommate. Hey, you're back. The badly injured man on the bed looked up and said, Internal investigations are annoying, right? Yeah, but it's okay. Charles pretended he was still talking to a bearded man and said with a smile, Everyone's nice to me. The moving bloody mess stiffened as if he was shocked. He quickly shook his head. Don't worry. Mr. Constantine thinks highly of you. This is just for going through the process. As he spoke, his blood flesh trembled and let out sticky pale purple liquid. The distorted face opened and closed. There was static in his voice. The room was covered by some sort of flesh and it smelled like decay. The walls trembled like the stomach lining of some beast. Without speaking, Charles lay on the bed and closed his eyes. Deep breath. Deep breath. Deep breath. He opened his eyes. The flesh on the ceiling moved like thousands of smiles put together. Charles put on his covers and curled up in darkness. F***CK, he murmured. F***CK. In another room, someone knocked a door in the silence and entered. Constantine sat beside the window, reading quietly. Sensing someone enter, he looked up. The investigation is over, sir. The examiner went over and gave him a document. This is the process and record. Constantine looked at him. He said sarcastically, So is my house arrest over too? The examiner smiled. Mr. Gaius just wanted you to be safe. They are on high alert out there, so it's best if no one goes out. Constantine stared. So you can lock us up and investigate us? Necessary safety precautions, that's all, the examiner explained. After all, it's hard to ensure that there are no moles. Who do you think is like a mole? Smiling, Constantine pointed at himself. Do I look like one? Sir, what are you saying? The examiner's smile grew forced. I've been outside for decades. My title of deputy commander is nothing but a name. I'm sure many members don't even know me, right? Constantine replied indifferently. I'm sure many people will be upset now that I'm back. How did someone like me not die in there? The examiner's expression stiffened. He did not reply. Constantine chuckled. Rather than continuing, he asked, Is Gaius in the sacred city? After hesitating, the examiner nodded. Why isn't he willing to see me? Mr. Gaius has something to prepare and has no time for anything else. I understand. Constantine nodded. His eyes lowered, seemingly disappointed. I won't disturb you anymore. The examiner placed the document on the table carefully. We already have guesses for the mole. Some unhappy things will happen in the next few days. I hope you won't mind. Constantine opened the document and looked at the picture pinned inside. Him? It was dinner time in a silent authority office. Everything was silent and the ground was littered with garbage. Maps of the sacred city and old documents were everywhere. The garbage emanated with the smell of leftovers and dirty socks. A few sleeping bags were tossed in the corner. There were a few boxes of fresh pizza on the table. A group of men who had not showered in a long while munched on the delivery food. No one dared to speak. The atmosphere was stifling as if there was an ether bomb hidden inside the room. There was a mountain of cigarette butts in the ashtray on the table. Someone lay in a chair, his feet propped on a pile of documents. He looked down at the heavy book. His white hair was messy. No one had seen Ye Qingxuan sleep all these days. He seemed to always sit behind that table, quietly looking at them. His bloodshot eyes were sharp as if wanting to pierce through all disguises and find the mole. When he had time, he would read without a word, like now. As the days went by, the atmosphere in the office became more and more tense. When those bloodshot eyes looked by, everyone tried to avoid it in panic. It had already been 1 week. Everyone could feel that this seemingly calm man was about to explode. No one wanted the bomb to go off on him. This guy was fine with finding a random man to take his anger out on. Because of this, everyone buried themselves in work. Their efficiency rose many times. If they still had bonuses this month, it would definitely be a lot. Sadly, Ye Qingxuan had deducted all of their bonuses. The suffocating silence continued. In the silence, Ye Qingxuan finished book after book with incredible speed. There was no rest in between. It seemed as if he was reading a fantasy novel filled with a few million words of *T instead of difficult to understand music theory. As the pile of books grew, everyone's hearts grew more troubled. It was as if they would be buried if the pile toppled. They could practically see the young man explode and send them all to the judgment tower. Then hurried footsteps sounded. A sweating messenger pushed the door open and uttered the words that made everyone cry tears of joy, "We found Charles." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 441 to 450. Chapter 441, Wash Hands. Late at night, the bell filled the air. In the silent church, an old man prayed with his eyes closed under the holy emblem. The gentle light cast a fleeting shadow. In the serenity, even the metallic arm seemed gentle rather than deadly like a weapon. After praying, Abraham opened his eyes and studied the emblem. As if hearing the footsteps behind him, he turned around. Seeing the white-haired girl, he smiled and waved. "Professor, I was looking for you." Bai Xi sat down obediently. "I didn't know you were here." Abraham chuckled awkwardly. "For some reason, I feel frustrated these days. I can only feel calm here. Here? Bai Xi was confused. God is here. Abraham studied the emblem. I pray to him to let Charles be safe. Bai Xi followed his gaze toward the simple sign. Then she looked back confusedly at the old man. You believe in God too? Maybe others will find this funny. I am old now and completely different from how I was when young. Abraham laughed at himself. I did not believe in God before because I had nothing to ask for. Now, I really hope that God exists and can protect all of you, giving you, Ye and Charles a great future. I'm sorry. I should be responsible for this, but I can't do it well. Professor, you've already done enough. Abraham shook his head. For decades, I was troubled about the world's structure, but now, I've started fearing. I am incompatible with it, yet I wish it will treat me well. This is my weakness. He paused and smiled bitterly. I even think that being weak is good. Bai Xi looked at him with curiosity rather than disappointment. What were you like before? Probably a bad person? Abraham scratched his head. I'm ashamed to admit that I've killed many people before. Some did not need to die, some were innocent, but I didn't care. Sometimes, I would even get drunk from the feeling of controlling life. At that time, I was like a demon. I was trained to be like that. Someone told me that to protect this world, I have to kill things and get rid of the termites. That was the meaning of my life. After a pause, Bai Xi said quietly, but you don't like that, right? I like how you are now. You're old, but you look nice when you smile. Before meeting Charles, I was terrified by my bloodthirsty nature. I would often wake up from nightmares and be unable to sleep. But sometimes, I would miss the warm feeling of my hands covered in blood. No one taught me how to buy coffee, shake hands with people. No one was willing to shake my hand either because I held swords. I didn't want to live that life. That was what I started thinking after I found Charles. I learned how to change diapers and take care of a child. I did many embarrassing things too. At that time, he was still so small, but when he looked at me, he wasn't scared. At that time, I thought that I had changed and it was good. Abraham smiled. The smile had no shadows. When he looked at Bai Xi, his eyes became gentle and pleased. Do you know what makes me the happiest nowadays? Washing my hands. I clean out ink and chalk dust from my fingernails rather than blood. He stretched out his right hand. The clean and gentle fingers ruffled Bai Xi's long hair. Now, I'm scared of dying because I think that living is good. There are more and more things that I care for in this world. I have you, Charles, and Ye. I have 3 students. My past shouldn't be mentioned, but you are all my future. Bai Xi let him play with her hair. She leaned into Abraham's shoulder and murmured, Professor, you're the best. When I get married, I want you to sit where parents should sit so I won't be scared. Okay. Abraham smiled, but for some reason, he really wanted to cry. Hugging the girl beside him, he let the hot tears roll into his collar. He murmured, okay. In the night outside the church, an old man stood in the darkness. He stared at Abraham's back. After a long while, he decided against going in and turned to leave instead. Abraham, are you still dreaming? That same night, in a dark alley of the sacred city, there was a dilapidated building. Under the dim light, the air was filled with the pungent smell of medicine. Bags of medicine ingredients were piled on the shelf but were all unlabeled. This was clearly not a proper pharmacy. Even though the sacred city was powerful, drugs still existed. These illegal drugs entered the sacred city through various channels and were sent to different locations secretly. However, the 2 parties now did not seem to be doing business. The oily fatty now had a blank expression. He was clearly being controlled by a mind musician. Staring at the man outside the counter, he said emptily, You disappeared for so many days and everyone was worried. If you didn't contact us today, We would have thought that you died. Charles leaned against the wall dejectedly and smoked a poor-quality cigarette. His eyes were bloodshot. Hearing the words, he nodded and muttered an, "Oh." The fat man asked dumbly, "Is the plan successful?" "So, Charles muttered. "Not good or bad?" Sensing his bad mood, the fat man asked, "Anything else?" Charles fell silent. After a long while, he replied quietly, "I don't want to do it anymore." "Ha?" The fatty did not hear clearly. Charles raised his voice and repeated, "I'm not doing it anymore." There was a long pause as if the other man could not process it. After a while, the mind musician made the fatty say, "Charles, are you sure?" The voice was cold like an interrogation. "Have you thought it through? Have you thought of the consequences? How many F*** times do you need me to say it?" Furious, Charles's head snapped up. He glared with red eyes. "I'm done. I'm F*** done. F*** the revolutionaries. F*** the silent authority. Lock me up and let me get a break. Lock me back up." He glared at the fat man. In a daze, the fat man became a dead fat man. He instantly decayed. A crude rope hung around his neck. As if he was hanging from somewhere, black blood flowed from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. His mouth opened, but when he spoke, maggots and flies crawled out. They crawled. It was happening again. Those D***MN feelings were back. Shocked, Charles stumbled back. Energy sapped, he slid down the wall and thumped onto the ground. F***, he muttered, holding his head in pain. The fat man stared at him coldly for a while before saying, "Okay. If you won't do it, there are many others. You can go now." Charles froze. It could not be so easy. "Anyway, that's all you're worth for," the fat man said nonchalantly. "Do you know why Constantine thinks so highly of you? Because you're a genius? What a joke. It's because you're teacher." "What are you saying?" Charles gaped. He climbed up and his eyes grew cruel. "This has nothing to do with my teacher." "What do you want?" "Nothing to do with him?" The fatty laughed emptily. "This is the sin that your teacher, Abraham, committed under Gaius when he was still a dragon rider. Now, it is time for him to pay." "Charles, did you really think it through? If you don't want to do it, then fine. We can use Abraham as bait and..." "Don't you dare." Charles grabbed the fat man's collar and roared. "This is your choice, Charles," the fatty said. "No matter how crazy he becomes, nothing will change. The silent authority doesn't care about titles. There are quite a few nobles locked up in the mithril cellar. You don't want your friend to be locked up because of you, right?" Charles's grasp weakened. Clutching his head in pain, he stumbled back and curled up in the corner, mumbling. He seemed to be cursing someone, but it was unclear. After a long silence, he looked up. The capillaries in his eyes were like burning flames. The eyes were emotionless and dull. My excuse was to buy medicine. He reached out. "Give me the stuff on this list." The fatty smiled and patted his shoulder. "That's the way." Silent, Charles accepted the medicine and left. At night, the sacred city was colder than usual. The water vapor frosted on the steel walls. Charles walked out of the secret location of the silent authority with his ridiculous medicine. Hanging his head, he walked toward the warehouse that he lived in. But then he heard a sigh behind him. "You take forever." It was a bearded revolutionary with a cigarette, his roommate. He leaned against the lamppost and used the weak light to look at Charles with a strange smile. "Got a cold?" His eyes seemed to knowing, they were chilling. "How?" Charles stopped, speechless. Beard guy stuffed his hands in his pockets and walked up with a smile. Charles was frozen in place. He stared at Beard Guy's hands, not knowing what was hidden. What a coincidence. Beard Guy reached out. He was not holding a sword or rope. He just patted Charles's shoulder and said meaningfully, "I came out to buy cigarettes and heard that you were nearby, so I decided to wait for you." Pausing, he looked in the direction Charles came from. "You were there for so long. Were you thinking of leaving?" Charles smiled stiffly. "Why would I?" "Then let's go." Beard Guy put a hand over his shoulder. His hand was strong like pincers. "Let's go back first. We can talk about the other things later." Face pale, Charles clenched his jaw and forced out a smile. "Okay." At the same time, Constantine sat on a chair under the dim yellow light in an abandoned warehouse. Emotionless and wordless, he tapped the table. The other men either sat or stood. Their expressions were dark, but they all stared at the table and the document that was being tapped. Behind Constantine, the examiner lowered his head and sharpened his dagger mindlessly. It grated in everyone's ears. When someone knocked on the door, he smiled. Chapter 442, Can't Sleep. When Charles entered, he saw the shadows under the dim yellow light look over with unfriendly gazes. He froze in place. His bad premonition grew heavier. "What's wrong?" Beard Guy craned his neck and squeezed past. He nodded at everyone. "Everyone's here?" "Charles, don't just stand there. Mr. Constantine is busy, but..." Charles managed a smile and followed Beard Guy. He saw their faces and thought the gazes were all icy. "Sorry, I came back late. I almost couldn't find Charles." Beard Guy patted his pocket. "It's not my fault. It's too hard to find a place that sells cigarettes. I could only get this crude tobacco. Does anyone want it?" Constantine seemed to be deep in thought. "Corey, you're back just in time." The examiner smiled and pointed at the document. "Everyone has finished reading and we're only missing you two. What's so urgent?" Corey walked over casually and shook his head. "Everyone knows that I can't read. Just tell me instead of writing it down." No one responded, everyone was silent. Constantine looked up at the blank young man behind Corey. "Charles, where did you go?" As if nothing had happened, Charles hit his sweaty palms and shook the bag. "I went to buy." Constantine interrupted, "Tell the truth." He stopped. All the unfriendly gazes moved onto him. The animosity poured into his lungs like some viscous liquid. It sloshed around, almost suffocating him. Smiling stiffly, he forced on a shocked expression. "What's wrong with everyone?" "I just went to buy medicine." The examiner took his bag and opened it forcefully. He dumped all the medicine on the table. After examining, he murmured something to Constantine. Constantine's expression darkened. He nodded and looked at Charles. "Come look at this and you'll understand." Charles walked over stiffly and accepted the document. Forcing his trembling fingers to still, he opened it. Extreme shock and fear besieged him. He froze in place. "Hey, what's so mysterious?" Corey came over and patted his shoulder. "You look scared. What's wrong? What does it say?" Charles's face was ghastly pale. After a long while, he looked up at Corey with fear and pity. "It says," his voice trembled, "You're the mole." Corey froze. After a long while, he opened his mouth to speak. But the smiling examiner appeared behind him. He reached out, covered Corey's mouth, and slit his throat with ease. Fresh blood spurted out, falling onto Charles's face. It was warm and bitterly sweet. Some fragrance spread through the air. The documents were dyed red. He gaped at the name on the document. Stumbling back, he landed onto the ground with a thump. Corey fell to his knees. He clutched his throat, struggling in pain. He looked up at Charles, but he could not utter any sound. And then he collapsed. Scarlet blood flowed from his body, pooling around him. In the dust, it turned bruised purple. After too long, he stopped moving. "Sorry. I must have scared you." Smiling, he pulled Charles up. The young man stared at Corey in shock. After a while, he turned around. His lips trembled, but he could not form any words. Corey had been bought out by the sacred city a long time ago. If he didn't show some signs when he entered the prison this time, we would have never suspected him. The examiner patted his shoulder. "You were with him for such a long time. He didn't try to brainwash you, did he?" Charles shook his head dumbly. He could feel the tears spilling out. Almost breaking down, he choked out, You aren't going to kill me? Don't worry. Everyone knows you. How could someone so dumb be a spy?" The examiner chuckled. "You might not know yet, but Constantine has already decided to make you his secretary. You must be cautious against those who want to use you. Thankfully, we discovered him early on. If Corey used you to learn some secrets, it would be troublesome." He paused and pointed at Corey. "After a bit, I'll have someone check on you. You might not know, but that guy is a mind musician. It'll be bad if he planted a hint." Charles nodded stiffly. It finally dawned on him and he felt a chill. He finally understood why the silent authority was okay with him entering the revolutionaries as a spy. His upper figure was hidden right beside him, keeping an eye on him at all times. He had used a mind music score to control the fat illegal drug trader and remotely controlled Charles to help him find information. When needed, he would throw Charles away to save himself. That was how it was. Seeing his expression, Constantine sighed. He patted his shoulder lightly. "Sorry, kid. I didn't think you would be this scared. It was my mistake." "And no." Charles managed a smile and wiped his snot with his sleeves. "I was just scared by Corey." After a pause, he pointed at the medicine piled on the table. "My stuff." Constantine quickly smiled and placed the items in Charles's hand. "Very good. Charles, you are a good kid." The good kid managed to smile, but then his face paled. Covering his mouth, he rushed out the door. They quickly cleaned up the body and everyone left. Constantine looked at the examiner. "You found the mole and killed him. Are you satisfied now?" The examiner's smile was still mysterious. He just nodded slightly and looked in Charles's direction. "I hope I am just overly sensitive." After countless days, Charles was in a dilapidated alley in the corner of the sacred city. He leaned against the wall and smoked, looking like he was just basking in the sun lazily. A faint voice traveled to his ears. According to the information from the silent authority, ever since the revolutionaries began more than a decade ago, Constantine was an important figure. He was always mysterious and not many people saw him before. If he wasn't captured this time, probably even the silent authority wouldn't know he existed. His relationship with Gaius is extremely close and compatible. He stayed in the shadows and traveled the nations for Gaius. He apparently has many hidden followers and the high officials of many countries all have contact with him. The revolutionaries rely on his information network to operate for all these years. This time, Constantine's arrest not only made the sacred city lose a lot of spies. They also stole a lot of important information regarding the winter festival. You only need to find some tiny things from Constantine to be free. Don't get too into it, Charles. You don't have to sacrifice too much for the sacred city. I know, Yezi. Don't worry. He smiled confidently. You know me. I run faster than anyone if there's the slightest bit of danger. Even the paparazzi can't catch me. A thin water vapor thread extended from the sewer and latched onto him. They were incoherence. A hoarse voice sounded in his ear. Stop saying those stupid things now, Charles. Ye Qingxuan sighed. If anything happens, don't be stubborn. If you have to sell out the silent authority to live, it's fine. Charles, as long as you're alive, I can save you, understand? Don't worry. Do I look like someone who has morals? If I have to, I'll even betray the sacred city. Charles smiled and waved. Stop worrying about me. I'm really successful. Constantine trusts me a lot. I'm already his secretary and help him deal with messages. After a while, he'll take me to see Gaius. After a pause, Ye Qingxuan sighed. Take care. It's against the rules for you to contact me behind the silent authority, right? Don't contact me if you don't have to, Charles said quietly. There are some people keeping an eye on me too. It'll suck if they find anything. Powerful people? Yes, very. Charles fell silent. He remembered the figure he saw in prison and his pupils trembled. One of the revolutionary spies has purple eyes. Be careful of him, Ye. You have to be careful. If you see him, run away. Don't fight him at all, okay? Ye Qingxuan froze. For the first time, he could feel fear from Charles. It was undisguised weakness and fear. Charles, even. Charles shook his head, interrupting him. Ye, I'm begging you. After a while, Ye Qingxuan nodded slowly. Okay, I promise you. Great. Charles forced a smile. He looked down at his cigarette. He tossed it down and ground it under his foot. I'm leaving now. Don't worry about me. I sleep and eat well, and every other day, I get to drink good wine. The days are so nice that I almost forget I'm a spy. But he hesitated, and before cutting off the resonance, he asked softly, Mr. Newton, is there still no news? He's still MIA. Ye Qingxuan's voice was dark. You care about him? It's good that there's no news. At least he's still alive. Charles shook his head. He lied to me to trade with the revolutionaries, but I've never hated him. He taught me a lot. I should thank him for not looking down on a failure like me. I'm sorry, Ye. I experimented with your data without your permission. I owe you. If you come back alive, let me beat you up. Ye Qingxuan sighed. Hurry and scram. Otherwise, you'll get hit. Thanks. Charles smiled, waved, and left. In the distance, Ye Qingxuan opened his eyes in a peaceful cafe. After a long while, he could not help but sigh. Lola, help me, he murmured. Protect Charles. Don't let him get hurt. A complaint came from the air around him. What sin did I commit in my past life to meet someone like you? The sigh quickly dissipated. It seemed that nothing had happened. Thanks. Ye Qingxuan smiled. He raised the cup and drank the bitter espresso in one gulp. His lowered eyes were red. He had not slept in 10 days. Chapter 443, Trade. Late at night, the room was a mess as if it hadn't been cleaned up in a long time. Those precious movements and profound music theories that so many people were eager for were scattered around, blown randomly by the night wind from the window, and noticed by nobody. Ye Qingxuan lay amongst the books with a full ashtray before him. He put out the last cigarette and closed his eyes, but could not fall asleep. He just had no way to fall asleep. A few days ago, he had not slept because of his concern of Charles. Fortunately, there was the philosopher's stone music theory in his body which made his physical condition stronger than normal people. He just needed to have a rest after 30 days of not sleeping, let alone 10 days. He would not be at risk of a sudden death like others. However, with Charles safe, he found that he couldn't fall asleep. These days, he was so bored that he planned to compose. He took so many precious music theories and movements from the silent authority that his music theory had been improved by leaps and bounds. But now, it evolved too much. Once his consciousness was slightly blurred, the body's music theory would lose control. It would operate spontaneously like weeds after the spring rain and horses on the moors. Once out of control, they would run wildly. It was too strong for him to master himself. It was like hundreds of hands pulling his sanity. He had to suppress that power at every moment. This was not good. If there was no way for him to grasp this excessive part of music theory, Ye Qingxuan may need to find a few disciplined musicians to seal him. I've told you earlier that it's not about the music theory. It's your problem. Lola's voice came from the moonlight as if right in his ear. Ye Qingxuan, you were already a dreamweaver since you riveted your source and stepped into resonance. But until now, you still have no idea what a real dreamweaver should do with his power. Ye Qingxuan got a sudden headache. He scratched his hair. It's no use blaming me. He said, blame it on Ye Lanzhao, okay? He was the one who abandoned his wife as well as his conscience. For so many years, nobody knew whether he was dead or alive. He didn't even leave any last words. Now, I am the only one left in Ye family. I don't even know where to go to visit that group of wandering ghosts, let alone how to be a dreamweaver, okay, Lola was speechless. Ye Qingxuan couldn't help sighing, scratching his hair. Dreamweaver. What a nuisance. Dreamweaver. This was the unique advancement passed down through the Deva's blood of the Ye family. All family leaders completed it successfully. Since ancient times, many musicians had engraved movements on the body, such as the School of Stone Heart's suboriginator. Taking the Deva's blood for example, there were also many schools that inherited music theories with lineage. But there were few who wanted to take a step closer and tamper with their own consciousness. Those who dared to do so all went crazy, except the Ye family. The Ye family forged the ether in music theory into the consciousness, with the dream of the self as the medium, bearing the embryonic form. Body, blood, and consciousness melted into one through the heaven ladder transformed from Jiuxiao Wanpei, achieving a perfect balance. Starting at the resonance level, the grand path to the scepter level was paved. That was why it was so smooth for him. Since Ye Qingxuan became a musician apprentice, the embryonic form of the dream began to grow. It drew strength silently from Ye Qingxuan's consciousness and music theory, stepping into resonance together with him. The dream advanced into the dream weaver itself. Now it was the time to reap the harvest. Unfortunately, you have no dream to dream. Lola sighed. Your music theory is not supported while the ether has nowhere to return. Of course you will feel distracted. Ye Qingxuan asked, is this common? I have never encountered this before. Lola answered, most of the dreamweavers have planned their ether dreams before they step forward. Only you have never thought about it. Besides, you've lacked desire for the originator since the beginning. You basically treated the music theory and movements as tools. How can there be a musician like you? Hey, Lola, being a musician had always been my dream. Ye Qingxuan shrugged. Don't I have enough desire? Wanting is different from enjoying. Lola huffed coldly, if cooking can satisfy your wish, I think you'd be the best chef of Avalon now. But would you spend a bit of your time trying to be the best chef in the world? Ye Qingxuan did not respond. That's the problem, Ye Qingxuan. Lola sighed. The identity of musician is just a job to you. Have you ever made it a lifelong pursuit? I think you'd prefer to follow Abraham as a scholar of ancient history. I just need to have a dream. Ye Qingxuan did not want to admit it. As long as it is a dream, right? Lola asked, if you can just dream, why can't you fall asleep? Ye Qingxuan was speechless. After a long while, he sighed wearily. How did Ye Lanzhao solve this? I don't know. Lola shook her head. When I met him, he was already a dreamweaver. As for what his dream was, I believe you have a deep understanding. The moon above the sea. With high mountains and flowing water, it was the movement of the moon. He had more than a deep understanding. Thinking of this, his eyes brightened. I've learned moonlight. Can't I just make a replicate? Lola mercilessly shattered his hope. Moonlight is not the moon. She said, light is the application of appearance, the moon is the essence. You are handy with your application, but you know nothing about the nature of the moon over the sea. You are always like this. You are good at application but lack interest of the core, purely regarding the movement and music theory as tools. If you are a little interested, you won't be in such an awkward situation. He taught me. Ye Qingxuan refused to back down. There is no reason that I can't copy it. He just pointed away to you. Away? Ye Qingxuan smiled. I don't think there is any. He suddenly froze. Dream, the end of the dream, the end of the dream. To the end of the dream, dot. Ye Qingxuan shot up from the ground and smacked his forehead. How could I forget? Ye Lanzhao had left a clue at the very beginning, but he went in the wrong direction. The end of the dream. Late at night, Wolf Flute was awakened from his dream by Ye Qingxuan. After a long time, he rubbed his eyes and opened the door. Seeing Ye Qingxuan standing before him with bloodshot eyes, his expression grew sour. What's the matter? Yezi, I know you're anxious, but you have to let people sleep, right? Not everyone can work 24 hours a day like a machine, like you. I just laid down and was about to close my eyes. If it's about work, can we just talk about it tomorrow? Ye Qingxuan held his hand and solemnly implored, please do me a favor. Wolf Flute froze. After a while of silence, he took out a flattened pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He picked out a crooked cigarette and lit it. After a few mouthfuls of smoke, he shook his head and finally became more awake. What is it? He sighed. What did you do this time? Can I, the most useless scepter musician in history, help you? Ye Qingxuan shook his head. You know I won't ask for your help for this kind of stuff. Wolf Flute paused. You want to run with Charles? No. Wolf Flute looked more and more troubled. Can I choose not to help you? Wolf Flute, you are my good friend. Ye Qingxuan held his shoulders with sincere eyes. Good friends should help each other, right? Wolf Flute's expression quickly changed. Why does the word friend sound not so good from your mouth, dot? Ye Qingxuan asked directly, what did Ye Lanzhao do in the scared city those years? You have been in the silent authority for so long. You must know something, right? I'm talking about the Hecatonkir thing. You know about that? Wolf Flute was stunned. After a while, he shook his head with wry smile. Let me change. 5 minutes later, Wolf Flute was dressed appropriately and returned to the door. Let's go. He smoked and led the way. Follow me. 2 hours later, Ye Qingxuan arrived at the Forbidden Document Preservation Center of the Silent Authority by lift. The big library was still as silent and gloomy as a tomb. However, Ye Qingxuan felt all relaxed. There was not the slightest discomfort. He was practically like fish in water. The Royal Library was like this anyway. Other than the fact that there was no light, it seemed to be no different. If he had not known he was in a foreign country, he would have asked Gawain out for a chat. Soon, he saw a wrinkled old dwarf behind the counter. Mr. Administrator, we need to check some of files, said Wolf Flute. It's you again. Oh, a new face. Is this your friend? The dwarf glanced at Ye Qingxuan and stretched out his hand. Do you have permission? No. Wolf Flute shook his head. This is a private inquiry without any authorization. We do not want anyone to know. The dwarf smacked his lips as if he had experienced this before. Then you need to follow the rules. Who's going to pay the price? Wolf Flute stepped aside, revealing the blank Ye Qingxuan behind him. Him. The dwarf nodded and pulled out an old bronze scale from the counter and laid it on the table. The ancient balance was decorated with gorgeous patterns, seemingly echoing faintly with a distant place, exuding quiet fluctuations. I don't care what you want to know or what you want to do, the dwarf said indifferently. Coming here, you have to follow my rules. Exchange. Knowledge is valuable and it can be exchanged with what you know. Write the keywords you want to know on the paper and put it on the left. The scale will determine the weight. If you can provide something of equal value, the trade will be made. Ye Qingxuan looked at the balance. What can be used for trading? No only music theory, movement, intelligence, secrets, but also gossip magazines, street gossip. As long as it is knowledge. The dwarf said lightly, this is one of the entrances to the Nibelungen. It leads to the world of the philosopher. Even the lighthouse is only part of it. As long as you pay enough, you can even know what color the Pope's underpants are. Well, I'll see what color the Pope's underpants are. Ye Qingxuan became excited. Rubbing his hands, he wrote the keywords Pope's underwear color on the note despite of Wolf Flute's dissuasion and placed it on the left of the balance. Thud. Chapter 444, Scale. Thud. It was as if a ton of iron smashed onto the ground. The scale on the left was instantly pushed to the bottom. On a scale to 10, it was pushed to 9. Ye Qingxuan stared at it for a while before looking up. What's the price for this? The dwarf emotionlessly took a teacup out of nowhere. Taking a sip, he said, this means you have to find a sum worth a library of this scale. It is second only to the music theory password of the Sacred City's Central Control Center. It's equal to about 10 heaven doors. That expensive? Ye Qingxuan was dumbfounded. If you think it's expensive, then don't buy it. The dwarf scoffed. This isn't for the poor. Ye Qingxuan was speechless. He quickly exchanged the paper. It said Ye Qingxuan. The scale dipped down to 0.1. Ye Qingxuan stared for a while and asked, how much is this? This is worthless. The dwarf glanced at him. You can get it with any 2 elementary books. That cheap? Ye Qingxuan's heart broke. I'm 1/90th of the Pope's underpants. Every scale mark increases exponentially. The dwarf sneered. This isn't even worth 0.1. It's just the smallest unit. The things you want to know are probably all common knowledge now. Ye Qingxuan was speechless. He couldn't help it. Now, any musician or student knew the story of Marquis beheading his enemy at the city gates. Too many people knew about it, so it was no longer valuable. Thinking a bit, he changed to Wolf Flute. The scale dipped to 6. The dwarf said, this is equal to national secrets. You can buy it if you give me naval routes, military deployment maps, or information on the Treasury Reserve. Not fair. Ye Qingxuan roared and pointed at Wolf Flute. How come he's 60 times more expensive than me? It's technically 640 times, Wolf Flute corrected. Then he added, and more. Ye Qingxuan went through a list of terms, having fun with himself. Holmes was 4.7, Maxwell, 6, Shaman, 5, Bach, 8, Aurora Empress, 8.5, Mr. Who, 6.5. After thinking, he decided to put Abraham's name. The scale instantly went to 7.5. How come it's that expensive? He was stunned. He did not expect his teacher to have this many secrets. Don't ask useless questions. There is obviously a reason. The dwarf was tired of him. Sighing, he hesitated and put Bai Xi's name on, but there was no reaction. Why isn't there a reaction? There won't be a reaction if you put something like eating or sleeping. The dwarf rolled his eyes. Be more specific. If you're putting a person, write their full name. It's best if you mark a location and family too. Full name? Ye Qingxuan was stunned. That is her full name. Oh? The dwarf smiled meaningfully and caressed the scale. This is why you need it. Ye Qingxuan fell silent. You've already played enough. How much longer are you going to take? Looking at him, the dwarf drummed his fingers on the counter. Are you here just to take a look? I've never seen this before, okay? Ye Qingxuan grinned shamelessly. Let me try it again. He wrote 2 more slips. Descendant of the Phoenix, 2.1. This was the unique advancement of the Anglo school of royalty. Most musicians had heard of it before. With this scale mark, he could probably buy it with a regular music score. Not bad. The price is fair. Ye Qingxuan nodded and put the second slip on. Dreamweaver, 4. This level was for precious secrets that not many people knew or were highly important. He could exchange for it with information or knowledge of the same level. Getting paper and a pen, Ye Qingxuan began to copy with aether. Autumn Wind, a thin music score from Mr. Who, caused the scale to stop at 1. It seemed that Eastern music theory and scores were slightly more valuable here. Ye Qingxuan paused. Thinking a bit, he grabbed another slip and wrote, September, Huntmore Harbor, illegal drug Krishna, 60 kilograms. He placed the slip in. The scale balanced out before tipping 1.3 degrees to the right side. What happens if my side is worth more? Ye Qingxuan glanced at the dwarf. You can choose to change your slip or save the additional amount. Or, Nibelungenlied's scale will give you additional information for the value. I choose the last one. Just as he finished speaking, the paper slip in the left scale evaporated. Aether converged, transforming into 2 slips of white paper. Stunned, Ye Qingxuan followed the dwarf's orders to take them. A line of faint words flashed before his eyes. If he did not focus on reading, he would not be able to finish before they disappeared. King dishonest traitor. Ye Qingxuan had no time to swear. He focused his attention on the paper. The Dreamweaver, it is the unique advancement of the Eastern Yi family. One must have Deva's blood in order to advance. The Dreamweaver uses special music theory and techniques to weave music scores into its dreamscape, allowing the dreamscape to hold the critical elements. Because it contained mind music scores, every Dreamweaver's dreamscape would have a unique effect. The musician can store the music score's spirit into his dreamscape and enter the state of dreamland, fully becoming one with the music score and becoming the physical incarnate of aether. Under this circumstance, the musician can subconsciously control formulas of the school of modifications, the 4 liquids equilibrium of the school of choir, the fulcrums of the school of illusion, the beastly nature of the school of summoning, the hints of the school of mind, and more. The performance becomes an innate ability. The music theory is like breathing. One may find the most suitable element during this process, laying down the road to the scepter level. Detailed information is lacking and still requires collecting. That was it for the first slip. Ye Qingxuan opened the second, which was the additional information Nibelungenlied gave. 12 days ago, Ye Qingxuan, the sole heir of the Yi family, was given the title of Marquis and seemed to advance toward Dreamweaver. More information is needed. The end. That's it? Ye Qingxuan looked up. You get as much as you give. The dwarf looked up lazily. It's just 1 degree. Did you expect a package deal? Ye Qingxuan almost spat out blood. It was seriously a dishonest scamming traitor. Okay, you've had fun and have experimented. Isn't it time for the real deal? The dwarf seemed to see through him and glanced knowingly. The truly valuable things here are all over 5. There's no need to come here for things under 5. Ye Qingxuan did not reply. After thinking, he called over some ether to create pieces of paper. He wrote down 3 things. The first was Hecatincare. The scale wavered between 9 and 1. The second was experiment. With a clang, the scale instantly shot to above 6. Hesitating, Ye Qingxuan put the third slip on. Ye Lanzhao. Thud. The scale rose to 9.6. In the long silence, the dwarf inhaled sharply. He shot a strange look at Ye Qingxuan. Hey kid, whose underpants are you interested in this time? It seemed like the sacred city's underpants are more expensive than the Pope's. Ye Qingxuan chuckled. What do I have to give? Side-eyeing him, the dwarf snickered. You think you have anything of equal value? Ye Qingxuan shrugged. Give me a discount. Business is hard. The dwarf looked at him indifferently. After a long while, he knocked against the scale. Cut out a portion. The scale went to 8.7. Ye Qingxuan was still unmoved. Rubbing his hands, he murmured to himself, not even the noble has extra money. The dwarf's face twitched, but he knocked the scale again. Cut out another portion. The scale went to 8. Looking up, Ye Qingxuan chuckled. The weather's pretty nice today. Hey, don't overstep the boundaries. The dwarf yelled. It's already cheap enough. Are you trying to get some VIP package deal? Sir, don't be angry. We can still negotiate. Wolf Flute rushed over to appease the puppet. He stood in front of the scale. He took something out of his pocket and placed it onto the right scale. Is this enough? The scale instantly went to 5.7. It had only decreased by 2.3 degrees, but if it was exponential, the price had lowered several times. Ye Qingxuan did not know what Wolf Flute had put in that was so precious. He opened his mouth to speak, but Wolf Flute stopped him. Don't mind it. Was I really going to watch you pour your heart out? Ye Qingxuan smiled wryly. He had really planned on doing that. The most valuable thing on him was the music theory of the Philosopher's Stone. Even if he had no other way, Ye Qingxuan refused to go home empty-handed. It was logical to have to pay a little price. However, he did not expect Wolf Flute to pay so much for him. He suddenly did not know what to say. Don't get too excited. You owe me. Wolf Flute glanced at him. The rest of the cost is yours. Ye Qingxuan nodded inside. It could only be like this. He soon handed a stack of papers to Wolf Flute. He had edited and revised the sub-originator technology of the School of Stoneheart, integrating a portion of the Philosopher's Stone's music theory. Now, it was comparable to the core technology of the modern schools. Other than transforming into a lever to stir the ether sea, the man-made sub-originator also contained the abilities of the Philosopher's Stone. It could adjust a man's internal secretion, injecting prepared hormones, medicines, or antidotes for the musician. Of course, when needed, it could even turn blood into nitroglycerin to ignite the musician into a ball of fire. However, Ye Qingxuan had also left something for himself in the critical music theory. He had rewritten a portion so he could control it at any time. He did not want to be defeated by his own design. After putting in the notes, the scale went back to equilibrium and then even went over 2 degrees. Let Nibelung and Lead give me related information for the extra value, Just as Ye Qingxuan finished, a book of notes appeared in the left side of the scale. This time, it was not a copy that would be destroyed after reading. It was an old notebook. Experiment Records. Ye Lanzhao. Chapter 445, Essay. After receiving the notebook, Ye Qingxuan and Wolf Flute left. The dwarf stayed in the silent darkness. He lit his pipe. Inhaling deeply, he blew out a plume of thick smoke. The scale was shrouded in the smoke. It looked dead rather than mysterious. You gave him the entire thing, he said. What he gave could only be exchanged for one page. Haven't you always been neutral? Why are you biased toward that kid? It's not a bias. Hermes has paid everything for him. The cool voice rang out from the darkness. It sounded like both but neither genders at the same time. And he deserves to know what had happened. The dwarf laughed and tapped his pipe. Is this your judgment? Or the judgment of all of you? The darkness was silent. There was no more sound. In the moving carriage, Ye Qingxuan turned on the light and opened the notebook. Without a doubt, this was written by Ye Lancao's own hand. There were no mistakes in the words and style. In between lines and in empty spaces, there would even be some improvised phrases. Some places were filled with drawings and sketches. Some sketches were of surgical staff with their faces and bodies covered completely. Some drawings were of a large pot. It had been colored black and was full of holes. There seemed to be small figures on the side, acting as a scale and looking up at the vast ceiling. It was clear that Ye Lancao did not treat the experiments seriously. Otherwise, he would not be drawing or writing sonnets everywhere. This guy could never be serious, and only put in 70% of his effort. He did whatever he wanted without thinking of the consequences, or he did think of them and decided he did not care. Otherwise, with his talent and skill, he would not end up like this. Decades ago, the East and West worked together in the sacred city and successfully created a miracle. The most powerful of the natural catastrophes were the 3 pillar gods, the 3 saints, the 4 living objects, and the 8 phenomena. The one with the most sense of existence with endless vitality and fury is Hecatoncheir. But it had been defeated, sealed, and captured by humanity. The nations all paid heavy prices for this battle and still have not recovered. The Caucasus had fallen and was still in chaos now due to this. There were countless saints who had died as well, even the King of Yellow had changed. Of course, years later, another person paid for this, Ye Lancao. All of Ye Qingxuan's misfortune originated from this. Now he held this notebook, not knowing if he should feel disgust or joy. His mind was just a mess. To defeat Hecatoncheir, the sacred city had started research on the nature of natural catastrophes. It was the most successful attempt in human history and also the one with the largest consequences. According to the notebook, Ye Lancao was responsible for analyzing the source of consciousness, where the consciousness of natural catastrophes originate from and why. However, he had delved too deeply and entered forbidden territory. According to history, humanity's first interaction with natural catastrophes was the birth of Ye Qingxuan. One of the 3 pillar gods, the god representing chaos and evil, had appeared from the dark world. The abyss that existed in the ether world was finally discovered by mankind. Some even hypothesized that Ye Qingxuan was the consciousness born from the terrifying abyss. But no matter what, it was just a hypothesis. All was created by the originator. However, in addition to miracles, the originator also created freaks like the natural catastrophes. If humans wanted to survive in this world, they must fight against the natural catastrophes. One day, there would be an ultimate battle to decide the ownership of the world. That was why they began researching the nature of natural catastrophes. Ye Lancao was responsible for the core, the classified of the classified. It was rare for a baseless Easterner to be trusted by the sacred city and parliament. This notebook contained his records of the research. Unfortunately, there were too many useless things. The *** was more willing to copy an old menu from a restaurant than something important. While Ye Qingxuan was furious, he could relate. He was like this too, after all. If he could remember it all, why would he write it down? This record was just some bullshit *T he wrote down for work. They were just scattered running accounts. Ye Qingxuan had to flip through for a long time before he could find useful bits. Sadly, the dates were blank and he could not guess when the accounts had taken place. The first useful sentence had no context. It can understand my speech. Then there was a long rumor with some notes on what was interesting or how this story was too stupid. 2 pages later, there was another random phrase. I found the solution. After a bunch of doodles, there was an offhanded complaint. Took only 2 days to learn 500 words. What were those idiots doing earlier? If they gave it to me earlier, it could be writing poetry now, but. After paragraphs of nonsense, Ye Qingxuan went back on topic. It wants me to name it but I don't dare. Ye Qingxuan froze. Understanding what the words meant, he sank into deep thought. Hecatoncheir wanted a name that belonged to itself but Ye Qingxuan did not dare. Once something had a name, it would start differentiating between itself and the outer world. It would have a sense of self. Something that had a sense of self would become difficult to control. There would be countless changes. After more nonsense, there was another phrase without context. The subsidiary experiment is going on. It's revoltingly successful. And then there was only one last sentence of the records. It's learning so quickly. It already knows how to trick me into opening the door for it. After that, there were no more related records in the notebook. It seemed as if every day was spent carelessly. He would write down a few unreliable things and then draw some self-portraits. His beard grew longer and longer. And then, all that remained was white paper. Ye Qingxuan's expression darkened. He flipped through the pages but there were no more records. Finally, he reached the last page and saw a long and messy essay. It seemed to be a message left specifically for others. This was the last thing Ye Qingxuan left on this world. Lowering his head, Ye Qingxuan read through it silently. To whomever it may concern. When you see this, it will already be irrevocable. Firstly, I thank the sacred city for giving a wanderer like me such trust. I am truly sorry for betraying this trust. If everything is successful, the result will be as everyone has witnessed. Yes, I personally released Hecatoncheir. Hermes was right. If we were truly searching for a good ending, this experiment should never have existed in the first place. I stepped into this forbidden territory due to my curiosity and thus discovered revolting secrets. Therefore, I spent the last few days thinking if the goal of the experiment truly is as pure and glorious as we had thought. No matter what, it must be stopped. I should have guessed that, whether it is the East or West, it is the same everywhere. I hope that I can destroy the horrible result born from the experiment in time. Hopefully, my actions can serve as a warning and make you all more clear-headed. Please rethink your actions. Compared to the world, humanity is so insignificant, yet how can we commit such atrocities? Perhaps, we should have never come to this world. This world belongs to them. Chapter 446, for the F*King world. There were no more words. These were Ye Qingxuan's last notes and his last essay. For this world, for morals, to save the world, or for other sublime things, but he never mentioned his wife and son. It really is you. After a long while, Ye Qingxuan closed the notebook quietly. It really is you. Under the dim light, he leaned back in the carriage seat and closed his eyes weakly. This world? You did everything for this world? Silently, ether crumbled the notebook. The pieces fluttered to the ground like snow. In the ripples of the furious music theory, wild aftershocks of the disturbance nature spread. The white snow burned and faint sparks floated down, disappearing from the world. Ye Qingxuan stared at the pile of ashes and murmured, F*ck the world. A long time ago, Ye Qingxuan heard a joke. A farmer's wife bought a basket of eggs in the city. Because she was pretty, a group of thugs on the way teased her, wanting to drag her into the forest. The woman refused and used immense strength to fight them off. The thugs were intimidated by her power and knelt down in humiliation. They admitted their ulterior motive and begged for forgiveness. That's it? The woman dusted herself in disdain. She said, I thought you wanted to steal my eggs. All these years, Ye Qingxuan wandered through the world with no home to return to. He had lost so many things. He loved his mother and hated Ye Lancao. But he always thought that Ye Lancao had unspeakable troubles. He must have had a reason for what he did. Maybe he had tried to protect his family. Maybe he wanted to escape from the fate of the Ye family's dragon bloodline or was tricked by Hyakum. Or maybe he had some inexplicable secret. So he had to do what he did. Ye Qingxuan had made so many excuses for him in his mind. But then Ye Lancao told him he did all this for the eggs. What a joke! Ye Qingxuan thought furiously, F***ck your eggs. F***ck Ye Lancao. This world was so cold and ugly. It seemed to always be snowing while he walked barefoot. He could feel the bone-numbing cold with each step. There were many people who should be more inclined to love it, protect it, or sacrifice something for it. But even if the first 100 people were dead, it would not fall upon him. He loved the world, but the world did not love him. Such irony. Such pity. Ye Qingxuan thought his life was as laughable as a joke. He had used more than 10 years to come here. He found the truth, only to discover that Ye Lancao had just wanted to be a nameless hero. Okay, go be your nameless hero. Go sacrifice yourself gloriously where no one knows. For some reason, Ye Qingxuan suddenly wanted to return to Lute. Perhaps, he should have inherited the priest's position in the beginning and spent the rest of his life in that small seaside village. He could be a respectful priest without any troubles. Lowering his head, he caressed the holy emblem. He missed his professor, he missed Bai Xi and Charles, and he even missed old Phil. He finally decided that when this was all done, he would leave. From then on, he would have nothing to do with this weird duke title, this surname, and the hero who had abandoned his wife and son. The carriage stopped. Ye Qingxuan pushed open the door. Thanks, Wolf Flute. I owe you. He turned to bid farewell. Wolf Flute looked at his tired expression and shook his head. I should have let you know earlier. There's nothing you should or shouldn't have done. You've done enough for me. Ye Qingxuan rubbed his forehead. I'm a little tired. I won't go tomorrow. Wolf Flute was taken aback, but he quickly smiled. Congrats. When you wake up, you'd probably be a true disturbance-level musician. Wolf Flute, the youth looked at him with troubled eyes. Ha? The other was confused. The tragedy of my life all started with aether. Ye Qingxuan laughed at himself. Lolo was right. If I had other choices, I wouldn't choose to become a musician. In the cold wind of the night, the youth turned and left. Wolf Flute watched as his figure walked into the embassy and disappeared inside. For some reason, he suddenly thought of the youth back then. The white-haired youth had smiled and walked into the hot sunlight, stepping onto the path to his future. The scene was right before his eyes, was as if it was not too long ago. He lowered his head and sighed. Lighting his last cigarette, he exhaled his sense of loss with the smoke. Little Yezi, seems like you've really grown up. Under the same night sky, Charles opened the window. Cold wind blew in. He yawned into his palm and rubbed his hands. He shivered under the cold breeze. His fatigue gradually disappeared. It was 4 o'clock. After a few hours, the sky would lighten. After laying low for so long, they had finally moved from the crappy warehouse to an inn. However, it was only Constantine and Charles. The others had all been secretly arranged to leave the sacred city and go by sea to the new colony. Only the two of them remained in the sacred city. The accommodation was good. This building was furnished well and they lacked nothing. They had meat for every meal and had more than enough bread. However, they were still being protected. The revolutionaries seemed to still be distrustful of Constantine, whom they had rescued. Even after countless rounds of investigation, they still didn't tell him the revolutionaries' new location in the sacred city. As his secretary and follower, Charles naturally had to go through investigations too. The winter festival was getting closer every day. There was only half a month left, but he still made no progress. Constantine and Gaius only communicated with a few letters. Because Constantine had vision problems, Charles had to read the letters out loud for him. However, they never talked about anything important. They probably knew that communicating through letters could not solve any problems. Constantine had always been against Gaius's actions in the sacred city, even if the man had saved him from prison. On the other hand, Gaius's attitude grew colder and colder. In the last letter, there was a feeling of you're on your own now, with a bad premonition. Thinking of this, Gaius sighed. His expression grew troubled. The bedroom door behind him opened. Charles? Constantine took off his glasses and looked over. You haven't slept yet? I woke up and couldn't fall back asleep. I opened the window to get a breath of air. He asked, Did I wake you up? As you age, you become a lighter sleeper. Constantine tossed a book onto the table. I read for a while but still couldn't fall asleep. I realized you weren't sleeping either, so I came to ask if you want a drink. Sure. Charles shut the window and grabbed a bottle from the cabinet. He prepared everything. There was an ice tray in the kitchen. After pouring in clean water, Charles shook it slightly and there was the sound of ice forming. All set? Glancing at his relaxed actions, Constantine looked a bit envious. No matter how many times I see it, I still think musicians are quite useful. I'm not even a musician. This is just a small trick. Charles smiled helplessly. When I was little, my teacher would use this trick to play with me. After I grew up, I realized that the biggest use for this is to make shaved ice for myself. Then, let's drink to the powerful musicians. Constantine raised his glass and they drank bottoms up. They talked about many different topics. Talking with Constantine was interesting. One always had a good time. After a few glasses, Charles grew happy. He wanted to talk about the happy days of getting drunk in Avalon and running around nude. But then he shuddered. He had a different identity now. If he got drunk and ran out of habit. It was one thing to get mistaken as a pervert, but it was also cold out. He could catch a cold from running nude. His mind instantly cleared. Mr. Constantine. After hesitating, he could not help but ask, What is the general like? The general? Constantine thought for a while and laughed. You mean Gaius? Yeah. Charles nodded and explained, didn't you say we'll go meet the general in a few days? You know me. I want to get some facts straight so I don't say the wrong thing. Seeming to understand something, Constantine chuckled. You're scared I won't take you? Charles scratched his head awkwardly. It's not that much of a secret, actually. Everyone has already witnessed Gaius's actions, Constantine said lightly. However, most people just think he's crazy. I do too. Charles froze. He did not expect to get this comment from Constantine. He had thought that after interacting for a decade, Gaius and Constantine had mutual trust and worked together well. He did not expect that in Constantine's eyes, the revolutionary's general that caused so many sleepless nights, the worst criminal in the world, was just a crazy man. Perhaps Gaius was once the most clear-headed man in the world. Constantine laughed and downed a glass. But how much sanity could remain after he was forced onto a hopeless path time and time again by the thing he believed in strongly? Charles looked at him in confusion. You know he's a Romulan, right? A descendant of demons. Constantine pointed at his chest. He was born with two hearts. One left, one right. The Romulans believed that only those destined to be heroes would have that. From then on, he became an apprentice of the Elder. That was the start of his path to betrayal. The wandering nation desperately needed a guide. He believed that too. But when he realized that no matter what he did within, he could still not save Romulus, he betrayed everyone's expectations. He left Auschwitz for the sacred city and never returned until Auschwitz became a pile of rubble. Here, Constantine fell into silence. After a long pause, he murmured, his entire life, he worked to complete his destiny, but in the end, he was abandoned by his destiny. In the beginning, he wanted to save his brethren. Later, he betrayed his brethren. Even later, when he believed strongly in the sacred city's radiance, he witnessed Ye Lanzhao's death and was utterly disappointed. He wanted to save the human world but realized that the human world was rejecting his salvation. Now, Gaius wants to rebuild order and create a better era. Sadly, the era does not seem to love him. Constantine could not help but laugh. His smile was full of mockery. He is a contradicting, ironic man. Charles, does this disappoint you? After a while, Charles shook his head. Sir, he sounds like a pitiful man. Pitiful? Taken aback, Constantine quickly burst into laughter. Perhaps. Because of these pitiful men, the world will never have peace. Looking at him, Charles asked tentatively, then, you can't advise him to stop, Charles, did you know that a sense of mission is the gift from the demon? Constantine drank with his head lowered and said, it is wrapped up nicely to disguise its horrible nature. So many people go crazy for it, even willing to die for it. If it cannot be satisfied, it will cause insomnia, making one feel hellish torment. Even if you die, you won't be able to rest in peace. All these years, so many have died because of Gaius, sacrificed for him. If he stops, then all those sacrifices would be in vain. Do you understand? Those deaths have become a curse, turning the sense of mission into a demon entangled in his life. He can't stop even if I'm blocking him. Charles fell silent. Seeing his sadness, Constantine roughly ruffled his hair. There are so many people in the world. It's not your place to be sad for him. Come, Charles. Let's drink to him. He stuffed a glass into Charles's hand and raised it. For Gaius, for the revolution, for the King world, cheers. Throwing his head back, Constantine downed the glass and collapsed into the chair. He had finished the entire bottle of hard liquor. He lay on the sofa, intoxicated. As if seeing something, he smiled and quietly recited something in a foreign tongue. In genus durum summus, experience laborum, et documenta demus quasimus origin nati. Therefore we are a hard race and inured to labors, and we give evidence of the origin from which we are born. Chapter 447, This is Great. The Zhouzhou continent was in the center of the Xintian realm. This was the world of the martial artists. From lowest to highest, they were divided into 9 realms: warrior, master, grandmaster, martial lord, martial king, martial emperor, martial king, sovereign of war, and god of war. The once child prodigy, Ye Qingxuan, had started cultivating his qi at 3 years old. He became a warrior at age 12 and a master at 14, but had lost his ability to cultivate at 15. Because he no longer needed to cultivate. He had already become the one and only god of war in the world. He was the god of war, Ye Qingxuan. From then on, he traveled the world, enjoying all the beauty and riches. As a legend, he passed many years. Now, at the bank of the West Lake of Hangzhou, a youth stood there with his hands behind his back. He gazed at the beautiful scene, but his eyes seemed lonely and sad. They seemed filled with thousands of seasons and solitude. So many girls gazed at him from a distance. Their cheeks reddened and their hearts beat faster involuntarily, but they did not dare to approach the youth. That was because there was someone beautiful beside him. Brother Qingxuan, I don't care how many girls you have. I only care that I am in your heart. Morong Qianer, the current number 1 of the beauty ranking of Zhouzhou, leaned against Ye Qingxuan. She felt the aggressive aura and was intoxicated with love. "Xian'er, since you are with me now, I won't let you down." Ye Qingxuan smirked. He caressed Xian'er's cheeks. She rushed into her gut. She instantly rose through the realms, passing the martial emperor and martial king level, jumping into the immortal sovereign of war realm. Brother Out Yen. Feeling her cultivation reach an unprecedented level, Xian'er felt incredible and incredulous. "You're too good to me. My darling, you are too polite. Since you are with my husband, we will be sisters from now on." An elegant woman held Xian'er's hands. She was Gudu Yuehua, the sovereign of war who had ruled for a millennium. Husband is becoming more and more powerful. Us 600 girls cannot care for him well enough. In the future, we must live together well. Here, this is my gift for you as a sister. With that, Gudu Yuehua pulled out a shining sword. Xian'er's delicate figure trembled. "Is this the magical Gudu 9 sword that husband made for you?" "No, you are mistaken. This is the Gudu 647 sword. It is a gift from me for our first meeting." Hearing this, Ye Qingxuan threw his head back in laughter. He brought the two beauties into the air. In the clouds, a crowd of girls watched them come and swarmed over delicately. "Congratulations on the bonding between husband and sister Xian'er." Ye Qingxuan smiled and said, "Come, Xian'er, let me introduce you to your sisters. This is your second sister Mingqi, third sister Muqing, fourth sister Ashan, fifth sister Manwen, sixth sister Yueshi, seventh sister Shanghan, and your 646th sister Lianming." "Husband, you are too good to me." Xian'er leaned against Ye Qingxuan, her soft chest pressed against Qingxuan's arm, making the man's member misbehave. "You're so mean. You're trying to bully me again." Yuehua smiled and reached out. She tapped his cock, making it grow fierce. Yuehua looked up. Glancing at Qingxuan, she bent down and parted her pretty lips. And thus, there was chaos until the girls all begged him to stop and all were satisfied. Xian'er stroked the hard length and could not help but sigh, "Husband, please go find some more misters. We cannot handle you anymore." Ye Qingxuan did not answer. "Husband is too powerful," the girls said. "Husband, go find some more sisters." Ye Qingxuan still did not answer. After a round of lovely whining, Ye Qingxuan finally snapped out of it. He looked at the beauties. "I have a question." "What is it, husband?" they all asked. "I am only one man, but I've conquered more than 600 girls. And yet you are all so loving of each other. There are no fights or jealousy. It's incredible." The girls all laughed. Husband has gone crazy again. Also, Ye Qingxuan looked down at his crotch. Making love with 647 girls one after another would take 373.5 hours if each person takes half an hour. That means 186 hours and 45 minutes. That means that each session would take 15 days. During these 15 days, I can't sleep or eat and I can only act mechanically. Even a steel pillar would be flattened, but I didn't even scrape my skin. That is because husband's body is like a god. But in addition to that weird stuff, if you all love me so deeply, how are you willing to share me with 600 other girls and ask me to get even more? Brother Qingxuan, I do not care how many girls you have, as long as I am in your heart, Yuehua answered shyly. And your thing is too powerful. That's weird. Does cultivating increase power or hormones? In a daze, the girls disappeared. Ye Qingxuan looked up and saw a realistic yet illusory figure. His eyes brightened. "Elder, you've come just in time. Ever since I found the ring you hide in from the backyard when I was 11, I've always had a question." The elder with a head of white hair smiled. "Qingxuan, what is your question? What exactly is qi?" Ye Qingxuan asked. "Where does it come from? How is it created? How does it exist? Why does it enter our body? What state is it? Gas? Liquid? Solid? If it's called qi, then it must be gas, right? Does that mean I have a large amount of gas inside my body? Why haven't I swelled up? The elder replied, that is because your veins are strong. The qi condensed into the fighting spirit and is contained in the sub-universe of your body. What state is the fighting spirit in? Is it tangible? Ye Qingxuan murmured. He grabbed a girl over and ripped her apart after killing her. Where are the 8 Qijing veins and 2 Randu veins? Where is the sub-universe? Inside the brain? As he spoke, he lowered his dagger and opened Shenner's brain. But there was nothing there. Is this the sub-universe? Then where is the gut? The elder remained silent. And the 9 levels are warrior, master, grandmaster, martial lord, martial king, martial emperor, martial king, sovereign of war, and god of war. Why are there 2 martial kings? Don't overthink. The elder pulled 2 pieces of spirit fruits. Qingxuan, it is time to cultivate. Come, eat this fruit. I'm not Qingxuan. The youth looked up. My name is Ye Qingxuan. Is it bad to be called Qingxuan? The elder sighed. You became a god of war at age 14 and are undefeatable. You are the best of the century and possess power and beauty. Everyone fears and respects you. Your friends love you, are obsessed with you, and will never leave you. What is bad about this life? Everything's great about this life. Ye Qingxuan sighed. But it's too fake. If you don't like it, we can change to another one. The elder shook his head. Time spun and they returned to hundreds of years ago. At age 15, Ye Qingxuan lost the ability to cultivate. His skills even decreased and he fell lower than a warrior. He was looked down upon and even the girl he had been arranged to marry from childhood rejected him. Then when he was 18 years old, the elder reappeared and gave him new hope. Are you satisfied with this life? Why do I have to cultivate? Ye Qingxuan asked. You can turn into an inflator, but why do I have to pump myself with gas for no reason? Why can't I just live? I see. The elder finally understood. You don't like to cultivate. The world instantly darkened and all fell into the void. The universe opened again and created a new world. History rolled by until it came to modern day. The masterpiece Daizire welcomed its highest wave of popularity. The biggest guild of the game, Dragon Guild, guided the most elite players to start a new historical mission, Recreation of the Gods. They fought past all the obstacles to the Temple of Gods. There was only one step before they could push open the door and became the new gods. But just then, the guild leader, general of the elite group, and the strongest warrior of the game, Dragon Qingxuan, went offline. The game company quickly sent a video call to Dragon Qingxuan. Hello, this is Wang, the GM of the game company, Wang? Ye Qingxuan looked at the old man with white hair in the screen. Aren't you the elder? How come you went offline? Wang asked after clearing his throat. Is there something wrong with the game? Oh, no. Ye Qingxuan pointed to the stove behind him. I got hungry and I'm making ramen now. The entire league is waiting for you. There's only one last step of the mission. Wang was stunned. Can't you finish it before eating? Ye Qingxuan thought a bit and said, Your game is boring. I don't want to play anymore. No, you must play it. Wang cried, the main plot hasn't started yet. You have to enter the game warehouse. We have to wait until you defeat the last boss before we can bomb the warehouse and send you to the other realm, but... Why do I have to get bombed? Ye Qingxuan asked blankly. Why do I have to go to the other realm? If you go to the other realm, you can rule the world with the most powerful character in the system. Wang wiped at his cold sweat. And haven't you been working on this mission? If you complete it, you'll be at God level. Oh. Ye Qingxuan nodded. Slurping his noodles, he said, why do I have to go to the other realm for no reason? They might not even have toilet paper there. Wang was silent for a long time. Then the screen flashed and someone appeared. Hello, I am the manager of the game company. My name is Zhao. Elder, you just said that you're Wang. The man's expression was unchanged as if he did not hear anything. Based off of your feedback, we've decided not to send you to the other realm. If you finish this mission, we can send you back to be reborn. Ye Qingxuan drank soup and asked, why am I being reborn? You already know all the secrets, missions, plots, and hidden jobs of the game, the person said. After being reborn, you can become the most powerful in the game. You can win money. But I don't want to play games. Ye Qingxuan scratched his head. I don't want to be reborn either. My life is good right now. If you're reborn, you can get the school beauty. Wang advised. Or you can buy a house in the big city. You can make a fortune. Staring at him, Ye Qingxuan took his time to finish the noodles. Then he set down his bowl and asked seriously, being reborn to buy a house? Do you think I'm stupid? The man fell silent. He was covered in sweat. Annoyed, he tugged at his tie and lit a cigarette. Inhaling angrily, he muttered, Bro, isn't this just a dream? Why can't you go with the script? Don't you know how hard it is for us to get subscriptions and ratings? What do you want? Tell me and I'll take it. Chapter 448, but I just don't like it. What exactly do you want to do? Nothing. Sprawled on the sofa, Ye Qingxuan cocked his head and found a comfortable position. Life is short. Can't you let me lie down properly? You think life is too short? The one in charge brightened. I have an idea. Instantly, the world caved in and history ended. After who knew how long, a giant was born from the turbidity. He opened up a new world, clear air rose up and polluted air dropped down, and all began to grow. Time passed and a towering mountain rose in the west of Jojo. It pierced the clouds. It had been thousands of years since the world had ended. Now, Mount Jo was nothing like before and instead felt pure and peaceful. A group of boys waiting at the foot of the mountain looked up. The white clouds had transformed into a jade staircase. It extended from heaven's door and landed beside their feet. The sacred Qingxian sect will reopen its doors today and accept apprentices. A majestic voice rang out from the clouds. Anyone interested may come. After you pass through the 3 challenges, you will become my apprentice. If you can cultivate successfully, you will naturally be able to enjoy longevity with no worry of disasters or catastrophes. You will shine with the sun and moon and live forever with the earth. With that, the group cheered. They began climbing the path of clouds with all their might to reach the peak. But then, atop a large white stork at the peak, the majestic voice seemed to realize something. Ha! A beam of light fell from the sky. The majestic monk stood before the bedraggled youth. Holy light shone in his eyes. He looked both overjoyed and shocked. On the other hand, the youth looked at him indifferently. Elder, are you here to compliment me? A natural saint. A natural saint. The monk laughed heartily and then looked at him solemnly. Child, I am the most powerful of Jojo, Xuanqi. Are you willing to be my personal apprentice, cultivate with me, and enjoy the path to sainthood with me? Elder, Ye Qingxuan sighed. Why do you have so many tricks? Is this really my dream? Xuanqi looked at his indifference and could not but sigh. He waved in the stork, flowing clouds, and mountains all disappeared. Bending down, he looked at Ye Qingxuan. Ye Qingxuan, ruling the world, being undefeatable, being immortal, these are beautiful dreams that people aren't able to have no matter what. Don't be too picky. I don't like it. Ye Qingxuan shook his head. I just want to lie down. Would you like me to give you another game storage? The elder rubbed his hands in anticipation. Can you listen to me? Ye Qingxuan looked down on him. Who even are you? I am you, Ye Qingxuan. The elder changed. Sighing, his surface sloughed down. What replaced him was a blurry figure that looked a bit like Ye Qingxuan. I am the notes in your consciousness music theory. I am the musician part of you. I am a part of the Dreamweaver, the spirit made from the 1,000-year music theory of the Ye family. I am able to project into a human shape through your cognition. It is my duty to help you choose a dream. Oh. After a long while, Ye Qingxuan nodded. I don't want any dream. You can go. Don't say that. The projection looked at him pitifully. He pulled many thick books from his pocket like a lonely and helpless salesman. I have the dreams of all the Dreamweavers here. One must suit you. Please just choose one. He flipped open the first one. Look at this, the warlord of a city. This is really popular in the strange organisms of the ether world. What do you think? Ye Qingxuan shook his head. Too troublesome. You want to sublimate and know the meaning of the originator? The projection's voice grew dark and mysterious as he opened another book. Endless ether. This is good too. Ye Qingxuan was expressionless. I don't want to scare myself when I'm bored. Would you like to try the end of the world? No. Finally, the projection lost his temper. You won't learn this, won't learn that. What are you doing? You want me to make it impossible for you to become a musician? Ye Qingxuan was unmoved. The projection caved in. With teary eyes, he stared imploringly at Ye Qingxuan. My friend, can you not make things difficult for me? This is the prototype of all symphonies of predestination of the Ye family lords. Even if you take it and don't use it, or just play with it when you're bored, it's still good. Plus, there are also many amazing experiences waiting for you. Can't you just choose one? It's free. Sorry, I truly am tired. Ye Qingxuan sighed. I don't want those stories of going through extreme happiness and sadness, ups and downs, before finally reaching the pinnacle of life. Can't you let me go? The projection was depressed but angry. What's so bad about these great adventures? The only thing I don't lack in life is adventure. Really? Ye Qingxuan sighed heavily. Every time, I'm tormented until I want to die. Please let me go. I really don't want any more adventures. You're a musician. You're a dreamweaver. The projection almost had a mental breakdown. Yanking on Ye Qingxuan's collar, he roared, What do you want? Ye Qingxuan did nothing as the projection yanked him up by the collar and spit fell on his face. He just sighed and pleaded, I just want a rest. The moment, the entire world quieted down. Then something shattered in the distance. The world shook, the sun and moon dimmed, everything withered and lost color. The world turned black and white. The projection let go and said, You win. Its stiff body quickly cracked and fell apart like a broken mirror. After breaking through the first dreamscape, the second also fell apart. Ye Qingxuan felt himself falling. Falling to the deepest part of his consciousness, to the lowest level of his dream. Falling to the end of his dream. This was a silent and empty world, the bottom of his subconsciousness, and the origin of his consciousness. It connected his so-called sense of self, his true self, and his super-self. Other than self, there was nothing else. Nothing else? Is there really nothing else? Ye Qingxuan thought. He walked forward in silence. After some time, he finally saw the figure standing before him in the distance. The moon had risen into the sky without him realizing. The moonlight fell on the man like clothing, reflecting with a serene glow. Ye Qingxuan looked at him and sighed. "You really are here. I've been waiting for a long time." The seemingly familiar figure chuckled. He turned around and smiled pleasantly. "Little Ye, you finally came to see me." He reached out to embrace the young man, but Ye Qingxuan stepped to the side and brushed past him. Ye Lancao turned in confusion and saw Ye Qingxuan continue walking forward. "Little Ye, you're already at the end of your dream. Where are you going?" Ye Lancao stared at his back in shock. "We've been separated for so many years. Don't you want to see me? Don't you have anything to say to me? At the end of the end, Ye Qingxuan heard his voice and turned around. "Enough. Just let me sleep in peace." Ye Lancao faded and dissipated. The music theory projection gaped as Ye Qingxuan walked into the distance, disappearing somewhere. Was there an end to the end of the dream? Ye Qingxuan did not know. Finally, it is quiet. He curled up in the nothingness and closed his eyes. This time, he finally did not have to dream anymore. Under the serene moonlight, the sleeping Ye Qingxuan flipped over. The coldness and indifference in his brows disappeared, becoming peaceful and relaxed. He seemed to have finally escaped from the layers of causes and effects and the complex reality. He had run to somewhere without people or dreams and slept in peace. As he slept, the world became peaceful as well. Chapter 449, Those Young Monsters. In the Anglo embassy, it was afternoon. The well-dressed ambassador wore his sword, looking a little agitated as the time passed by. Finally, when it was about 6 o'clock, he sighed and asked the secretary, "How long has he been asleep?" "About 14 hours. The secretary replied, "I told the maid not to disturb him when he came back this morning, and then he never left the room." "Maybe he has already gone?" The ambassador looked to his side. The old musician shook his head. "He is still in the room, but he seems to be transforming his musical theory. We'd better not to disturb him at this moment. Otherwise, if there is any problem, I am afraid the consequences will be unpredictable." Hearing this, the ambassador sighed helplessly. It seems that he will be unable to attend. Before leaving the city, Maxwell had told the ambassador secretly that although Ye Qingxuan had no establishment and position in the embassy, they should treat him the same as they treated Maxwell. If anyone dared to disrespect him, he would be accused of disrespecting the royal family. As a result, Ye Qingxuan was able to eat for free in the embassy for such a long time. Everyone here regarded him as the successor of Maxwell, the future cabinet minister. Moreover, Ye Qingxuan did have a crucial position in the 5th Department, and he also served temporarily in the Silent Authority. He might usually ignore trivial affairs, but once something really happened, he was definitely a crucial figure. The ambassador would not have wanted to disturb him if it had not been for an invitation to an important party today, and Ye Qingxuan was especially invited. After another 10 minutes, the ambassador sighed and got up to command the secretary. "It seems that Mr. Yi is unable to come to dinner today. You choose a gift for him and I will bring it to the banquet. At least it won't be impolite." The secretary nodded and quickly prepared a gift that Ye Qingxuan would give for being ill and unable to attend. 2 minutes later, the ambassador and his wife boarded the carriage to the embassy of Burgundy. Soon the carriage stopped before another mansion in the embassy district. It was already late, but the Burgundy embassy's lights were all on. The traffic rushed before the embassy of Burgundy. There were constantly well-dressed nobles and ambassadors getting out of the carriages and attending this party with invitations. The 9th of December was the National Day of Burgundy, as well as the 300th anniversary of the celebration. The embassy prepared a lot to celebrate this day and many people were invited. Within a few short hours, rich businessmen and nobles from all over the world had gathered here. There were officials and saints from the sacred city as well. The carriage with Anglo's emblem parked in front of the embassy. the ambassador got off with his wife. Soon, a well-dressed attendant welcomed them and guided the two into the hall. In the ballroom, Ambassador Bertrand, clad in a suit, seemed to have waited for a long time. Due to taking care of his body, there wasn't the slightest sign of aging in his appearance. He did not look like a man in his 50s at all, but a middle-aged man in his prime. Behind him stood a handsome young man, who seemed to be his nephew. "Mr. Baird, welcome." After exchanging greetings with Anglo's ambassador for a moment, Bertrand could not restrain his curiosity and looked to his side. "Has Mr. Ye not come yet?" Baird smiled wryly and sent the gift that had been prepared. "Last night, it snowed. Mr. Ye had a cold and couldn't come tonight. He asked me to convey his regrets to you." "I see." Bertrand sighed. "It's our mistake. We should have sent the invitation to Mr. Ye earlier. Please let Mr. Ye know that the Embassy of Burgundy will always welcome his visit." After the two exchanged the pleasantries, the young man behind Bertrand left. Baird didn't care about it but looked to Bertrand. Both were ambassadors of foreign countries and had often met each other in the sacred city. However, their rivalry did not damage the friendship between the two. They were even members of the same bridge club. Having such great ties, Baird did conceal anymore. "My old friend, don't you think it's inappropriate?" Baird looked at Bertrand and whispered, "Although there is no official position for Mr. Ye in our embassy, he is distinguished at least. How could you be so careless to send the invitation the last day?" "I did not intend to invite such a sensitive figure like Mr. Ye." Bertrand forced a smile and shook his head. He took a glass of champagne from the waiter's hand. The two chatted while walking to the corner. "This happened because someone wants to see him. I had to send the invitation on short notice." Baird frowned, immediately getting curious. Who is so powerful? Who else could it be? With a wry smile, Bertrand looked at the handsome young man in the crowd who was laughing with the other nobles. The young man seemed to have a wide circle of friends. There were so many nobles, different circles, and different schools here, but he could manage all of them. He must be something. Baird was stunned. He did not expect that the young man next to Bertrand, who seemed to be his nephew or a secretary of the embassy, actually had a powerful background. Soon it dawned on him when he noticed that the young man's ring. The Bourbon family? Which branch? What else can it be? Bertrand, sipping the champagne, said softly, "The first in line for natural inheritance." The Bourbon clan, as the royal family of Burgundy, had many branches, but there were not many people who really had the lineages and rights. From Bertrand's reaction, one could tell that the young man must be someone distinguished. Moreover, the Emperor of Burgundy was seriously ill. There were not many days left for him. In a few months, it was very possible that the young man's father would rule the country. "Which son of Louis is he?" Baird asked. Bertrand looked at him with a vague smile. "My old friend, he is the only son of Louis now, but..." Baird understood his meaning and suddenly fell into silence. "Don't underestimate the young, my old friend. There are more and more monsters among the young, such as your country's new sword-bearer." Bertrand put down the glass and looked at the figure in the crowd with more fear. He was an illegitimate son of the Louis family who was abandoned overseas. But half a year ago, he was welcomed back to the family and received recognition. Originally, they intended to use the young man as a bargaining chip but did not expect that the man they found back then was not an obedient puppet but a serpent. In less than 6 months, he turned from the underdog to a public leading figure. Those who had been in front of him are now dead at his feet, including his brother Louis. In addition to his own family, he also won the support of the Antonovate family. He has an engagement with the Grand Duke's daughter and they will get married next year. Now, he is my teacher Mr. Richelieu's favorite student, the future cabinet confidential secretary. To tell the truth, during the days he stayed in the embassy, even I felt like there are thorns in my back. I can't sleep well. Thankfully, he is about to leave for home after the celebration. That's a relief. Baird listened to this wordlessly and felt a headache coming. Why would he be interested in our sword-bearer? Who knows? Bertrand smiled. Maybe he wants to be a good friend with your Mr. Yi. That's not funny, Bertrand. Baird shook his head, drank the champagne in the cup, and finally glanced at the young man's back. What's the name of the monster in your country? Don Juan, Bertrand said, Don Juan de Udon Bourbon. Don Juan sat silently in the resting room of the embassy. What a pity, master, the attendant at his side said. It seems that you are not seeing your good friend this time. A pity? Don Juan glanced at his attendant and laughed. Do you feel sad or are you glad? You know he is now a famous demon hunter in the countries. None of those dark musicians who met him had good endings. You must be overjoyed that he can't come, right? Master, you overthink. The attendant managed a smile. I have changed. It has been quite a long time since I've had contact with my past friends. Everyone probably thinks that the rain artist is dead. That's the best, old man. Don Juan glanced at him. Perceiving the sorrow in his eyes, Don Juan laughed with derision. Only you will take that title as a treasure. You only killed a few people and were chased by the sacred city like a rabbit. Think about your bullsh** T friends' endings. Poor old Colbert, why can't you look further? He put his hands on the rain artist's shoulder and whispered his original name. When my dad comes into power, the time for us will come. As long as that old man's life and death is in our hands, what can't we get? You want to kill someone? Just wave your fingers and there will be countless people to help you kill and take the blame. Do you want power? What about financial officer? The Royal Secretary of State? Navy Commander or the Prime Minister of Burgundy? Compared to these things in sight, what the F***ck is the originator? Is it worth risking your life to pursue? Is it worth your while to go through the hell for that D***mn spirit? Don't be ridiculous, Colbert. Your future is under your feet. As long as you follow me, everything is at your fingertips. After a while of silence, Colbert softly sighed. Young master, how can someone like you not degenerate into a demon? It doesn't make sense. Degenerate? Said Don Juan, chuckling. I'm so much dirtier than you all. Go back and send a present to Yezi. Don Juan fixed his bow tie and smiled pleasantly. I really look forward to seeing him again. Will Yezi be startled to see me like this? He pushed the door open and walked into the ballroom. The banquet was at the climax. Miss Patty, a singer from the Trinity Choir, was invited to give a performance for this pageant. The singer, who gave up the music theory and the path of musicians to focus on the melody, was already a master in the music field. Every year at the Winter Festival, she would lead the choir to chant hymns while the Pope sermonized. Her voice was likened to the heavenly light which illuminated the earth and gave salvation. Under the soft light, the elegant Miss Patty lifted her skirt and appeared on the stage. She bowed slightly and was greeted with cheers and gasps. The old singer had some white hair, but it did not reduce her grace. On the contrary, she looked full of the noble aura. When standing on the stage, she was not like a performer but the master and the emperor of the stage. The audience bowed their heads piously, longing for her voice as if longing for nectar. You even invited Miss Patty? Baird looked to Bertrand. Starting the year before last, she would rarely appear except for the Winter Festival performance. I personally invited her to our celebration last year but she refused. That is because you are qualified enough. Bertrand smiled proudly, full of pleasure. Today, he invited Baird to come over just in order to see his current expression. Worth it. It was worth it. Baird looked at his proud appearance and swore in his mind. But soon, he cleared his thoughts because the singing on the stage had already begun. Under the soft violin melody, Miss Patty opened her mouth and sang. Her voice was like gorgeous silk melting into spring. It spread with the soft melody. The song seemed to land on the soul and rejuvenated the people. Even the skin trembled and the viscera swayed with the rhythm. They were intoxicated in the song. No one ever thought that music without power or ether could also be beautiful to such a degree, almost making them shed tears. The song began to rise like a stream converging into a river. The gorgeous aria quivered with the consciousness of all and came into the solemn song together with the choir behind her. The habanera music from the far north rang in everyone's ears. Everyone was fascinated, but even more frightening were the waves spread in the melody. It was the power of the ether. All the musicians present could feel that it was not a music theory but a mere song. However, there existed a mysterious magic so that even the ether was summoned. It emitted the illusion of divine light toward all directions with the melody. In the divine light, everyone felt as if the whole person was baptized. All the depression and irritability were dispelled. There was no darkness but refreshing and vitality, as if everyone went back to being juvenile. Among the musicians, an old musician shook his head with a wry smile and exclaimed, "Have Patty's attainments become so powerful in these years?" Without realizing, he had been left behind and could only see her silhouette. She could mobilize the ether only by virtue of singing. There was no music theory in her song. She purely used the spirit in the melody. Even among the monks of the scared city, few could achieve this degree. After becoming a formal musician at the age of 16, Patty gave up the music theory and became obsessed with melody. But no one had expected that Patty's understanding of the music theory had come to such a level over these years. After years of studying, the world-famous singer had relied on her own insights to advance to the resonance level and even arrived at the distortion level. Otherwise, how could she reach the level of the etheric resonance with the ideas contained in the melody? The ether was tamed by the melody, spontaneously chasing along with the song and creating miracles. She mastered the ether with the will of man and created the light of heaven with the sentiment and faith of the ego. Countless musicians were envious of her. Everyone knew that Miss Patty's path to the top would be a smooth one. She had found her own subject. As long as she passed the completion stage, the creation of her symphony of predestination would be a small case. In just several years, a new grandmaster would emerge in the sacred city. She would be the best, even among the masters. In the ballroom, the performance was about to reach its climax. All were intoxicated in the song. With eyes closed, they were guided by the song as if bathed in the divine light. If the previous a cappella was a casual one, then with the advancement of the melody, the ether waves became even more powerful. At that instant, many musicians sensed something and invariably raised their heads, staring at the stage above. The etheric fluctuations that hung by Patty's side wove a complex and melodic glow. It was a breakthrough. She was about to break through. Patty was enlightened on deeper music theory during her performance. Now she was about to break through the shackles and take that crucial step toward the realm of grandmasters. In her chanting, there was some kind of magnificent power building. A divine power was conceived in it. It was so vast and pure as if it would forge the path to heaven. Seeing all this, the crowd gasped. They had underestimated her. She had spent so many years concentrating on faith and hymns, and no one expected her to have accumulated such knowledge. The scared city would have a new grandmaster now. To be able to witness a musician breaking through the shackles of distortion and stepping into the realm of the master, anyone would be excited. The crowd immediately became attentive to witness this legendary moment. And now, everyone held their breath in the almost suffocating melody and voice. All were drawn by the song as if they were falling into the hopeless frontier with the singer. That power built and built. And then it was repressed and repressed. Until finally, the air was almost frozen for her and everyone was gasping for breath. As if expecting an earth-shattering explosion, They couldn't help clenching fists and closing their eyes, ready to meet the peak of the storm. At that instant, the glow of flames sprang from Patty's body and divine light descended from the sky. Patty took a deep breath. She gathered the insights and beliefs of her life, ready to ascend into the clouds in the next moment during the climax. Countless ether cheered and converged from all directions. A substantive ether sea appeared, interwoven with the melody of light and shadow. And just in that moment, everything stopped. Because a suffocating silence came. Those who had closed their eyes to listen and had thrown themselves into the chant, prepared to meet the climax of the storm, were stunned. Nothing more. The song was gone. The melody was gone. All sound was gone. The huge contrast almost made them mad. They had thrown themselves into the song. The extreme accumulation could not be released, which almost made them spit out a mouthful of blood. All went blind. Rather than erupting, the melody perished in silence. Everyone opened their eyes in shock and stared blankly at the stage, looking at the sluggish Miss Patty. She opened her mouth but no sound was heard. She was frozen. Her face turned green and white. The force that had been compressed raged in the body. Suddenly, her skin broke apart. Scarlet mist poured out from the pores. The thick blood flowed from all openings. Doubling over, she vomited and collapsed on the ground, unable to move. She did not manage to release the chaotic music theory, which totally destroyed her. Her sound of heart was defeated by her power. Her efforts, understanding, and penance of the lifetime were all buried in this silence. In a silence, Bertrand first reacted. He rose and roared, "Why are you all standing there? Save her! Save her!" Such an event happening at the National Day ceremony was a disaster. Especially since it involved a world-renowned singer. He quickly pondered how to settle the fallout of the affair. But after roaring, he realized something was wrong. Something was wrong. It was totally wrong. He didn't hear his voice. Looking around, he opened his mouth and yelled, but it was silent. It was as if the sound had been swallowed by something monstrous. Even the sound of breathing was frozen. Everyone was aware of the chaos and wanted to scream, but they couldn't make any noise. Glasses and plates fell to the ground and were crushed to pieces, but it was still silent. No sound, no sound. Everything was frozen in this sudden stillness. What the H*LL was going on? All the musicians got up. They stared at each other but could not sense any fluctuations in music theory. All the movements seemed to be impotent. The notes were swallowed by the cold silence as soon as they were produced. There seemed to be an invisible black hole in the air, devouring all the power. They felt that the ether was still there and that it covered the world. But the ether that they could once use at any time now had no response, resisting all calls. As if the ether had fallen asleep. This silence came suddenly like a ghost. And now, it was still spreading. Just now, it was produced from an unknown place and spread in all directions. The terribly cold stillness was widening. In an instant, it swallowed up the vast embassy district. If one looked down from the sky, he would find that at this moment, there was a big hole in the enchantment of Scared City. The hole covered the entire embassy district, forming a perfect circle. It was so perfect and so quiet, as if the kingdom of death had opened his door and all things fell into slumber. In deep sleep, someone quietly turned over. The next moment, the central church's shrill alarm went off. Chapter 450, Accident. Boom. 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 The copper door grated with explosive sounds. Before the frantic footsteps, 6 doors opened in succession. Archbishop Albert, disheveled and with his shoes on the wrong foot, clutched his hat and rushed into the central church. It only took him 2 minutes to reach the heart. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Under the piercing alarm, he yelled, What's with the war alarm? Was the northern front destroyed? Did Anglo fall? Did the abyss blow out? Did the natural catastrophes invade? The priest on duty was ashen. Seeing Albert, he rushed over. Archbishop, the enchantment was broken into. I don't know what happened, I swear. I only spaced out a bit, and when I looked up, there's a giant hole in the enchantment. Albert was stunned. His expression darkening, the frail old man yanked the priest up. Who did it? Don't know, the priest shook his head with all his might. Idiot. Albert tossed him to the side and ran toward the ball of silver light in the center. As his fingers moved, the silver light changed, quickly showing the location of thousands of tuning instruments in the sacred city. The Iron City was always covered by a vast surveillance enchantment. Cables hundreds of meters long extended to the various nations, connecting the world at all times. Countless steel towers supported the enchantment like a skeleton. Under the high tower were 2,000 large-scale tuners in coherence. They looked over the enchantment and ether at all times, controlling all music theory changes. Without a doubt, these 2,000 tuners were the core of the core. The inner was divided between different levels, but its importance was still undeniable. Now, under the observation of the central church, 6 tuners had lost contact. The territory fell into a standstill. They seemed to have suddenly gone on strike. It would be okay if it was just a strike. The other tuners could share the pressure. Even if only one tuner remained, the enchantment could still be maintained. However, the enchantment in that territory had been undone silently. All music theory that entered it would lose contact. It was like ice melting in water. There would be no more sign of it. This was more terrifying than direct damage. If it was damaged, it could still be fixed. However, there was suddenly a hole in the sacred city enchantment. If they could not figure it out, the consequences were unimaginable. Even worse, could someone have done this purposely? Had someone discovered how to disrupt the sacred city enchantment? Cold sweat seeped from Albert. Oh no, this is the embassy zone. Realizing this, Albert almost turned green. All the ambassadors are there. If something made a mess, the sacred city would be humiliated. Before him, the projection flipped and revealed the status of countless music theory operations. It was obvious that the enchantment's self-recovery had not stopped. However, any type of power that poured into that zone would disappear. All ether had become ineffective. There, the observation showed a blank white space. They did not even know what happened there. Why did it have to be now? Why did it have to be when Nibelungenlied was sleeping in self-testing? Albert could not even find someone to consult. He stared at the enchantment's control center before, sweat pouring down. His mind spun rapidly. None of the music scores were effective. This usually meant there was no ether, but the ether density had not changed. After checking the operation status of the enchantment multiple times, Albert was going crazy. There were no problems at all. Just then, the alarm suddenly stopped. After a slight bit of unrest, the bubbling sacred city returned back to stillness. Albert looked up in confusion. A beam flashed past and an indifferent voice said, "No problems in the enchantment, alarm retracted, all is normal." It was an order from the King of Red. The unrest that was growing in the silent city was quickly quelled. No problem with the enchantment? Albert thought for a long while, scratching his head and cheeks. His expression grew troubled. Then the problem must be somewhere else. But where? Beside him, the priest on duty said quietly, "I have seen something like this in books before." Would it be something similar to a restricted area? The restricted area was a technique passed down with the title of Bach. It could be said to be his trademark. Where he was, all ether would be controlled by him. His authority was above all. If he released his full power, Bach could even control all ether within a 1,000-mile radius to act according to his wishes. The most important of this was establishing a restricted area within it. It was established with unimaginable forbidden attainments. Only his own music theory could operate, all others would dissipate. This meant that, if Bach wished, he could rob other musicians of their power. Even saints would be affected. This was the utmost highest author for the King of Black. It was the power that the king of all musicians deserved. However, Albert quickly rejected this idea after considering it. No matter if this is Mr. Bach's restricted area, India's one with Brahma, or Tai of the East, these all have the control of ether, pulling everything under one topic. That is the only way to control it. He paused, expression growing troubled. However, in this area, there is no music theory remaining at all. According to logic, if there is no control, the ether would fall into chaos. But now, not even chaos exists. There is nothing. He paused, thinking, and suddenly reached out. The projection changed and revealed an inspection chart of the sacred city's ether. Controlled by the enchantment, the sacred city's ether was repressed. Most areas were harmless white zones. Important places were yellow zones, and there were even dangerous red or black zones. However, it was extremely strange where the hole was. There was no color. It was transparent. An uncolored zone? Albert went blank. What was this? To Indian ascetic monks, the world was divided into three realms: the Kamaloka, Rupaloka, and Arupaloka. The Rupaloka was the world of form, while the Kamaloka only existed in concept in the ether world. It was a mysterious realm that could only be observed through ether. The Arupaloka, the formless and colorless world, stood between the two. It was like a blank space between them. There was neither form nor ether. There was only nothingness. Apparently, true salvation and freedom existed there. Countless ascetic monks voluntarily went into nirvana just to experience this impossible existence in the moment between life and death. However, under the influence of something, all ether had sunk into silence. It was like an impossible vacuum. Though they were very different, Albert still felt fear after thinking of the details and distance. He finally thought of what this emptiness was. It was an ether dream. This was the music score that had been lost for centuries, the Wyrmrest enchantment. Open the star map. Show me all the musicians in the sacred city. Albert jumped up. Clenching his jaw, he was frantic and angry. Let me see what the asterisk star dares to disregard the sacred city's rules and experiment consequences. The silver projection instantly changed. A vast starry sky appeared in the darkness once again. Countless stars shone and collided with blinding light. Each star represented a resonance musician's source embedded in the ether world. The complex stars wove amongst each other, covering the entire human world. The levels of resonance, disturbance, and distortion were obvious. Above the sacred city, there was a glorious light. It was the King of Red. And in the faraway dark world, there was a similar sun lighting the darkness and opening up a new territory. That was the King of Black. Outside the clouds, there was a faint sun operating soundlessly. It was fleeting and difficult to track. That was the King of Yellow. The large field of stars flashed by. Soon, it zoomed in until only the sacred city remained. Countless dazzling stars hung in the darkness. They rippled in complex patterns and operated silently. Just the countless music theories made one's vision spin. The ether rose and crashed like tidal waves but were conformed to one frequency under the enchantment. It was dizzying. In the silence, the priest behind Albert looked up to observe. After looking for a while, he was stunned. Nothing? There were no abnormal signs. Just as before, every source was a registered musician. No one was extra or missing. However, Albert continued staring at the countless stars. After a long while, he pointed at a spot. "No, it's here, dot." The priest followed his finger and saw a patch of emptiness. But just as he was trying to distinguish it, he saw a blurry figure amongst the ether waves. The source seemed to be a black hole hidden behind the clusters of stars. It was impossible to see. It could only be sensed by observing the other stars. As Albert moved, the blurry star's location was marked. It radiated with a terrifying vortex-like light that shot into all directions. It was aggressive. It seemed to want to sweep all ether into eternal slumber. Amongst all the unmoving stars, only that source was moving. Under the two pairs of confused eyes, it paced through the ether world, seeming to take a stroll among the stars. "Who is it?" Albert muttered. He racked his brain. What strange creature had come from the ether world and caused a ruckus? Or was a secret school undergoing forbidden experiments? In the next moment, the source suddenly disappeared. All ether was sucked into a vortex and disappeared as well. The glow disappeared. It retracted all of its strength and hid into the stars again. It was difficult to find its traces by observing the other stars. All that remained was a taunting afterglow that dissipated into the dark nothingness. After a stretch of silence, Albert raised his head. "Nibelungenlied, you're here, right? Something so big has happened. I'm sure you know about it." No one replied in the silence. However, Albert continued to look up at the ceiling. He seemed ready to wait quietly until the end of the world. After a long pause, an indifferent voice rang out. "I was called forth by you, Archbishop Albert. How may I help you?" "Okay, old friend. Stop pretending." Albert sighed. "What just happened?" "It was just an accident. No need to mind it." "Accident?" Albert furrowed his brows. "Yes," Nibelungenlied answered. "The evolution of a musician's music theory caused the theory in the enchantment to be bloated. An endless loop caused the surrounding tuning instruments to lose control and cause an accident. The playing has been restarted and all operations are normal. There is no need to worry." Albert looked at the ceiling coldly and murmured, hopefully, "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 451 to 460. Chapter 451, Out of Control. It was dim inside the tavern. The bartender smoked behind the bar. The smell was pungent. Under the faint light, he looked down at Charles, who was sitting outside the bar. The light illuminated his bald head, casting a shadow under his brow bone. His expression was hard to see. Crash! A fist-sized glass was slammed down before Charles. He jumped at the loud sound. The liquor sloshed, almost splashing onto his collar. While he was freaked out, the bartender pushed the glass over expressionlessly. He bent down and said, "Shall we drink?" Beside him was a bottle with the label scraped off. Charles froze and looked back. He saw a few men in the corner staring at him coldly. Gulping, he looked up for help. However, there was nothing upstairs save for muffled arguments. "What?" the bartender asked. "Don't like it?" Charles plastered on a smile. He was not stupid enough to say that he did not like drinking. Don't make the others think that the headquarter treats people badly. Since you're Constantine's man, you have to drink with us now that you're here. The burly bartender cracked his neck. When he looked at Charles, his tone changed. "You'll humor us, right?" Flinching, Charles nodded forcefully. "Great." The bartender grinned, showing his sharp teeth. He glanced up. "They'll need some more time to discuss. We can become closer. Come, rookie, let's drink." He stuffed the glass into Charles's hand and forced him to clink glasses. With a bitter expression, Charles downed the cup. He almost blacked out. After a few days of house arrest, the revolutionaries seemed to have finally come to consensus. Changing from their previous indifferent attitude, they voluntarily contacted Constantine. Both parties came to the secretive bar to talk. Constantine brought Charles, but after arriving, they only allowed Constantine up. He was powerless and could only leave Charles with the group of terrifying men. Before 30 minutes was up, Charles was pushed into the trap by these prepared men. The pungent hard liquor poured into his throat. He inhaled sharply and clenched his jaw. It was the familiar recipe and familiar taste. There was a unique type of private liquor from Avalon's downtown. The craftsman would put industrial alcohol, various pigments, and snake bones soaked in flavoring agents to the liquor, creating a local specialty. It was known as kerosene. The poor ruffians of downtown all called it that. Apparently, you had to avoid candles after drinking a glass because you could light yourself up. Other than drinking, one could also pour the liquor on a corpse for a combustion agent. After burning, not even the best forensic scientist or their own mothers could tell who it was. The liquor in Charles's hand was comparable to it. In fact, there seemed to also be drugs? Charles murmured. The men in the corner burst into evil laughter. The bartender arched an eyebrow. You know the ropes? I didn't expect this. Squinting, he picked up the liquor and grinned. Seems like I'll have to treat you even better. The order was to make Constantine back down voluntarily and embarrass himself but without losing face. The man he brought with, naturally had to be treated the same. The bartender was starting to get curious. How many cups could this rookie drink before the ingredients burned his brain? Have another. He poured the overflowing cup before Charles. Seeing the youth open his mouth to speak, he pulled out a dagger and stabbed the pocketed bar. I'll drink with you. Watching as Charles paled, he leered. Today, we must drink to our fill. In silence, Charles stared at his glass. After a long while, he nodded. Okay, Dot. Under the bartender's shocked gaze, Charles threw his head back and drank. For some reason, the bartender felt panic. Perhaps he had made the wrong choice. After who knew how long, the door upstairs opened. The tavern's owner brought Constantine to the door and bid farewell. Constantine, I'm sorry. You came for nothing. The man shook his hand. Mr. Gaius has his own plans. I truly cannot help you. It's okay. I'm satisfied as long as you all are willing to see me and listen to an old man like me. Constantine sighed and put on his hat. Thank you for your hospitality. I won't see you off, then. The man nodded. Buck, help him out. It was silent downstairs. Buck. Buck. Where the F***ck did you go? The man froze, embarrassment creeping into his expression. I'm sorry, Mr. Constantine. Those asterisk holes don't understand respect. Recently, they had heard some rumors and have misconceptions of you. Hopefully, they didn't do anything to your man. Constantine's expression quickly darkened. He rushed downstairs. Not many would expect for someone as old as Constantine to move so quickly. Anxious, he stepped onto the stairs as if wanting to shatter the rotting boards. Before he got there, he could already smell the alcohol and the disgusting odor of vomit. Stunned, he sped up. Hopefully, Charles was still in one piece and not torn apart by those F***ing starts from the sewers of the sacred city. But when he turned the corner, he froze. The room was silent. Regardless of the bartender behind the bar, the poker players on the sofa, the guests pretending to play pool and darts, they were all on the ground now. Some panted drunkenly. They opened their mouths and vomited out sticky liquid with undigested black beans mixed in. The disgusting smell and the scent of bad alcohol were pungent. But in the middle of the scattered bodies, Charles sat in his chair, playing cards by himself in boredom. When he saw Constantine, he smiled. "Sir, you're finally done?" He jumped down. "I waited for so long I was wondering if I should get food delivered." Yeah." Still not having processed everything, Constantine nodded stiffly. "What happened?" "All revolutionaries are family. They're all so enthusiastic." Charles looked around awkwardly. "Sadly, they weren't very hospitable because they have low alcohol tolerance. They all got drunk after a few glasses." After a long pause, Constantine nodded, seemingly accepting this reality. He looked away, pretending he did not see Charles subtly kick two bloody teeth under the bar. "The talk is over. Let's go," he said. "Oh, okay. Wait a second." Charles knocked his head and ducked behind the bar. He put the things the bartender had prepared into his bag. Seemingly offhand, he ripped open the bartender's pocket and found a small packet. Sniffing it, he hesitated before putting it in his pocket. "Thanks for waiting, sir." Patting his hands, he ducked back out. "Let's go." In the carriage on the way back, Constantine took off his hat tiredly. He leaned in his seat, seeming to nod off. He could not help but sigh. Charles looked outside and asked, "Sir, will we visit anyone else?" "Let's go back." Constantine shook his head. "I'm a bit tired. We can finish the rest tomorrow." Charles fell silent. After some time, he started, "Sir," but trailed off. "Yes?" "Your pallor," Charles pointed at his own face. Confused, Constantine touched his face and could not help but chuckle dryly. He shook his head. As expected. Now, Constantine looked like he was exhausted to the max. He did not need a mirror to know how bad he looked. Even worse, he could smell the age and fatigue. When you become old, you start paying for your debts. The slightest breeze will make you lose sleep. Even talking to someone is like going into war. You must be completely focused. Sighing, he pulled out some medicine. Counting 4 pills, he dumped them into his mouth and swallowed with some warm water. Can't handle it after forgetting to take pills for 2 days. "Did something happen?" Charles asked. "Not too big of a problem." Constantine smiled bitterly. "If I guess correctly, I'll be dragged over to be criticized soon." "Huh?" Charles froze, getting a bad feeling. "What do you mean?" "What it sounds like," Constantine said coolly. "I was deputy commander for so many years and had angered many people. Since my favor has fallen now, many will be happy to push me down further." Charles could not understand. How, it's so sudden, didn't you just come out?" "I was too naive." Constantine pinched his nose bridge and murmured, "Charles, people change. I was locked up for half a year and did not expect that everything has gone out of control. The revolutionaries is nothing like before. Isn't it logical for an old guy who can't keep up to be swept into the trash? Gaius probably refuses to see me because he is hesitating as well." Charles felt a head-splitting pain. He had felt something wrong these days, but he thought it was just safety precautions. He did not think that the house arrest and investigations were due to the revolutionaries' extreme distrust of Constantine. It seemed to be intensifying after he came out. What had Constantine been doing these days? "Charles, it's not like before." He sighed. It had been 90 years since the last burst of the dark world's beastliness. The active period of natural catastrophes is coming soon. The human world is on a tightrope now. It can no longer bear the internal conflicts. Even if it's just for the big picture, the conflict between the sacred city and revolutionaries must be resolved. Gaping, Charles finally stammered, "Isn't that good? Gaius might not like my idea." Constantine shook his head. He's already lost himself. What does he want to do? Is that still a question? Constantine lit his cigarette and inhaled. Gaius wants to create a new world. He will definitely destroy the old. If he realizes that I'm standing before him, he will destroy me along with those things, as well as the majority of those who support me. But he looked at the blank Charles with a tired expression. Charles, no matter what I choose, many people will die in a few days. Many. Perhaps because of me, perhaps because of him. This is my last chance, but I don't even dare to decide. Gaius, does he want to attack the sacred city? Charles could not help but ask. It may be too direct, but he couldn't care less. He could feel that he was only one step away from the truth. But he could smell something terrifying. The dirty secret had a tantalizing scent, luring him to danger. Attack the sacred city? Constantine scoffed. Not just that. Clenching his fist, he crumbled the cigarette in his hands. Even though the burning tobacco scorched his palm, he could not feel any pain. Charles, he wants to release a natural catastrophe. He wants to release the dragon of disaster that the third pope had sealed beneath the sacred city. Chapter 452, Ugly. Late at night, there was no sound other than the dripping of water from the faucet in the silent bathroom. Hot steam hung in the air, thick and suffocating. However, some type of power had caused the steam to seal the entire room without anyone realizing. The detailed and complex music theory formed a system that melted into the steam. There were no ripples and sat between existence and non-existence. It was practically imperceptible. Charles soaked in the bathtub languidly. He seemed to be relaxing, but his eyes studied the ceiling as if there was something very interesting here. His skin had already turned white from the water. After a long while, a faint voice suddenly appeared in his ear. The dragon of destruction? The ancient voice sighed. I see. This was one of the current main leaders of the silent authority, one of the saints, Handel. If it wasn't something as important as the dragon of destruction, Charles probably would not have been able to contact him. Even Handel had fallen silent after hearing the report and verified it many times. He had been pretty sure, but hearing the acknowledgement from Handel, Charles could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Intense exhaustion besieged him. He really wanted to pass out. After experiencing so much, he had finally found out the revolutionaries' plot. His mission was finally complete. He could finally be free. Charles just wanted to sleep now. After regaining his freedom, he would find a good tavern and drink to his fill with his teacher and junior. You've worked hard. Handel's voice had a rare gentleness to it. We will prepare well. Silence. Charles waited silence. Finally, his brows furrowed. And then? For some reason, he had a bad feeling. Hearing his question, Handel was confused as well. Is there something else you need to report? When can I back out? Charles pushed himself up in the tub and asked quietly, when will you come pick me up? I can leave at any time, as long as you. Charles, your mission isn't over, Handel interrupted, his voice serious. It's not time for you to leave yet. Charles froze. He felt his vision dim and the panic thicken. He could barely breathe. You aren't planning for me to continue being a spy, right? Handel did not reply, but Charles raised his voice. Didn't you say you'd free me once I figure out what Gaius will do to the sacred city? Do you know how many times they've suspected me already? Do you know how many people outside this building have their eyes on me? Do you know how much I'm risking to send you this message? Charles, I know this is very hard for you, but we must think of the big picture, Handel said quietly. Only you can do this. Your line of information is too precious. We cannot just end it now. Then you do it. Charles roared quietly. You come be this F*** king spy. Don't you have other people? Isn't that bearded mind musician yours too? F***ck the big picture. I'm done. Charles, face reality. Handel lost his patience. Do you know how horrible the consequences will be if the Dragon of Disaster is released? What use is it if we only know what they plan to do? Do we not have our eyes on the dragon already? But who knows what else the revolutionaries have planned? Only knowing this is useless. You think you can compensate for your crime with this? Charles was silent. He glared at the steam before him as if trying to find Handel inside it. The sudden burst of panic made his organs tremble. Subtle pain spread from the bottom of his brain. It felt like his head was about to split. He held his forehead but could not suppress the urge to go crazy. The anger was like iron in fire. It wanted to beat down on his consciousness and spirit, to tear apart his body, and burn his soul to ashes. His body shook from the painful torment. He wanted to cry and sob. How can you do this? He murmured. Snot and tears rolled down pathetically, falling into the water that had become cloudy and cold. He stared at the steam, choking. This isn't what you said before. Please, just let me go. Why does everyone have to be like this? I really am just a failure. People like me can't be spies, really. I never did anything right in my life, and now I'm not even a musician. I already ran away, but why do you have to force me? Mr. Handel, you're a saint, you're an important figure. I know that if you want, you can do anything. I'm begging you, let me go, please. Charles, you must do it, Handel said. Only you can. It's useless even if I stay, Charles pleaded. Mr. Constantine is already being excluded. I can't get anything from him. Then change to someone else, Handel said coldly. Change to someone who can truly give you information. Charles blanched. For some reason, he felt a terrifying coldness from the marrow of his bones. It swallowed him, making him unable to speak. What do you mean? Listen, Charles. Constantine is useless now. You must change your track. Handel's voice was gentle. I will secretly arrange for you to meet with Gaius's man tomorrow. At that time, you'll tell them Constantine's plan. After he's removed by Gaius, you'll naturally enter their true core in the sacred city. Impossible. Charles yelped. Sensing the coldness from the other end of the connection, he tried to explain, even if I betray Constantine, they still won't trust me. You don't have to worry about that. The silent authority will help you gain their trust. Handel seemed to be confident, but his voice had turned cold. However, you must understand that you don't have much time left. Charles, if you fail, you will not be the only one dying. Your teacher will also be sent to hell for his past relationship with Gaius. Without the sacred city, no one will be able to save you. I hope you will not hesitate anymore and promptly make the correct choice. The connection cut off. In the silence, there was only the sound of icy droplets falling into the tub from the ceiling. Charles sat dumbly in the water as if he was frozen. He stared at the water vapor and opened his mouth to speak, but he did not know how to continue speaking with Handel. He just felt his vision darkening. His headache was getting worse, as if it wanted to tear him apart and knock him unconscious. In his daze, he felt the icy droplets fall onto his face. They were blood red. Blood dropped from the ceiling into the tub, dyeing the water red. The entire world seemed to decay as if thousands of years had passed. Grime covered the bathroom, cobwebs appeared, and everything was dilapidated. Demons stared into this world from the broken mirror. Again. Charles held his almost shattering forehead. Bearing the pain of his sanity cracking apart, he heaved. King, again, his fingers trembled. With difficulty, he felt around on the stand. Finding the packet, he yanked it down. There was a new glass syringe, a small vial of salt water, and an average packet inside. It gotta work, he tore the packet apart with shaking fingers. He carefully dumped the powder into the salt water. A lot fell onto the ground, but most dissolved in the water. He lowered the syringe into the salt water, sucking up the murky liquid. Finally, he raised it before his eyes. Charles stared dumbly at the sharp needle for a while before laughing emptily. Without hesitating anymore, he pierced the vein in his wrist and injected himself. The drug's effect came quickly. The world was no longer terrifying. Even the blood and demons became heartwarming. The faraway shadows held hands and danced with Charles, singing softly and laughing innocently like children. Flashes of color and light appeared before his eyes. They were as dazzling as a dream. In the dream, a blurry figure caressed his cheeks. Strands of long hair fell from her shoulders to Charles's face. The dark red hair was so beautiful, like burning embers. "Mom," Charles lay in the icy water, embracing her, allowing the empty warmth and happiness to envelop him. He fell asleep. "Charles!" A voice called to him as the carriage shook. Charles opened his eyes blearily and saw Constantine looking at him. "Did you not sleep well?" he asked, pointing at Charles's face. Blanching, Charles touched his face. He suddenly felt like laughing. He had asked Constantine something similar yesterday. Today, the situation was reversed. He knew without looking that his pallor was horrible. He managed to smile but did not dare to look at Constantine's eyes. This morning, the silent authority had used a secret channel to contact him. Everything was ready. Tonight, he would meet Gaius' right-hand man through a middleman. And then Charles subconsciously put a hand over his heart, trying to feel his heartbeat. And then he would betray Constantine. Constantine would die. He would step on Constantine's corpse and enter the core, finding the classified information of the revolutionaries. So ugly, Charles. So ugly. He lowered his head. Chapter 453, Bell. Did you run into trouble? Looking at Charles's dispiritedness, Constantine grew confused. No, Charles shook his head and squeezed out a smile. Don't worry about me. I'm great. I don't have any morals, so nothing in the world can scare me. Constantine studied him. He knew Charles was lying, and after a while, he shook his head. The troubles of youth? Sighing, he lit his cigarette. He had been smoking constantly these days. He could not sleep at night, and in the morning, there would be a mountain in the ashtray. Seeming to remember something, he could not help but laugh at himself. Before, an Easterner called Ye told me a joke. He said that young people shouldn't be sad because of a period of pain. There are many more days of pain in the future, ha ha ha. It sounds heartless, but it's true. When I was your age, I often thought that the world would end and grew hopeless. But later, I ran into more troubles and instead grew numb. He paused and patted Charles's shoulder. It'll pass, Charles. It'll all pass, he said. All pain will pass. Charles shuddered and did not reply. For a moment, he almost wanted to stand up and tell Constantine that he was a spy from the sacred city. He was going to betray the man to Gaius. But he did not dare. Charles wanted to cry because of his weakness and something else. He just lowered his head and said, "Thank you, sir." And Constantine smiled. "All right, this is for you." He pulled out a small packet and placed it into Charles's hand. "I'm actually quite sorry for dragging you into this, Stut." Taken by surprise, Charles opened it and found that it was a new identification card. It was clean, well-maintained, and free of any criminal records. "I forgot to tell you yesterday," Constantine said. "Gaius agreed to meet me today." Charles froze as if he had turned into a rock. It felt like someone had hacked his brain open, and Constantine's words crushed all his thoughts. Gaius? Meet Constantine? Today? Scared? Constantine smoked and looked out the window. Some things must come to an end. I will help you with Gaius. If I die, just leave the sacred city. This is an identity I prepared for someone else, but now he's dead. I'll give it to you so you can help live for him as well. In the future, don't be a musician. The sudden change was like lightning in a clear sky. It completely shattered the silent authorities' plan. No matter what, the result would be clear today. It was fast. Too fast. So fast he could not react. The situation had suddenly fallen into the abyss. Constantine was ready to set things clear with Gaius even if it meant he would die. The result would be Gaius getting rid of him. He already knew this ending. But because it was Constantine's decision, the silent authorities' next step was foiled, losing the restriction on Gaius. In a daze, Charles felt relaxed for some reason. Perhaps he would never get any results, and perhaps he would spend the rest of his life in the Judgment Tower. But at least, Constantine would not die in his hands. He would not need to be a traitor. He was ashamed by this feeling. Then he suddenly felt a gust of coldness. This almost tangible coldness came from his bones. His heart pounded and his face turned shockingly white. His veins were transporting blood, but there was no warmth. This was a sense of danger. Horrible danger. Headache. His head pounded. In extreme pain, Charles sank into a daze, but his consciousness left his body. It followed the sense of danger and he could faintly see a bleary image. Charles, what's wrong? Seeing Charles twitch, Constantine was shocked. But then Charles shot up from the seat and grasped his hand like a vice. He kicked the door open without hesitation. An explosion of ether tore apart the lock. There were countless carriages racing through the bustling city, but Charles dragged Constantine out the car. But the sudden change caused a ruckus. There was a string of explosions, whinnies, yells, and roars. Dozens of carriages crashed while trying to avoid them. Some innocent drivers even fell to the ground with broken legs. The innocent passers-by all screamed and dodged. In the mess, everyone glared at the two who jumped from the carriage. Charles and Constantine tumbled on the ground. Constantine was old and had not processed everything until he fell. He moaned to Charles, "Are you crazy?" But Charles seemed not to hear. He just turned and stared at the carriage they were on. It was still going forward but slowing down. Finally, the two horses whined and the carriage stopped. Then the driver fell from his spot. When he landed on the ground, his flesh turned to dirt and slowly melted away, revealing the blackening bones. He was dead. The two struggling horses also melted away, blood spurting. Soon, all that remained was a pile of bones connected by tendons and clumps of fleshy dirt. A gust of wind blew. The carriage shook and turned to dust. Constantine followed Charles's eyes and gasped. Now, the faint ringing of a bell finally traveled over. In its path, everything started shaking. Despite being so far away, their limbs were controlled by the shaking, making the people feel limp and nauseous. It was the bell. This was written by the past saint list and used the vibrations of ether to destroy everything. Even forged alloy would be turned to dust under the shaking. It also had a more commonly known name. The Curse of Dust. Constantine muttered. Before he could finish, a gray-clothed man walked out of the crowd and advanced toward them. He sighed. "What did I do wrong?" He murmured. "You shouldn't have been able to sense any ether waves." "Was it you?" When he looked at Charles, an eerie light flashed through his eyes. "Whatever. Good luck always ends." Raging wind and fire grew in his hands. A music score played. The rhythm from his heart of sound rang out. Everything in its path began to melt away. This was the most extreme effect of the modification's field of dissolving. What followed was the fatal blow of the school of modification. It was a hero's funeral. Now, his motive was clear. Without caring about the innocent bystanders or that this was a main street in the sacred city, he was going to destroy these two. He acted like a bomb. Even the silent authority that had been watching did not expect this. Charles raised his hand instinctively. His fingers snapped and notes played. Instantly, delicate yet complex music notes appeared. Shield, 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 shield. In just a snap, identical shield runes shot from his hands. He could not use music theories, but Charles's control of simple notes was incredible. No one had ever thought about the effect of adding thousands of pure notes together. They could not do it. But it was natural for Charles. A shield instantly went from colorless to white and then from white to black. It shot up like a solid object, blocking the sweeping attack from the front. And then, it fell apart. Before the attack, the shield crumbled into pieces. Music notes were only music notes, just as how ants without a command were only ants. Charles could not control music theory, any theory would go out of control in his hands. This was his fatal flaw and the reason why he could not become a musician. Everything he did was just to delay death 1 second. This 1 second was everything. In an instant, a furious huff sounded in the air. Transient moonlight flowed out of nowhere. Everything illuminated by it felt less real. The surging fire, suffocating faint wind and air pressure, and the curse of dust that followed close after, everything was like a fake projection, like a cool and clean breeze. "What are you waiting for?" Lola's cold voice rang out beside Charles. "Run!" Her blurry figure appeared in the moonlight. With a snap, she hid their traces. Moonlight covered their bodies. They disappeared instantly. At the same time, the gray-clothed musician huffed. He pounded the air with his right fist. Behind him, a bell tower's apparition emerged. The bell rang. This was Liszt's bell, a heart of sound movement formed with the curse of dust. In its path, distortion-level power billowed, twisting the material world under the pounding theory. Everything was destroyed. Faint sound waves swept out, turning everything to powder. Even more terrifying was the attack on music theory. The school of modifications did not only control changes of material and energy. Its core was the attacking, shaking, and changing of music theory. Now, he used the bell as a medium to forcefully pull all music theory in the region into a state of turmoil. They all fell apart under his music theory. This was why modifications was known as the way to end all ways when it was at its highest level. When the music theory collapsed under the turmoil, Lola's figure appeared in the air. Behind her, the moon in the water only shook for a moment before recovering. The moon came from the sky. The reflection shook, but the moonlight was untouched. It shone out from the broken water surface once again. Faced with the bloodthirsty gray-clothed musician, Lola chuckled. Her smile was extremely unnerving. The demonic blood within her radiated with a sinister and cold aura. Such good luck. I haven't eaten recently. The bone flute played a wailing melody. She narrowed her eyes at the enemy before her. He looked tasty. Chapter 454, Troubles Don't Come Alone. Late at night, there was no one in the quiet alley. The stinking garbage rustled and Charles poked a head out. He breathed heavily and looked around. When he saw that there was no one around, he let out a sigh of relief. Then he pulled the barely conscious Constantine out. His face was green from the disgusting garbage and could not talk. After escaping in the morning, they had thought they were safe. But then they were attacked again. Thankfully, this was only a coincidence and the enemy could not get a more powerful musician over. They were able to escape with Charles's amateur skills. More accurately, they had jumped onto a garbage truck to escape. After that, they jostled along with the garbage and were dumped into the stinky alley a few hours later. Checking again that they were alone and had escaped with their lives, Charles heaved with laughter. His smile was so joyful that even the 2 rotten vegetable leaves on his face seemed to bloom. Feeling around his pockets, he pulled out a crumpled pack of cigarettes. There were only 2 left. Want one? Charles rubbed his fingers and ignited a flame. Constantine accepted it weakly but did not dare to smoke it. He just panted tiredly. His old lungs sounded like a wind blower that was about to explode. Charles had never seen someone age like this. It was not just in flesh but also psychological fatigue, depression, and despair. How many days has it been since we left prison? Constantine asked quietly. 20 days? Constantine nodded. It dawned on him. I guess it's enough time. Enough? Charles froze. Constantine chuckled. 20 days is enough for Gaius to clean out the revolutionaries and wipe out all my men. This is probably why they put me on house arrest, making sure I can't get any outside news, right? He paused. Lowering his head, he smoked Charles's cigarette. It seems like Gaius really wants to kill me, he murmured. Smoke blurred his features, making it hard to see his expression. Charles remained silent. Perhaps this had been Gaius's plan since the beginning. When he realized that Constantine was standing in his way, he already made up his mind. He was not even willing to meet Constantine one last time, despite being friends who had experienced so much together during the decades. Ever since Constantine walked out of prison, he began going down the road to death. Now, everything was out. Constantine finally saw the final destination of the path Gaius showed him, but he did not show any hysteria or fury. Only disappointment. This is good too, he said softly. At least I won't have to make more decisions or do more useless things. The ending has already been decided, hasn't it? Charles stared in silence and then looked away. He wanted to say some comforting words, but they both knew it would be useless. He could not do anything for Constantine. Nothing he could say would change the reality. He could not even think of a joke to lighten the mood. All he could do was look away from Constantine's pathetic state. Good, everything was over now. His spy career was over. Constantine's efforts and hopes were gone too. They had both fallen into the lowest pits of life, the bottom of the abyss. There was no way to retreat. In silence, Charles put out his cigarette and climbed up. Mr. Constantine, he said, are you rested now? Constantine shook his head. I can manage to walk. That sucks. You must run. Charles smiled wryly. Otherwise, we'll probably die here tonight. Just as he finished, scattered footsteps sounded outside the smelly alley. There was the sound of metal grating and steel boots hitting the ground. Coldness radiated from the clangs. Charles pulled Constantine up and rushed deep into the alley. However, he quickly realized with despair that there was a high wall before them. He looked at Constantine hopefully. I know what you're thinking. Constantine sighed. Even if an old man like me could climb walls, would you be able to take me with you? Charles said, it'll be good if you can escape. Whatever. Constantine smiled tiredly. He leaned against the wall and sat heavily onto the ground. I've run my entire life. My back is full of scars. Before I die, let me leave a wound in my chest. Charles laughed bitterly. He bent down and picked up a rock. But after thinking, he tossed it down. What was the point of holding a rock? Rather than hoping he could hit someone, he should just end things once and for all for himself. He sat down next to Constantine and they fell silent. The footsteps were closer. Something exploded. The wall behind them instantly turned to powder and dozens of figures burst through. They jumped out like wind and mercilessly pushed the two onto the ground. Freeze! A cold voice said. Swords were pressed to their necks instantly. Then the people who had distracted them burst into the alley, taking up the entire place. They weren't the revolutionaries. Charles was stunned and quickly became overjoyed. It was the sacred city garrison. The dozens of soldiers were armed to the teeth. After scanning the entire alley, they were still not relaxed. The safety was soon confirmed. The leader sheathed his sword and waved at the black-clothed men pressing the two down. Then they voluntarily walked away. Charles looked back instinctively. All he saw was a blinding beam of ether light and the hand on his shoulder. The cufflink was unique and familiar. It was the sign of the silent authority. He was safe. He breathed in relief, practically crying. He had already been prepared to die in this alley. He did not expect that the silent authority would come save him at the most critical point. Thank the Lord. Truly thank the Lord. We found them. A voice seemed to be reporting to the upper figures. Yes, he's with Constantine. Yes, they're safe. There's temporarily no other dangers. We'll take them back now, okay? Charles let them put on handcuffs without struggling. Even if the plan had failed, he could still live. The silent authority had not used any excuses to give him trouble. Even if he would be locked up for the rest of life, it was better than continuing to be a spy or dying here. However, Constantine did not seem well. He was old. After running for so long, his tensed nerves had finally relaxed before being tensed again. When the musicians had broken through the wall, he had almost passed out. Or maybe they did this purposely. Thankfully, he was checked and would not die. The leader clearly already knew Charles's identity. He did not say it out loud, but he was not too hard on Charles. The handcuffs were loose as well. You've worked hard, he murmured as he brushed past Charles, patting his shoulder. No, it was my duty. Charles smiled instinctively. He was ready to say stupid things like I'm just working for the sacred city when he suddenly felt something warm splash into his mouth. It was blood. Charles froze. And then, right before him, the leader's head exploded. A giant hole appeared in his forehead. Through his forehead, Charles could see corpses all over the ground and a spirit-like figure emerge from the darkness. The figure slowly curled his finger back and destructive ether waves swelled. Everything began twisting under the heart of sound. It was the distortion level. Another distortion level. As the saying went, trouble never came alone. Following immediately, terrifying ether waves spread behind them, above them, and even under them. The revolutionaries had done everything to kill them. For distortion-level musicians. In an instant, the garrison and the silent authority musicians were on the ground. Now, only they were left again. Chapter 455, Take This. Blood dyed the entire alley red. Under the pungent odor, the shocking redness and ghastly white ashes created a messy painting on the wall. Everything was silent. There was only the sound of blood flowing and bones cracking. At the front of the alley, the wraith-like musician in gray stared at Charles and Constantine coldly. However, Charles looked behind him and could not hold back his pleasant surprise. Ye, you. Ye? Who was Ye? And then it dawned on the musician who Ye was. Ye Qingxuan. The Ye Qingxuan who had killed 6 preparatory grandmasters with one blow. It was the young man who had shaken the world recently with his brash actions and the musician that even the sacred court could not handle. He was instantly nervous. When did Ye Qingxuan get here? And he was so close that in the musician's days, he could almost feel the cold breath on the back of his neck. The gray-clothed musician looked back instinctively. He gathered all his strength to fight to the death in an instant. But when he looked back, he froze. There was nothing there. He had been King tricked. Fury instantly took over his expression. But when he turned around again, Charles's face was right in front of him. As he ran, he used his feet to kick up a broken sword from the puddle of blood. Grasping it, he ran a finger over the blade, cutting down to the bone. The blood remained on the sword and converged into layers of runes under his mind's control. The 6-layered structure had more than 400 notes. They were all different and yet connected. Flow, create, activity, form, these 4 zones overlapped into one. Something that an alchemist needed days of hard work was created in an instant. His blood seeped into the sword. After his music theory path was cut off, Charles became obsessed with mechanics because all he could use was his amateur alchemy and strange ideas that alchemists looked down upon. Even so, he was still shockingly skilled. After being guided and taught by Newton, no one knew Charles had reached this level. He completed the alchemy array within seconds. The notes were activated. The blade hummed with a screech. Ether lay on the blade. In the blink of an eye, the blade vibrated thousands and thousands of times, pushing the metal to its limits. But just before it broke apart, the sword in Charles's hand had gone from trash to a war weapon designed specifically to target musicians. He had replicated the Chainsaw Fraternity's alchemy technique perfectly. It was the sighing sword. Charles roared. Using all his strength, he grasped the only chance and stabbed. The sword shook thousands of times. It broke through the levels of shields and was only 1 inch away from the musician's chest. Only 1 inch. And this inch was like an abyss. In an instant, a blurry object emerged from the nothingness. Scales and metal pieces scraped, sparks flying. The gray-clothed musician snorted. He did not even need to look down. With just a thought, the music theory within him transformed. He shattered the frozen blade without touching it. Then he pointed forward. The beasts around him began sucking in ether. Mercury flowed over like liquid metal. It formed a shell that pounced at Charles. It was a mercury python. So long one could not see its end, the python reached out of thin air. Even the air in its path froze. Piercing coldness swept by. Charles could not even fight back. He flew backwards. The python restrained him and he instantly lost all feeling. He could only hear his bones creaking under the python. The summoning musician did not even spare him a glance. He walked past Charles for the unconscious Constantine. As he walked, he slowly raised his forefinger. Under the distant yet cold melody, bits of metallic light grouped onto his finger. It was a firefly that looked like metal sand. This tiny firefly without any ether waves had traveled past 4 walls and 3 skulls instantly. Now, it was aimed at Constantine. The murderous intent was clear. Stop! Charles tried to roar, but he could not utter any sound. He heard his bones cracking joint by joint. His ribs seemed to have already pierced his lungs. There should have been pain, but under the terrifying temperature of the python, even the pain was frozen. His flesh shattered like stone. Painless death was coming. But in this numbness, shattering pain burst from his skull. It swept into all directions like lava. It seemed to want to evaporate his blood, turn his skull into cinder, and burn his sanity into ashes with hellfire. The next instant, his eyes were aflame. The dust and illusions were gone, revealing the dazzling yet cold appearance. Some power controlled his body, filling his consciousness. It made him furious, made him roar, made him open his mouth and scream at the python. Get the F***ck away. It was not a human's voice but countless rumbles and noises put together. Thousands of wails and wild laughter from hell fused into one and left his mouth. It was as if hell was shaking. Instantly, the coldness and pain disappeared. The mercury python screamed and shot back as if trying to escape into the ether world to save itself. But in the air, it stiffened, crumbled, and turned to dust. His music theory was wiped by the aggression, turning into blank white space. The beastly nature fell apart. The gray-clothed musician trembled and growled in pain. The fireflies at his fingers almost scattered. The Mercury python was a piece of his consciousness. After being raised for so many years, it had evolved into an aggressive beast. But now, the beastly nature had been defeated. His pieces of consciousness boomeranged back, cutting his sanity like icy knives with extreme pain. He roared. Fireflies shot from his fingertips. They cut through the sky with white airwaves. They seemed to have transformed from insects into sharp knives, coming for Charles's skull. But then, on his last breath, Charles smiled and raised a finger. Take this. Water vapor threads floated from his fingers, flying into the distance. It was Bolero. Instantly reaching the sixth measure, 32 perception threads came out of Bolero and reached in all directions. They instantly covered the entire street. They let out Charles's desperate cry in unison. Yezi, save me! The next moment, a moonlight perception thread rose up to the sky. It crossed thousands of miles, sweeping across the air. Instantly, they tangled with the 32 strands and became one. The instrument strings that crossed the ether and material world have come from the ether sea. Jiu Shaohuanpei descended from the sky. In that instant, Jiu Shaohuanpei followed the perception threads and unfolded inside Charles. The pure music theory opened up. It flowed with his blood and followed the rhythm of his breaths. Countless complex music notes bloomed. They wove together and grew, forming a music score in Charles's empty body. It formed an authentic, heaven ladder. The resonance had begun. Charles instantly closed his eyes. Murderous moonlight lit up from his eyes. Ye Qingxuan opened his eyes. Chapter 456, Dreamland. Instantly, the four musicians sensed the rapidly rising ether waves on Charles's body. Student, rhythm, musician, he soon broke through the barrier of knowledge, resonance, disturbance. A spirit that was not his awakened in his eyes. The musicians felt a sense of danger and attacked at once. A magnetic field appeared from the ether. They were tangent to each other and sparked with lightning. Beastly nature burst from thin air. It transformed into a six-eyed giant and roared. Music theory crisscrossed. It sealed off the outside world with a disturbing nature. Airwaves crashed, creating a vacuum. Formless poison rose up from thousands of bacteria strains. They formed spores and shot into all directions. Time seemed to slow. The entire world slowed before the quickly operating consciousness. In the frozen world, Ye Qingxuan was still in Charles's body. He reached out. Jiu Shaohuanpei sounded. Thousands of strings shot out of thin air. They intersected, all playing different melodies. However, it was not disordered but in harmony. Cold wind from the tundra instantly blew over. Winter was here. In the cold wind, the four musicians instantly sank into a daze, about to fall asleep. However, in their daze, they saw a flag guiding the wind. Emerald will-o-wisps snaked out of the cracks. Frozen tears rolled from their eyes. The withered Bodhi tree froze in the icy wind. Life elapsed rapidly and their hair turned white. A frozen flood swept out of nowhere. Crows that symbolized death flew from their fingertips. It was Winter Eyes. The philosopher's stone transformed into the sub-originator, stirring huge tidal waves in the ether sea. Jiu Shaohuanpei rode the terrifying power that was born. It operated in the void and wove together under Ye Qingxuan's guidance. This was undoubtedly a 23-layered illusion. The music theory grew out of nothing and shot out from Jiu Shaohuanpei. They instantly layered and dragged the four musicians in without warning. For the first time, Ye Qingxuan could experience the control Lola had towards illusions. It was as if a world of nothingness was created in his hands and turned into something. For a second, he felt like a god. But 2 seconds later, the first layer of Guten Act was torn apart. The four distortion-level musicians acted in unison. They communicated with each other and quickly found the flaws in the illusion. Another layer fell apart. The crows that announced death were instantly destroyed and disappeared. Ye Qingxuan sighed. His abilities were still not enough. The disturbance level could disturb certain things and change them, but it could not completely change something's nature like the distortion level. Otherwise, he would be able to let out the last layer, Der Lehrmann, to complete winterize. At that time, the 24 layers would die and regenerate by themselves. There was no possibility of being undone. In addition, the spirit contained in Der Lehrmann was depressed by being unable to move forward one's entire life. Once inside this illusion, all musicians would be forced to the standard musician level. Unless they had a secret weapon or technique targeted specifically at illusions, the victim would be stuck until his body deteriorated and his mind fused into the illusion. Within a few seconds, 14 of the 23 illusions were undone. If Ye Qingxuan still had no plans, the results would be bad. According to his revelation sensing, these musicians contain 3 hidden yet sharp ether waves. They probably had some fatal weapon. If they were given the chance to take it out. Ye Qingxuan had a headache. He quickly clenched his fists. In an instant, the fulcrums of the remaining 9 layers ignited. They exploded along with the music theory, transforming into a huge sensory bomb, bursting in the minds of the 4 musicians. The extreme force transformed along the mind path. Containing the hidden hint for the formless river, it flooded into their minds. Like mercury, it exploded in the depths of their minds. It was a storm of emotions and a battle of feelings. Bitterness, ecstasy, depression, sadness. All emotions were forcefully stimulated. The musicians paled and went green. Their minds were in turmoil. Bits of memories flashed past their eyes as if someone had injected drugs in them. Even so, they did not let their guards down or give Ye Qingxuan any opportunities. They could sense that Ye Qingxuan was still far away. They didn't know how he could cross such a large distance, but he was not strong enough to threaten them. They were only passively accepting the attacks now because they were getting ready. Ye Qingxuan was using his now. When this wave was over, he would have nothing left. He'd just be a sitting duck. But just as they struggled to push down the unrest in their minds and music theories, they felt something serene rise from the broken fulcrums. It was moonlight. A white rim of cold yet arrogant moon rose from the broken illusion. It seemed so real. The white moon hung in the sky. Under the light, coldness seeped into every one of their pores, making them feel extreme danger and fear. Then the moon shattered. What replaced it was a sharp glint of metal. It was the sword. Countless music notes flowed rapidly on the ice-cold sword of moonlight. They wove into a complex music score, detailed and beautiful. It was like an artistic masterpiece but with mind-numbing animosity. What was this? The 4 musicians gaped and all swore in their minds. No matter what it was, it would be bad to get hit by it. They made a decision at the same time. Music theory erupted as they all used different methods to stop the sword from falling. They let out their hidden weapon. No matter what kind of music score, all would lose effectiveness once out of control. If they could kill Charles before the sword fell, then the sword would become nothing. But in that moment, Ye Qingxuan smiled and closed his eyes. He seemed to be waiting for death to come. But also as if he had fallen asleep. He entered dreamland. Without a sound, something emerged from his body. It spread in all directions and enveloped the entire alley. All music notes in its path disappeared. The music theories broke down and even the music scores fell apart. It was as if a portion of the ether had disappeared and could no longer respond. The ether had fallen asleep with him. In the dreamland, Ye Qingxuan felt as if he had fallen asleep but was awake at the same time. Everything in his dream was identical to reality. Through the dreamscape, he observed the world. Letting his mind loose, his consciousness transformed into a flood. It pulled at the endless supply of ether into slumber with him. Everything was swallowed by silence. The sword of moonlight dissipated. But so did the shields of the four musicians. As if they had put all their strength into the void, the music scores that contained their power all disappeared. They fell from the peak to the abyss. The sudden attack and terrifying emptiness paled them, and they spat out blood. In their hands, the instruments that had accompanied them for decades turned into dead objects. The music notes on them extinguished rapidly, and the music theory crumbled. The alchemy imprinted on was wiped away. The spirits that were created by playing countless music scores disappeared with wails. The shell was still there, but the spirit was long gone. For priceless and rare musicians were completely destroyed. However, they had no time to mourn. In their fear, a bigger sense of danger arose. Even more terrifying was that they had activated the three secret weapons just then. Ye Qingxuan's grasp on time was beyond their imagination. These three alchemy equipment had been bought by chance and fate. They had just been filled with immense ether, but before they could act, they were thrown into an ether vacuum. In the silence, even breathing was deafening. The equipment could not be saved either, and were finally revealed under their gray clothing. It was a palm-sized figurine with a sword, a vial of beast ashes, and a strange key. They radiated like the sun even as cracks began appearing. Originally, their music theory had formed a system that blocked the outside world. But in the silence, the system was unraveling. The power sealed within was completely out of control. In an instant, they became active and flowed out. The equilibrium of the four realms was upended. The once harmonious theories of the seven schools clashed with extreme heat and light. The four musicians paled. They tossed the weapons without thinking and ran. Sadly, it was too late. A boom erupted in the silence. It should have been deafening, but it was like muffled thunder that faded quickly. The three secret weapons broke completely. The strength within exploded, just like how Ye Qingxuan had once thrown out the double snake time meter to self-destruct. The terrifying yet dazzling light flashed. Under the silent dream, the explosion that should have obliterated the entire alley was restrained to a small area. This made the destruction worse. In a second, the earth split apart. Bricks and dust flew. Silently, three bloody figures flew out, dropping in different places. Other than the summoning musician who thought himself above relying on secret weapons, they were all gravely wounded. After entering the resonance level, the musician's body would evolve under the music theory and ether, becoming less human. Otherwise, they would have evaporated instantly. The tide had turned. Chapter 457, Take this again. Among the three, the one who had evolved the most and had become semi-elemental was hurt the least. However, modifications relied most heavily on ether. Under Ye Qingxuan's heart of sound movement, the silent dream, he was the most restricted. The music theory within him had mostly fallen apart. The choir musician, specializing in bacteria and spores, was most gravely wounded. Most of his body was burnt to crisp and his brain had denatured too. However, his core was not hurt. If he could escape from the silent dream, he could recover quickly. Compared to them, the abstinence musician hidden behind the alley was the best off. The moment the explosion happened, he had swallowed his key rather than tossing it away. Like Ye Qingxuan, he was an abstinence musician specializing in the way of the territory. He was not as destructive as those who chose the way of discipline, but this path had the strongest protection. After entering the distortion level, his music theory had become its own territory. It had certain characteristics of the ether world. Distortion of nature had become an instinctive ability. Even Ye Qingxuan's silent dream was kept out, unable to invade in the short term. That was why he took the risk to swallow the key that was about to explode to forcefully control it. He had succeeded. The explosion burnt his face, shattered his palate and throat, and turned 20 teeth to dust. For a distortion-level musician, this was just a scratch. However, the result was still terrifying. A musician who had just entered the disturbance level was fighting with 4 distortion level musicians from miles away. Within 2 short minutes, 2 of the 4 were close to death, one was disfigured, and another's mind was wounded. It was illogical. Whether it was the dumbfounding result or the terrifying nature of Ye Qingxuan's silent dream in that moment, both would turn Ye Qingxuan into a horror story or myth once the news spread. The wormrest enchantment that had been lost for centuries was too powerful, especially when it was grasped by such a threatening man. He was like a nightmare to enemies. Thankfully, the nightmare was ending for these 4 musicians on their last breath. After restricting those explosions, the silent restriction was slowly loosening. There was no more strength. Once again, they felt the weak ether and faraway ether sea. The 4 exchanged glances. Ferocity flashed past their eyes in unspoken agreement. They had built their reputation through the years. If they were beaten by a junior and failed in the sacred city, their reputation would be ruined. Now, they no longer looked down on Ye Qingxuan and instead saw him as a true enemy. An oddity like him should never be underestimated. Therefore, they began to fight for their lives. In an instant, the abstinence musician pressed down on his chest and ripped a hole. Blood spurted out. His music theory reorganized and his territory spread out. It forced back the silent encroachment and pushed up a zone. The disturbing light moved through the air, clashing against Ye Qingxuan's music theory. The 2 instantly fell into a fight. The pressure on the other 3 lessened. Under the abstinence musician's protection, almost tangible shadows appeared around them. It was the heart of sound illusion, only 1 step away from the symphony of predestination. There was an electric ring that cut through the darkness, a fleshy dandelion full of spores, and a dwarf with 6 eyes and 3 hands that could separate into countless avatars. These were their final products. In the future, they would be fused into the symphonies of predestination as the source for the scepters. Now, the musicians poured practically all their power into them without hesitation to fight against the silent dream's omnipresent pressure. But Ye Qingxuan could not help but sigh. The 4 musicians shook and spat out blood again. Ye Qingxuan had opened his eyes and the silent dream vanished. The immense pressure instantly disappeared. The equilibrium of conflict was broken as well. Their bodies were hurt again by the great contrast. This was like taking a fish from the bottom of the sea and putting it in the air. The huge pressure difference would cause it to swell into a ball and explode. Under the music theory's entanglement, the 4 all spat out blood and roared. They were humiliated and furious. It was this trick again. Ye Qingxuan used their own strength to fight against them. Couldn't he F***king fight fairly? Originally, the power of the 4 musicians working together could pulverize Ye Qingxuan once he retracted the silent dream. It was suicide. But the moment the ether returned, Jiao Shao Huan Pei was reactivated. The heaven ladder turned, pulling the uncontrolled pressure into the ether sea with ease. Huge waves crashed. And so nothing happened. The 4 musicians were about to cry. How could Ye Qingxuan be so good at this? Regardless of anything else, Ye Qingxuan was best at these tricks. Ever since he had started this life, he had never fought against enemies at his level. Other than having a good foundation, he survived solely on his shameless and devious techniques. To him, fighting against the big guys was just a basic course. Using up everything he had was the normal state. It was just gambling his life. If he didn't win, he would die. Of course he would use dirty tricks. Ye Qingxuan did not know what fighting fairly meant. He only knew fair sneak attacks and honest stabs to the back. Since the beginning, he had spared no expense to drag the enemies into his rhythm. Then, he used countless tricks and lies to make them show their secret weapons. He did not plan on winning. He just didn't want the other side to win, so he would obviously just make things hard for them. He would do whatever was most shameless. The most important was the silent dream, a Joker-like card. He could even fight 4 distortion musicians with it. Sadly, he had put out this card already. Now, the 4 enemies had nothing else to worry about. The thing about sparing no expenses was that he had to kill the enemy in one go. If the enemy wasn't dead after that, he would be the one dying. Ye Qingxuan could not help but smile bitterly. Charles spat out blood too. Using Heaven Ladder to cast the silent dream from so far away was consuming. The Heaven Ladder was where the Dreamweaver's foundation was. Like a container, it would not be disturbed by the dreamscape. Otherwise, he would really have no solutions. But now, he was at the limit. In Charles's eyes, the moonlight flickered and died out. The Heaven Ladder cut off. In the silence, the 4 musicians stared at each other. They could sense Ye Qingxuan's departure, but they were unsure if this was another trick or a defeat. In the suffocating silence, Charles stood up expressionlessly and stepped forward. The 4 musicians stepped back together. Their eyes were cautious and the ether waves around them sharpened. Did this guy have another trick up his sleeve? Then they saw Charles sneer and then, he knelt down. With a plop. Charles flattened himself to the ground and cried out, "Please have mercy. I'm innocent. Ye Qingxuan forced me to do this." Ye Qingxuan is an *SS. He drank, and got girls, and owed the school 35 million, and escaped with his cousin. We could only sell our bodies to pay the debt. The only sound in the long, long silence was Charles's cries. The expressions of the other 4 grew uglier and uglier. You think, I'll let you go by begging? The summoning musician's eyes were dark and his voice was raspy. He stepped forward. Fireflies grouped on his hand again. 1, 2, 3, 4, they were like dazzling stars. Piercing murderous intent enveloped Charles. The strength was enough to flatten a building, enough to tear a man apart and evaporate him. I know I can't take back what I've done, Charles continued to cry. But just let me lie here and express my apologies. What's the use of lying down? The summoning musician roared. He raised his hand and the countless fireflies flapped their wings to tear Charles apart. But then the wall behind him shattered. Clattering sounded very close to them. Horse hooves clacked against the ground with sparks. The thundering was heart-stopping. 2 horses of at least 3 meters tall galloped over, dragging a metal carriage. They burst through the wall as if it was a sheet of paper. Amidst the flying bricks and mortar, the black carriage charged forward, crashing into the musician without mercy. In the messy boom, there was the sound of bones cracking and a pained cry. Then the stallions stopped. The carriage floated in place. The wheels scraped against the ground with a sharp screech. After bursting through 2 walls, the carriage stopped between the remaining 3 musicians and Charles and Constantine. After being ran into and over, the musician, who had been proud a moment ago, rolled out now as bloody pulp. It was unclear if he was alive or dead. The directionless fireflies scattered in all directions and quickly disappeared. This meant Charles had made the right choice. Getting to the ground was effective. In the dead silence, the only sounds were the horse's pants. The already distorted carriage was kicked open from the inside. The door fell to the ground with a clang. In the carriage, the white-haired youth leaned in the distorted seat. His eyes were like moonlight. Studying Charles, who was on the ground, he smiled. "Senior, I'm here to save you." Chapter 458, Purple-Eyed Griffin. "Senior, I'm here to save you." Hearing this, Charles completely collapsed on the ground. He did not even want to move a finger. Even the headache that was driving him crazy for days seemed to have disappeared. Reaching out, he wiped his tears and snot. "Yezi, you're so slow. I'm already fast enough." Ye Qingxuan got off the carriage and helped Charles into a seat carefully. "I rushed over as soon as I woke up. You don't even thank me and just start complaining. Don't mind all that. I'm so handsome." It's worth it to save me. Charles patted his shoulder weakly. Warm blood stained the shoulder. He studied Ye Qingxuan's uniform with affection. Nice clothes. Get me one someday and we can go act cool on the streets. Sure. Ye Qingxuan took off his jacket and put it on Charles. We'll go out as soon as you're healed. We'll go wherever we want. With me here, no one will stop you. Great. Charles smiled. Those people are powerful. You have to be careful. Don't worry. Ye Qingxuan looked back at those livid musicians. They're just some failures who can't become grandmasters despite their age. The expressions of the three changed instantly. An almost tangible aura rose from them. A faint melody hummed inside their bodies. The broken music theories were rebuilding in their flesh, forcefully weaving back together so they could squeeze out the last bit of strength. Invisible flames rose from their bodies. Under the illusion of their heart of sound, even the air around them became distorted. If one closed his eyes, he could sense three vortexes open up in the ether sea. They were furiously absorbing energy. It was a furious determination and anger to completely destroy Ye Qingxuan, Charles, and Constantine. Such energy at this age? Scary. Ye Qingxuan laughed, shaking his head. He casually took out a pack. Taking out a cigarette, he put it in his mouth. He felt around his body before sighing. Looking to Charles, he asked, "Senior, got fire?" "Hey, pay attention." Charles helplessly raised a finger and created a spark. "'Tis the season for acting cool and getting into trouble." Ye Qingxuan shrugged. He bent over and took a deep breath. In that moment, something furious roared. Three Heart of Sound illusions had become substantial: the Ring of Thunder, Dandelion, and double nine-sided rune. The Ring of Thunder puffed. A thunderstorm whistled over. Countless dark red spores were released from flesh. The corpses all over the ground swelled instantly, blooming with poisonous dandelions. The air solidified. Dust rose up and transformed into metallic sand. They collided with red sparks, whistling past. Under the disturbing manipulation, this had become a zone of death. But Ye Qingxuan was still not reacting. In the deep night, the flame at Charles's finger danced and sucked at the yellow tobacco. Ye Qingxuan inhaled, watching as the cigarette charred under the fire and lit up with a red glow. Thick smoke rose up and left as he exhaled, making his face seem handsome as a devil. Behind him, explosions continued. And then stopped. Ye Qingxuan took a deep breath. He took out the cigarette and looked behind him. "Oh right, did you think I came alone?" The darkness rolled. 4 musicians from the Silent Authority walked out. They were dressed in robes and held instruments. The ether sea became substantial behind them. They were 4 distortion musicians. Using Ye Qingxuan as distraction, they shamelessly attacked from the back and instantly hurt the 3. With the advantage of numbers, they forced the 3 back. They would have killed the 3 instantly if they did not want to catch them alive. Now, defeat was only a matter of time. The sacred city was the core of the human world. The Silent Authority naturally had a team of elites as well. Despicable. The Modifications musician roared under siege. Ye Qingxuan, do you have shame? Do you not have any dignity as a musician? Get over here and duel with me. Listen to you. Didn't we just duel already? Ye Qingxuan looked at him while smoking. I'm still young and not skilled enough. You have to go easy on me and let me rest, don't you? Shameless. The Modifications musician growled. Ye Qingxuan, you are King shameless. You're not a musician. You dash. Boom. With the explosion, half of his body turned to dust. Ye Qingxuan looked away and continued smoking with a smile. Worry about yourself first. Taking one last inhale, he curled a finger and casually threw his cigarette into the darkness. It cut an arc in the sky and exploded with a crack. Countless sparks escaped from the white paper and danced like fireflies. Under the disturbance control, everything in its path, metal, water, dust, everything, was ignited. Powerful fire emerged from it, illuminating the darkness. Under the fire, all music theory was influenced by the disturbance, creating undetectable ripples. And thus, a blurry figure flashed into existence. Someone was hiding there. Among the flying sparks, the figure raised a hand in shock. He covered his face and retreated. However, behind the sparks, Ye Qingxuan's face appeared. He reached out and grabbed the man's head. "Sorry, you're late." There was a scream and grating in the distance. Ye Qingxuan disappeared. In place, Ye Qingxuan shook and his finger quivered painfully. His illusion had been seen through and his fulcrum was destroyed. He had planned on using the sparks as the fulcrum. The moment the thousands of sparks blinded one would create Ye Qingxuan's illusion and attack. While the enemy was in shock, he could also find a crack in his soul and plant a hint. Then, he would be able to advance further. No matter who the enemy was, he could instantly push him back. He would drag the time out until the silent authority reinforcements came with total advantage. Sadly, this plan failed from the start. The hidden man had instantly seen through his plan as if he had predicted it. Even when he was discovered, he did panic. He easily destroyed Ye Qingxuan's fulcrum and there was no crack in his soul for Ye Qingxuan to plant a hint. This was a troublesome enemy. And that was not all. Merely the man's existence was hair-raising for Ye Qingxuan. He did not even know when the man had arrived. If Charles had not given him a signal with the fire, he would not even be able to sense that someone was hidden there. The man had blended his ether waves with the outside world and breathed weakly. If Ye Qingxuan did not have prior knowledge, he would be unable to distinguish his existence. This was the legendary Eastern one with the world. This technique was rarely achieved even in the abstinence musicians who specialized in territory. Ye Qingxuan clenched a fist. Jiu Xiao Wanpei burst out, crossing in the air. Behind him, the white moon rose gradually with a cold and dazzling wash. The sub-originator was activated. Ye Qingxuan was ready to go all out. But there was somehow fog all around him. Strands of mist rose up, not even scattering with the wind. They hung in the air. In its path, all vision was blocked. Even the sensing of ether was blocked. Ye Qingxuan grew cautious. This was not mist. This was the result of nature disturbance. The enemy used music theory to directly act on the surroundings, distorting reality and creating something that did not even exist. Even the moonlight could not pierce this strange mist or chase it away. In the fog, the figure finally lowered his arm, revealing his face. It was eagle-like mask with a raven-like beak and dangerous aura. However, its arrogance and aggressiveness was way above that of a raven. It was the griffin. The face of the griffin. On the griffin's face, the two eyes glowed with purple light. They were purple eyes, purple eyes. It was the eerie figure that had flashed past the Judgment Tower and destroyed all records. Charles had seen him and feared him like fearing a beast. He had warned Ye Qingxuan to be careful and escape at first glance. He had always thought that Charles was just scared. But now he truly felt Charles's pressure. Stared at by those eyes, he finally experienced Charles's fear. He had goosebumps as if he was thrown into icy water. In extreme anxiety, he was just waiting for death. The purple eyes did not contain any mind hints or illusion disturbance. They were just fully and completely inhuman. They were pure beastliness. Even the butcher who killed without blinking in Avalon could not compare with him. This guy was just a freak creature. In a moment of inattentiveness, Ye Qingxuan heard a gloomy and depressing melody. His expression changing, he stumbled back. The purple-eyed griffin followed closely. He tapped rhythmically with his hands, but it sounded like a steel drum. The rhythm was thundering, jarring him right down to the bone. The sudden yet cold music theory came like a planted seed. The nature of the seed kept changing. The surface music theory transformed, continuously adjusting its nature. It passed through the walls like a ghost. In an instant, it seeped into Ye Qingxuan's body, overlooking all shields. The school of abstinence emphasized shields the most. The inner music theory structure was impenetrable. If Ye Qingxuan did not allow it, he could block all influences inside and outside his body, let alone foreign music theory. But that music theory's seed mixed into his system seamlessly. It sneaked past the layers of shields and instantly sat above his heart. Then, the seed exploded. The sprout of destruction began drinking fresh blood and growing. Chapter 459, True or False? It was fire. Blood was its fuel. In a flash, the nature disturbance hidden in the seeds was released. They began to wantonly construct music theory and modify Ye Qingxuan's body. All flesh and blood were turned into the fuel of the flame until the Ye Qingxuan was burnt out from the inside to ashes. It was over burning ashes. The movement of St. Tchaikovsky was the most vicious killing method of abstinence with the least traces. It planted the music theory's seed in the enemy's body when passing by. The seed lived in the enemy's body to bear fruit. It ignited fire in the sound of heart, used blood as firewood, and burned the enemy into ashes from the inside. But it did not disturb anything else. All that would remain in the end were a complete set of clothes and hot ashes on the ground. Ye Qingxuan knew this very well. From the beginning, Ye Qingxuan had been watching this happening, but he couldn't stop it. Nature disturbance was the core skill of abstinence school. For so long, he had thought he had mastered it at its best. Igniting fire on stone or turning iron into a stream was as easy as turning his hand over. But now, he was defeated by the same nature disturbance. The enemy's attainments in abstinence were several times his own. In just a few seconds, the two sides had started warring fiercely on attainments of abstinence. Music theory intrusion, field protection, nature disturbance, and fine control. As a result, Ye Qingxuan was totally defeated. The other seed of destruction penetrated his shield like a parasite in his music theory. It blossomed and ignited flames. It had reached the summit. Ye Qingxuan could only defend passively and repress forcibly. He couldn't fight back. Every move was controlled by the other. Within a few short snaps, 6 counterattacks were put out before they were conceived completely. Fortunately, Ye Qingxuan clenched his teeth and reached to his heart. A blazing blow of fire was yanked from his chest and fell on the ground, burning vigorously on the corpse. If others did this, their bodies would be burnt out in seconds and the heart would completely turn into ashes. But Ye Qingxuan had no scruples. His heart had been sublimated with the philosopher's stone and entered into the ether world in advance. At this moment, what was beating in his chest was just an illusion. Even if it was ignited, it would have no fuel. Even so, Ye Qingxuan still felt dizzy and became drowsy. If there was any delay, he would probably have been boiled to death by his own blood. It took only a few seconds from the beginning to now. Before he could react, he realized that his defense had been shattered. The purple-eyed griffin just waved and metallic scrapes spread like a blade. The violent music theory contained in the sound destroyed layers of barriers. It was more than just sound. In that shrill sound, there was a mournful whistle. It was the sound of blade breaking through the air. It was a dagger. How could it be a dagger? When the purple-eyed griffin waved his hand, a knife with dark blades slid out of his sleeve and stabbed at Ye Qingxuan. The purple-eyed griffin moved smoothly and skillfully. He didn't look like a musician at all but like a warrior who had killed countless people. That knife moved incredibly fast like an arrow projected from a steel machinery crossbow. Its dark blade was hidden in the night, flying a strange arc and attacking from his right. If not for the refraction of the moonlight, Ye Qingxuan might not even know why he had died. Even so, the knife was already in his sight when he realized. For a short moment, a continual muffled sound rang out. That was the sound of strings from the void being cut. At the last moment, a black iron cane popped up from Ye Qingxuan's hand again and blocked before him. Boom! Steel collided, sparks projected, and the mournful sound rang. Ye Qingxuan was forced back by that vigorous power and slid back several meters. His face twitched slightly. He was not frightened but angry. He felt so wronged. When had he ever fought in such a sullen way? The other had taken the lead since the very beginning. He had to follow the other's rhythm and spend all his strength in coping. He had no time to change tactics. He had never been in such a humiliating situation since his debut. With the cane waving in his hands, suddenly there was the sound of the strings projecting in the mist. He thought, "You're familiar with Western music theory, right? Let's play another game." The heaven ladder was unfolded. He pounded the cane and music rang. Endless water vapor seemed to converge from all directions into the mist, agitated and restless. In the fog, thunder brewed in. The storm was set off. In a flash, the storm rolled the water vapor, forming a huge vortex and absorbing more and more water vapor in. Finally, a dark iron cloud was formed. Mournful lightning projected out of it. Lightning and storms burst forward. Then, rain poured down and lightning streaked out of the iron cloud. Thunder primer. This was the thunder primer, which was superimposed 16 times at the same time. This movement came from the east. The musical theories ran in the thundercloud and were combined with the spirit of Indra's wrath. Endless thunder projected from the water vapor's friction. Blazing light descended from the sky and struck 17 times in quick succession. Where the blaze passed, the rain and water were vaporized and the soil was charred. The residual electric light diffused, pricking one's skin. At the same time, wind wrapped around rain and hail descended from the sky with extreme coldness in which one could hardly walk in. Lightning as white as buckets soared in the rainstorm between the sky and earth like angry dragons roaring in the music. Here and now, they were in the scared city, but seemed to have come to a boundless ocean because of the shadow of the storm. The music was like chimes but also the roaring of a dragon. Even Mr. Who might not have thought about how terrible it was to combine the thunder primer with Jiuxiao Wanpei, the so-called true dragon remains. Even though Ye Qingxuan was never good at modifications music theory, his power was inspired to an appalling degree with the guide of the latter. Crossing 7 schools, he had no rival. Moreover, it also contained the spirituality of Indra, the king of thunder. Facing such power, even the unfathomable purple-eyed griffin had to retreat. He retreated swiftly at an inhuman speed, suddenly turning into a phantom to scurry away. However, no matter how fast he was still slower than the lightning of destruction unless he reached the scepter level of the modifications, the state of elemental incarnation and lightning galloping. The purple-eyed griffin was swallowed by the lightning in a snap. Ye Qingxuan did not relax. Instead, he kept squeezing the power of the thundercloud vapor in the clouds and constantly brewing raging thunder. The thunder dragon roared so loudly that it could be heard even 100 miles away. In an instant, there were dozens of lightning striking on the purple-eyed griffin. But then, the next moment, the purple-eyed griffin broke free from it. He shot out dozens of pieces of iron light. They were Scared City's silver coins. The silver coins deflected the electricity and he managed to duck away. His whole body was steaming and flowing. The aftermath of thunder and lightning chopped in his body, but most of the power melted into the water vapor as if the thunder was its clothing. Racing, the purple-eyed griffin whisked over the ruins and waved again in the air. 2 reverse curved knives split toward Ye Qingxuan again. In a wisp of wailing, raindrops flew out. The 2 curved knives left an eerie arc in the air, breaking through the rain. One stabbed into Ye Qingxuan's chest while the other split his neck. Ye Qingxuan trembled for a moment, and then immediately collapsed into water vapor. It was an illusion with the water vapor as the fulcrum. Not far behind the purple-eyed griffin, Ye Qingxuan, concealed by the water vapor, approached and hummed coldly. He reached out and thunderstroke. Countless lightning chopped down. The purple-eyed griffin swirled strangely in the air. The music theory in his body repelled against and resonated with the ether sea. With the center of gravity shifting, he swirled in the air and pounced toward Ye Qingxuan in the void. Once one reached the resonance level, he was able to communicate with the ether sea with movements, controlling the huge power so that he could soar in the sky. What the purple-eyed griffin had performed was his resonance with the external materials by means of his perfect music theory, which had been thoroughly tempered. With the nature disturbance, it was immediately like two poles of a magnetic field getting closer. Repulsion and gravity were produced in the void so that his potential energy was completely ignored. The power turned direction and strangely projected toward Ye Qingxuan. Such means could only be used when the music theory in body and the sound of heart movement were strong enough to distort the material realms. The normal musicians could only use external forces. In just a flash, the purple-eyed griffin had fallen from the sky and rushed to Ye Qingxuan. The dark robe smashed the storm and the lightning, fluttering like a griffin's wings and descending like a predator. Fierce murderous intention was in the pair of strange purple pupils. He wanted to do it head-on? Ye Qingxuan roared and thrust the cane toward the purple-eyed griffin. In an instant, endless thunder and lightning descended from the sky and converged into Jiu Xiao Wan Pei, plating a layer of strong light on the iron cane. In the fierce light, the moonlight was building. Wind, thunder, and the moon converged in this sword. With the thrust, the spirituality of the movement appeared and evolved into the tragic illusion of a blazing sun. In an instant, the two men passed by each other. The purple-eyed griffin collapsed into strands of haze. Ye Qingxuan was stunned. This was fake. Where was the real one? Suddenly he turned and looked behind the carriage. The real purple-eyed griffin descended silently from the sky, pulling a serpentine sword from the inside of the robe and stabbed toward the unconscious Constantine on the ground. Constantine! From the beginning, his target was Constantine. He pretended to fight with Ye Qingxuan in order to distract him so that Ye Qingxuan would not be aware of this. Constantine knew too much and saw too much. If he was alive, he would definitely be a scourge for Gaius, especially since he was in the sacred city now. Since 4 crooked musicians were not enough to complete this task, it was the time for the most powerful elite lurking in the sacred city to act. A sword like a snake descended from the sky. Chapter 460, Request. The long sword descended from the sky like a snake. Like a snake did not mean that it looked like a snake. Rather, it meant that it had truly turned into a snake. This was a shadow snake with a blade. Ye Qingxuan had never noticed that this guy had such a crazy thing on him. This was a creature that existed in the ether world and was frozen in the shadow of natural catastrophe. He did not know how it was made, but by nature, it was neither living nor a demon. It was the solidification of a type of spirit. Musicians had caught it by coincidence. After bought by an alchemist, it was fused into a sword, creating a secret weapon that contained the mysteries of ether, the shadow snake sword. This was extreme sharpness and poison. Anyone touched by it would die. In an instant, it pierced downward silently. The alchemy equipment on Constantine shattered one after another. It could not even delay the sword. It was a sudden turn of events. Ye Qingxuan had no time to save it. Thankfully, he had expected this. The next moment, radiant light shot out from Constantine's body. The power hidden on him had been activated. Music theory was created, dividing the territories. The heavenly light cut into the world, enveloping him. It was holy. Now, Ye Qingxuan finally had complete control over the music score inherited from the school of Stoneheart. Before he arrived, he had already finished directing it. He knew how precious Constantine was. He would not let down his guard until Wolf Flute or other saints arrived. He must keep Constantine in one piece, without even a hair touched. Otherwise, how could he negotiate with the silent authority for them to release Charles? If he missed one shot, the opportunity would be gone. In the near distance, a fighting distortion-level musician was completely forced back and sealed into a statue. By fighting fire with fire, the silent authority musicians were also lightly wounded. Thankfully, with Ye Qingxuan's delay, it did not get out of hand. These 4 musicians were all of the best assassins of the revolutionaries. Not only did they have amazing technique and music scores, they also had the brains. After squeezing out all of their memory, they could still enter Armageddon and become a true hell musician. Every bit of them was useful. Seeing that he was unsuccessful, the purple-eyed griffin angrily slammed a fist on the territory of Holy. Unfortunately, even an abstinence grandmaster needed to focus for a long time to break through the music theory of Holy. Ye Qingxuan would not give him this chance. Without hesitating, the griffin turned after realizing he had lost his chance and flew off. Fog appeared, crowding around his figure, and he was instantly far away. Trying to run? Ye Qingxuan went after him, but behind him, Charles used all his energy to rasp out, "Don't chase him." Ye Qingxuan stopped reflexively. He sensed a shred of murderous intent from the fog. Soon, there was a sigh from the fog. The murderous feeling disappeared and the fog dissipated. The figure vanished. He was gone. Ye Qingxuan stood in place silently. After a long while, he finally went back. Sitting beside the carriage's skeleton, he watched the 4 silent authority musicians. They wanted to take Constantine away too, but were powerless against Ye Qingxuan's Holy. "Mr. Yi, you contact your uppers. Get someone over here who can really handle matters." Ye Qingxuan lit his cigarette and inhaled. "Don't tell me about the big picture and don't tell me that sacrifices must be made for the sacred city. I caught the man, my senior was the spy, I stopped the enemy, and I saved Constantine, so I deserve this result. It completely meets the musician recruitment bill. Even the sacred court will protect my rights." He paused, blowing out blue-purple smoke. His cold expression darkened under the smoke. "If you want Constantine alive, give me a suitable price." 1 hour later, there were no more stars in the deep night sky. After 15 minutes, snow began to fall under the cold wind. The sacred city's sharp metallic light was covered. The defined edges and features softened under the white snow. Layers of walls away, Ye Qingxuan raised his head. He heard the sound of snow falling onto the earth above him. He sat on a bench in the hallway and waited quietly. Finally, the lift opened slowly and Wolf Flute walked out. His uniform was covered with a thick layer of snow. Knocking off the snow, he pulled a document out and gave it to Ye Qingxuan. "Here's what you wanted." "Thanks." Ye Qingxuan lifted his eyes and accepted the document packet. He opened it and saw the pardon written by the 6 cardinals of the papal church. Charles had achieved a great feat for the sacred city and proved his innocence and devoutness under God's witness. His crime was pardoned. From now on, he was no longer a criminal. Ye Qingxuan reread it a few times in silence and carefully put into his pocket to be saved. Checking the time, he could not help but sigh. 40 minutes? Should I sigh because of the sacred city's efficiency or that Constantine is heavy bait? Wolf Flute lit his cigarette and glanced at him in annoyance. "It only took 5 minutes on the road," he said. The papal church argued over whether Constantine should live or die for 30 minutes and then only hesitated about Charles for 5 seconds. The rest, they spent 5 minutes yelling at you. "Let me guess." Ye Qingxuan asked, "Don't know my own place?" Disregards the big picture, unable to shoulder great responsibilities, stuff like that. Wolf Flute shrugged. He sighed and patted Ye Qingxuan's shoulder. "Next time, don't negotiate with those big figures. Even if it works out, you might not like it." Ye Qingxuan shook his head. I think my price was cheap. Idiot. Wolf Flute looked and shook his head. The cheapest is getting it for free. Understanding what he meant, Ye Qingxuan stopped talking. Soon, the metal gate at the end of the hall opened. Charles walked out. The guard undid his handcuffs and the metal dropped to the ground. Regaining freedom feels great. Charles rolled his neck and did some gymnastic moves. Finding the prisoner's uniform an eyesore, Ye Qingxuan gave Charles his jacket. The silent authority gives great treatment, huh? With the jacket on, Charles could not help but whistle while feeling the wool. Such good material. This set is probably at least 2,000 pounds, right? And there's so much alchemy in between. Is this ritual clothing? I heard your governor was destroyed. How about I add a new metal skeleton into this for you some other day? Ye Qingxuan smiled helplessly. Go rest first and we'll talk after sleeping. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the best restaurant in the sacred city. Eat your fill. Charles instantly became spirited. Juniors are the apples of the senior's eye. The proverb is right. What kind of weird proverb is that? Ye Qingxuan shook his head. But then he realized that Charles was still standing there, not about to leave with him. What's wrong? Charles hesitated and looked back. How is Mr. Constantine? Is he awake? He woke up a long while ago. Wolf Flute shrugged. But he's still unwilling to speak or cooperate. He won't even answer questions. Other than his first request, he hasn't responded to anything. What request? After a short pause, Wolf Flute sighed. He wants to see Charles. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 461 to 470. Chapter 461, Solution. In the interrogation room, Charles saw Constantine sitting behind the one-way glass. He sat under the ghastly white light and on a chair without any armrests or back. His back was straight and he would not answer no matter what the interrogator asked. He just closed his eyes and waited silently. The old guy refuses to talk. Someone asked, should we try a mind score? Ye Qingxuan could not help but scoff. Mind scores had shocking control over people, but it was not all-powerful. It depended heavily on timing. Constantine's rejection would be the strongest in somewhere like an interrogation room. He would not give anyone the chance to plant a hint. And even if the planting was successful, Ye Qingxuan knew at least a dozen ways to fight against it. The simplest was destruction of all. One would plant a self-destruction hint beforehand in his own mind. Once a mind music score entered the brain, his heart would stop automatically, cutting off the oxygen supply to the brain, and disrupting the hormone secretion. He could die happily within seconds. It's useless. Wolf Flute shook his head and pointed at the back of Constantine's head. He's the deputy general of the revolutionaries and controls the information web. He probably can't even count how many dirty secrets he knows. You think he won't have any safety precautions? You'll know if you look at his hairline. Under the white light, under Constantine's thin white hair and scalp, one could see faint music notes. Made of flesh, do you see? Wolf Flute said. It's hardcore. He had someone turn his skull into alchemy. It'll be activated if the requirements are met. If I was the guy, I'd recommend he get a double insurance meal with an extra corpus callosum surgery to cut the bridge between the left and right halves of the brain. He'd have enough time to kill himself. He paused and said indifferently, unless he chooses to tell you, don't think you can dig anything out. Just give up. After daybreak, he'd be handed over to the Judgment Tower. Our mission is over, though it was done pretty badly. F***ck, they got off easy. In silence, Ye Qingxuan looked to Charles. The man stood dumbly before the window, staring at Constantine. Seeming to sense the eyes behind the glass, Constantine opened his eyes and snapped out of his thoughts. He looked over. The two stared at each other with troubled eyes from either side of the glass. I want to see him. Charles turned back to Wolf Flute. Doesn't he want to see me? Let me see him. Without waiting for refutation, he said, it's the only solution if you want to dig something out of him before daybreak. Wolf Flute lit his cigarette in silence. Smoking it all, he snuffed it with his feet. Let him. He glanced at the man in charge. I'll take responsibility. 5 minutes later, the black door opened. Charles walked into the interrogation room and sat down under Constantine's gaze. Mr. Constantine, he scratched his head, unsure what to say. After a long while, he said quietly, I'm here. Long time no see, Charles. It had only been a few hours, but Constantine's tone made it feel as if a long period had passed. There was no hatred in his voice, despite knowing Charles was a spy. Studying him, Constantine nodded slowly. Nice uniform. Thanks. Charles managed a smile. Before coming, he was worried that Constantine would be tortured and humiliated. He was worried that after Gaius's heartless chase, he would break down from Charles's betrayal. Now, it seemed that he was okay. Charles felt relieved for some reason. At least he was still alive. In silence, Constantine broke the silence first. He said, You shouldn't have followed me. Huh? Seeing his confusion, Constantine couldn't help shaking his head. I mean, if you really wanted to fulfill your orders, you shouldn't have followed me. Even if you did, you should have abandoned ship early on. His voice was calm, as if commenting on Charles's work with a tinge of sadness and regret. You had so many chances. You could have sold me out to Gaius to win his trust. If you wanted to know what he's planning, you should have done that. Sorry. Charles was silent for a long while before asking, Sir, did you truly never suspect me? Of course I had. I suspect everyone around me. Constantine laughed casually. He made a smoking gesture. Charles pulled a cigarette from his pocket and lit it for him. The old man placed his arms on the table and smoked. Spitting out smoke, he seemed to reflect on his life. Charles, you'd know if you become the general of the revolutionaries. There's no one you can trust in this world. Everyone is an enemy. You shouldn't leave your back open to anyone. You cannot let your guard down before anyone. Even if he is your decades-long old friend. Even if he is like Gaius. Charles did not understand. Then why did you let me? Because you're stupid, Charles. Constantine sighed. How can there be a spy as stupid as you? I put you by my side because you're the least threatening, even though you have an ulterior motive. Yeah. Charles laughed at himself. I can't even become a musician, let alone something as difficult as a spy. Actually, if I have the chance. Charles, Constantine interrupted, looking at him. Stop. Those eyes were complex yet full of pity, as if looking at someone about to die, standing at the edge of a cliff. Charles, being a spy is hard work, just like a prisoner who chose to enter prison. When you stand in the middle, you start to doubt where you are. The feeling of your soul being split into two makes you want to go crazy, making you into what you're feeling right now. He put out his cigarette and stared at the painful capillaries in Charles's eyes. He shot up and grasped Charles's wrist, making it impossible for him to move away. The old man looked at the young man and said haltingly, If you can't find a solution to face them, I'll teach you one, Charles. Drink some wine, find some medicine, find a good doctor, a reliable mind musician, and turn everything into a dream. Forget it all. Forget it? Charles laughed emptily. Remember the joke I told you yesterday? Under the alarm and warnings, Constantine let go and returned to his seat. The young should not be depressed by temporary pain because there are many more painful days to come. Chapter 462, Pendant. All pain will pass, Charles. Constantine repeated what he had said yesterday as if repeating the truth. Everything will pass. Charles looked at him. After a long time, he shook his head. Mr. Constantine, give up. Are you planning on waiting another few decades for someone to save you? Constantine shrugged. To be honest, the Judgment Tower might be a good retirement home. Then what about the revolutionaries? Charles asked. The war between the revolutionaries and Sacred City will be inevitable if they release the Dragon of Destruction after a few days. No matter how far away the New World colony is, the nations won't allow it to exist anymore. Are you okay with that, Mr. Constantine? Are you okay with that crazy Gaius burying what you've spent your entire life on? Yesterday, you told me that you must decide, but no matter what, many people will die. Why can't you let those innocent people survive? Constantine looked at him with a mocking gaze. Are you hoping I will turn to the Sacred City? Yes. Charles nodded. This is the best for both you and the revolutionaries. Mr. Constantine, it's not too late to stop everything. Constantine fell silent. Suddenly, he burst into laughter full of self-mockery. Charles, it's great to hear you say these words to me. He patted Charles's shoulder. His finger that touched Charles's neck was ice cold. If someone told me this before, I would kill him. Unfortunately, I'm old now. He retracted his finger. Looking dully at Charles, he chuckled weakly and waved. You can go, Charles. Looking at the one-way glass, he said, now, give me someone actually important. Charles was confused. I won't speak unless the man's clothes have a gold band. In the Sacred City, robes with one gold band were for bishops. They were big figures who controlled an entire parish and were the upper level of the church. 2 gold bands were for the main bishops or archbishops. Like Mephistopheles, they controlled the church of a nation, including dozens of parishes. Half an hour later, the entire underground building became heavily guarded. All unrelated persons were isolated. 2 giants in gospel armor stood by the door. 2 red-clothed priests walked into the interrogation room. There were no gold bands on their clothing or any ornamentation. However, no one dared to doubt their qualifications. They were cardinals. Unexpectedly, 2 cardinals had come, representing the entire cardinal church. This meant that, if the church was a solid object, it would be here right now. This immense entity had lowered itself to come and talk with Constantine. The isolation room was crowded with the irrelevant people. Ye Qingxuan, Charles, and Wolf Flute squatted in a corner, staring at each other. I thought only someone who isn't even in the system would count as irrelevant. Ye Qingxuan glanced at Wolf Flute. You count too? The silent authority sounds impressive, but it's just for the Sacred City's dirty work. We're irrelevant no matter where we go. Wolf Flute huffed and eyed him. Now do you know how high and mighty the church position you look down before is? If you came to the Sacred City back then with Father Ban's recommendation and your talent, you could be a papal chamber secretary now. After 3 years of being sent out, you can come back and study further after 5 years and become an archbishop. Father Ban is powerful now. With his support, you could be close to the cardinals when you're 40. Then when one of them dies, you can take their place. If you have some F***king good luck, you might even be chosen to be the Pope. Ye Qingxuan scoffed. If I'm not even a musician at that time, how could I become the King of Red? You think all the cardinals are musicians? You think they need to duel when choosing the Pope? Of those who become a cardinal, 9 out of 10 are full-time priests. They probably aren't even at the student level. Wolf Flute looked at him with a vague smile. The King of Red is the representative of humanity. Everything he says is law. It's hard to say if rebirth after death is real, but the others might be true. Before the sixth pope became the pope, he were just an ascetic archbishop. There are so many cases like that. Even if you're not a musician, you'll naturally have the crown added when you become the king of red. Before Ye Qingxuan could reply, Wolf Flute raised a finger to his mouth. Shush. They're getting to the critical point, they're discussing the cost. Ha? Ye Qingxuan was taken aback. You're eavesdropping? No sh*t. It's the first talk between the Deputy General of the Revolutionaries and the Cardinals. Why wouldn't I? Before Wolf Flute finished, he gasped. What happened? The Cardinal, Wolf Flute lowered his voice. A cardinal's title. A pardon signed by the Pope. Why is the sacred city so easygoing this time? But then he froze again and his expression changed. Constantine is starting to recite the name list now. Name list, . He only said 6 names and stopped, Wolf Flute said. He wants the sacred city to consider his value. The cardinal title now has true power and there are 6 pardons. The cardinal's promised he'll have his own department with men to use. He did not dare to keep listening. 2 saints of the sacred city had already arrived. If he continued listening, he would probably be discovered. But no matter what, if the negotiations are successful, Constantine will really earn a lot. Wolf Flute smoked and said casually, Charles found a nice leg to hug. Ha? Ye Qingxuan was confused. Constantine just requested that Charles should join the church and act as his important secretary and assistant. Your senior will become a new noble of the sacred city in a few days, but... Charles stared at the food the silent authority gave in confusion. Ha? 10 minutes later, the cardinals left quickly with the list of names from Constantine. The list was very long. Everyone was kept there until the morning of the next day. That was when they realized what had happened in the sacred city during the night. Snow and blood had fallen all over the sacred city. The winter thunder rumbled. The explosions that built up during the night still echoed through the city. Of the church, hundreds were involved, including those with important positions in bright futures. For several continuous days, black-clothed priests brought the garrison through every corner of the sacred city to arrest the beggars. During the second night, there was a boom in the east of the city. Blinding light exploded. The fight between saints and 4 musicians ended quickly. Under the saints' control, there were no casualties. All traitors were defeated. Unfortunately, Gaius escaped. 2 days later, Constantine held the sacred city's pardon and walked out of prison. Under everyone's eyes, he stepped into the papal chamber. The overall situation was set. The winter festival was 5 days later and thousands would join in the sacred city square. The sacred city had already released word that after the Pope announced the coming of the new year, Constantine would be given the red robe before everyone's eyes. After that, he would be an undeniable force in the sacred city. The aftershocks were still rippling through the nations. With this attack, the revolutionaries had regressed 10 years and lost thousands of members. Stepping on the corpse of the revolutionaries, Constantine had climbed to the peak of power. And on his leg was a pendant named Charles. Chapter 463, Lock. Everything finished successfully. Ye Qingxuan was preparing to return to Anglo as well. However, no matter how much they rushed, they would probably not make it in time for the winter festival. Therefore, everyone decided to stay in the sacred city for the holiday. With Charles here, they could even get front row seats to watch the Pope announce the new year. They could brag about that when they go home. With the winter festival arriving, the new year would come as well. After the temporary desolation, the sacred city began thriving again. Under the cheery atmosphere, everyone was doing shopping sprees. Wolf Flute had more and more missions though and could rarely be seen. During the rare break, Charles ran between the various institutions of the sacred city to register and was extremely busy. Abraham wanted to help but, due to his identity, he was rarely allowed out of the embassy. Therefore, Bai Xi, bored out of her mind, decided to focus on Ye Qingxuan. Finally, Ye Qingxuan could no longer endure her clinging and was dragged onto the streets to go shopping with her. Of course, the money came from the embassy's budget. Ye Qingxuan felt slightly bad. The flurries of snow did not stop during these days. Under the snow, everyone seemed to be smiling and enjoying the festivity. Even Bai Xi was happy as a regular kid. She seemed to truly be a kid. Even though she had suddenly grown and was close to Ye Qingxuan's height, she still had a kid's bad humor. This included buying a bunch of candy to tease kids and then double over with laughter when the kids cried to their parents for their own candy. Ye Qingxuan shook his head inside. He could not help feeling slightly guilty. They had not played together ever since he went to Auschwitz. Before, Bai Xi would follow behind him too. Sometimes, she would get angry for some reason and stop talking to him. But when he looked back, he would see the white-haired girl following him docilely with her hands behind her back and humming a tune. Sometimes, she would turn and her white dress would float up like a flower in the wind. Ye Qingxuan could not help but reach out and ruffle her hair. "What?" Bai Xi shook his hand off and side-eyed him. "Cousin, what are you planning now?" "Oh, I just thought that you suddenly grew up." Ye Qingxuan held in his laughter. Bai Xi kicked him angrily. After 2 steps, she decided it was not enough. She came back to kick him again and then marched forward. Ye Qingxuan quietly followed where she could find him if she turned around. "Stop being so slow." Bai Xi turned to glance at him. "If you can't catch up, I won't wait for you." All right. Ye Qingxuan smiled lazily and caught up. Thankfully, one would get tired after shopping. For lunch, Bai Xi weighed Ye Qingxuan's wallet and happily chose the most expensive restaurant. Sitting near a window on the 3rd floor, they could look down at the bustling streets. Ye Qingxuan studied the falling snow. The restaurant's music was the only sound in the quiet and beautiful world. Bai Xi hugged the things she had bought and lazily drank her juice. Seeing Ye Qingxuan space out, she pouted. "Cousin, what are you thinking about now?" He shook his head. "I wonder how old Phil is now. No one's in Anglo. Would he be lonely?" "Old Phil?" Bai Xi sighed. "Don't worry about him. After you left, he became so successful." "Huh?" Ye Qingxuan was confused. "He's the school dog of the Royal Academy of Music." Bai Xi pursed her lips. "I don't know what the principal was thinking, but he even gave us an extra budget to buy things for old Phil. He made it into our school's mascot with a bunch of merchandise to give to people. Cousin, while you were having a hard time, old Phil is living the life of scaring children and biting teachers whenever he wants. He's the most successful dog now." "Really?" Bai Xi took a letter out. "I was worried when I left and had the principal's secretary send me pictures every few days. Look for yourself." In the picture, old Phil's gold fur was dazzling and radiant. It was almost blinding. Plump and oily, it looked nothing like the dog from before. He'd gained at least 5 kilograms. Ye Qingxuan exclaimed quietly. "If you just eat and sleep every day and occasionally get fed by a mysterious woman, like caviar, acorn ham, lobster, eating like it's all free, you'd get fat like this too." Pausing, Bai Xi's eyebrow raised. "But speaking of that, the woman always comes and goes with the royal family's carriage. Do you know who she is?" No. Ye Qingxuan shook his head resolutely. "Not at all." "Really?" Bai Xi looked at him as if seeing his guilt. Pursing her lips, she rose and walked away. "Where are you going?" Shocked, Ye Qingxuan grabbed her hand. He did not expect that his cousin would suddenly have this kind of temper and leave without warning. "Don't be angry. I didn't finish, sit down and we'll talk." Bai Xi turned around and looked at him condescendingly. I'm going to the bathroom. Ye Qingxuan let go awkwardly and waved. Why don't you do things normally? Go, go. Seeing her walk away, he let out a sigh, not understanding why he was so nervous. Deep in thought, there was a commotion outside. The bustling street had become quiet without him noticing. The garrison had put the entire avenue under martial law. In the distance, an exquisite and charming carriage drove over. At the very front, cavaliers with ornate golden armor lead the way. In their path, the white snow melted into the mud under the hooves and flowed in the dirt. Then, the ground was covered by flower petals scattered by the ritualists and servants. Heavy fragrance emanated from the burning kettle and hung in the air without scattering. Under the somber ritual music, 9 handsome stallions pulled the elegant wagon down the street. A white-haired middle-aged man sat in the seat. He smiled gracefully and waved at the crowd every now and then. Ye Qingxuan frowned. Easterners? Without a doubt, this procession came from the east. Civilians would be beheaded if they dared to use it. In addition, this opulent scale already showed signs of offending the empress. Ye Qingxuan could see clearly that the man sitting in the center wagon was not of the dragon bloodline. There were strands of shocking black within the white hair. He was an Eastern noble and not of Deva's blood, but used a procession that even a king would not dare to use. While he was deep in thought, the man in the slowly moving car seemed to sense him. The man looked up in Ye Qingxuan's direction. He could see Ye Qingxuan's face clearly through the glass. He smiled oddly and nodded. Ye Qingxuan froze. He finally saw the design on the man's sleeves clearly. It was the unique emblem that represented the dragon bloodline Yunlu. Yunlu Qingxu? He murmured. The silent hallway seemed to be isolated from all hustle-bustle. This restaurant was owned by a big figure. The central avenue of the sacred city was extremely expensive, and yet this restaurant had taken up an entire 3-story building. The interior design and decorations were apparently on par with Burgundy's royal palace. All guests could have a noble experience. As far as one could see, everything was in the glamorous Rococo style. In simpler terms, everything was painfully fancy. The hall to the bathroom was so long. It seemed that only Bai Xi's steps sounded in the silence. She walked forward quietly and quickly. Her feet fell on the ground gently but brought heavy echoes. Those footsteps seemed to brand the ground after her, resounding endlessly. 1 step, 2, 3. Every step was like a heavy pound. The sound bounced around the hallway, solidifying the air. Immense pressure converged soundlessly. After 10 steps, Bai Xi tried to take an 11th. Boom! Something seemed to snap and a blurry figure was revealed behind Bai Xi. He had been squeezed out of his invisible state. Now, he finally sensed the cold animosity coming from Bai Xi. As expected, she turned slowly and studied the figure. I've felt annoyed ever since I came out this morning. Some guy is also annoying but flies like you are a different type of annoying. How long have you been following me? The figure remained silent. Soon, he could not speak if he wanted. He was merely standing there, it was already impossible to walk. Without him realizing, the rhythm of the footsteps and echoes had become a weight of thousands of kilos, pressing down on him. Bai Xi stepped forward. Boom! A barrier was broken. Under the heavy snap, pressure from the ether pushed the man back. It was just 1 step, not a bit more or less. In the space of the immense strength, the figure finally snatched the opportunity to speak. Hi! Boom! Bai Xi stepped again, cutting the man off. As if red-hot pieces of metal shoved the words back into his throat, the figure choked as his organs burned. He could not speak anymore. It was Zhao Dang. Aggressive music theory within the pounding ether ensnared him. Not only was there outer pressure, it also forced the strength within him to resonate and plant the seed of chaos. In an instant, troubles appeared both inside and outside. It was unspeakably painful, like swallowing a sword and being thrown into the sea. "If you're not willing to speak, then don't," Bai Xi said coldly. "I've been in a bad mood for a while. Since you're here, then let me vent." She walked forward again. The figure squirmed under the horrible pressure and was forced back. Now, it felt like being frozen into an ice cube. No, it was like being melted into metal. Aggressive power rose from the seemingly eerie and cold girl. She carelessly played with his mind and body. No matter how he struggled, he could not fight back. He was wrong. He had messed up. His expression changed as he struggled, trying to escape. But he was wrapped by layers of pressure, trapped in the metal. He was in a cage without realizing. He was wrong. This was not Zhao Dang. All his attacks prepared for Zhao Dang were useless now. The music theory around him continued to change, trying to lessen the pressure around him. His beastly nature changed. Strange auras from the ether world emerged on his body. The invisible bars were unmoved. As if they grew from his body, they changed with his breathing. Whenever he tried to fight back, a gust of power would burst from thin air and destroy his growing strength. What was this? He gaped at Bai Xi. He could sense countless music notes appear on her body, calling for the ether sea like a furious river. Inside her body, countless notes appeared. They formed music theory of the school of modification's essence. However, it was different from the Zhao Dang of Deva's blood. This was not the movement that pushed everything toward destruction but the other end of modifications. It was the stillness that caused all to freeze and stop. Countless music theory wove together, forming a score that was dumbfounding. However, this terrifying power did not fuse into her body and form a heart of sound. Instead, it was clearly separated from her own music theory, creating something different. Creation, activity, formation, creativity, four realms overlapped and operated together, forming a cruel alchemy array. This was the only alchemy product she had learned from Hermes. It was lock. As she stepped forward, the pressure from the lock around the man kept pushing him back, pressing him against the wall. Controlled by the modification score, the wall swallowed him like water. There were no damages. No one noticed either. How was this possible? The figure witnessed all of this, feeling a blow to his sanity. Zhao Dang was like a dragon, representing utter destruction. Anything it touched would be destroyed. How could it be manipulated so finely? Bai Xi continued advancing, pushing him completely out of the restaurant and frozen in midair. Then, she came out of the wall too. They left the restaurant and entered the air above the alley. She walked on thin air, but there was the sound of footsteps as if she was walking on flat land. The detailed music score had turned the air into something solid, supporting her weight in the sky. "Your Highness, please stop," the figure forced out. His face had become blue-purple. At the same time, the air around him shook. A subtle insect surface appeared. Under it, his body shriveled up. The skin on his back opened up. It was the beastly nature red-white cicada. Like a cicada being reborn, a figure snaked out of the crack in his back. Agilely shedding his skin, he shot into the sky to fly away. But then his expression changed. The lock followed him like a shadow. It pierced into his shell, making him cry out in pain. And then, Zhao Dang. The pained cries stopped. Wild power swept from the invisible lock in Bai Xi's hand, rushing into his body with the pain of burning his innards. The figure dropped onto the ground. He spat out fresh blood and convulsed, unable to move. Now, he finally noticed the abnormality of Bai Xi's body. There were two drastically different music theories inside her right now. One was the heart of sound that relied on her Deva's blood Zhao Dang. The other was the alchemy array branded on her limbs and bones, the lock. Hermes had given Bai Xi music theory different from most other schools. It could be described as a unique way or teaching adjusted to the student. Bai Xi's talent was first-rate of the Deva's blood talents. She did not need to construct music theory within her from scratch. Hermes did not plan on having his student waste time like someone common. He once said, "Zhaodang is like a flood in beast. Its aggression is rare. You do not need any more strength. You need a lock to control the beast." He had combined music theory and alchemy to tailor a lock for Zhaodang. This allowed Bai Xi to control the unparalleled wildness. She only needed one thought for the wild power to escape from the box and destroy what was inside the shackles. With one attack, the figure was gravely wounded and unable to get up again. "You can speak now." Bai Xi landed soundlessly. She kicked the figure over and studied his fearful expression. "What do you want, following me like that, dot?" The unfamiliar man's lips trembled, but he did not reply. He just clenched his jaw and closed his eyes, waiting for death. Bai Xi furrowed her brows. Just as she was about to act, she saw a high-pitched sigh. "Your Highness is precious. Why must you fight with an unimportant man? You will lose your dignity." A frail figure came out of the darkness like a ghost. The comber raised his head, revealing a clean and hairless old face. His voice was sharp and high-pitched. "I cannot believe that, in half a year, your Highness has changed so drastically with such powerful music theories. Even I do not know your limits. If Master knows of your achievements, he must be proud." He paused. Studying Bai Xi, his brows furrowed slightly, seemingly in pity. "However, I dare to warn the princess that these demonic music theories may feel powerful, but as time goes on, there will be many problems. Your Highness, please return to the correct path. Otherwise, you will be ridiculed if the others find out." Hearing this, Bai Xi looked at the man indifferently. "I don't learn the proper things, and I don't need an old dog like you to comment on me. I remember you're Eunuch Wang, right? I've seen you in Yunlu City. Unfortunately, you weren't so amiable back then. I am honored you remember me." Despite being called an old dog, Eunuch Wang showed no signs of anger. He just lowered his eyes like a faithful slave. "I beg you, Your Highness, to go back. Yunlu is so powerful and important. Why do they need a wild and parentless kid?" Bai Xi laughed and spat out, "Or does that rogue feel that a good daughter isn't enough to stabilize his position and finally thought of his other one? Your Highness has never been educated on manners and cultures, resulting in you saying such blasphemy against your father. This is my fault." Eunuch Wang sighed and slapped himself lightly. "Master has heard news of your tracks and come to the sacred city. Please stop your tantrum. These years, Master has put his heart in the Yunlu business and had no time for relationships. He was forced to neglect you, Your Highness. After you left home, Master worried day and night over you. He is your father, after all. There are no unsolvable arguments between father and daughter. Why won't you come home?" Bai Xi's expression changed slightly. In silence, no one knew what she was thinking. After a while, she nodded and smiled. "Okay, I'll go back with you." Eunuch Wang's expression changed. He took 3 steps back and lowered his head even more. He said helplessly, "Even if you kill me, you cannot change the Master's decision. Why can you not face reality?" "Oh?" Bai Xi arched an eyebrow. It was unclear what she was thinking, but with a guess, his expression darkened. "Your Highness, you must not consider immoral acts such as a father and daughter fighting each other. You've overthinking." Bai Xi smiled. "I'll go with you." Sensing the aggressive Zhaodang power in the cage, Eunuch Wang's expression darkened further. "Since you are still stubborn, please do not take offense." Countless black shadows rose from his body, transforming into wraiths of the night. Then, Zhaodang whistled over. Chapter 464, Holy Cauldron. In the quiet restaurant, gentle piano music hung in the air. Ever since Ye Qingxuan saw Yunlu Qingxu come to the sacred city, he felt unsettled. He did not know what would happen. While he was deep in thought, someone hobbled over on a cane and tapped the table. Ye Qingxuan looked up to see someone with a head of white hair. He was dressed in formal wear and seemed unable to walk easily. His face was serious and his eyes were strict. He looked familiar. Handel. Ye Qingxuan was stunned. He never thought he would meet one of the saints staying the sacred city and one of the controllers of the silent authority here. Can I sit here? Handel glanced at Bai Xi's seat. Ye Qingxuan squinted. After a pause, he shook his head and rejected him directly. No, someone's sitting there. The simple word no had never been said to a saint before. If someone witnessed his impoliteness, his reputation would be ruined again. No one ever dared to reject a saint's request, especially a seemingly well-intentioned one. However, Handel did not lose his temper. He nodded. There is still some time before she returns. Without waiting for Ye Qingxuan's reaction, he sat on Bai Xi's seat. Placing his cane to the side, he slid a document packet across the table. Take a look. What is this? Ye Qingxuan lifted the flap and looked at the thick stack of papers. Merely a contract for you. Handel took off the copper enamel pen from his collar and placed it before Ye Qingxuan. Sign it and you'll become the manager of the Anglo branch of the silent authority. When necessary, you can use 1/3 of the organization's resources. 6 grandmasters will follow your orders at any time. You will only have to answer to me. This is the best treatment I can give you. Ye Qingxuan was stunned into silence. He had never thought that such a large piece of cake would fall from the sky and land before him with the tempting smell. The manager of the Anglo branch of the silent authority, in a way, this position represented unimaginable power and richness. If he signed it, he would have 6 grandmasters, countless musicians, and the silent authority's money and power. Seeing his shock, satisfaction flashed through Handel's eyes. No one could overlook the power and influence that came with this position. Musician or not, everyone on earth knew the importance of power, and this document was the path to that power. Ye Qingxuan seemed scared. He stared at the tempting pen but did not move. After a long while, he shook his head and sighed. Sorry, but I will turn you down. The second rejection. Within a few minutes, the shockingly arrogant rejection had happened twice. The smile stiffened on Handel's face. Ye Qingxuan, are you sure? He asked quietly after a while. I know we have had an unhappy encounter before, but I hope you understand the importance of this. Once you miss this opportunity, you probably will not get a second chance in your entire life. Seeing him like that, Ye Qingxuan smiled and shook his head. This must be your first time experiencing this. Who would have thought that the high and mighty alms would be looked down on? Are you dissatisfied by this contract? Handel frowned. If you have your own conditions, we can revise the specific terms. However, I do not like your clashing attitude. Everyone knows that, other than a musician and noble, I was originally a scholar of ancient academia. Ye Qingxuan smiled. He sipped at his wine and said something unrelated. When I was reading ancient texts, I once saw a phrase. An author described a stupid woman saying, at that time, she was still too young. She didn't know that every gift given by fate had already been secretly marked with a price dot. Ye Qingxuan set down his glass and stared deeply at Handel. May I ask, how much do I have to pay for this gift from the skies? Handel studied him quietly. After a long while, he said, Ye Qingxuan, I hope you understand that, to me, there's nothing worth coveting on you. This position requires you to work when needed, but compared to what you receive, you won't give much. Ye Qingxuan nodded and asked, for example, selling Charles to you? Or, when needed, become something you threaten Charles with? Constantine's uncontrolled rise is probably threatening to many, right? You need something to balance his existence. I believe that before Charles agreed to become Constantine's secretary, this contract never existed. You're overthinking. Handel's voice turned frigid. Ye Qingxuan, everyone must sacrifice for this world when necessary. Do you still remember what I've said? Ye Qingxuan looked at him. Charles has nothing to do with you anymore, and I hope you'll stop getting ideas about him. Mr. Handel, you are a saint. You are above tens of thousands. Logically, I should respect you. However, don't think I don't know what you said to Charles. His tone was calm and he said to this old man, almost indifferently, if I have the chance, I will make you experience what he had felt. They were undisguised words. The atmosphere quickly turned cold. Handel looked at him without any anger. Instead, his eyes grew disappointed, filled with regret. Ye Qingxuan, the sacred city has not treated you badly. Why do you fight back against it? Or do you still think Ye Lanzhao was innocent? Ye Qingxuan furrowed his brows. Don't underestimate the sacred city. When Ban returned to the sacred city and registered you as his student, the city had already become clear about your identity, Handel said coldly. All this time, the sacred city has been tolerated you and never looked too deep, instead rewarding you. What right do you have to think the sacred city has wronged you? Ye Qingxuan laughed. He looked at Handel with a familiar gaze. It was like looking down at dust. With this gaze, it was as if everything in the world was under his control and had to sacrifice for him. There was no care about the dust's sadness and hatred. What Ye Lanzhao did has nothing to do with me, Ye Qingxuan said. If not wiping out a sinner like me is the sacred city's tolerance and blessing to me, then I'm sorry. I will have to disappoint you. You think everyone must make sacrifices, but sadly, I never thought that I owe anything to the world. Instead, it's the opposite. Looking at the man with a dark expression, he said, emphasizing each word, Mr. Handel, this world owes me too much. When Bai Xi returned, more than 10 minutes had passed. Ye Qingxuan and Handel's quick meeting had ended unhappily long ago. Where did you go to play? Ye Qingxuan sighed and petted her messy hair. Without realizing, her hair was down to her waist now. If she did not take care of it, it would turn into a mangled bird nest. She allowed Ye Qingxuan to mess with her hair and then comb it again. Feeling the warmth of his hands, she could not help but giggle. When I went out, I saw an old beggar. I felt bad and gave him some coins. Why is your shirt torn? Ye Qingxuan glanced at the small hole in her sleeve. It got stuck in the doorway. Bai Xi's expression grew cheery. This means I have to buy a new one this afternoon. You can't spend the embassy's money like this. Ye Qingxuan admonished. And whenever I make them give me office supply receipts, they all look at me weirdly. Why do you want to get reimbursed for buying bras? Cousin, even though you refuse, you're still obedient when paying money. Think of a new excuse for me. Ye Qingxuan sighed. Thanks to you, the embassy has enough office supplies to last until next year. No matter how blind the financial department is, they won't reimburse that. There's also food and transportation. Hey, where did you learn that from? Ye Qingxuan could not help but shake his head. Everyone said that one would join a group of elites in the sacred city, but everyone beside him was weirder than the last. Charles had fallen fast, but now, even Bai Xi had learned how to lie to get reimbursements. Whatever. Thinking of the embassy's depressed and annoyed treasurer, he gave up on reimbursements. He still had a bunch of dirty money after all, from the smugglers in Avalon. Ye Qingxuan did not have much material greed, and most of the things he wanted could not be bought with money. If Bai Xi wanted to spend some, it was like helping him. However, he couldn't let her find out. Otherwise, she would take Ye Qingxuan's checkbook and empty all the luxury stores the next day. Thinking of this terrifying scene, Ye Qingxuan's heart in the ether world quivered. The black metal box was 40 millimeters long, 35 millimeters wide, and 15 millimeters tall. It seemed to be designed specifically for something valuable, which was why it was intricate yet compact. When locked, it was closed tightly without any seams visible. The inside was carved with an alchemy array. It ensured that the object inside would be unharmed even if the box was assaulted, burned, or drowned. Nobles would usually carve their family emblem on these boxes and put items related to their wills, precious jewelry, or evidence for safety. However, this box had nothing other than the sacred city's symbol. Now, it was placed carefully onto Constantine's table, gently as if it was a rare gem. "This is what Mr. Ludovic told me to bring." The middle-aged priest sighed. "Fortunately, I have completed the mission. Please accept it." "Thank you." Constantine shook his hand. Despite already handing it over, the priest still looked at the box longingly. "According to Mr. Ludovic's orders, we must give this to you. But I must add, I hope you will look after it well." He looked away unwillingly and sighed. After all, no one has been able to create such a perfect replicate after alchemist Grandmaster Orwell passed away. "Thank you for your reminder." "I will." Constantine politely saw him to the door. "Charles, see the guest off." When the mysterious guest left, Charles could not help but slip back inside, poking his head in. "Sir, did that guy come to give us money?" "Money?" Constantine was taken aback and smiled. "In a way, yes, but no money can buy what is in this box." Sensing Charles's curiosity, he did not keep it a secret. Turning the box's lock, he said lightly, "You have never seen this man before, but you must have heard of his fraternity before." Pausing, he uttered, "The Sacred City Ecclesiastical Order." "The legendary ecclesiastical order with boundless authority is real?" Charles asked curiously. "The order was born 400 years ago under the order of the second pope. The members were all family leaders of monks with true archbishop power. They began as a think tank for the Pope and were a crucial way to balance the political scale between the sacred city and nations. But as time went on, the ecclesiastical order went out of control. Now, it has become an immense entity that can fight back against the Pope. If the second Pope knows, he must be disappointed." "They came to give you gift?" "Not quite. After all, you can't drink or eat this, or even put it out for decoration. You must care for it cautiously." Constantine opened the case and studied the content. "It's a troublesome thing." Charles moved over, only to see a crystal block. He could tell that it was precious material made from the school of modifications and was as valuable as gold. However, he didn't understand why something so precious was used to seal a thin piece of paper. Inside the block was an ancient piece of paper. It seemed to have gone through a lot and the paper had aged considerably. If not for the crystal block, it would have disintegrated through time. It contained some sort of music notes, but Charles could not tell its source. He studied it for a while. His teacher Abraham was one of the best ancient scholars in the world. Even so, he could not decipher the words on the paper. "What is this?" "This is the original version of the rune language. It is a product of music notes and languages. After so many years, it no longer contains any meaning. It's okay if you do not understand it." The rune was the written language closest to the Dark Ages of all Western languages. Other than scholars who studied it specifically, it only existed in a few faraway villages of Asgard. Till this day, it still retains some grammatical points from the Dark Ages, allowing one to see the era from a millennium ago. It was known as the living fossil. Charles had never thought that the ecclesiastical order would bring it here, and it's original at that. Did they want Constantine to study academia with them? Charles laughed at his own thought. A long, long time ago, people believed that this was the language of natural catastrophes, Constantine said. This is the oldest language known to humanity and the source of all music notes. What you see is just a replicate of the remains of an old book. This book is known as the Book of the Ultimate. It is the source of all human civilization and the foundation of the Golden Age. Charles was stunned. All this time, the Order's position has been unshakable because of its control over the Book of the Ultimate and its final interpretation. With this replicate, they had complete advantage in theology. It can be said to be the precious item of dreams for all upper-level clergymen. Constantine held the block up. Reflecting under the sunlight, he studied the faint writing. Rather than power, it had the heaviness of history. As if only one who controlled fate could become the King of Red, something known as orthodox had given it irreplaceable meaning. Anyone who yearned for the truth of history and the source of all would find glory in laying eyes on it. It represents strength and honor comparable to Hyakum, Constantine murmured as he caressed the block. The three-pillared god Holy Cauldron. In the silence, Charles gulped. Is the legend real? He asked quietly. That humans first found the Holy Cauldron from the Ultimate? Perhaps. After so many years, who knows? Constantine returned the block to the case. I've heard of countless legends. Some say that humanity created gods to protect their people during the Dark Ages and past the terrifying abyss. Some say that the Holy Cauldron is only a dream of ancient poets. Other musicians believe that the crowns of the three kings were made from the cauldron. All the viewpoints seem to make sense, but all are different. I can only tell you one thing, Charles, the Holy Cauldron truly exists. Chapter 465, Legend and Wine. All the viewpoints seem to make sense, but all are different. I can only tell you one thing, Charles, the Holy Cauldron truly exists. Constantine closed the iron box and ignited his pipe. But looking at Charles's transfixed look, he couldn't help laughing. You really are Abraham's student. Perhaps I should fire you and let you be an ancient scholar. Charles finally reacted and shook his head in shame. I was just frightened. My teacher told me these as bedtime stories. I did not expect the legend is actually true. Are you interested? Constantine took a bottle of wine from the cabinet and placed a wineglass before Charles. Make me some more ice. There should be good wine when listening to a good story. Charles immediately condensed the water vapor to make ices and sent to Constantine attentively. I can even make an iceberg for you. How about I massage your shoulders and legs to help you relax? Constantine looked at him speechlessly, shaking his head, and exclaimed, I have to clarify that I heard this rumor from an antique shop owner. It may not be false, but it may not be true. After all, except those who experienced it, who knows what happened in the past? Before the golden age of mankind, it was the dark age that was never recorded in history. After the illusory era of myths, man appeared in this cold and cruel world, hungry and homeless. They had no power, no civilization, no history, or any records. At that time, the world was dark. Winter seemed eternal. This mysterious period was called the Dark Age by historians. No one knew how long it had lasted. At that time, the world was still under the control of natural catastrophes. The first cave paintings were of the four living creatures. Other than phenomenal natural catastrophes that humans could not observe, such as the silver tide, human beings saw catastrophes that lived like them for the first time. They were so strong, so terrible. Like a nightmare, they could not be resisted. A tiny movement of theirs could destroy mountains and the earth. They were monsters in the world, irresistible natural catastrophes. Hecatonkir occupied the land. Leviathan set off endless waves in the sea. The descendants of the dark Gaia walked amongst the mountains and the waters. The shadow Sirius bloomed in any place with ether. Because of their strong vitality in nature, the four were distinguished from other natural catastrophes like silver tide, holy white storm, blood-scorched soil, illusion mire, and so on. They were known as the four living creatures. After the 8 phenomena, the four living creatures appeared so in human history. Man was born in this world but found that the world did not belong to them. The world was not kind to people. It had never been kind. Just as how you could die at any time while alone in a foreign country or walking in a dark valley, humans struggled to survive among the natural catastrophes. It was like a fire in the darkness, burning feebly and extinguishing silently. Once there was a gust of wind, nothing would be left. Therefore, that era was called the Dark Age. The transition in the middle of the Dark Ages was the appearance of the three wise men. When humans were about to go extinct in this world, three wise men with advanced wisdom came from the east. They mastered 1/3 of the world's truths respectively. They brought frankincense, gold, and myrrh to mankind and guided humanity to build their tribes in the dark world and even build nations. Romulus' founding emperor Aeneas was helped by one of the three wise men so that he could live for 300 years as a human and turn into the Holy Spirit after his death. With the help of the three wise men, men found all kinds of prehistoric relics from which they extracted incredible treasures. It was said mechanical engineering had started developing at that time. Not only did the three wise men bring language, civilization, and treasures, but also prophecies from the depths of the ether world, from the originator. It was the birth of God. Guided by the prophecy, human ships sailed to the end of the legendary world, the ultimate. At that time, the ultimate was not yet the end of everything, but the place where the ether and material world crossed most deeply. It was also the closest to the originator. All miracles flowed from there. There, man found the prototype of God, the Holy Cauldron. In this way, mankind created gods from the chaotic originator. It was the existence of omniscience, omnipotence, full intelligence, full vision, full authority, and full creation. It was omnipresent, omnipotent, omniscient, intangible, benevolent, self-reliant, and unique. This was the first element created by mankind. When this concept integrated into the originator, it turned from the unreal into reality and began existing, and the ultimate fell into chaos. That terrible shock from the most central transformation of the originator emerged from the depths of the ether world and rushed into the ether sea. It descended into the material. It could almost be described as earth-shattering. The rivers turned upside down, the mountains collapsed, and the ocean rolled up to the sky, exposing the dry seabed. It was like the end of the world. Everything was upended. At that time, humans did not even know if they were successful. They could only infer from the aftermath of terror that terrible changes were going on in the depth of the originator. After 7 days, God was born. The world became meaningful. Now, the world of mankind was finally created. Man finally possessed the power. When the element of gods was written into the originator, the ether path was built on the foundation of God's existence. With this fulcrum, human beings pried the originator and wrote new rules into it, thus acquiring the mysteries of ether in music theory. They finally had the power to confront the natural catastrophes. The 7 schools of musicians, all movements, all notes, and music theories. The source of all knowledge came from this. This was why the Church took the Holy Cauldron as the incarnation of a deity that could not be observed or described, even though it had been silent for thousands of years and could not respond to the prayers of the world. This was the origin of the Holy Cauldron. The age of mankind began then. But in that terrible turmoil, more than one deity was created. Once one had a ruler, one would be able to tell what was straight and what was not. Once there was light, darkness would be born. When the air rose, the turbid gas would fall. When the elements of the Holy Cauldron started operating in the originator, the first instruction was made, "Let there be light," and the dark abyss was born from the ether world. Ambiguous chaos was broken. Hyakum was born along with the Holy Cauldron. The former represented all the negative elements while the latter represented all the positive elements. Immediately thereafter, when 2 incompatible elements collided with each other, it was like hell clashing with heaven. It stirred the deep power of the originator and created riots of destruction. The 2 gods themselves stood for everything. They were the endorsement of all things, so their confrontation also reflected in all aspects. Everything in the world was involved and no one could escape from this huge struggle. Even humans were divided because of this. As a result, the Babel Tower collapsed. The only country divided into two, and the two sides fought with each other endlessly. In that war, countless people died. In order to fight for the ultimate, countless holy spirits turned into stars and rose up into the sky. The inferior dark followers of Satan were born from the abyss. Even with the deaths of countless people, there was no sign of cessation of the war. The war would never stop. This was the prophecy of the three wise men. The war would break all the rules and destroy the existing world. The rules would be reset again to reshape the originator. It would go until both were destroyed and the originator returned to calmness. All would fall into the chaos of nothingness. But then, the neutral element separating the two, the silent moon, was born. Representing judgment, balance, and ether, the silent moon stood between the holy cauldron and Hyakum. The three constituted the perfect balance and became the ultimate natural catastrophe at last, which was what human beings now witnessed, the three-pillar god. Thus the path of musicians led to the originator, and the crowns of the three kings was cast from the holy cauldron. The three-pillar god, three wise men, for living creatures, 8 phenomena as well as the best of natural catastrophes also appeared in this world. The world became complete. That huge change caused a violent collision between the material and ether world. After the creation of countless disasters and miracles, the ultimate was completely destroyed. It became the end of the world where everything died. The originator sank into the depths of the ether world and no one could reach it. The survivors who experienced it recorded it all. It became the book of the ultimate, the classic interpretation of human history and the classic teaching material. Speaking here, the slightly drunken Constantine shrugged. Of course, I've heard several different versions since then. But I personally prefer this, so I am willing to take it as the truth. What about you, Charles? He asked, what do you think of the story? Charles was silent for a while. He could not help asking, this. Is it really just a legend? Of course. Constantine nodded firmly. People from that time died long ago. They didn't even have a written language. How can there be records left? The Asgardians and Easterners even say that they came from heaven, but no one believes them either. Charles, don't believe things so easily. Besides, the owner of the antique shop is the one who likes to lie and cheat. That's the story he used to trick me into buying this amulet, which is supposedly from the Dark Ages. Look! Constantine rolled up his cuffs and showed him the amulet on his wrist. Nice, isn't it? Charles nodded. Amber and animal bones were strung on the rope. It truly was nice. This bracelet costs me more than 2,000 pounds. Constantine sighed. But in Burgundy's markets, a single pound is enough for one wholesale box. So, don't trust the guys who tell you stories. In order to earn your money, they can make up anything. Charles stared at his bracelet blankly for a while and could not help laughing. While laughing, he raised his glass and toasted. To your bracelet. No, this is for my story, Constantine exclaimed and raised his glass. Cheers. Bottoms up. Everything in the past seemed to fade away with the wine in the cup. Chapter 466, New Blood. In the darkness, a faint beam of light fell down. Pure light illuminated the iron altar and the old stone cauldron on it. It seemed to have been weathered by thousands of years and was extremely old. Covered with cracks, one could not tell its original appearance. Subtle crimson sloshed inside. The cauldron was filled with blood, filled with a beautiful bloody color. It was the holy cauldron. This was the heart of the human world, the only natural catastrophe at the same level as Hyakum, but it did not seem as powerful or majestic as one would imagine. It was just a simple stone cauldron. And in the blood color inside the cauldron, there were 10 mysterious badges. 6 glowed gently. The other 4 were dark and did not feel tangible. The old keeper studied the badges and sighed with his head lowered. Footsteps sounded in the distance, breaking the silence. Someone crossed through the broken pieces of the ether world to hear. The keeper looked back and saw a red crown and robe. It was the King of Red. "It's you, Holy See." The keeper smiled. "You haven't come in a long time." The keeper's face under the messy hair was revealed in the refracted glow of the formless blood. His face was so old and withered, but it looked identical to the King of Red. Illuminated by the glow, the Pope walked onto the altar. The two extremely similar faces passed each other. The Pope lowered his head, studying the beautiful glow in the cauldron. "Is this new blood?" "Yes." The keeper's smile became gloating. "Sad, right? The Pope is the carrier of sacred blood and the keeper of the holy cauldron. Now, the old blood has not died yet, but the new blood has already been born. It seems that even the cauldron thinks you can't hold on for much longer." The Pope remained silent. He looked down at his hands as if he could see the fine cracks on his bones through the ghastly pale flesh. "Dragged on all these years, I finally can't endure much longer," he said. "Almost to the limit." "You are a human, after all," the keeper said casually, as if it didn't matter to him. "I've said thousands upon thousands of times that humans all die. Holsey, it seems that you still haven't gotten accustomed to it." "You're not worried?" the Pope asked. "No, of course I am not worried." The keeper scratched at the lice on his scalp and said nonchalantly, something like, "You doesn't need my worry. Instead, let me worry about other things." He paused. Looking at the cauldron, he pointed at the 4 extinguished badges. "You should at least speed up the saintly inheritance." "Haydn is already old and he's prepared," the Pope said. "After he dies, his disciple will accept his inheritance. This can only ensure the total number." The keeper shook his head in dissatisfaction. "Of the 6 still living, there are 2 kings and 4 saints. Of the 3 kings, the King of Yellow has escaped. You must stay in the sacred city, and all pressure is shouldered by the current Bach. He is already exhausted from protecting the completeness of the human world. Someone must fill in the other 4 positions. Before you die, can you at least clean up the mess you created?" The Pope said, "I'll try my best. You see the outside world clearer than me." The keeper asked, "In the next decade, is there anyone who can fill in a saint's position?" "That kid named Wolf Flute, Bach's disciple, seems okay. Hasn't he become a scepter recently?" "Wolf Flute? He is incapable." The Pope shook his head. "He is unwilling to take great responsibilities infused with the simplest low-level element. His potential is not enough. If he waited 3 more years for the sacred city to lay down the foundation of his legend, he could infuse with at least 3 upper-level elements with his talent and inherit Bach's crown. The youth wants simple freedom. Not everyone wants to jump into the mire." The keeper took some nuts from his pocket and chomped on them. "He is still too young. Let him come in 10 years. He should be more mature then. Starting over again is just 10 years. 20 years later, he will be 43. For a saint, that is very young." "I will keep that in mind," the Pope said. "You should have more candidates, right? What about the 3rd prince of Asgard?" the keeper suggested. "He is a rare talent within generations. Even I know how powerful he is without going outside. He is only 17 but already at the distortion level. 16 families support his inheritance of the crown. He has a bright future. But he doesn't want to be a saint," the Pope said. "He wants to kill his 2 elder brothers and become the 2nd emperor, after his great-grandfather, to rule all of Asgard with utmost power. He is not a suitable candidate." The keeper shook his head. "It is not a rule that emperors cannot be saints. Those that can be emperors are definitely not saints," the Pope said. "No matter from which aspect." "What about Rommel?" the keeper continued. The quick knife and rabid dog of the silent authority. Thankfully Handel has trained him. He is only 24 years old but already full of accomplishments. Apparently, the demons all call him the executioner. At such a young age, he already has so much blood on his hands. I'm sure you'll like him. 15 years, the Pope replied after a moment of thought. 15 years later, he will be a qualified saint. However, there is not much hope in the short term. Alfonso from the southern Illusion Islands is the strongest genius in the history of the voodoo crypt. He had no more breakthroughs after entering the distortion level. The voodoo crypt ruined him. He is material that can be developed and shouldn't have followed the old paths. It may be possible for him to become a scepter but not a saint. There are many talents recently from the school of choir. What about that crazy woman who studied cloning of cells to the extreme? Angelina? The Pope thought for a while and shook his head. She is too young and doesn't have enough experience. With her proposition, she needs at least 20 more years. Caspar Hauser? Calculating the time, the beastly nature should be on him already. There is hope of him becoming a scepter, but it is more possible for his brother to become a saint. However, it will take at least 7 years to see if he can make the breakthrough. What about Samuel from the School of Destruction? Isn't he the one with most potential in the new generation? He's dead. Dead? The keeper was stunned and shook his head. What a pity. What about Colt from the Rock Institute? Also dead. Is the kid from Burgundy, known as the Eagle of the Empire, dead too? Yeah, dead too. What about the Karamov brothers from Caucasus? All dead. F***CK, is it the trend for the young ones to die now? The keeper swore. After a long while, he looked at the Pope. Then what about that legendary Eastern kid? He studied the Pope. Our Duke, the inheritor of the amazing Deva's blood, the sword-bearer of Anglo, and the son of the biggest traitor, Ye Qingxuan. How is he? A freak like him appears in every era. If he continues his path, I think he only needs at most 5 years. No, he is the least possible, the Pope interrupted and shook his head resolutely. Ye Qingxuan will never be able to become a saint, no matter how accomplished he becomes. Why? The keeper was infuriated. The Pope looked at him and said calmly, unless you want a second revolutionary army to appear. To someone like you, humans are all unsightly, aren't they? Perhaps. Is there anything on this world that is perfect to you? Perhaps. Perhaps? It is rare for you to say something so ambiguous. The keeper shook his head in dissatisfaction and stopped talking. After a long while, the Pope moved from the holy cauldron to the keeper's body. The two identical faces were very eerie. The duration, he said. How much longer? Soon, the keeper replied. He turned. Walking down the altar with the Pope, he waved a hand. Something rumbled in the silence. The sound did not come from above or below them but from all directions. It was as if the entire dark world had roared in anger. Under the loud boom, countless gears began turning, creating sparks of fire. The chains and wheels crashed with piercing and grating noises. The most important was a boom like a heartbeat. The 10,000-ton hammer pounded at iron, creating a heart-stoppingly majestic sound. The ground opened up under the operation of the complex machinery. Layer by layer, it opened up. The blazing light of lava rose from the crack. Below the two, inside the vast abyss, was a boundless lake of lava. The indescribably large machine could only operate by absorbing the immense heat. Inside the burning lava, gears hundreds of meters tall interlocked with each other and rotated endlessly. Under their guidance, countless steel collided with each other. It was like an unmanned iron factory. The Pope's eyes were not attracted by this strange sight. Instead, he looked deep into the factory to the core, enveloped by the gears and machinery. The keeper stood beside him. Looking down at the scenery as well, he smiled. Soon. At dusk, Charles finally got off work at a normal time after days of overtime. The 4 members of the history department were finally together again. It seemed to be the first time since they came to the sacred city. After receiving permission to go out, Abraham asked the embassy to help them book a restaurant. He decided to use his own money on a celebration. In actuality, he had become the deputy director of the Royal Academy of Music School of Revelations and had some power. The principal spent his budget like it wasn't money and gave money out happily as well. Now, Abraham's salary and bonuses were all crazy numbers. However, other than his meals, there was not much he spent money on. He did not like smoking or drinking. He just liked staying in his room and reading. His monthly experiment supplies and consumables were supplied by the academy. After becoming the deputy director, he had the authority to enter the library too. He had no need to buy books anymore. Therefore, his salary became a long number in his bank account. From the current trend, it was clear that it would keep accumulating. Used to hard times, Charles became so jealous after seeing Abraham's bank account and keeps asking him for some research funds every month. However, Charles has probably gotten some dirty money from the Royal Research Institute and church. He shouldn't be poor, but he was never up to anything good. If he had money, he would buy liquor. If he had a fortune, he would fulfill his imagination. He had wasted so much money trying to realize his crazy ideas. A few days ago, he had even visited the armaments office. He had bought half a discarded gospel armor and a lot of consumables. Of course, he said that he was helping Ye Qingxuan design a new skeleton suit, but the silent authority didn't believe him. They had put him under surveillance again. They did not know what he wanted to do by buying such rare battle-level weapons in the sacred city. Ye Qingxuan could only worry over this and ask Wolf Flute to make them go easy on him. Charles was almost close to exploding after days of being pressed down by the sacred city rules. After this meal, he had said enough nonsense. Ye Qingxuan was forced to be polluted mentally. Abraham just smiled and watched. In the end, Bai Xi ate everything up silently. When they realized they were hungry, they only saw a bunch of empty plates. Listening to Charles and Bai Xi argue, Ye Qingxuan and Abraham exchanged glances and smiled. Ye Qingxuan had not experienced something so relaxing in a while. They were arguing but sitting and eating with his professor, Charles, and Bai Xi was calming. It was like a family. He waved for a server. The server came with an uncomfortable expression. "Sir, someone just booked the entire restaurant." The server pointed at the room that had suddenly become empty. After saying a bunch of apologetic things like making their meal free, he politely said something along the lines of, "Please get out of here quickly." Booked the entire place? Ye Qingxuan frowned. Just as he was prepared to speak, someone behind the server said, "Sorry, these are my friends. I booked the place so I could speak with them happily. You may go now." Shocked, Ye Qingxuan looked up. It was a middle-aged man around 40 years old. His hair was already graying. He seemed elegant, graceful, and very likable. The most shocking thing was that he was an Easterner. And he seemed familiar. Ye Qingxuan could feel that Bai Xi's expression darkened. "Sorry to bother you all." Under their confused gazes, the Easterner smiled gently. "Nice to meet you. I am Yunlu Qingxu, an Easterner." He paused and tossed out the bomb. "At the same time, I am also Bai Xi's father." Chapter 467, Father. "At the same time, I am also Bai Xi's father." In the silence, Bai Xi's expression darkened. Yunlu Qingxu's words blew the minds of the other three. "Father?" Ye Qingxuan froze. "Father." Abraham froze. "Father?" Charles froze too. Then he slammed the table and shot up, pointing at Ye Qingxuan and shouting, "Then you're my dad too, ut." No one replied in the awkward silence. Everyone's expressions grew more uncomfortable, but Charles rushed up in excitement. He cried, "Dad!" Grasping Ye Qingxuan's hand, he shook it excitedly and exclaimed, "Hi, Dad. I'm Charles." Even if he's a dad, he's Bai Xi's dad, not yours. What are you excited about? Ye Qingxuan could not help but roll his eyes. However, Charles smiled joyfully and grabbed Ye Qingxuan's hand as if he had no bones. He seemed close to latching onto the man like a squid. "Since Daddy's here, let us brothers have a good drink." "Hey, how did you go from father and son to brothers so quickly?" Bai Xi's expression grew uglier. She kicked Charles under the table, hoping to kick him into hell. "Bai Xi, don't throw a tantrum. I'm speaking with Daddy." Charles waved and his expression grew serious. He sighed emotionally. "To be honest, I've always seen Bai Xi as a daughter." Abraham had just picked up a glass of water to calm him down. But he did not expect that after being suffocated by the sacred city for so long, Charles had become even worse. He choked and spat out the water. "Ah, I'm so pleased." Charles was proud for some reason. He was like a fat middle-aged woman bragging to other housewives about his kid. "I've worked hard for little Bai Xi to grow up so well." Worked hard my *SS. Don't act like you've changed the diapers. What have you done other than fighting with her over food and the pettiest things? Now, Ye Qingxuan finally snapped out of the shock of Charles's horribleness. His elegant features twitched, but he soon recovered forcefully. "Oh." He squeezed out a smile. "Thank you for taking care of Bai Xi. With friends like you, I am really dash." "Big bro, what do you do?" Charles interrupted with an excited expression. "Are you interested in funding common folk research experiments? Would you like to fund a barbarian's mechanical laboratory? I have recently invented a mechanism that can move forever with running water. It will definitely be useful in the future. It can easily become popular in both the East and West. I am merely a silk merchant and not very successful. I recently had a disagreement with my boss and finally had a break, so I came to see Bai Xi." Ye Qingxuan rejected him politely and pulled the conversation back to Bai Xi. He looked warmly at his coldly staring daughter. "How has Bai Xi been these years?" Bai Xi opened her mouth to speak, but Ye Qingxuan stopped her, shaking his head slightly. This guy was not good news. They better let Charles test the waters first. "She eats well, sleeps well, and gained a ton of weight." Charles raised his voice in an unspoken agreement. However, he was talking as if he was selling meat. "Bro, you don't gotta worry. Look at how we raised Bai Xi to be nice and plump, so cute." "That is great. I am relieved." Ye Qingxuan seemed to have not noticed anything and kept smiling pleasantly. Bai Xi has never been an obedient child. She loves making trouble and giving people headaches. Seeing how she has become, I am happy as well, ut. So are you done looking? Charles waved as if they were visiting each other. If you've got nothing else, go now. We'll take Bai Xi to see you some other day. We have other plans tonight. No matter how tolerant Ye Qingxuan was, he was a little taken aback by the merciless shooing. He chuckled awkwardly and glanced at the table. I'm a little hungry. Can I eat some? Charles shook his head. It's very hard to live in the sacred city. I don't have much money. It's okay. I'll pay. Charles shook his head again. Time's running short. It's okay. You can go, Ye Qingxuan said. I just need to speak with Bai Xi. Charles froze before quickly sighing. To be honest, I signed Bai Xi up for a math class a few days ago. Oh, look at the time. It's almost time for class. Come, Bai Xi, let me take you to class. Without waiting for Qingxu to reply, he pulled Bai Xi up. Before she could fight back, he swung her over his shoulder and ran. This guy had swung his junior over his shoulder and ran. Before leaving, he threw a glance at Ye Qingxuan as if saying, "That's all I can do for you. The rest is up to you." In the awkward silence, Abraham cleared his throat. He tried to act as if nothing had happened. Pulling out a pipe, he rose. "I'm going for a smoke." And he escaped too. He really did not understand the situation, but seeing as Charles had run, he could not help with matters either. It was up to the young ones. In the end, all that remained in the empty restaurant were Ye Qingxuan, Yunlu Qingxu staring at each other across a table of leftovers. "Seems that I won't be able to talk to her today." Yunlu Qingxu shook his head inside. "I still came at the wrong time. I was too rushed." A rushed conversation will never achieve the goal. It will only make the kid hate me more, right? "Mr. Yunlu Qingxu, sit down." Ye Qingxuan sighed and pointed at the seat across from him. "Sorry that this happened, but please be rest assured, I won't run. You can talk to me." He studied Yunlu Qingxu, who was still composed. He said quietly, "After Bai Xi lived with all of us, we are like her family because she doesn't have any other family. Charles and I are her brothers. We will protect her, and if anyone wants to bully her, they have to get past us first." Yunlu Qingxu nodded. As if welcoming his daughter's friend home, he was very pleased. "You've worked hard. Not just people who want to bully, but her father too." Ye Qingxuan's expression grew cold. "You've never asked about Bai Xi all this time. She has been living by herself in this world. Now you suddenly drop out of the sky like some caring father, and to be honest, even I'm grossed out." He stared at Yunlu Qingxu and uttered, "What do you want?" Stared at by those eyes, Yunlu Qingxu smiled and shook his head. "Why must you be like this? Haven't we met once before?" Snapping a finger, he had the server come and clear the table. A bucket of iced wine was quickly brought over, as well as 2 glasses. Yunlu Qingxu lifted his glass and motioned for Ye Qingxuan to follow. After drinking a glass, he suddenly asked, "How old is Bai Xi this year?" Ye Qingxuan froze and frowned. 19. Already 19? Just like her sister. Yunlu Qingxu sighed. That's the age to get married. As a father, I must think of my daughter and choose a good husband for her. I came to the sacred city for this as well. You don't need to worry about Bai Xi." Ye Qingxuan shook his head. "And no offense, but, to her, you're the true trouble for her. Do you think Bai Xi will listen to you obediently and marry someone she's never met before?" Qingxu smiled meaningfully. "It's okay. She will always be my daughter. Sometimes, she will listen. So, I must say," he paused and said nonchalantly as if describing a truth, "you still don't understand her well enough that." Ye Qingxuan's face darkened. He did not know what unknown things this man had in his hands. But if he was here and wanted to do something to Bai Xi, Ye Qingxuan would not let him go so easily. Even if this man was Bai Xi's father. What a joke. Even if this was his father Ye Lancao, he would not care, let alone someone else's dad. He was sure that if he beat Yunlu Qingxu up here, Bai Xi would be happy for 3 months. Unfortunately, this guy was the Duke of Yunlu City. He had a higher position than Ye Qingxuan. If he made a move, he would have to fight passively. Yunlu Qingxu was prepared, and he had to be sure about the other's plan and hidden cards. However, Ye Qingxuan was not confident he could get an advantage from an old fox like him who had climbed out of the dirty sewage water. He could only take each step as it happened. Thankfully, Bai Xi had been taken by Charles. Otherwise, he would be even more passive. Did you know? Yunlu Qingxu drank by himself and spoke animatedly. In the past, I wanted Bai Xi to marry to the crown prince of Anglo. She could be the queen that was above all but one person. But she didn't like him and even ran away from home. It's such hard work to be a dad. I have to put in so much thought to find a son-in-law. Ye Qingxuan remained silent. Actually, it's not hard to find a son-in-law. It's hard to find a good one. Ye Qingxuan pointed at the sacred city, lit with lanterns and lights. Look, the sacred city is filled with officials and nobles. As long as I reveal that I want my daughter to marry, you don't know how many wives will suddenly die tonight. Thankfully, I've already found a better one and don't need to do all that. Ye Qingxuan frowned. Such as? Ye Qingxuan smiled. He patted the young man's shoulder. Such as you, Ye Qingxuan. Chapter 468, Son and Father-in-Law. Such as you, Ye Qingxuan. In the silence, Ye Qingxuan smiled and dropped another bomb. He patted Ye Qingxuan's shoulder with satisfaction. You're much better than that idiotic crown prince, better than anyone else, don't you think? Mr. Yunlu, you think too highly of me. Ye Qingxuan's expression was indifferent. To be honest, I'm just a handyman for Anglo. Even if I'd become more famous after becoming a musician, I still have nothing to do with true power. Don't look down on yourself, young man, Qingxuan said lightly. You are only 19 years old, aren't you? In half a year, you went from a student who knew nothing to a powerful disturbance-level musician. You have a weapon like Jiu Shao Huan Pei and countless inheritances from various schools. You also have something like the Philosopher's Stone. The greatest traitor, Yi Lanzhao, is your father, Mr. Bach's only student Wolf Flute is your good friend, Maxwell sees you as his heir, Anglo sees you as their sword-bearer, and you are the future shadow minister and head of the 5th department. The silent authority is sparing no expenses in turning you into one of their one. Even the core of the cardinals and Constantine think highly of you. That Charles, who seems out of it, sees you more important than life itself. To Anglo, you are the future pillar and Lancelot dreams of you returning to the family. And let's not even mention Princess Mary, who loves you. When you officially enter your position, you will become the first uncrowned king in a century to have the sword in the stone, the 5th department, and Lancelot's armor. To the east, you are the undisputed leader of the Yi family. So many people wish you'll go back. Once you pass the test of the dragon blood, you'll become a duke, equal to me with a promising future. Ye Qingxuan gazed at Ye Qingxuan as if looking at a priceless gem. How many people on this planet do you think are equal to you in talent and connections? I see. Ye Qingxuan arched an eyebrow. If not for your reminder, I wouldn't have realized how valuable I am. Unfortunately, why do you think I'll marry Bai Xi if I have such a promising future? Will you let her marry just anyone? Qingxuan asked in return. Ye Qingxuan fell silent. Qingxuan smiled happily and poured wine for him. Ye Qingxuan, see, you care for her, he murmured in the youth's ear like a wraith. Instead of giving my daughter to someone who doesn't love her as a toy, why don't I find a good man who is willing to sacrifice for her? Ye Qingxuan sneered. Not just sacrifice for Bai Xi, but for you too, right? Ye Qingxuan, you're almost 20. Why do you still not act like a man? Qingxuan shook his head sadly. Standing up, he looked around the luxurious yet empty restaurant as if drunk. Looking at the bustling night outside the window, he smiled mockingly. Why are you afraid to look your desires in the eye? Men must grasp what they love in their hands. No matter if that is beauties, power, richness, or a country. If it doesn't belong you, then what meaning does your love have? Are you really willing to watch Bai Xi get married to a fat and balding old man? The voice was like a demon's murmurs. Qingxuan walked behind Ye Qingxuan and gently pressed down on his shoulders. He still smiled politely, but now, there was a bit of drunkenness and craziness. His voice seemed to come from hell. She is only 19 this year, Ye Qingxuan. So young, so cute. She'll tremble in shyness when holding your hand, so intoxicatingly sweet. You've done so much for her. She should belong to you. Think about it. If you aren't there, that unmarred body would be pressed under a vile old man and played with until her tears run dry. She'll be a little doll put on display. Ye Qingxuan remained silent. But under his long white hair, his face was livid. Angry moonlight burned in his eyes. Mr. Yunlu, don't cross the line. Don't cross the line? Yunlu Qingshu laughed. Do you know where we are? Ye Qingxuan, this is the sacred city. Do you know what creatures these big figures become after they take off their uniforms? Have you seen how they play with women? When they get bored, they'll call their friends over. 3 people, 5, even. I said enough. Ye Qingxuan growled. The illusion of cold moonlight rose in thin air. Instantly, it sliced like a sword. 6 ripples appeared in the ether sea. However, the brewing moonlight was forcefully extinguished. In the silence, there was a string of crackles between them. 2 powerful strengths burst out, freezing the world and distorting the reality. In an instant, 2 vastly different music theories clashed in a short yet intense fight. After distorting the material world, they went into the ether sea, creating giant waves. Before alerting the sacred city enchantment, they quickly moved into a dark corner. Deep under the ether sea, they created wild aftershocks. The moonlight sword swung and hacked, breaking through 16 barriers in quick succession until the other was forced into a passive defensive position. However, the other was obviously a scepter level. Even using Yunlu Qingshu as a source and fighting with Ye Qingxuan from thousands of meters away, he could still move at ease and ensure Qingshu's safety. The fight in the ether sea was reflected in reality. With a string of sharp sounds, the terrifying aftershocks shattered the bricks, walls, and chandeliers. The table melted into dirt, but the tablecloth turned into steel. The glasses vaporized, but the wine inside solidified into vile rubber. The short yet shrill whine suddenly stopped. Ye Qingxuan's finger was pressed against Qingshu's neck. The ether waves on Qingshu's body were furious but did not burst out due to Qingshu's calmness. The other man did not expect that the renowned Ye Qingxuan would have such a high starting point. In that instant, Ye Qingxuan used pure power to force him back. His sub-originator had stirred the ether sea, forcefully destroying the protections around Qingshu. He had thrown the philosopher's stone as if it was a steel ball. Now, he only needed to think and activate his heart of sound to turn this duke into a pile of mangled flesh. The other man did not dare to take the risk. Calm down, young man. As if he did not understand his danger, Yunlu Qingshu did not show any fear. Do you think I'm a despicable man? Don't worry, I'm still her father. I won't let that happen. You won't either, right? You did say something right. Ye Qingxuan let go and looked at him expressionlessly. I did so much for her, so she does not belong to you. No matter what cards you have hidden or plans you have, I hope that you won't appear before Bai Xi again before you leave this city. Otherwise, I promise I will make it painful for you. You learn quickly, Ye Qingxuan. Qingshu patted his shoulder with praise. You did not disappoint me. You're even more valuable than I thought. If possible, I even want Qiaoyue to marry you, but I'm sure you won't listen to anything I say now. Reaching out, he took off his torn jacket. The servant in the darkness walked over and submissively helped him put on a new and clean robe. He still looked majestic and glamorous. It's getting late and I should go. A cardinal representing the sacred city wishes to meet me tonight. Glancing at his watch, he sighed. I can't believe the first unfortunate meeting between a father and son-in-law would end like this. Take care, Ye Qingxuan. With one last glance, he turned and left. The door slammed shut behind him. Outside the door, the servants waited beside the elegant carriage in the night wind. They knelt on the ground to welcome Yunlu Qingshu back. However, he stayed by the door and looked beside him. At the side of the road, Abraham sat on the fire hydrant, smoking with his head low. His clothes were ugly and his hat was old. He looked more like a homeless guy than a musician. Ye Qingxuan went over with a cigarette. "Can I borrow some fire?" "Of course." Abraham reached up. His metal fingers snapped, creating a spark that lit the cigarette. Using the firelight, Qingxu studied Abraham's features. "I heard of you 20 years ago. I have looked up to the name Abraham for a long while." "Thank you." Abraham shook his head. "That is all in the past. Now, I only want to be a teacher, but you tried to take my student away, so don't say things like looking up to me." "I can't help it." Qingxu shook his head sadly. "As a father, I must be strict." "Coincidentally, I'm like that too," Abraham said calmly. "Bai Xi is a good girl. She's obedient and cute. So, if she doesn't like you, it must be because you treat her badly instead of strictly." Ye Qingxuan remained silent. He could always explain himself before the others, but faced with Abraham's straightforward logic, he was powerless. He sighed. "You misunderstand me." Abraham put out his pipe and emptied the ashes on the fire hydrant. He put it back and looked at Qingxu. "You know, for a moment," he said, "I really wanted to kill you. When Ye Qingxuan found Bai Xi, she was on the swing set in the embassy's backyard." Ye Qingxuan looked at her back quietly. After a long while, she lowered her head. She wiped her face forcefully and turned around. Her eyes were slightly red, but they weren't sad. "Did you beat him up?" Bai Xi asked. Ye Qingxuan nodded. "Yeah." "Did you win?" Thinking for a bit, he shook his head. "Didn't lose." "Oh." Bai Xi was a little sad, but she quickly got onto her tiptoes and patted his shoulder. "It's okay. Work harder and you'll win next time." "Yeah." Nodding, Ye Qingxuan smiled. "Let's go back. Professor and Charles are worried." Bai Xi nodded obediently. Tugging his sleeve, she followed him. However, Ye Qingxuan paused and grasped her hand. Her hand was cold, delicate, and small. Holding it, he didn't dare to apply pressure, scared that it would melt like a snowflake. Bai Xi stiffened. "Cousin?" She looked up, but Ye Qingxuan was walking before her against the light. She could not see his expression clearly. "Bai Xi." "Yeah?" "Will you go back with your dad?" Bai Xi laughed and shook his head. "No." "Really?" She nodded forcefully. "Really?" "Okay." Ye Qingxuan lowered his head. He tightened his grip and seemed to smile. "That's good." A few days later, it was still snowing endlessly. Tomorrow was the winter festival. Most stores were closed and the crowds had thinned. The falling snow muffled all sound, making this steel city peaceful and serene. Ye Qingxuan allowed the snow to fall onto him. He walked on the soft carpet, listening to the snow crumbling under his feet. Finally, he pushed open a vintage door. The heat from the fireplace welcomed him. The antique store was decorated subtly and comfortably. The fireplace burned and emanated with the smell of pine wood. There might be some spices as well. It was faintly fragrant and calming. Among the precious antiques, someone sat on the sofa. Covered with a blanket, he had his head buried while writing something. "Boss, your crappy place is so hard to find." Ye Qingxuan stomped his feet by the door and shook off the snow before entering. Hermes waved. "You're finally here. I thought you'd come earlier." "I'm still busy." "Take a seat and get some wine from the cabinet." Ye Qingxuan stood by the sofa and stared before confirming that this really was the horrible boss he knew. A few days ago, he was still an ugly fatty, but now, he was extremely thin. Or rather, he had recovered his previous frail beauty. Now, he looked like a 30-something-year-old noble. His features were handsome and his skin was pale. There was the eerie and androgynous beauty. It was as if the golden-haired youth from their first meeting had suddenly grown up. He was a totally different man from the fat guy before. "Boss, did you take drugs?" Ye Qingxuan frowned. "You've lost at least 25 pounds, right?" "SH." Hermes waved in annoyance. He scribbled in his notebook with a pen. Ye Qingxuan glanced over and his eyes hurt. Using his basic knowledge of engineering and alchemy, he could make out that Hermes was drawing the design of something big. The part he could see was already extremely complicated. He could understand a bit about the alchemy. Some of the music theories seemed to be similar to his enlightenment. There were traces of the heaven ladder in there too, but he did understand its use or nature. He tried to interpret it, but before he started, all the changes in music theories made him practically black out. In that moment, he saw a huge yet blurry structure hidden in the mist. "What is this?" he yelped. "A secret." Hermes smiled mysteriously. He scribbled down the last equation and closed the book. "When I show you after I finish 2 days later, you'll be shocked. I can't believe I got this crazy idea just as I decided to retire from alchemy. This will change the world, Ye Qingxuan. Everyone wants to change the world. This isn't anything shocking." Ye Qingxuan shook his head. He did not understand what Hermes was planning and did not care either. "How did you lose so much weight?" "Of course, by being healthy and exercising." "Did you think I was dieting?" Hermes whistled. "Good exercising habits are the way to a healthy body, Ye Qingxuan. Would you like a pair of running shoes? Running is really healthy." "Run?" Ye Qingxuan thought in his mind. "You can only lose that much weight by running from the sacred city to Anglo and back every day." He put his jacket on the stand and sat down without reserve. "I'm sure you know why I'm here." "Yunlu Qingxu?" As if already clear, Hermes was unsurprised. "You already saw that guy? Seems like he gave you a lot of pressure." "After all, pressure is normal when you meet your in-law." "Boss, can you not?" Ye Qingxuan sighed. "If I really had an in-law like that, I'd just kill myself. I'd rather donate everything I own to homeless kids than let that B*** get a cent." "Ah, seems like you have a lot of family drama." Hermes cackled. "If you're here, you must want some dirty gossip on your in-law, right? What cards does he have hidden?" Ye Qingxuan cut to the chase. He came so confidently to see the daughter that wants to kill him. What is he counting on? "Oh, you've asked a good question." Gripping his chin, Hermes began saying, "Let's start from when Yunlu Qingxu was born 46 years ago. Abridged version, please." Ye Qingxuan was in no mood to listen to him expound. Okay. Hermes shrugged helplessly. "Let's start from 23 years ago. Chapter 469, No Answer." 46 years ago, Yunlu Qingxu was born. He was the third child and youngest of Yunlu Feijing. His mother was a courtesan of Yunlu City. He was not brought home until he was 6 years old. He had an elder brother and sister. 23 years ago, he was 23 years old. On the day of his birthday, Yunlu Feijing died from poisoning. The same day, there was an attempted assassination on Yunlu Qingxi, the legitimate heir to the city. He did not die, but his dignity was lost and he disappeared from then on. Qingxu became the leader of the city. He inherited the title of prince and controlled the land and sea hub between the east and west. This should have been the peak of his life, the most glorious day of his life. However, from that day on, there were constantly rebels revolting against him in the name of Qingxi. The people protested as well. Aurora Empire would not send the decree to recognize Qingxu's position. Reaching that status as the youngest son and without any roots or connections, his planning, courage, and ambition were clearly terrifying. However, he lacked one thing. Deva's blood. Understanding what Hermes was saying, it dawned on Ye Qingxuan. He's mixed and doesn't have pure blood. He's not even a musician. That's right. Hermes clapped in praise. The inherited weapon of Yunlu was Dijuan. In order to control Yunlu, all family leaders had to be the strongest of the strong. When the late Feijing was at his prime, he could control the seas by himself. With his power, he was known as the King of the Sea. Yunlu City was also a war weapon created by thousands of Eastern alchemists. Its central core could only be activated by Dijuan. Otherwise, it would be unable to fend off the phenomenon natural catastrophe black tide that appeared once every 80 years. However, not only was Qingxu clueless about music theory, his lineage was not pure either. Not even Dijuan would acknowledge him, let alone Yunlu City. When he killed his father and brother, there were only 25 years before the black tide. It was pressing. And even worse. He couldn't prove that he is legitimate. Hermes said. Not being acknowledged by Dijuan or being a musician was one thing. However, his Deva's blood isn't pure either and his hair is speckled. The 9 dragon bloodlines don't even acknowledge his position. As a family leader of the 9 dragon bloodlines, it was the biggest humiliation to be equal with a mutt. One day without Aurora's decree was one sleepless night. If his wounded and escaped brother returned to the city, he would only need to wave a hand and the world would respond to him. Everyone would follow him. There are even sayings that Qingxu is illegitimate and will die in Qingxu's hands one day. Hermes paused and glanced at Ye Qingxuan. If you were him, what would you do? After a long silence, Ye Qingxuan shook his head. I can't do something like that and I wouldn't know how to act. Then what do you think he did? Hermes fluttered his lashes and kept dragging things out without hurry. When he realized that Ye Qingxuan was unresponsive, he shook his head helplessly and answered his own question. Since he was illegitimate, then he'd just give birth to a legitimate one, of course, Hermes said. If he could give birth to a pure-blood child, then the dragon bloodlines would have to believe him, right? Even those rebels would be unable to talk about justice then, right? So that's what he did. That's what he did? Ye Qingxuan furrowed his brows. How? If it's that easy to give birth to Deva's blood, all of the dragon bloodlines of Aurora would go crazy, let alone the Yunlu family. You idiot. Hermes shook his head sympathetically. Did you forget? He has a sister. A sister who was like a mother to him since childhood. Ye Qingxuan froze, a chill spreading over him. Are you saying that Bai starred, he? Yes, he raped his own sister, Hermes said lightly. And his sister quickly became pregnant. He spared no expense to ensure that he would get a pure-blood child. He spent almost half of Yunlu City's money. Since the womb, the child started using precious materials that even a scepter musician would go crazy for. In the end, he received the pure blood he dreamed of. The baby's talent was so powerful it was like a monster. Even in the womb, it was a child with a promising future. Such great news, such celebratory news, ha ha. Hermes started laughing as if he just said a punchline, but Ye Qingxuan could not laugh. Are you saying that Bai Xi is that? Bai Xi is the child, but that child isn't her. Hermes shook his head. Yunlu Qingxu used his money, enough gems for thousands of people, to receive a child favored by the gods. But because of his horrible deeds, the child was also cursed. What do you mean? 2 talents. Hermes held up 2 fingers with sympathetic yet cold eyes. That child had 2 talents at once, 2 talents that were like fire and water. Tai and Zhaodang. Do you know what these mean? Ye Qingxuan froze. How could he not know? He had read about these shockingly powerful talents from books about the East. Compared to these, Heaven Ladder was nothing. Tai and Zhaodang were the best of all talents. One was glorious like the sun. It could control all ether and stop all demonic sound. If a musician used it, no other melody of music score could rise above it. This was the king of all talents and the controller of all music scores. No musician could fight against it. The other was aggressive as fire. It created a cacophony. In its path, all music theory would lose control and be dragged into the violent shaking, turning into a symphony of destruction. This was the demon of talents, the destructor of all music scores. It would obliterate everything in its path, even the owner. One was extreme auspiciousness. One was extreme inauspiciousness. If these two talents appeared in one infant's body, the infant would become their battlefield. Not only the infant, but even the mother and everything around them would be dragged into the war. If a god exists, this would be his punishment to Ye Qingxuan, Hermes said. He wanted a child, so God gave him an unmatchable child. Unfortunately, this child was destined to be stillborn. But Qingxuan could not allow it. For his future, he decided to turn one child into two. Two? Ye Qingxuan froze. How is that possible? How is it not? Hermes asked in reply. Is it hard for a choir musician to make an embryo? They would just turn the petri dish into the mother's uterus. Ye Qingxuan found the best choir musician to split the embryo into two. The two infants received Tai Yi and Zhao Dang respectively. This entire plan had no flaws other than the fact that it was painful for the mother. To be honest, I'm quite impressed with Qingxuan. If he's a musician, I'm sure he would be on par with you. Ye Qingxuan frowned. I'm disgusted to be compared to him. Hermes shrugged. No matter what, 10 months later, Ye Qingxuan successfully received a perfect product and a damaged result, a pair of twin girls. Their mother named them. The first to be born was the successful sister. Her name was Ye Qingxuan. The second was the failure. Her name was Bai Xi. Ye Qingxuan gritted out. Yes. Hermes shrugged. With Ye Qingxuan, Qingxuan successfully received Aurora's decree to prove his status. He put all his hope of glory on Qiaodue. She received the best education since birth and used her talent to repay the father who raised her. She is a true princess. The other child who inherited Zhao Dang wasn't so lucky. Zhao Dang is powerful but is a horrible omen. With such a cursed talent, no one thought she would live until adulthood. In reality, if her mother did not fight to her death, Ye Bai Xi would have been drowned at birth. Your cousin grew up in isolation with her mother, becoming less and less loved by people until she decided to leave home. Actually, if I were Qingxuan, I would be relieved that this eyesore was finally gone. Go, die outside. After all, Yulu's city only has one city. But since she was going to die anyway, why not recycle garbage? Find her and marry her off as a political bargaining chip. You know what happened afterward. Because of you, the Ye Bai Xi who was wrapped up in a pretty bow to be given to Anglo's prince turned into Bai Xi, your cheap cousin. Ye Qingxuan fell silent. However, I'm sure Ye Qingxuan is grateful to you now. Grateful that you saved Bai Xi from Qingxi's men and happy that she can live healthily. Hermes' smile grew mocking and mysterious. Especially after he realized when Ye Qingxuan became of age that, just by herself, she couldn't receive Dijuan's acknowledgement. Qiaoshui and Bai Xi are one person. Yunlo's weapon Dijuan will only recognize the two of them and it must be the two. With one missing, he could not awaken Dijuan and control the core of Yunlu city. He cannot fight off the black tide that will come in 2 years. The glory and power he has spent his entire life fighting for, his Yunlu, will be buried under the natural catastrophe. If I were Ye Qingxuan, I would thank the heavens, burn incense for you, and put up a big tablet to worship you. Ye Qingxuan, you're a great person, a totally great person. You're the hero who saved Yunlu city. It finally dawned on him. He wants to take Bai Xi back to be his puppet and control Dijuan? Not just that now. Hermes smiled. Now he wants to add a son-in-law with a great future, the future minister of Anglo. He probably can't stop smiling. Why does he think Bai Xi will listen to him? Did you forget what I said? Hermes pulled some nuts out of a drawer, but thinking that he was still dieting, he sighed and put it back. Chao Sui and Bai Xi are one person. They are twins from the same source and their connection is unimaginable. If he controls Chao Yue, do you think Bai Xi will run away? I can think of dozens of similar solutions. Don't you understand? Ye Qingxuan remained silent. He began pondering, but his mind was a mess. He could not think of any solution. But after a while, he suddenly smiled as if all the weight had been lifted. When he looked at Hermes, his eyes became meaningful. Tisk. Hermes shook his head in annoyance. I hate dealing with kids like you. You understand things too quickly and I can't even drag out the drama. You said all this so I can beg you to cut the tie, right? Ye Qingxuan asked. Boss, you're Bai Xi's teacher. Coming here without telling her is one thing, but you won't just let her die without doing anything, right? I came to fulfill a promise with a friend, that's all. Hermes was upset. I'm Bai Xi's teacher, but can we do a fair trade? I hate owing people and never let debts go on for long. If we calculate the business of her becoming my student, she's made so much profit. And I even gave her the clock shop in Avalon. What do you want me to do? Give her my coffin money as her dowry? You want me to beg you? Ye Qingxuan looked at him without any fear. Hermes rolled his eyes and said, Beg me. I beg you, Ye Qingxuan said shamelessly. There's no sincerity in those words. Kneel down. Okay. Without hesitating, Ye Qingxuan got up and moved to kneel down. His moves were so agile and smooth, like a tiger landing on the ground. His aura was so powerful that Hermes was frightened. F***ck, where's your dignity? Your shame? If He Lanzhao knew you're kneeling for a woman, he'd climb out of his coffin. Me kneeling has nothing to do with him. Ye Qingxuan looked at Hermes, still seeming like he was going to kneel. Boss, you want me to kowtow? How many times? Sit down. Hermes was powerless. Being with that *Shoal senior of yours, you didn't learn any talents except how to be shameless. So you agreed? Ye Qingxuan fluttered his lashes. What's the solution? If I started worrying now like you, it'll be way too late. Hermes huffed. My promise with Bai Xi is that if she becomes my student, I'll give her freedom. The problem is, I solved this half a year ago. She is the only musician in the world with 2 sound of hearts and my soul inheritor. In addition to the music theory system, she also has an alchemy array inside her. Ye Qingxuan frowned. Is one alchemy array effective? You think these arrays are peanuts and you can have as many as you want? Hermes looked with scorn. She's not me. Having one is already a lot. In addition, I referenced the music theory of Heaven Ladder to create this masterpiece of a chain array. It's comparable to any sacred weapon on this world. With this chain array, she can control Zhaodang. I've cut her tie to Chao Yue long ago too. Qingshu can't do anything to her. Don't worry. He paused and sighed. The more I talk, the more I feel indebted. Other students are all filial. Not only does my student not care about, I even have to give her a store and a weapon. Hearing this, Ye Qingxuan sighed in relief. He patted Hermes' shoulder. Don't worry. After your 100th year, Bai Xi will burn paper money for you every year, but... Hermes spat onto the ground. You're the 7th to say that to me confidently. The other 6 are long dead. Ye Qingxuan smiled but did not reply. And don't think everything's solved after I cut the tie. Hermes glanced at him. Yunlu Qingxu keeps meeting with the ecclesiastical order these days. They seem very close. I don't know what else he has in mind for his Yunlu city. He might have other tricks. I'm taking Bai Xi back to Avalon after the winter festival, Ye Qingxuan said. He can try whatever he wants in Avalon. Good idea. Hermes glanced at him, seeming to smile. Very definite as well, but I hope you won't continue to run from your thoughts. Ye Qingxuan was silent. Done speaking, Hermes did not want to bother with him anymore. He waved for Ye Qingxuan to leave. But before leaving, he tossed something over. Ye Qingxuan caught it and froze. Some little girl told me to give this to you. Seeing his shock, Hermes snickered. Remember to keep it by your side. After all, her heart is in it. Silent, Ye Qingxuan looked down at the little thing in his palm. It was a doll made from weeds with a weird painted face. It looked like a girl but was drawn poorly. The thing was childish and crude, but Ye Qingxuan felt like he was struck by lightning. Elsa is still alive? He looked at Hermes. Does she really have something to do with the winged folk? Who knows? Hermes whistled and pointed at the door. My guest, the store is closed. Please go home. Come back in 2 days. The boss has something to give you. He waved his notebook knowingly. Ye Qingxuan gaped at the doll in his hands. After a long while, he put it in his arms and left. In the store, Hermes held a feather duster and watched as Ye Qingxuan faded into the distance. He could not help but whistle. The hardest problem to solve in this world is the word affection, so hard to solve. But you can't solve it like this. He laughed gleefully. You can't solve it messily, but you *shoal keep finding princesses to solve it. Not only do you have Bai Xi, the princess of Yunlu, an Anglo's second princess, you even have something with the Empress of Romulus. Are you stuck now? No one replied in the silence. This question probably had no answer. Chapter 470, New Year Sermon. In the afternoon, the snow stopped and weak sunlight filtered in from between the clouds. The cold wind was blocked by the high walls, so the park did not feel cold. The evergreen trees poked out of the snow, stubbornly showing their color. Unfortunately, no one was appreciating them. Tomorrow was the winter festival. There was barely anyone on the streets. Charles and Abraham were the only ones in the vast park. Abraham walked in the front and Charles followed. Just as how they walked on the streets in the past, if Abraham took a step, Charles would take a step. If Abraham stopped, Charles would stop. Charles had a rare break today, and had specially helped request permission for Abraham to come out. They strolled around the sacred city. I remember when I was little, you always said that if I listened, you'd take me to the sacred city when I'm older, Charles said. I always thought you were lying, but I can't believe we're really here now. Oh, you realized? Abraham scratched his head awkwardly. Actually, I was lying to you. After all, we were poor back then and the school didn't allow me to travel great distances. At that time, I actually thought that if there was no other way, I'd borrow some money and take you to the Sacred City amusement park in Avalon. Then I wouldn't be lying to you. Charles could not help but laugh. Actually, I think the amusement park is more fun than the Sacred City. Do you like the Sacred City? I actually cannot tell. Abraham shook his head. I've always been slow and less sensitive than others. I always thought that all cities are like this and everyone's faces are similar. There are only so many things that can go around. People just worry about eating and sleeping everywhere. Cities are all the same, but the wildernesses are all different. To beasts, the wilderness of Anglo and the sacred city are different. In the Avalonian wilderness, there is the sea. The sacred city has rivers and mountains, but all are beautiful. Charles remained silent, but Abraham smiled. Being in the wilderness for so long, you can't wash away the habits of a beast. I've spent so many years learning the rules, but I still don't understand. In the past, I told Yezi that the interpretation method is to understand some things. However, now I think that there are things I won't be able to understand this life, but it's okay. This is okay, Charles. There is no reason to feel sad for me. Charles nodded. Professor, is there anything you are unaccustomed to here? It's the same everywhere. Don't worry about me. Abraham was walking in front and looked back at Charles. But you, Charles, are you really thinking of staying here? Yeah, I think the sacred city is nice. Charles nodded. Mr. Constantine wants me to be his secretary. I'll have a job and a way to feed myself. Maybe I can enter the clergy in the future and try being a priest. You don't have to worry about me passing out drunk on the streets anymore. Abraham opened his mouth to speak, but then he shook his head helplessly and sighed. In the past, I wished for you to become a scholar. Then you would not have to go hungry. But now you're doing better than I'd expected. I can't help you anymore. Don't worry, Professor. Charles hooked an arm around Abraham's shoulder as if they were the same age. They were as intimate as before. I'll come back to see you whenever I have time. After I work in the sacred city for a few years, I'll help you get amnesty. Then you won't be a criminal anymore. You can go wherever you want and won't have to lie to your students because of the sacred city anymore. Abraham smiled and stopped speaking. They walked forward silently in the snow. After a long while, Abraham asked quietly, "Do you still have nightmares?" "Nope." Charles laughed and shook his head. The subtle pain in his head seemed to have gone far away. Along with those nightmares. The winter festival was the end of the year. This was the most festive holiday of the year. Beginning at dawn, the city began bustling. Lively parades and circuses were scattered throughout the city. Bards from Burgundy, circuses with all types of beasts, clowns with painted faces, and fire dancers with bare muscular chests. People from all over the world were joined in this city. Fireworks burst in the sky constantly with radiant glows. The entire city was deep in celebration. Today, the hospitals and choir musicians under the church would go onto the streets to give believers free diagnosis and treatment. They would spread God's care to more people. The central square had been jam-packed since morning. People crowded there and restricted the urge to cheer and yell, waiting quietly instead. Regardless of whether they were nobles, commoners, or beggars, they were all in one place now. They may be far apart, but before God, there was no difference. They respectfully waited for the gospel to arrive. At noon, holy light fell from the sky. A figure clad in pure white walked up to the high podium at the side of the square. At the podium, the figure slightly raised a hand for the crowd to quiet down. The noises suddenly vanished. The crowd stopped pushing and reverently obeyed the figure's wordless command. They waited quietly. When the cardinals had all arrived, the man with white clothing and a crown, surrounded by the statues of countless saints, raised his scepter. His projection appeared in the sky. Like a giant, he looked down and could see everything. He was the King of Red. This was the only one on earth who acted on behalf of God. He controlled the souls and final resting places of humanity. He was the sovereign and protector of the holy city, the Pope. As he waved, holy light descended from heaven. As if daybreak had arrived, the light was filled with cleanliness and vitality. Under the faint melody, heaven's glow shone on everyone. It soundlessly chased away their pain, bringing the gospel to the miserable people. Once a year, before the sermon, the King of Red would personally perform the Waldstein, the morning sonata, to cure and bless the believers who came for the gospel. Your Grace. In the crowd, countless believers and priests shed tears of gratitude. They flattened themselves to the ground and prayed. The noise merged into a fervent and organized hymn. Under the leadership of the hymnists, they all sang together. Bathed under the morning light, they filled the steel city with the fervent music. At the very front of the crowd, Ye Qingxuan carried Bai Xi and gasped for breath. She was not heavy, but after 30 minutes, he was in serious pain. His physique had improved a lot, but he still was not suited for physical work like carrying someone, especially in a sea of people. Bai Xi, if you grab my hair again, I'm going to get angry. Ye Qingxuan angrily pinched her calf. Without caring, Bai Xi continued to grab his hair. Cousin, higher. I can see the Pope. The sermon's about to start. Where's that asterisk shoal, Charles? Ye Qingxuan called, shaking Bai Xi in annoyance. Didn't he say he's coming with us? Where's he? He left long ago. Bai Xi cackled in excitement. No matter how Ye Qingxuan shook her, she would not let go of his hair. He said he hasn't seen the tablet of fate yet. He wants to go touch it. Touch it? Why does he have to go now? Clenching his jaw, Ye Qingxuan muttered, I knew I shouldn't believe him. He said he'll come help but then just disappeared. Shush, quiet down. Before he could finish, the believers around them looked over disapprovingly. The sermon is about to begin. Instantly, the square fell silent. Only one voice remained. The believers of God, the white-clothed King of Red declared at the podium. 640 years ago, we created a miracle here, where we are now, following God's decree, but here, the heaven and land connected, the sky fell to the earth. Because of this, a light that would illuminate the ages began shining. Because of this, joy was ignited. Because of this, there was music. This was the birth of the city of holiness. The sermon had finally begun. However, during the silence, someone in the crowd pushed into Ye Qingxuan and subtly gave him a slip of paper. Frowning, Ye Qingxuan unfolded the paper. There was only one line, "Come here." It was signed by a strange symbol of a wolf's head. Wolf Flute? Confused, Ye Qingxuan looked around. He quickly sensed Wolf Flute's ether waves. They were pulsing subtly from under the podium. Ye Qingxuan glanced over and saw Wolf Flute in the heavily guarded elite area. In addition to Wolf Flute, there were many other familiar faces. Various important figures, ambassadors, and the upper officials of the church were in the specially designated area. Ye Qingxuan even saw Yunlu Qingshu in a corner talking happily with a cardinal. Noticing Ye Qingxuan, Wolf Flute waved. Confused, Ye Qingxuan put Bai Xi down. He asked Lola to secretly keep an eye on her and pushed through the crowd. He showed his silent authority card to the guards and was brought to the side where Wolf Flute was. The man looked annoyed. Look at you. We're getting worked to death, but you're here having fun with a pretty girl. You think I'm having fun? Ye Qingxuan massaged his sore shoulder. What do you want? Not me. Wolf Flute shook his head and moved aside. Someone wants to see you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 471 to 480. Chapter 471, Troublesome Task. Not me. Wolf Flute shook his head and moved aside. Someone wants to see you. Ye Qingxuan saw the old man with a lowered head among the various clergymen and nobles. Ye Qingxuan knew him. Constantine? After the sermon, the Pope would give him the Archbishop's red robe before everyone's eyes. At that time, he would be the most well-known cardinal of the sacred city. Why did he come to meet Ye Qingxuan at this time? Mr. Yi, there's a small problem, Constantine said directly. Wolf Flute suggested you to me, thinking you would be able to help. Hopefully, you will. Help? Ye Qingxuan was confused. To be honest, I can help in many aspects with my skills, but none of them are what a cardinal would be interested in. People like Ye Qingxuan were famous, but in the eyes of a cardinal, unrelated to any musicians, he could only help kill some people. Was Constantine planning on getting a killer to make some drama in the sacred city before he took office? Don't worry. You will definitely be able to help. Wolf Flute did not dare to smoke in this formal event, so he could only chew gum. You just need to find someone in this square. In this square? Find someone? Ye Qingxuan glanced back at the mass of people and laughed involuntarily. Wolf Flute, do you know how many people there are here? Probably tens of thousands. Unless you want me to find a dwarf or giant, it'll be impossible to find someone. What a pity. That person isn't a dwarf or giant. Wolf Flute stood beside Ye Qingxuan as if enjoying the scenery. His lips opened and a voice poured into his ears like thunder. His name is Gaius. Wait. Ye Qingxuan almost yelped. Eyes opening wide, he asked quietly, didn't he already leave? Wolf Flute shrugged. He might come back. Gaius would never leave, Constantine sighed. He would never let me live until I became a cardinal. He'd never let me, the ex-deputy commander, be blessed by the Pope in front of the entire world's eyes, but it's just changing jobs. Why is he so petty? Ye Qingxuan's expression twisted. Can't he just let it go? Why does he have to kill you? Constantine could not help but shake his head. Do you know what it means for me to betray the revolutionaries? After a moment, Ye Qingxuan asked curiously, an extra traitor? Rather than becoming angry or responding to Ye Qingxuan's irony, Constantine answered, let's put aside the horrible consequences or whether their reputation will be damaged. You must know that no interior of organizations is all united, even something as idealistic as the revolutionaries. There's an Eastern tale of using thousands to buy horse bones, right? He asked lightly. To the king, I'm just a horse skeleton. Yes, my betrayal will damage the revolutionaries greatly, but they might be able to withstand it. However, they have to face something else after I betray them. There seemed to be a fire burning in Constantine's eyes. He said in a low voice, whether it is the political significance or the plan right after, if it is done correctly, they can destroy all of Gaius's efforts now and ruin him. Hearing all this, Ye Qingxuan suddenly had a headache. Why did he keep getting into things like this? Gaius might not come though, right? He asked. This is just your guess. There's been at least 10 assassination attempts on me these days. There was one when I was just coming here. Constantine stared at the crowd as if looking for that familiar face. I know Gaius just as he knows me. He will come. If he wants to kill me, this will be his last chance. A few minutes later, Constantine was taken inside for preparation. Ye Qingxuan glanced at Wolf Flute. So you gave me a troublesome task again? Isn't it good that I always think of you for work? Wolf Flute asked in return. We don't actually need you, but adding you in helps give you more stuff in your CV. And it's not just you. Do you know how long the Silent Authority spent to make this trap? There are at least 400 men hiding in this square, all working under the Silent Authority. If Gaius is found, you won't need to be on the front lines. It sounds pretty set in stone already? Ye Qingxuan asked. Who knows? Wolf Flute shrugged. It's Gaius after all. No one can be sure. Ye Qingxuan looked back at the reverent faces in the sea of people. He could not help but ask, if Gaius really comes, he'll do something big. At that time, what will happen to all these believers? Wolf Flute glanced at him but did not reply. Ye Qingxuan understood. Right, he murmured, frowning. Who knows? Ye Qingxuan quickly returned to the crowd and found Bai Xi. I'm going to look for Charles, he said quietly. And you go back to the embassy. Don't stay here. What's wrong? Bai Xi glanced at him in confusion. Ye Qingxuan petted her hair. Be good. I'll tell you later. Bai Xi glared at him unhappily. Though she was unwilling, she still followed Ye Qingxuan out. Forcing their way through the crowd, Ye Qingxuan stuffed her inside the embassy's carriage. The carriage went off into the distance. "You want me to go too? What about you?" Lola asked. "Are you going to get involved? I have to at least find Charles. If they kill him, it'll be a seriously sad death." Ye Qingxuan waved his hand. "Don't worry. I'm just helping instead of going to my death. If anything happens, I'll be the first to run. No one would catch me." "How come you're only confident when talking about running?" Lola sighed, but the faint figure disappeared. "To be honest, I wish I know," Ye Qingxuan muttered to himself. He walked toward the crowd and suddenly, there was an explosion in the distance. The ground shook. Under the boom, a tall tower in the distance broke in half. Flames and smoke rose to the sky. Pained cries traveled over. The square instantly fell silent. Everyone looked up in shock, staring at the pillar of black smoke. "Keep alert. Do not become disorderly." Wolf Flute's voice came through. "Someone will take care of it. We must watch the square. Watch everyone around you." Under the explosion, panic had spread to the square. Heads all shot up and the commotion was impossible to keep down. Even at the podium, the Pope stopped speaking. And then he reached out. And a miracle descended. Ye Qingxuan instantly felt a large undercurrent in the depths of the ether sea, far below his sensory range. It seemed to be an echo coming from the deepest part of the ether world. Focusing on it, he could hear a glorious hymn in his ears. A spirit emerged from thin air. It was born from nothingness. Ye Qingxuan could not observe the detailed process or even imagine it. He could only guess the miraculous method from the waves in the ether sea. It was like creating a soul in an instant. The spirit filled with benevolence and gentleness flowed in everyone's hearts. Without sound, it instantly soothed the panic. Then the King of Red pointed in time flowed backward. The black smoke in the sky disappeared and the flames extinguished. The giant broken tower was pushed back up by an invisible force. Countless bricks flew back from all directions, instantly becoming seamless. Light shone from the void. Falling on the wounded, the blood flowed backward and the injuries healed. Broken bones regrew and the torn limbs went back to normal. Other than those who had died immediately, everything was back to normal. Yes, things were exactly how they had been, neither better nor worse. It was so precise that every detail was recovered without missing a single millimeter. It was this precise control that terrified Ye Qingxuan. With Jiu Xiaohuan Pei, he could do precise manipulation on a small scale. However, what the Pope had done was more than 100 times out of his range. This was not a competition of strength but a grasp on music theory and control of ether. Now, Ye Qingxuan finally understood the terrifying difference between common musicians, saints, and the three kings. Even at the scepter level, a musician's power depended on the music theory system constructed in the Holy Cauldron's originator. Saints who were given a title could use the entire system's power directly. But the three kings, they had melded into it and become one with it. Their bodies were the physical incarnate of the musician path and the mysteries of ether. They were the projection of the originator in the human world. Every move was like a miracle. The prepared chaos was instantly extinguished. Therefore, what excuse do we have to not be in awe? The Pope's sermon continued. The calm and holy voice rang in everyone's ears, shaking their souls. Look up at the blazing sun, look down at the vast earth. This is a portion of all miracles. We are not attacked in this dark world, we are not attacked in the chaos. Then why are we so arrogant toward the only truth? Under the somber words, the believers grew lively. They fervently yelled out the names of saints. The sound waves transformed into a tide that swept in all directions. Ye Qingxuan stood outside the crowd, but he still felt his body shaking from all the sounds. The square was loosely guarded outside but heavily guarded inside. Though the enchantment did not restrict musicians, it was undoubtedly under the surveillance of the central church. And not only were the high levels of the church here today, there were also officials from the various nations. There was more than one scepter too. What did Gaius have planned if he dared to come? Deep in thought, something suddenly flashed through Ye Qingxuan's mind and he winced. Wolf Flute. He glanced at the young musician guarding beside Constantine in the distance. Do you still remember how we were suspecting that there's a mole in the silent authority? Chapter 472, The Blessing of God. Ha! Wolf Flute didn't understand. After I couldn't find any evidence, I thought the spy was just our misconception, Ye Qingxuan said quietly. But now, I think that the spy probably exists, but we haven't found him yet. The possibility isn't high. Wolf Flute shook his head. After your suggestion, Mr. Handel personally investigated every critical member in the sacred city. And? Ye Qingxuan asked. Everyone is as clear as water, but they found a lot of corrupted guys, and there were some who were bought out by the church and other departments, but there weren't any spies of the revolutionaries. In addition, the silent authority has high requirements for members. Those who can't pass the investigations cannot enter the corps. Ye Qingxuan asked, what if they became a spy after entering the corps? Wolf Flute was silent. If a spy really exists, Ye Qingxuan studied the mass of people. Gaius probably knows everything about the silent authority's plans and solutions. Wolf Flute chuckled wryly. But we still can't confirm if there is a spy or not. If there is one, then that man is very powerful, Ye Qingxuan replied. Because even when you are defeated, you won't know how it happened. You won't even be sure of your own people while you're suspecting everyone. This must be why you came to find me, right? You have no clue who you can still trust. Is it good that you're so confident? Wolf Flute sighed. That's basically it, so work hard and help me watch carefully. You think I'm an all-powerful god? Ye Qingxuan pointed at the crowd outside. I have a good solution. Arrest all of them, and 1 month later, I'll tell you if Gaius is there. Are you dreaming? Wolf Flute replied, annoyed. Do you know how many people there are? If I really arrest them all, do you know how many parties are involved? How much pressure I'd have to bear? I'll be thrown into the mithril cellar before you find Gaius. Then no can do. Ye Qingxuan stepped back. At least give me the authority of the bell tower. Otherwise, you think a disturbance-level musician like me can get Gaius? And you wait for me here? Wolf Flute grew helpless. Fine, I'll lower myself for you. Ye Qingxuan watched from afar. Wolf Flute seemed to be communicating with someone. His expressions changed dramatically, and it was clear that he was getting screamed at. But in the end, Ye Qingxuan heard a low bell. It rang from the holy city in the ether world, crossed through the ether sea, and fell in the material world, bolstering Ye Qingxuan's body. It instantly melded into his sound of heartscore and created a large structure. In a blink, the new sound of heartscore evolved into something similar to a symphony of predestination. It had grown at least 5 times. Ye Qingxuan probably would be unable to control his power if the majority was not still sleeping. However, Ye Qingxuan's heart jumped. He could use this immense power at any time. The bell tower blessing. It really was the bell tower blessing. The countless towers of the sacred city were all paired with a sacred projection in the ether world. They could bless a musician, allowing him to temporarily become a grandmaster. Its core power came from the support in the ether world's holy city. It was the power that only the King of Red could wield, the Fifth Symphony. It was the Emperor. Only the music score known as Emperor could pull someone up and give him unimaginable power. If this score was played fully, it could even open up an empty territory in the ether world with upper-level elements for the musician, allowing him to advance toward the scepter without obstacles. It was that powerful. Because it could create a grandmaster at any time, every tower was an extremely precious strategic resource. The various departments guarded them. They also had different levels, and the one blessing Ye Qingxuan now was undoubtedly the most powerful. Wolf Flute's weak voice quickly sounded in his ears. I really put down my dignity. Please work and don't slack off. Thanks. Ye Qingxuan waved and started walking toward the square. It was crowded even outside the square. It felt slow to push through them. Ye Qingxuan walked among them and felt the countless people brush past him. He looked carefully, but after a few minutes, he was dazed. He couldn't tell who's who at all. Helpless, Ye Qingxuan sighed. He pulled out his key and dug the sharp end into his finger. Clenching his jaw, he made a cut. Who hadn't bled for the sacred city, right? The key sliced his finger and scarlet blood flowed out. However, the blood had a weird feeling. It was like mist or a hallucination and seemed to float. After his heart of sound had combined with the philosopher's stone, it started adjusting Ye Qingxuan's body. Even the Deva's blood changed subtly. If one looked carefully, his blood was now comparable to precious alchemy material. The unique nature could make an alchemist go crazy. Apparently, there was an Eastern ascetic monk long ago that was extremely knowledgeable in music theory. After creating the Symphony of Predestination, even his flesh began to change and attracted demons. His blood could be made into precious pills to give someone longevity. That was why rumors started that eating him would make someone immortal. Thinking of this, Ye Qingxuan could not help but laugh dryly. Would he turn into food in the future? Soon, his thoughts turned and the blood at his fingertip evaporated. What replaced it was a very faint moonlight perception thread. Bolero. This time, Ye Qingxuan threw all the pressure to the bell tower without worry. He pushed into Bolero's ninth measure. Under the hallucinatory boom in his ears, thousands upon thousands of perception threads cast from his fingertip. They were shapeless and colorless. Thinner than spider webs, they floated with the wind and covered more than half of the city. Countless information stormed into Ye Qingxuan's mind, almost bursting his head. Panicking, he quickly recalled most of the perceptions and focused on the square. Thousands of threads snaked out of the sky, the ground, and the cracks of the walls. They wove into a huge net. Many of the clergy felt the waves on Ye Qingxuan's body and looked over. Seeing the emblem on his collar, they looked away, thinking he was just a guard. However, Ye Qingxuan did not find Gaius from the mess of information. He did find Charles though. In the very center of the crowd, the place with highest density of fervent believers, under the somber atmosphere, there was someone messing everything up. Charles pushed forward without caring about all the people. Like a wild pig, he left destruction in his wake. Sorry. Excuse me. Old man, let me pass. Hey friend, can you move your leg? Bro, can you pick your kid up? Hey, friend, excuse me, whose kid is this? He doesn't have any manners. Can his parents deal with him? Like a salesman selling low-quality food on a train, he struggled and made his way to the tablet of fate in the center of the square. Anyone with common sense knew not to go to any popular tourist attractions during holidays. You'd be looking for misery. However, Charles just wanted to make life hard for himself. Ye Qingxuan could only applaud his courage and pray that he would not be beaten by the furious believers. But while advancing, Charles suddenly toppled over and fell onto a frail figure. The seemingly old man was wrapped in a long robe. His hat hid his features but flattened under Charles, his eyes turned cold. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I didn't notice you. Charles quickly climbed up and pulled up the old man who tried to leave. Hey, don't leave. Wait, let me take you to the doctor. You're so old now, what if something happens? Don't think nothing's wrong now. Last year, I heard that an old man fell down the stairs, and guess what happened that night? He had a stroke. The old man shook him off angrily. Let go. Okay. Charles awkwardly let go and helpfully dusted his shoulders. But he hit something and there was a soft clink. Clunk! A weird metal thing the size of an arm fell from the man's sleeves. Ah, I'm sorry. Charles quickly picked it up and played with it curiously. What is this? The newest foldable cane? The quality looks nice, but it's easy for people to misunderstand. It looks just like an alchemist's assassination crossbow. Thankfully, there's no trigger. Otherwise, I'd be so scared, ha! As he laughed, he patted the tube. Under the old man's uncomfortable expression, there was a crack. Something like a trigger popped out. Charles froze. His smile stiffened. This. Catch him. Wolf Flute yelled. Don't let him get away. Before he finished, the old man started running. His speed was incredible. Snaking through the crowd, he put dozens of meters between them instantly. The musicians hiding in the crowd rushed over, but they could not get to him. People constantly helped cover for him or even blocked the pursuers. The old man quickly melted back into the crowd. F***. Useless. Wolf Flute yelled angrily. The man wore a Vatican-style robe. Once hidden in the crowd, he would be impossible to find. But in the chaos, Ye Qingxuan suddenly jumped out. He grabbed an average-looking man at the edge of the crowd. It was a young man who looked nothing like the old man. Even the clothes were different. Don't move! Steeling himself, Ye Qingxuan shattered the joints of his limbs and sealed him with an abstinence score. While struggling, the man's mask fell off, revealing the hawkish old face. It was that old man. But after studying him again and again, Ye Qingxuan frowned. Wolf Flute, it's not Gaius. Ha! Wolf Flute froze. The old man was quickly taken away and the unrest was settled. Of course, they took the crossbow in Charles's hands, of course. Thankfully, he was not dragged away for interrogation. And then, Wolf Flute started cursing. F***, it wasn't Gaius. We arrested some guy who wanted to assassinate the Asgardian ambassador. Because of blood revenge. Wolf Flute roared. Why do they bring their family arguments to the F***king sacred city? Hearing this, Ye Qingxuan could not help but sigh. No matter what, the prime time to capture Gaius had passed. The sermon was about to end and Constantine would be given the title before everyone's eyes. It would be troublesome then. Hey, young man, what you spacing out for? A teasing voice came from a carriage in the distance. What, you only had enough money for a standing ticket? I have an empty seat here. VIP seat, you want it? Ye Qingxuan looked up and his expression changed. It was Hermes. The elegant carriage was outside the square. It was covered with a sheepskin rug with two comfortable-looking sofas. There was even a small table with glasses and a bottle of liquor. It looked like a box at an opera house, attracting shocked gazes. Come, it's boring to watch by myself. Come watch with me. Hermes patted the seat beside him welcomingly. Wow. The Tablet of Fate is truly impressive. In the crowd, Charles had finally squeezed to the tablet. He plastered himself against it and exclaimed, this feel, this material, it's amazing. Hey, brothers, look at this. It really is the church, it's amazing. The pilgrims in the crowd rolled their eyes. Another country bumpkin. Ignoring the disdainful looks, Charles happily squatted before the tablet. Rubbing his hands, he started observing it. But his eyes quickly grew doubtful and he dragged someone over. Hey, am I wrong? He asked. Is this really the tablet of fate? Yeah. The believer frowned in annoyance. What's wrong? Really? Charles scratched his head. Why do I feel that the music score is really easy? Ha, you're funny. The believer rolled his eyes and stopped talking. In his mind, he cursed, keep bragging. Brag as much as you want. You won't get fined. Charles did not care about the mockery. Instead, he pressed his hand down excitedly and tried to perform the music score. This is fate? He murmured. Some sort of anxiety appeared for a moment as if something was about to happen, but he was unprepared. Confused, he shook his head. Shaking away the weird feeling, he focused his attention and pressed down. Cold music rang from his fingertip. First, there were 3 world-shaking sounds from his chest like heartbeats. He felt a metallic hammer knocking on his skull. The pain shot into his bones. It was fate. It really was fate. Fate was knocking. On the podium behind him, the Pope seemed to notice. He looked into the square in confusion. Seeing Charles try to play the score, he smiled as if watching a young man who overestimated himself. The weak music of fate was drowned by the loud cheers. Under the cheers, the Pope raised his hand and ended his sermon. However, he did not leave like before. Instead, he remained on the podium and raised his head slightly, showing that he still had something important to announce. Before the either relieved or confused eyes, the Pope raised his hand. He announced, on this holy day, other than you and I, there is another who was blessed by the Lord, a man of justice who had adhered to the beauty of God. To commend him for his efforts toward the sacred city, I will award him with the crown of the cardinals and thank him for his devoutness. And I wish to tell all the devout, those who follow justice and God's decree, if you bring glory to the Lord, he will also bless you. There were deafening cheers. Under the commotion, Constantine, dressed in a red robe, walked up the steps. He walked to the peak, step by step. In the crowd, the silent authority was nervous to the max. They all watched their surroundings with hawk eyes. Wolf Flute wiped at his sweat. Seeming to be nervous, he looked around and breathed heavily. Time had become so slow and yet so fast. Constantine soon stepped onto the podium. He bowed to the Pope and lowered before the awe-inspiring robe. Now, he finally saw the heart of the sacred city, the agent of God, the King of Red, the King in charge of humanity's souls and final resting places. Chapter 473, Fate. Constantine, today I shall bestow the Lord's blessing upon you. The Pope raised the navy holy ribbon in his hands. It was a scarf-like accessory. It was embroidered with fine and detailed scriptures in gold thread. It was indescribably majestic, like the representation of all things holy. He placed the ribbon on Constantine's hands. Be in awe. Your contributions and sacrifices are carved into the holy throne. Thus, Constantine reverently lowered his head. He placed the ribbon around his shoulders and replied seriously, I am beyond grateful to receive the Lord's grace. Now, the ambassadors and nobles under the podium could not help but sigh. The sacred city had a new cardinal with true power, and the revolutionaries probably would not give up. More troubles were coming. Outside the crowd, Ye Qingxuan had been tense for so long for so reason. He finally let out a sigh of relief and relaxed. It seemed that Gaius truly had not come. What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. Hermes glanced at him while drinking and pointed at the podium. To be honest, I haven't gone out in a while. What's going on? I didn't understand this since the start. When did the revolutionaries and sacred city become such good friends? Boss, do you still not get it? Ye Qingxuan was shocked. Constantine, the deputy commander of the revolutionaries, has sided with the sacred city. I thought you knew him. Constantine? Hermes was shocked too. Deputy commander? Side? Sacred city? He had a weird look of confusion. Then, suddenly understanding, he burst into laughter as if he had heard an incredible joke or witnessed the funniest comedy in history. He almost cried from laughing so hard. And Ye Qingxuan was unsettled. Ye Qingxuan, I know him, but that's not Constantine. Hermes hit the table, tears almost coming out. The revolutionaries has always been a dictatorship. There have never been any deputies. Those who represent the revolutionaries have always been fakes and cannon fodder. You, ha ha ha, did you really think it's real? As expected, humans are so interesting, ha ha ha. Ye Qingxuan gaped at him. He watched as Hermes gasped from laughter without reacting. Finally, he understood Hermes's words and shuddered. It's not Constantine? He turned stiffly toward the man bathed in the audience's cheers on the podium. Then who is he? Who else can he be? Hermes clapped, applauding for this satirical play. He mocked, the one you just turned into a cardinal is obviously the most despicable deserter, the blight of the sacred city, and the ambitious guy that so many dream of killing. However, many also refer to him as His Highness, Gaius. Ye Qingxuan felt like he had been struck by lightning. Without hesitating, he jumped down from the chair and looked at the podium. Wolf Flute. At that moment, Gaius opened his arms wide, bathing in the golden sunlight. Under the holy light, it was as if God's blessing had truly descended upon him. He looked so majestic, holy, and awesome. He looked down and studied the crowd, but his eyes fell on the heart of the square. He looked at the young man immersed in the music score. Thus, he heard the heavy and gloomy piano music. It was not a musician working under ether, but rather a pure music performance. It was like a symphony performed at countless celebrations under the cheers from thousands of listeners. However, this symphony was too cold and distant. Rather than a melody that humans could enjoy, this was a music score written by God for the world's only truth. Fate. This was fate. Charles, you really comprehend it. Constantine, no. Gaius lowered his eyes and sighed. But without the surface, what kind of empty shell would the so-called fate become? But Charles could not hear his voice anymore. He could not hear anything, he was so immersed in that wild melody. It was as if a voice was urging him from the depths of his soul. It pushed him forward, making him drown in the performance. He became practiced at an incredible speed until the melody finally became an instinct. An unprecedented pain blossomed deep inside his head. It cut at his consciousness and soul like a dagger, trying to tear apart the body he had created these years to show his soul's appearance to the world. It rustled in the darkness, it was about to awaken. It impatiently wanted to be reborn in this world. Charles only felt that he had escaped from that insignificant body. He was standing there, but it was as if he was in another dimension. He had a refuge from the narrow senses. He saw colors he had never seen before, heard the echoes of material colliding with consciousness, and smelled sadness and happiness. He reached out and touched thousands of miles of land. His spirit turned and rose into the sky, joining the stars. An illusory yet holy city hovered there. Countless spirits rested there. If he looked down, he would see the endless abyss. There, shadows squirmed in the darkness and thousands of eyes opened. It was a terrifying sight. Strands of cold yet indifferent moonlight snaked between them. It seemed to be shapeless and non-existent yet tangible and real at the same time. He saw countless broken worlds pacing between the three. They were attracted by the strong gravity, transforming into brilliant star clusters. Behind these clusters of stars, some shapeless matter was emerging. It was a giant vortex. Everything came out of it and it destroyed everything. It contained endless mysteries but was also like a void where nothing existed. It was the essence of all, the beginning and end of all. It was the originator. The intense pain could not stop Charles. He was immersed in the shocking performance. He had transformed into ether and could finally see the true nature of the world. The pain was burning, breaking the lock on his consciousness. It pounded his soul like a hammer, recreating his entirety. It tore the membrane between his tendons, the grooves on his bones, and the weakness in his blood. It pushed them into the kiln of nothingness and made something new. He died away during the performance. However, the new him was reborn from the ashes. It was the key. After waiting for so long, it finally opened the lock on his body and released the restrained nature, allowing him to live again. Thus, he poured the pain and joy through his fingertips. While playing, he pushed the melody to the climax. Everyone heard the majestic song he was playing. For the first time, Charles expressed the true nature through this pure performance. Even though it did not respond to ether or contain music theory, an unpreceded spirit was born from it. All musicians present, no, all musicians in the sacred city and even the world trembled instinctively. They stared into the crowd as if facing their worst enemy and looked at the young man playing wildly before the stone tablet. They seemed to see the world fall apart. This was the first time the terrifying melody was played in public ever since the establishment of the sacred city. Even Handel could not control the shock and desire to kill at the bottom of his heart. It was fate. Despite not having any ether waves, music theory, or even the power of music notes, no one could predict what changes the music would bring. This was the sacred city. If a tiny bit of the aftershocks of fate was leaked, it could flatten everyone present. Everyone was debating whether or not they should stop this performance. But then they no longer needed to struggle or hesitate. The melody had reached the climax. The spirit and consciousness trembled in the melody and fate descended. At first, there was a suffocating silence. The world froze. Then pure terror came. Countless people let out almost tangible wails at the same time. The wailing grouped into a music note. It pierced everyone's eardrums, shattering their sanity and pushing them into the deepest darkness. Screams and roars of despair spread. Everyone broke down by what they saw. Their minds shattered. The flesh body that remained wallowed in this cold world. At that moment, no one realized that perhaps it was fate that changed this world. When Charles snapped out of his reverie, he gazed around in confusion and saw the shocked pale faces. He followed their gazes and looked to the podium. Then, he saw the shadow fallen from the podium. It was a patch of red that had darkened. It was dried blood. The fall had been so short, but the heavy thud had been so terrifying. The crowd retreated instinctively and shrieked in panic. Stunned, Charles seemed to understand something and rushed forward like crazy. And so he saw the blood. Amongst the blood was dyed red clothing. The awe-inspiring crown was on the ground. Warped, it tumbled and stopped beside his feet with a sharp yet heavy echo. It was like the echoes of a tragedy. In the puddle of blood, the thing that had once been a human was now a distorted mess of blood and flesh. Obviously, anyone who turned into that would have no chance of surviving. It was a corpse. And on the corpse's back was a black dagger. No miracle happened, no resurrections happened. None of the precautions had been used. It was just a simple stab to the back, a simple death. It was so simple that no one could refute it. There was no possibility of luck. He was dead. Using all his strength, Charles tremblingly walked over. He reached out to test for the dead's breath but only felt coldness. He still could not dare to believe that. The majestic Pope, the controller of all souls, the sole agent of God, the King of Red had died so easily? As if struck by lightning, he stumbled back and raised his head with difficulty. He looked up at the old man who looked down from the podium. He was still bathed in the glorious light like a man of justice from the Bible. Why? He murmured. He could not believe what he saw. He yelled with all his might, "Mr. Constantine, why? Why did you do this?" Gaius looked away. He stared at the sky and made the sign of the holy emblem before his chest. I shall replenish this river of souls so that it flows for eternity, he murmured with his eyes closed. For you, my lord, for you. Capture him. The first to react was a cardinal. He glared at Wolf Flute. What are you doing? Capture him. Instantly, dozens of black shadows rushed out from the chaotic crowd and pounced onto the podium. A heart-shaking music score rose from thin air. Countless different melodies shot out at once. Handel was furious and his eyes reddened. The cane in his hands cracked apart. A blazing glow emerged from it. This was the true nature of the cane. It was a weapon created with the music score Messiah and given a saint's title. No one had ever seen its true appearance through the glow, nor could they describe what it was like. When it appeared in Handel's hands, it thudded on the ground. A terrifying tremor spread. The city that had been melded into a piece of metal also started shaking under this indescribable quake. It whirred and clanged. The cold and powerful boom swept across, piercing everyone's ears. It attacked their minds, causing the panicking pilgrims to fall to the ground, shaking. Unless allowed, all music scores were defeated now. Perhaps the Savior of the world promised by God was in this boom and had descended upon earth. And who is bearing the day of his coming? And who is standing in his appearing? For he is as fire of a refiner, and as soap of a fuller. In the sacred city, the thousands of towers responded at once. The echoes converged and exploded in the ether sea, instantly transforming into a terrifying whirlpool. It went through the ether and material world, creating a tunnel. The majestic city deep in the ether world shone and its light fell onto earth. Inside the archive of sacred objects, the dull gold sword quivered and keened. Heaven's door appeared. There was boundless brilliance. At this moment, everything in and under the sky was covered by the pure light. Layers of restrictions went toward the podium, sealing it off. The furious power cast punishment immense enough to destroy the world. However, Wolf Flute was faster than him. He had started acting the moment Ye Qingxuan roared. Beastly nature broke from his consciousness instantly, transforming into a solid wolf pack. After integrating the element, the wolf pack's magnitude was unbelievable. There were hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. Wolf Flute's body disintegrated and moved thousands of steps in a blink. He flashed and acted without hesitation. Behind him, the wolf-head deity appeared. He slammed his golden cane down and destroyed countless barriers instantly, digging a hole in the enemy's body. Blood spurted out, splashing onto the faces of the archbishops and nobles. They gaped at the cold-eyed Wolf Flute and the one with a gaping hole in his chest, Handel. No one had expected that the core member of the silent authority, Wolf Flute, would kill Saint Handel now. Thousands of wolves emerged from thin air and blocked the attacks flying toward the podium. In the last moment, they destroyed the dozens of bodies leaping up. Blood rained down from the air, dyeing the silver wolves red. Heaven's door disappeared. The weapon Messiah faded and fell from Handel's hands, clattering. Handel looked down dumbly at the hand poking out of his chest. The hand clenched, shattering the heart. Blood dripped down. Thus, he finally accepted reality. He looked back at Wolf Flute. Why? He asked, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Isn't this obvious? Wolf Flute sighed. I'm the spy. Handel smiled with difficulty. It was bitter and full of self-mockery. He looked at Wolf Flute's face and the deity behind him. You've hid it from me for so long. The power that Wolf Flute demonstrated now was far beyond that of a typical scepter. No one expected that the supposed weakest scepter had kept so much hidden. Everyone thought that he was a slacker and had used the lowest level beastly element. However, this was not the element of some wild beast. It was something way beyond the upper level elements and was practically something legendary. He had combined the jackal, death, and Hades into a new scepter, Anubis. I cannot believe I died in the hands of my successor. Handel finally managed to smile and closed his eyes. He collapsed. He was dead. In the chaotic square, the sprinting Ye Qingxuan stopped with fatigue. Too late. He was still too late. The moment Hermes revealed Gaius's true nature, the first thing he thought of was not what Gaius wanted, but Wolf Flute. Chapter 474, The World Keeps Spinning. He should have thought of it long ago. Other than the abnormal skill of passing through worlds that Wolf Flute had only shown him before, who else could teleport prisoners away from the Judgment Tower? Other than the warehouse that he said was for the wolves, where else in the sacred city could shelter a few dozen escaped prisoners? Other than him, who else could continue supplying information about the silent authority to the revolutionaries? Other than him, who else would become nervous at noticing Ye Qingxuan here and do everything to distract him from noticing these flaws they've always had? Only Wolf Flute. Only he could do this. Why? Ye Qingxuan stared at Wolf Flute, who was standing on Handel's corpse in the puddle of blood. Aren't you Bach's student? Wolf Flute. How could you do this? Hearing him, Wolf Flute looked up. He smiled, but it was tired and complicated. However, he did not explain anything. He just said, "If you have the chance, apologize to my teacher for me." The communication cut off. Wolf Flute looked back. He studied the archbishops and nobles held hostage by the wolves. Gazing at the pale faces, he smiled. "Let's trade," he said. "I swear to the originator that if you let Mr. Gaius go, I won't kill you." Everyone surrounded by the wolves looked uncomfortable. The archbishops exchanged glances with dark eyes. Without a doubt, this was the worst possible scenario. The situation was more powerful than people. The Pope was dead. If Wolf Flute wanted to, he could destroy the sacred city easily. The people present were seasoned politicians and merchants. They knew when to lower themselves. Surrendering temporarily was not shameful. But who would do it? In silence, someone finally walked forward. The old cardinal sighed. "I am old and useless now. Let me take the vow." Wolf Flute smiled. "Don't worry, I'll keep my word." "No, you don't need to surrender to them." In the chaos, Ye Qingxuan's voice rang out. Wolf Flute looked back. His emerald eyes seemed to be burning with true murderous intent. If Ye Qingxuan took another step forward, he would be killed on the spot. "Yezi, don't force me." Wolf Flute sighed. "The only one I don't want to fight here is you. Unfortunately, you don't have the choice." Ye Qingxuan stood outside the pack of wolves. Instead of stepping forward, he closed his eyes. He entered the dreamscape. Instantly, silence descended. The central square sank into dead silence. The wolves shook and disintegrated. Finally, only Anubis remained behind Wolf Flute. The apparition roared and withstood the encroachment of the silent dream, stubbornly refusing to fade away. Even the scepter-level strength could not hold on under this terrifying silence. "Protect His Highness." Soon, someone reacted. The guards pulled out their swords and pounced on Wolf Flute. "Protect the Lord." The nobles and archbishops present always had warriors and musicians for protection. Even though the musicians were useless now, the warriors could do something. In addition, these warriors had all been modified by choir surgeons to some extent. Their limbs, skeletons, or organs had been replaced by man-made objects inspired by demons or machines. Their instant power was dumbfounding. While Wolf Flute was restricted by the silent dream, countless shadows flew toward him and arrived before his face. However, he was still looking at Ye Qingxuan. "This is the wormwrist enchantment you've newly acquired, right?" He murmured and smiled wryly. "No wonder it's known as the prototype of the ultimate." Boom! There was an explosion. No one knew what just happened. But when the moment passed, everyone saw that there was a giant hole in the chest of the warrior at the front. The metallic bones were warped and his organs flowed out like mud. Wolf Flute's sleeves had ripped from the swelled muscles. His arm had become dark green with a terrifying metallic gleam. He seemed to have transformed into a demon. A golden knuckle had appeared on his hand without anyone realizing. He looked at Ye Qingxuan through the body and smiled. But did you think that I wouldn't be prepared? Boom! There was another explosion. This time, they could see clearly. Wolf Flute swung his fist. His fist tore through the air with a loud boom and someone's skull was pulverized. Faced with all these warriors, Wolf Flute held his ground. He stepped forward and squeezed into a fully armed warrior. Then there was the sound of bones cracking. The arm and armor were both broken in half. The heavy sword fell into Wolf Flute's hand. Like a bird, Wolf Flute jumped from the body. The sword sliced through the air. Under the chilling whistle, sparks flew from scraping metal. The enemy before him was split in half and fell down to both sides. Dyed red from the flying blood, Wolf Flute charged at Ye Qingxuan. He instantly felt his vision lowering. Then the immense pain reached his brain belatedly. The brass knuckle had punched his gut mercilessly. No, there was some mercy. Otherwise, Ye Qingxuan would have been snapped in half rather than thrown backward. But then Wolf Flute's body chased over like a shadow. He stomped down with his right leg. Ye Qingxuan only had time to raise his arms before his face. Boom! It felt like a carriage had galloped over his body. He flew back and smashed against the ground. During the great shaking, he felt like throwing up. Bittersweet blood sloshed in his throat. Then he felt Wolf Flute yank on his hair and drag him up. Here, I'll teach you something. Wolf Flute gave a bloody smile. The hidden card is called a hidden card because it means there's a weakness. All hidden cards do. When you can turn the tides, that means the enemy can turn the tides too. Especially this technique, when facing an enemy who's 10 times more powerful than you in a brawl, never reveal your weakness voluntarily. And he punched again. Boom! Ye Qingxuan's vision went black. He dropped to the ground, unable to fight back. But Wolf Flute did not stop, he grew more violent instead. This was no longer a duel anymore. It was an aggressive beating. Ye Qingxuan felt like he had been thrown into the furnace of an iron smelting factory. It felt like he was being burned alive. Wolf Flute's hoarse voice continued in his ears. Did you know? I was raised by wolves. Crack! He snapped Ye Qingxuan's arm with practiced ease, producing a scream. 10 years ago, when I was 14, I was the best gladiator in Canaan. Boom! He punched backward without looking. With a muffled noise, the enemy's heart exploded. Innards bleeding, he dropped to the ground. Ever since I injected wolf blood in me 7 years ago, no one dared to fight against me because it's hard for me to control myself. Sorry if I hurt you, he said. I can stop if you surrender. Boom! Ye Qingxuan lowered his head. He spat out some broken teeth and cursed. Wolf Flute smiled. Without saying anything, he just raised the left hand without the knuckle and smashed down on the back of Ye Qingxuan's head. The concussion shook his mind. He didn't even know where he was anymore. Concussions through the skull could cause a musician's mind to go blank. If handled badly, the entire brain could be damaged. The dreamscape finally fell apart. The wormwrist enchantment disappeared. Under Anubis's calling, the wolves walked out of thin air again. They instantly tore apart the nobles who were fleeing under the guard's protection. Tossing aside the barely conscious Ye Qingxuan, Wolf Flute turned back to the ashen archbishops. He smiled. Now, would you like to consider my suggestion? After a moment of silence, the old archbishop sighed. Let them go. I will pay for it. Everything became simple once someone was willing to take the blame. It had always been like this through history, whether it was in the east or west, for humans or demons. A path quickly opened up in the crowd. Gaius walked through the blood and primly stepped down the podium. He welcomed the murderous and hateful eyes with a smile. It's earlier than expected and the situation is worse than predicted. Ye Qingxuan glanced at Ye Qingxuan on the ground. I didn't want him to interrupt, but I didn't think. It's not your fault. Gaius shook his head. Maybe some old friend who likes drama wanted to give me more trouble. Hermes's carriage at the end of the square had vanished. Ignoring the army that had come from afar, Wolf Flute looked at Gaius. The sacred city will unleash the enchantment. I must go prepare at the planned location. We'll leave immediately when you all arrive. That is good. Gaius nodded. Help me leave first. Someone will protect me afterward. Wolf Flute nodded. Taking Gaius's hand, he stepped forward. There was a streak of silver light and then, nothing. The square was in ruins. Under the pounding of metal boots on stone, the late soldiers finally arrived. Order was quickly instilled. However, loud booms and explosions continuously sounded in the sacred city. Thick black smoke rose to the sky, turning the sky black. The sun was shining, but the sacred city was filled with dark clouds and smoke. The headquarters of the garrison was attacked. Casualties unknown. General Duke Wilson encountered an assassination and was grave. He is in treatment now. The central water system was attacked. There is a large amount of poison in our drinking water. We are organizing a team for purification. Countless bombs went off in the papal chamber. Specific details are still unknown. The sacred court was attacked. The situation is unclear. Bad news streamed continuously. The panicking nobles were all pale. The archbishops who had just become safe were now in chaos again. Failures. You lot of failures. The amnesty department was hurt the hardest. The deaths of 6 important officials had been confirmed and the archbishop in charge was livid. How can you let the revolutionaries come in so easily? Why didn't the secrecy protection of the silent authority work? Did all the resources we put in go to the revolutionaries all these years? The deputy of the silent authority remained silent with a dark expression. Saint Handel had died at the hands of traitor Wolf Flute. He probably knew what color underwear they wore, let alone the silent authority's plans and secrets. Now, the sacred city was paralyzed. Reconstruction would take a long time. All these years, it seemed that the revolutionaries were failing gradually. However, they did not know how much power was accumulated secretly. Today, it exploded at once and produced such terrifying results. It seemed that the colony in the New World had fallen completely. The revolutionaries had gone from a blight to something immortal. In the chaos, there was suddenly a calm voice. Everyone, please return to your positions so all institutions can restart work. Old Ludovic walked out of the crowd and opened his rheumy eyes. At this time, the most important task is to pursue traitor Constantine. No, Gaius, don't let him escape. Archbishop Ludovic is right. Yunlu Qingshu nodded in agreement. Yunlu City is willing to provide manpower and resources to help the sacred city regain order. Those who had been quiet among the cardinals now stood out to support Ludovic. The nobles and ambassadors finally realized that the ecclesiastical order had subtly grasped most of the power. After the Pope died, they naturally took over the institutions. It could be said that within half a minute, the sacred city had fallen into the hands of these old monks. The ascetic monks who had not garnered much attention before now suddenly rose up during the Pope's decline. They seemed well prepared? Was this a coincidence? Or? The sacred city is in chaos right now, Ludovic said lightly. To avoid aggravating the problem, the ecclesiastical order will temporarily take control before the cardinals choose the next pope. I hope the nations will cooperate and help settle the unrest. Those with fast reactions quickly started to follow the tide. It seems that it's our fortune to have the ecclesiastical order take this risk. We will definitely support you and not disappoint Mr. Ludovic. F***King B***TCH. Those who reacted slowly started cursing in their minds. However, their bodies were obedient and all started professing their support. Of course, there were also those who did not understand the current situation and disagreed. However, those idiots probably were already given the death sentence in the minds of many. They also prayed at the same time that the revolutionaries would not involve them. The trend was set. Faced with everyone's support, a smile appeared on Ludovic's old face. Very good. If everyone supports it, the world will start running again soon. Without the King of Red, the world would continue spinning. This time, it would be under the ecclesiastical order's control. Chapter 475, Secrets of the Past. It seems that your friend always stabs you in the back at every critical time. In the hidden safe house, Lola overlooked the pathetic Ye Qingxuan gloatingly. Gavin did so at that time. This time is the same. If I were you, I would consider maybe I'm not good at choosing friends. And who told me that if there was something, he would run faster than anybody? If I wasn't paying attention this time, you may have. In the bed, Ye Qingxuan was covered with a thick layer of ointment which exuded the pungent smell of medicine. Medicine was also injected into his hands. He was at the edge of death, but his breathing was smooth and normal. There was not even the slightest dullness or panic in his dark eyes. There was only calmness. You have been sarcastic enough. Just get down to business. He stretched out his hand and spoke with a hoarse voice. Where is the thing? Seeing that he was not repentant, Lola grunted and threw out a badge from her bosom. You're really creative to have a demon help you keep this thing. The pure silver-forged emblem sizzled in her hands, clearly hurting her every moment. However, when Ye Qingxuan held it in hand, a faint light was emitted. Soon his bruises faded. Wait. Use it after I go out. Do not affect me. After giving that thing to him, Lola went to the door as if she was avoiding pests. In Ye Qingxuan's hand, the pure silver-forged emblem was engraved with a healing movement of the school of choir. It was the most advanced kind, claiming that it could cure anyone as long as he was still breathing. This one-time badge could be sold for a stunningly scary price on the black market. After all, it was precious alchemy that could save a life. Even when the door was closed, Lola could still feel the sting like a thorn in her back. She walked further. Even so, she could still sense the breath that had made her so uncomfortable in the secret chamber. Then, huge etheric waves that she had not anticipated were set off. In a blink, she felt a roaring melody burst from the ether sea. The tremendous waves swept everything, pulling a huge amount of ether into it. That was definitely not the degree that Ye Qingxuan could reach. It was far beyond his ability. Divine light was produced from the ether. The blazing light was beyond what Lola had expected. Through two walls, more than 10 meters in distance, Lola could still feel the heat. Even breathing was like chewing blades and needles. If Lola had not purchased this all by herself, she would have suspected that one of the masters of the choir was treating Ye Qingxuan personally here. Fortunately, the power came and went quickly. Soon, she heard the door open. In her startled eyes, the completely healed Ye Qingxuan walked out of the door. Although his body still smelled strongly of medicine, he had fully recovered. Not even the slightest slight wound could be found. The guy who had just broken more than 10 bones, covered in bruises, and lost half of his lungs now stood right before her. What drugs did you take? Lola gaped. How did you recover so quickly? Even after the treatment, an average person would have only recovered from immediate danger. No one would be like Ye Qingxuan, who was recovered as if he had changed a body. The biggest mistake that Wolf Flute has ever made is to forget to cancel the bell tower blessing that the silent authority gave to me. Ye Qingxuan looked at his intact hands. He snapped and substantial etheric light burst out. Don't forget, I'm still a grandmaster. Lola frowned. What tricks are you going to play? Ye Qingxuan, you have been involved in this matter too deeply. That's why we have to catch Gaius. Ye Qingxuan's answer was emphatic. If Gaius isn't caught, then the scared city must have a man to be blamed. Do you think it's going to be better for me and Charles? Lola was silent. I was unexpectedly cheated. It's so embarrassing. Ye Qingxuan rolled his neck. No matter what, he needs to pay me. I'd like to say that although I am happy to kill box students, I was crippled for so many years, so I am definitely not the guy's opponent. Lola looked at him like she was looking at a madman. Or do you think you can handle this by yourself?